This guy is our main character. He is an SSS-class assassin of the organization. Because he escaped the organization's brainwashing, he was completely blacklisted. Just when he thought it was over, the author said no, and he was immediately reincarnated as a child. But as soon as his maternal grandfather entered, an extremely powerful pressure radiated, surprising even a high-level assassin like him. It turns out this kid is the young master of the continent's strongest family, and this old man in front of him is the king of annihilation. Feeling that his family background was not enough, he had to train before he could even walk. At just 2 years old, he became the family's genius, proficient in magic, and without further ado, let's begin. Even if it were the biting cold wind of the late night, the moonlight peeking through the high clouds, or his own seasoned assassin's senses, they all whispered, under the dark night, the bright moon shone within a magnificent architectural area. Here, a person in black, wearing a hood, was kneeling. He was receiving praise from his master. Once again, well done. This young man looked up, his eyes glowing with deep coldness, combined with a lifeless expression as if he were dead. He replied, "Thank you, Mr. DeRuth." This was also the name of the master standing before him. This person had long blue hair, as if glowing brightly under the moonlight. He also possessed cold eyes, but within them lay the distinct nobility of a Mr. He was DeRuth Robert. They said I would die by this man's hand tonight. Mr. DeRuth spoke, "You have shown me results worthy of the position of Shadow Chief. Thanks to your efforts, our family has been able to progress significantly more than before." The man in black closed his eyes and replied, "I only do what I need to do, sir." "I am truly curious," Mr. DeRuth asked with a smile. "Do you believe that a shadow needs freedom?" The question was aimed at Leon with deep implication. Leon replied seriously, "We of the Shadow Squad only need to carry out our master's orders. Among us, there is no such thing as thought, emotion, or a good heart." DeRuth nodded, "So you know this well. But if you already know this, why did he still say in a calm tone, 'Dare you act on your own?'" The final words came with a terrifying pressure that choked the surrounding air, making Leon feel breathless. He glared with sharp eyes at his subordinate and continued, "And how were you able to escape the brainwashing?" Leon broke out in a cold sweat. How does he know about that? Furthermore, brainwashing is how the Robert family optimizes the Shadow Squad assassination team. It is by kidnapping or buying children, and turning them into assassins who would dedicate their lives to carrying out dirty work for the Robert family. In other words, they raise loyal dogs for the family. I was also brainwashed, but thanks to a chance encounter during one of my missions, I was able to remove the shackles that bound me. But how could he know I was no longer brainwashed? Leon asked frankly, "How did you know, my mister?" Mr. DeRuth raised his hand and replied, "Among all the assassins, including you, there are 2 chains that tighten your necks. The first is brainwashing, which, by some means, you were able to escape. And the second," saying this, he snapped his fingers with a asterisk snap. "Is this." Immediately after, a sharp pain surged from Leon's chest. In an instant, Leon spat out a large mouthful of blood. Finally unable to bear it, Leon collapsed to his knees, blood gushing from his body like a spring. "What is this pain?" Leon clutched his chest. The pain did not subside but intensified, feeling as if his heart were being sawed apart. DeRuth smirked. He explained, "It's a rag's worm." Even though Leon knew the answer, he couldn't comprehend what it was. A rag's worm is an insect implanted into the body. It is still obeying my orders and is slowly eating away at your heart. The worst kind of evil magic is that which can read even the emotions of a slave. Brainwashing alone wasn't enough for you, so you also had to make me eat a rag's worm. Even after doing such things, you still act so virtuous and pure. Leon gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, "You are truly a lowly wretch, DeRuth." DeRuth laughed. "That's called being cautious, not lowly. Don't forget that you were able to escape being brainwashed. People say everyone wears a mask. It's just that my mask is a bit thicker and more special than others." He said this while maintaining a fake smile on his lips. Leon wished he could bite the person before him to death. "DeRuth Robert, I was kidnapped at an age where I could barely remember anything. Then I was raised as a hunting dog and assassin for the Robert family. Even when I became Shadow Chief, I lived without a heart or emotions. But thanks to a lucky encounter, I was able to learn a technique called Fire Ring, and that technique proved to be a special ability of the continent's strongest swordsman from long ago, which helped me escape the brainwashing. I thought I could finally escape the Shadow Squad and dream of freedom. I finally had hope. Yet, what awaits me at the end of the road is death, not freedom. What crime have I committed? Why must I die such a meaningless death? The moments of life fading away, Leon lamented his bleak fate. He gritted his teeth, straining with all his might. Leon clenched his fists and punched the ground. Damn it, I can't let everything end like this. If I'm going to die here anyway. Leon hugged his chest, trying to stand up with his remaining strength. Diruth himself didn't expect this action from him. How can you stand up in that condition? Leon crouched into a fighting stance without a word. A faint purple energy flickered around his body. He told himself, if this is my end, I'll take his hand or at least injure him before I die. In an instant, Leon's eyes seemed to glow. Ah, he cried out and lunged forward. I will not die a pathetic death. Leon was seen as a lightning bolt, striking directly towards Mr. Diruth. He didn't flinch, gently raising his hand to draw his weapon. Then, Leon only had time to see Diruth swing his hand and slash. The next second, his head was severed from his neck. Then it fell with a thud to the ground. Diruth stood silently, looking at the body of his subordinate. His eyes were filled with mixed emotions at this moment, even if he had blocked that attack. Although he was just trash, he not only escaped brainwashing, but he could also endure the pain from the rags worm and attack me. Diruth exclaimed, how long has it been? How many years has it been since I was last injured? Diruth raised his right hand, a deep cut several centimeters long on his backhand, blood flowing out from being bitten by a hunting dog he had trained. Unbelievable. But now I don't need to worry about him, because he's dead. Diruth glanced at Leon's head and clicked his tongue. Dispose of him, he ordered, and immediately several people in black appeared beside Leon's body. The last image that appeared in Leon's lifeless eyes was the back of his lord. He was considered one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. My defeat was inevitable. He is strong. I am weak. How could I resist? Diruth walked forward, towards a gate emitting a faint light. Leon was unwilling to die, but I do not accept this. I regret living this life for no reason. I regret being toyed with by Diruth my entire life. And I deeply regret not being able to complete the fire ring. Whether it's a god or even a demon, anyone will do, so please, do something and give me a chance to take revenge on Diruth. Suddenly, a pendant fell beside Leon's severed head and emitted a sparkling light. Then a strange voice from the system appeared in Leon's mind. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will possess your body. The dead body shows an error. Next, the space gradually faded and then brightened, shifting to a scene of birds flying and butterflies dancing in the sunlight. Look at me, my sunshine. Before the protagonist was a blonde woman holding a child's rattle, smiling tenderly and cooing. A small child's hand reached out, accompanied by babbling sounds. ABA. Good job. Now, what is this? ABU. This newborn baby had golden hair and red eyes, looking incredibly innocent and adorable. Seeing her son trying to speak, the woman couldn't help but hug him tightly. Oh my adorable sunshine, who do you look like to be so cute? The baby responded with meaningless words, but a sense of helplessness could be seen in them. This child is the protagonist. I still can't get used to this. The woman hugging me is Sylvia. Sylvia picked up the baby and said playfully, let's go, Mom. The baby just raised an eyebrow, looking awkward. I still can't believe I've been reincarnated as this woman's son, despite still retaining memories from my life as an assassin. At first, I thought it was a dream and slept for hundreds of days. However, no matter how much I slept, I finally accepted the truth that I had been reborn. Back then, Leon still doubted, why haven't I woken up yet? Back to the present, he was being held by his mother and brought to the window to bask in the sun. Sylvia looked down at the yard and smiled. The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? I hope the Lord will return soon, Sylvia said with a curve of her lips. That way, he can give you a beautiful name. Leon looked up. It was a bit strange to be called by a nickname all the time. He hasn't even met his own child for hundreds of days. He must be very busy. Leon wanted to say something, but only ABU came out. I haven't been able to explore much after reincarnation, but at least I know this is a quite wealthy family belonging to the upper class, which is clearly evident from the interior and architectural style of the place I live in. I guess being reincarnated into a powerful and wealthy family is better than a mediocre one. Because I need to get revenge. One thing I still clearly remember is the rage and hatred I felt in my heart before death, but I need to be patient. Because until now I've only been confined to this room. I don't know where this is. I don't know my position, or what situation I'm in. Moreover, since I haven't perfected the fire ring technique, I have to endure patiently. Subconsciously, Leon clasped his hands together as if trying to practice the fire ring. I was once called the greatest assassin of the Robert family, waiting for the day I could avenge Diruth. I could suppress my emotions and desires until the right time. But what made me even more curious was the dazzling splendor and size of this mansion. It was more than just opulent. While relaxing, Owen suddenly discovered someone at the door. A maid rushed in breathlessly. Miss Sylvia. The Lord is returning, the girl announced. Sylvia seemed surprised. Father, Leon whispered to himself. Father, does that mean the Lord is my grandfather? Sylvia appeared confused. What must we prepare? The maid replied, it's too late, your lordship has arrived at the door. Sylvia sighed, oh no. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. Sylvia and the maid turned towards the door, awaiting. Leon's face turned pale. What the hell? What is this presence? From outside the door, a clear voice rang out, announcing the return of the Lord. The door burst open, revealing a blinding light, followed by the silhouette of a distinguished figure. He stepped forward slowly. Leon seemed to recognize who it was, capable of exerting such pressure just by his presence. This man wore a large cloak, with epaulets on both shoulders. Leon blurted out, ah. He furrowed his brow. Impossible, if I'm not mistaken, this person is. The man approached Sylvia. She was stunned. Father. The man asked in a gentle voice, is this the child? Seeing him, Leon became even more certain of his guess. I'm sure of it. A middle-aged man with sun-colored hair, eyes the fiery red of embers, and a face colder than ice, the master of the continent's greatest family, the king of annihilation of the north, Glenn Sieghart. Glenn intently observed his grandson, as if about to say something. It seemed that somehow, young Leon thought he had been reincarnated into the continent's most powerful family. Do you wish to keep him? A voice arose. Indeed, what an unfortunate fate. Glenn took his grandson, then declared, from today on, the boy's name is Leon, just as his name was before his reincarnation. Live and exist quietly like a shadow, as if you were not here. Leon's eyes widened as he looked at his grandfather. After overcoming life and death, I also have a new name. After naming his grandson, Glenn immediately departed. Leon. It wasn't until midnight that Leon opened his eyes and looked around. They must be asleep by now. He sat up. Indeed, 100 days of despair, but now I have an opportunity. Occasionally, I suddenly feel sleepy. And whenever I woke up, Sylvia was by my side. I can't even control Manhwa or anything. At least it's somewhat relieving that I can sleep alone in my crib. Alright, let's begin. Leon took a breath and threw off the blanket. Ring of fire, condense. Leon clasped his hands together. His body began to emanate fire energy. Typically, continental techniques use breath to allow mana from heaven and aura to accumulate in the core. The ring of fire, obtained through special catalysts, is different. Like a sorcerer creating a mana ring, it forms a ring around the heart, which helps increase endurance and stimulate physical development, while also enhancing willpower and mana affinity. Therefore, this method allows one to achieve ideal conditions to become a warrior. It is an ultimate cultivation technique. Another advantage is that even a genius like Deruth cannot detect the existence of the Ring of Fire. Above all, if I cultivate my body and mind using the Ring of Fire and make the Sieghart swordsmanship my own, then the revenge against Robert will no longer be in vain. Perhaps due to this body's composition, my mana channels are filled with coldness. Leon looked at his icy palms with confusion. This is why my entire body remains cold, even after sleeping for 20 hours or many hours. He tried to analyze. Mana blockage, or in the 9 regions. This is serious. At this rate, I will die from cold air stagnating in my magic channels. I need to achieve unobstructed circulation with the Ring of Fire. On the other hand, it would be a shame to discard this bone-chilling cold. I will combine it with the heat in my body and circulate them. Not knowing how much time had passed, the moon was already high in the sky. Alright, it might be slow but it's quite stable. Next, Leon began to nod his head. Then he rolled onto the bed and fell asleep, already tired after just a little cultivation. But I can't. He tried to open his eyes, but couldn't anymore. Just like that, Leon fell into a deep, sound sleep. Did not know that his maternal grandfather had secretly come to check at this time. He placed his hand a few centimeters away from his grandson's body to do something. Just like that. Dawn broke. Little Leon started crawling on the floor, babbling a few meaningless words. Sylvia was overjoyed to see this. Our Leon is so cute. Keep going, my child. Leon was suffering internally. Playing with this mother is so tiring. My soul is that of an adult, but I'm forced to act like a baby. I'm about to die. A moment later, Sylvia picked Leon up again, smiling. There's nothing Leon can't do, is there? So cute, so cute. Leon whispered in suffering, I'd rather freeze. Our cute little Leon was still playing, when a man's voice came from outside the door. Is Sylvia here? As soon as she heard this voice, Sylvia exclaimed, ah, an old man, no, a saint. The newcomer was an old man with white hair, wearing a long gray robe. As soon as he saw Sylvia, the old man smiled brightly. What saint are you talking about? Just call me old man. Leon recognized the newcomer's identity at a glance. Is this the Saint of Rags? His holy power and holy art skills were second to none on the continent. he was the most famous healer on the continent, but his wandering nature made it as difficult as reaching the heavens to meet him. The old man's eyes widened as he saw the baby. I was just wandering around and came to visit you because I heard you just had a child. Is this him? Ah, yes, Sylvia replied. The old man happily picked him up and held him high. Oh, blonde hair and red eyes. Just like you. Sylvia was very proud. Yes, aren't they very beautiful? The old man looked at the baby intently and praised. The child is truly cute, completely different from Glenn. So, what's the baby's name? Sylvia hesitated. The name. The child's name is Leon. Hearing these two words, the old man frowned. You didn't intentionally give him a name that means night, did you? Yes, Sylvia replied sadly. The old man looked confused. Naming a child Night, what was Glenn thinking? Leon was also carefully assessing the person in front of him. He doesn't seem like his title at all. There must be some connection between us. I heard the King of Destruction of the North and the Saint of Rags were friends, but if that's true... Leon, let this old man take a look at you. The old man turned to Leon and chuckled. Then, he placed his right hand on Leon's stomach. A faint yellow light emanated from his hand, spreading throughout Leon's body. Sylvia waited for the result anxiously. The Saint of Rags' eyebrows furrowed more and more. The child's condition isn't very good. Seeing his expression, Sylvia wondered, is there something wrong with the child? He didn't hide anything. This child has the curse of frost inside. The child's mana channels are blocked by ice shards. Putting aside the fact that he might become a swordsman in the future, he explained patiently and returned the child to Sylvia. Sylvia hugged her son, still stunned by the bad news. If not treated, the child will die. At this rate, he won't live long. Sylvia's face turned pale, and she muttered, "You're lying." The old man said sadly, "I'll give you some medicine to sustain him, my lord saint, please forgive me." At this moment, a maid rushed in and announced, "The master is calling for you. I'll show you the way." The Saint of Rags nodded. "I'm done here, I'll go," the maid urged. "The master said you must come immediately." He shook his head. This fellow always calls at the wrong time. "I understand, I can't refuse now." He then followed the maid. After hearing the Saint of Rags' words, Leon was enlightened. "Now I know, it's the curse of frost. Knowing the name won't change anything. Don't tell me it's because of the ring of fire." He was still thinking, when a drop of water fell on Leon's cheek. Sylvia was trembling uncontrollably at this moment. "It's a lie," she cried, looking at the baby in her arms, her own flesh and blood. She tried to wipe away her tears. "I can't lose my child like this. Who says he will die? It's meaningless." "I will do everything to heal you," Sylvia shouted, her body tensing up. "Your mother will do whatever it takes. You cannot leave. Leon, don't be sick." Leon focused on observing what this feeling was. His heart ached sharply. Where was the pain? His whole body was tired. It hurt. "I don't want to see this." "Don't cry." A hand reached out and stroked Sylvia's face. This hand tried to wipe away her tears. Looking closely, it was her son's hand. The boy was trying to reach for Sylvia's face and babbled, "Mommy, Mommy." These words struck Sylvia's soul like a blow. Glenn and the Saint of Rags were discussing work. Noise came from outside the door. "Lady Sylvia, please stop, please." Glenn asked uncomfortably, "What's all that noise?" "You can't." The maid tried to chase after her and stop her, but Sylvia had already entered the room. "Lady Sylvia, the master is..." Glenn angrily shouted, "What is this disrespect? This disgraceful clumsy child." He glared at his daughter. Sylvia knelt on the ground, begging her father. "Please save Leon. Please save Leon," Sylvia repeated again, interrupting the elder's conversation. She bowed her head, tears blurring her cheeks. "Surely father knows the boy's condition, but he is everything to me. Please, please save my Leon." Glenn replied sternly, "Surely the boy will not survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who is of no use to the clan?" Sylvia tried to confront him. "Isn't the child your grandson?" Old Glenn said angrily. "The grandson you brought back after running away from home. The only thing I will do is let him bear the Sieghart name. Consider it the little luck I do for him, but that's all." Sylvia cried her eyes out. "Father." Glenn grunted and shouted, "I have nothing more to say. Take him out." With that, two officers immediately dragged Xian out. "Father, please, please. Please save Leon," Sylvia cried miserably. "Please Leon," but then the heartless father still pushed her out of the room, without the slightest hint of compassion. Not until there was no more sound in the room did Saint of Rags look back outside the door. He sighed. "Hayes, you are still as stubborn as ever, aren't you? Is it really that difficult? Why would you do this when you were the one who told me to check on your grandson?" Saint of Rags frowned, turning to the person opposite. Glenn quietly sipped his tea and got straight to the point. "Shut up, tell me the details of the child's illness." At this moment Saint of Rags presented. As I said, his 9 mana veins are blocked by frostbite, and the older he gets, the more dangerous his condition will become. Because you have pushed back the frostbite with your aura, there will be no problem, but as I said, your grandson will not be able to become a warrior. Glenn heard this, his expression unchanged. He took another sip of tea and replied, as long as the boy is alive, that doesn't matter. Saint of Rags curved his lips and asked again, you are acting completely differently than before. You still love your grandson, don't you? He asked another question, but if you intend to do so, why did you name your grandson Leon? There are many good names, why that one? Glenn picked up his teacup, paused as he was about to drink. Answering Saint of Rags' question, Leon does not only mean darkness. He looked into the surface of the tea, contemplating, and then continued, 1,000 years ago, it carried a completely opposite meaning. Returning to the home of the mother and child. At this moment, Sylvia was giving Leon medicine. My child, this is the immortal medicine Saint of Rags gave you. It's a little bitter, but please bear with it. Leon took the medicine. Sylvia and the maid closed their eyes tightly, waiting for the child's loud cry. A boo-boo. She opened her eyes, not expecting her son not only not to cry, but to seem to ask for more medicine. Then she and the maid were overjoyed. The boy swallowed it. Leon endured the bitterness and drank it. Helen, that's right, although the medicine is very bitter for a child, surely he understands people's hearts. Sylvia shed tears, hugged her son to her chest, moved. Leon. Actually Leon understood that the current situation was a bit bitter, but a fire tribute divine medicine was exactly what he needed right now. The heat would drive back the frostbite in his mana veins. He looked at his mother attentively, making Sylvia curious. Do you understand my heart? Let me have more immortal medicine. Time flies by. It has been 2 years since I started training and taking immortal medicine. Thanks to them I was able to achieve the Ring of Fire faster. My Ring of Fire has reached 1 star. The 2-year-old Leon lay in his crib, with just a slight exertion of strength. His hand was already engulfed in flames. This was clearly what he called the Ring of Fire. And another 2 years of persistent training passed. My normal schedule would include playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning and taking a nap in the afternoon, and practicing at night. I doubt there's any baby on this continent busier than me. Time continued to pass and I was now 5 years old. The 5-year-old Leon sat blankly checking the system panel, which clearly stated that he had achieved the 2nd Ring of Fire. Your spirit has become a little stronger with the effect of the 2nd star Ring of Fire. Mana has increased with the effect of the 2nd star Ring of Fire. Willpower has increased with the effect of the 2nd star Ring of Fire. Strength has increased with the effect of the 2nd star Ring of Fire. Leon smiled as he read this information. He could not hide his joy. I finally did it. I created the 2nd Ring of Fire. With the 2nd Ring of Fire, the flames now rotated in a cross shape. My sensitivity to mana has increased slightly, all thanks to this message. Suddenly a girl's voice came from outside the room. Oh my, young master. You're awake. I'll take your things to the laundry. It's maid Helen. Leon nodded. Yes, do it. Helen diligently bent down, picked up all the dirty clothes in the room, and took them away. Leon observed Helen's expression and whispered to himself, just as I suspected, she can't see this message window. To reiterate, I saw this window in my status since achieving the 1st Ring of Fire. At first I wasn't sure what it was, but I quickly realized that it was a convenient system that allowed me to see my condition at a glance. At that time, the status after achieving the 1st Ring of Fire only had the benefits of bone chilling, poor endurance, not as good as it is now. And based on Helen's reaction at the time, it seemed like she couldn't see these messages. Leon put his hand on his chin, worried. Even so, the poor physical condition and the curse of frost remained unchanged even though I reached 2 stars. If I hadn't taken the fire tribute immortal medicine, how difficult would it have been to reach 2 stars? And it's not just the immortal medicine. Surely Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the annex villa also contributed to this for the past 5 years, as they constantly checked if I was feeling uncomfortable or sick, so their care must have helped somewhat. The more Leon thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt, scratching his head and ears. Then he let out a sigh and told himself, even so, I'm only 5 years old, I still have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. The curse of frost is very troublesome, and so is poor stamina. That's why I get tired easily even with normal movements. However, in my past life, I was known as the best assassin. Now I even know the best training method, the Ring of Fire. With my experience as a foundation, as long as I can obtain the Ring of Fire, those poor physical conditions will completely disappear. Furthermore, if I learn Sieghart's swordsmanship, I will surely be able to kill Deruth. Even so, I can't rush. Deruth is a candidate for the strongest person on the continent. I won't be able to bear it if I get agitated about revenge this early. The number of people capable of killing him can be counted on one hand, even if it's slow. I must gradually increase my strength, until the opportunity arises. I will end it once and for all. Well then, I'll train a little more. While I was thinking, Sylvia came in. You're awake, son. Leon stared blankly. Sylvia was still as young as ever, now with a touch of elegance. She smiled at him. Do you remember Mom telling you we had to go somewhere together? Get dressed and prepare, then come to the main hall. Leon looked up at the sky and mumbled, Is today the day? The 6 kings and 5 demons maintain the balance of power on the continent. The Sieghart family, my family, was reborn as one of the 6 kings. The 6 kings bestowed good things, while the 5 demons threatened peace. Besides, other forces also have a judgment ritual to determine if someone is good or evil, and today is the Sieghart ritual. After a long journey, the carriage finally arrived at a magnificent mansion. The inside was now filled with people, all of noble class. The atmosphere was very noisy. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is the first time we've met since last year's judgment ritual, isn't it? It's because I was too busy with overseas missions. So, are there any direct descendants attending this year? I heard it's Kazan's 4th son, I also heard it's Sylvia. They just chatted freely. After all, it's about the children of the families. What, Sylvia, that failure, really? Sylvia happened to walk in and heard this scolding. Everyone also turned their eyes towards her. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit somber. Some gazes even carried hostility. Sylvia just walked through the crowd, ignoring the disparaging remarks aimed directly at her. So that's Sylvia's son. He's too young. I heard he was sick, so the rumors must be true. How can it be avoided? He inherited the bloodline of a failure. TSK, should I call him the offspring of a failure? I can't believe she's allowed in here. Do we need to perform a judgment ritual for the child of a failure? I really hope I don't have to see them again. Honestly, the standards have really dropped. Sylvia just listened to every malicious word, even aimed at her little son. Leon heard it but didn't understand. The direct descendants were slandering him a lot. Was there something he didn't know? He didn't care about being cursed, but she's truly shameless. Leon frowned, only feeling pity for his mother. It's okay, Leon, his mother's voice called out. Leon looked up. Sylvia still kept her bright smile and instructed, just look at Mom. Leon bent down and tightly clasped his mother's hand. Just then, an announcement was made, the patriarch is entering. The entire hall fell silent. From outside the door, the sound of footsteps echoed. Leon held his breath and looked in that direction. It's been a long time, probably about a year, hasn't it? The person who entered was an old man with shining epaulets on his shoulders and a thick cloak. He sat on the throne placed in the center. He was Glenn Sieghart. Glenn spoke, It seems everyone is here. No one said anything. He knocked his hand once, and a giant sword suddenly appeared in the center of the hall, plunged into the ground. Leon felt the air become heavier. Is that the sword of judgment? Along with that, Glenn spoke, Let the judgment ritual begin. Leon marveled inwardly, is that the sword of judgment? If one places their hand on the sword, it can tell how much mana talent a person has. A staff member next to Glenn began to announce, Let's begin. The first is Ben Sieghart. From the balcony above, a boy stood up and called out, Yes. This child then approached the sword and placed his hand on it. He added, A child's skull is not fully formed at the top. When they are 4 years old, it begins to close and fuse together. After that, their mana usage ability will no longer change. That's why children are gathered to know how much mana talent they have. In this judgment ritual, as soon as that kid placed his hand on the sword, a blinding light emanated, followed by a cool breeze enveloping the sword. The people around them clapped. Oh, the boy has wind attribute. Look, the sword is glowing. His mana quality is also the best. A prodigy, indeed Kazan's son. Glenn nodded and commented, This attribute is not bad. It's very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on feeling the energy of the wind. Next was Runan Slyan from the Slyan family. In another corner, a white-haired boy quickly jumped down. Leon observed the boy and analyzed that he could see how this sword worked. The light on the blade would show the purity of mana, while the mana attribute was shown at the hilt. Then a white light appeared enveloping the sword. Leon focused on observing the next development, so this is how he identified others' talents. Sieghart. On the other side, the crowd began to cheer. Another genius from the Slyan family. It's not for nothing that she bears the Slyan surname. She is of the same rank as Lord Ben. Leon could only click his tongue looking at her. People in this family are all obsessed with the word talent. I guess my results won't be good. Even though I achieved a 2-star ring of fire, my mana circuit still has a lot of the cold air of ice. Either way, I don't care. Time continued to pass until the staff member announced the last person was. Needless to say, all eyes turned to one side. The boy Leon Sieghart. Glenn Sieghart's grandson. Please come forward, the other person said. Sylvia smiled and said to her son, let's go, Rayon. The boy replied, yes, Mom. In reality, he didn't expect much. He told himself, just check which attribute would suit this body and which attribute he should develop in the future. Sylvia saw Rayon dazed, thinking he was scared, so she followed to guide him. Have you seen what the other children did? Just do the same. Leon nodded. Yes, I understand, Mom. As Leon placed his hand on the sword, he only felt the sword emitting a chilling, icy cold air. Next, a strange light like crystals began to emit from the sword. Then with a burst, these crystals ignited, radiating fiercely around Leon. Leon was also surprised by this intensity. What was this light? A strange scene suddenly appeared in his eyes. A blond man in a red cloak stood amidst countless giant monsters. What scene was he seeing? These monsters were glaring at the young man. They seemed to still be wary of him. Leon stared blankly at the retreating figure. Who was this person? Next, this young man raised his sword high into the sky. A terrifying stream of heat energy emanated from the sword. Then, this heat energy was released when the sword was swung down, and thus led to a cataclysmic explosion. Leon immediately snapped back to reality. He now saw the strange scene unfolding before him. Why is the sword? The whispers served as an answer to Leon. Look, the light hasn't even reached half the sword yet. Glenn shouted, cutting in, the judgment ritual is over, you may leave. The nobles of the various families left, each with a mocking smile at Leon's result. In another corner, a butler said to a young boy, let's go, young Master Ben. The last person walked away, the door slammed shut. In the room, only Sir Glenn and the judgment sword remained. Glenn looked at his aide and said, I guess it won't do any good. The aide bowed his head, yes. I think that's all the boy can do. Anyway, I don't expect anything from this child. Suddenly, a strange flame erupted from the sword. Glenn was startled. That stream of fire suddenly engulfed the entire room, fierce as waves. Glenn's eyes widened as he looked at the sword emitting the golden light of the sun. He remembered something he had almost forgotten. The aura that the first patriarch of Sieghart possessed was a terrifying power, strong enough to harmonize both demonic fire, golden mana and golden flames. This dazzling golden mana had only appeared once. Glenn had read these lines in a precious book. Throughout the history of the entire JH family, it was brilliantly beautiful with a dazzling golden light like what Glenn was witnessing. This brilliant, enveloping light was golden flames. His mouth became dry, mumbling, Leon, this grandson. Returned to Leon, who was now checking the status board, which was still the same, no title, Curse of Frost status, poor endurance, reduced physical energy, reduced mana affinity, attributes unknown, ring of fire and water resistance both 2 stars. He clicked his tongue, alright. It seems I'm about to reach the 3rd stage. 7 years have passed since the first judgment ritual, and I'm now 12 years old. With regular training, my 2 rings of fire are about to increase to 3, my water resistance has increased to 2 stars, and the frost spreading throughout my body is gone, so my limbs are no longer stiff. Of course, moving my body is still difficult, but it's much better than before. Leon was sitting in a field, daydreaming. If I could cure the curse of frost, my development speed would be much faster. I should start exercising too. Suddenly someone called, Leon. It was his mother. Sylvia, you need to get ready. What are you doing here? Let's go, we'll be late. Leon frowned. Yes, so it's time for me to participate in the second judgment ritual. I guess I'll have to see those incomprehensible things again. As before, he and his mother went to the clan's gathering place. Finally, Langrissa Regretta, you've worked hard, so the judgment ritual is now concluded. Leon was also sitting on a chair like other teenagers. Perhaps because only those from the side branches were present, things went faster than I thought. It wasn't until then that his grandfather called his name, Leon Sieghart. You must have received the order to participate in basic training as a member of the clan, so why haven't you responded for a month? He questioned. Leon didn't understand anything. What was he talking about? Basic training. Hearing this, Sylvia immediately stepped forward to explain. Father, Leon is different from other children. He still has the curse of frost in his body, so the training is still too much for him. Leon was surprised. Did Sylvia know about this? This is the territory of Sieghart. There are no exceptions or refusals from those who bear the name Sieghart, Glenn said with a stern face. If you can't go, crawl there and train. A member of the Sieghart family must have that spirit. Sylvia still tried to plead. No, please father, give me some time. Glenn blurted out angrily. If you can't, Are you planning to run away again, taking that child with you? These words made Sylvia stop abruptly. On this land, you can only live as a Sieghart. If you don't like it, get out of here immediately. These final words left Sylvia speechless. At this moment, she recalled the malicious words directed at her before. What, is she planning to run away again? This will be interesting. Now she doesn't even have the mental energy or mana to break it. It's unbelievable that someone like that is of direct lineage. Leon looked up at his mother's dejected back. Now I understand. The reason Sylvia was treated like that was because she had left this clan. Sylvia lacked presence despite practicing martial arts, which meant her mental energy and mana circuits were completely destroyed. Mother left home, met my father, and married him. But after I was born, my father died, and she had no other choice but to return home. Because she had given up her position in the direct lineage and now returned, she had to receive treatment even lower than that of a member of the collateral line. However, that was others' perspective and their own situation. As Sylvia's son, I couldn't stand seeing my mother treated like that. Leon walked past Sylvia as if seeing a figure from the past. When she realized, Sylvia shouted, "Leon, what are you doing? Come back here." "Master, I'll handle this, so please." Leon ignored all these words and walked straight ahead. "It's okay, Mother." This statement surprised Sylvia. Leon stood before his grandfather and declared loudly, "As per your order, I will participate in a training starting next month as you commanded." "But I didn't even know there was training," a man sitting next to him said. "He is wise Martial Palace Denier Sieghart, whatever it's called. Basic training is not at a level that a sick person can endure. You should withdraw immediately." Leon remained resolute. "I carry the name Sieghart, so I will pay the price for it. I will participate in the training." "You dare to tarnish the name Sieghart? Do you understand the gravity of mentioning the name Sieghart?" Glenn said slowly, his words containing no small oppressive power. This surge of power directly enveloped the young Leon. In an instant, he was covered in sweat. A few drops of blood fell to the floor. It was blood from Leon's mouth. He was also chilled to the bone. It felt like his skin and flesh were being torn apart. Even just a look could affect me like this. It felt like my heart was clenching. It even affected me more than Robert's, Leon thought, clenching his fists tighter. Is this truly the warrior, the destroyer king of the north, Glenn Sieghart? Seeing Leon collapse, Sylvia and the maid rushed to support him. "Sir, Leon is still young. He doesn't know what he's saying." Denier also interjected. "Sir, the boy is just an ignorant child. Please withdraw the pressure you're putting on him." "I am speaking," Glenn repeated. The pressure he exerted did not abate in the slightest. Denier was also sweating profusely out of fear. "I apologize." Sylvia gritted her teeth in pain, hugging Leon tightly and pleading, "Father, Leon's health cannot withstand training. Please father, withdraw the pressure." Leon's eyes widened. He was recalling in his mind. Assassins are those who must live in the shadows. Always closer to death than life. They would never reveal themselves. Leon imagined the figure of his past self watching him in the present. Then the past Leon hit the young Leon's shoulder and pushed him forward. "But now I'm no longer an assassin as before. I will no longer live in darkness." And so after this push, the past Leon sank into darkness, while the present Leon was brought towards the sunlight. This is also a confirmation, a crossover between the past and the present, between Leon's past and present lives. I will no longer live as an assassin. Leon bit his lip. He had now decided in his heart that he was Leon Sieghart. "And I will bring Sylvia back to her rightful place." Without knowing when, Leon had left his mother's embrace and moved towards Glenn. "No, I don't know, because I grew up in a branch mansion, not the main building. I don't know how arrogant the Sieghart name is. That's why I want to see for myself what the so-called true Sieghart is like." By participating in training, Leon loudly retorted to his grandfather. In his heart, he told himself, "Leon, I will protect Sylvia, the happiness and smiles of those precious to me. I will definitely take back everything with my own hands." Glenn asked again patiently, "Do you mean you will judge the Sieghart clan through that basic training process?" Leon trembled all over, still trying to reply. "Right now, that's the only way I can learn about the Sieghart clan. Then I will have to check everything to ensure that the instructor has prepared thoroughly," Glenn added. The young Leon's breathing became increasingly labored. "So as not to disappoint you." As soon as he heard his maternal grandfather's final words, Leon couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground unconscious. "In my past life, I was the best assassin, and now I am someone who has learned about the legend of the Ring of Fire of the Six Realms. If I can utilize all the abilities from them, it's not impossible to gain a high position in the clan." Even while unconscious, Leon was still thinking about what he had to do next. "I will show you how hard the pebble you look down on is." The scene shifts to a training ground, where a man is currently observing intently. Isn't that boy a patient who can't move? The owner of Wise Marshall Palace, Karun Sieghart, couldn't believe the latest news. The supervisor also broke out in a cold sweat as he recalled. Yes, only one or two maids overheard the conversation between the Saint of Rags and the Patriarch. The young master must have been very ill. Karun pondered. Before, when I saw the boy, his body was not normal either. How could he withstand my pressure? He put his hand on his chin and muttered. Now that I think about it, Sylvia was also once the most talented. Put someone in the branch mansion, he concluded, ordering his subordinate. Understood. Act as quickly as possible. As for Leon, he was currently jogging with his mother. Leon, don't push yourself too hard. Leon was out of breath, panting heavily through his mouth, taking large gulps of air. He didn't know that Karun had already issued an order, report everything that happened there. Sometime later, at Sieghart Training Ground No. 5, a greeting was heard. Let us await the visit of the Patriarch. Welcome, Lord, you appearing here as Glenn Sieghart. I didn't expect that there would still be a young man sleeping soundly in this place. Glenn approached the person and called out, stop pretending to sleep, get up, Limer. The long-haired young man immediately jumped up. Oh my, I can't believe it. You are the only one who saw through my fake sleeping skill, Patriarch. This man with long hair is named Limer Diaz. Brilliant sword, Glenn scolded. The trainers are sweating and running around, yet you are so leisurely here. Limer replied casually, of course, they will obey my orders. I use my head while they do manual labor, that's fair. It's been 50 years, and you're still like a child, Glenn chided while Limer just smiled sheepishly. People change, or they die, but I'm an elf. You came here for your youngest grandson, didn't you? As soon as Limer saw Glenn, he guessed his intention. Young Miss Sylvia has also spoken to me, but I didn't expect the Patriarch himself to come here like this. Glenn was surprised. Sylvia has been here, Limer replied. She asked me not to let Leon get hurt. If you also intend to do so, then perhaps this trip of yours will be in vain. Patriarch, you yourself said that no one can interfere with Training Ground No. 5. Not even you, Limer said frankly to Glenn. Even if you are worried about your youngest grandson, I am no exception, he repeated. Unexpectedly, Glenn said, of course. Do not reduce the intensity of training, increase it until you deem it appropriate, and eliminate the weak, he instructed carefully. Limer asked worriedly, then your grandson will be expelled. Ah, Patriarch, what do you mean? Limer seemed to guess something. He covered his face and smiled. Oh my, you love your grandchildren more than I thought. Is it because you couldn't take good care of young Miss Sylvia, so you poured your love into that child? Glenn, flushed with anger, said, if you weren't my comrade in arms, I would have had your head cut off. Don't go easy on the boy and remember to clearly distinguish the good from the bad, leaving only those who meet the standard for training, Glenn repeated again. Limer smiled and replied, then I respectfully obey. Glenn turned and left. Yes, do as you wish, I'm leaving now. Limer smiled and saluted. Yes, have a safe journey, Patriarch. It wasn't until Glenn left that Limer chuckled to himself. Leon, I'm very curious about what you are. Returning to Leon, he was checking his status screen. He had received his 3rd Ring of Fire, meaning he had achieved 3-star Ring of Fire. All his stats had increased due to the effect of the 3-star Ring of Fire. Notably, one of the 9 cursed Icebone strands had disappeared. Leon read it and exclaimed, 3 stars are a completely different level. My body's perception has increased, and my mind is clearer than before. Remembering training with his mother beside him, why did I have to push myself so hard on the first day? It just happened naturally, the young Leon retorted. Thinking back, thanks to Sylvia's intervention, his arm and leg muscles began to develop without much difficulty. Furthermore, this magic status window further promoted his growth. But this is just the beginning. The Sieghart clan's training is famously arduous. 3 stars are just the necessary foundation to start as an apprentice in the clan. Only with a strong foundation can one build a tall building and live through the days to come. By proving my achievements are superior to others, I will shut up those who once mocked me. So after all, Heavenly Sword Saint Deruth Robert. I will not stop until I slit his throat. I had barely sat down for a moment when someone called out to Leon. It was still his mother, standing at the door asking, why aren't you sleeping yet? Yes, Mom, Leon replied. Why are you here at this hour? Sylvia sat on Leon's bed and replied, you're going to the training school tomorrow to start basic practice, aren't you? I came because I have something to tell you. Do you absolutely have to go? Sylvia asked. She confided, actually, I still want to stop you. You always suppress your pain, no matter how much it hurts. I don't know what to do if you get injured all over your body during training. It's not that I'm not letting you go, but just 1 year. Can you postpone it for 1 year? Sylvia said, placing her hand on Leon's shoulder. To her surprise, the boy said, I cannot step back. Every time I see relatives, both near and far, meeting people, every time I see their expressions as if they are looking at a weakling. When they look down on Mom, I feel very indignant, so I cannot back down, Leon said, placing his hand on his chest to express his feelings. As long as you train well, they won't be able to look down on you anymore, he said sincerely, looking into his mother's eyes. Sylvia smiled happily. Then she praised, You are very smart, Leon, you must have realized why I had to live alone and why people cursed me. I met your father during a mission and fell in love with him, but because of your father's knight status, it was very difficult for us to be together. Therefore, I destroyed my mana veins and my mental energy and left my family. Actually, you have an older sister, she is 2 years younger than you and her name is SIA. When I was living peacefully, an army from Eden recognized us and tried to assassinate us. Your father was not that strong, and I was pregnant with you. So, we couldn't do anything. Fortunately, your father always secretly sent guards to protect me, but they were far away. By the time they arrived, it was too late. At that time, your father and sister had lost their lives. I had nowhere to go, no other choice. I was forced to return to my family, therefore, I am considered a sinner of this family. I don't know what to say to your maternal grandfather. As she said this, Sylvia's voice became choked with emotion. Selfish, Leon only felt this way after hearing the whole story. Sylvia is truly selfish. She abandoned the family's responsibilities to pursue her own happiness, and returned only to beg for their care. I understand why she was treated so harshly. But she is also the one who gave me this new life. It was the first time I met someone who truly loved me like this, even though everyone thought she was selfish, at least to me, she is the only mother I've had in 2 lifetimes. Leon turned to ask, Mother, do you regret it? Do you want to go back to the time before you left home? Sylvia smiled and replied, No, I don't regret it at all. I lived as if I didn't exist in this house, only when I left here did I truly feel alive. That was enough. I was truly happy then, and now I am happy to have you in my life. I'm so sorry, Leon, I'm not a good mother. It's okay, I'm fine, don't worry, Leon reassured his mother to ease her mind. He also smiled unconsciously, even if others criticize you as selfish, you are my irreplaceable precious mother. Revenge will be successful after I help her regain her inheritance in the Sieghart family. Seeing her son smile, Sylvia suddenly felt embarrassed. Then a tear rolled down her cheek. Sylvia burst into tears. Leon became anxious. Mother, why are you crying? It took a while to comfort her. Leon sighed in relief when his mother finally calmed down. At this time, he was alone in the room. Leon told himself he should check the progress of the Ring of Fire and then go to sleep. The training would start soon. Leon began to sit cross-legged, forming a seal with his hands. A flow of energy began to slowly revolve around Leon's body. He assessed, It's okay, the rotation speed of the Ring of Fire has become faster after reaching 3 stars. If it's this fast at 3 stars, how much faster will it be in the intermediate stage? Suddenly, bursts of sparks began to gather in front of Leon. A voice echoed from the void, The time has finally come. The mass of fire seemed to have sentience. A face appeared within the giant flame, smiling at Leon. Your wrath has reached me, Essence Emperor, in the name of the second demon monarch of wrath, I will avenge you. Leon was stunned by this event and muttered, What is this thing? Then the system announced, Special ability has been activated, special ability Wrath has been created, Wrath has awakened. The fire creature calling itself the Essence Emperor raised an eyebrow and observed Leon's body and soul. Why is there a child here? Leon asked cautiously, What are you? The Essence Emperor retorted, I should be the one asking that. Who are you? The wrath I feel is not something a brat like you can unleash. Then the Essence Emperor himself realized, It's you. You're hiding a very deep resentment in your heart. It looked deep into Leon's heart with its special eyes. The Essence Emperor then circled Leon and whispered into the boy's ear, If so, then offer your soul to me. In return, I will help you exact the revenge you've always desired. Leon tried to recall everything. Did he appear because of his rage towards Deruth before death? But it was too late now. After thinking, Leon replied, No, I don't need your help, I will get revenge myself. The Essence Emperor was startled. Ha! Leon thought to himself, I'll never get this chance again, I can't let someone else take revenge for me. He repeated, I will be the one to take Deruth's head. The Essence Emperor continued to circle. It seems you're mistaken, kid. I'm not here to negotiate with you, it said with a strange smile. I, the Essence Emperor, have made my decision. The fire surged high above the room's ceiling, and the flames in the room became denser. Leon hugged his body. This flame was a bit peculiar. What is this? Why is this flame so cold? Could it be that You just need to sacrifice your body to me." With those words, the Essence Emperor lunged straight at Leon. The boy was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just like that, the Essence Emperor's flames surged directly into Leon's body. In an instant, it enveloped Leon and then slowly disappeared. The temperature in the room also dropped suddenly. Leon slumped onto the bed, clutching his chest. "So cold, my body, no, even my mind feels like it's being frozen." His elemental attribute must be ice, not fire. After infiltrating Leon's body, the Essence Emperor began to whisper, "Think about him, unleash your wrath. Even if they are gods, I, the Essence Emperor, will put an end to them." Leon hugged his arms tightly, trembling. Thanks to his water resistance skill, he could endure a little longer, but this attack wasn't just about temperature. He continuously incited his anger. At this moment, Leon's mind kept replaying the image of the moment he was killed by Mr. DeRuth in his previous life. The Essence Emperor kept whispering in his ear, "I will smash his head and drink his blood. Surrender quickly and offer me your body." Leon gritted his teeth and endured. He had other worries. If he gave him this body, who knew what he would do to Sylvia and the servants in the house? He would rather die than sacrifice his body to him. The Essence Emperor still tried to persuade him, "If you unleash your wrath and accept me, you'll feel at ease, but you choose to struggle meaninglessly like this. I didn't want to harm this body so I could use it later, but I guess it's no use. I won't hold back anymore, I'll just devour you and be done with it." Leon collapsed onto the bed, his body feeling like it was about to shatter. "I've reached my limit, this body can't hold on much longer. If it continues like this, I'll die soon. I want to live." Then, Leon suddenly thought of something. "If I can resist ice aura thanks to my water resistance skill, then I might be able to withstand the physical and mental pain when using the Ring of Fire." Leon began to form seals with both hands. He began to summon the power of the Ring of Fire. "If I want to live, this is the only way." In a moment, the red flames from the Ring of Fire enveloped Leon's body, pushing back the blue flames of the Essence Emperor. Seeing this, the Essence Emperor began to worry. He gritted his teeth. "I've only just awakened, how could this happen? A lowly human dares to challenge me." Seeing that his actions were effective, Leon slowly raised his head and declared again, "I will get revenge myself. I refuse to let a stray spirit possess my body." "Stray spirit, how dare you call the demon monarch of the demon realm a stray spirit?" The Essence Emperor roared angrily. The blue flames began to swirl around Leon. He simply sneered, "You dare call yourself the demon monarch when you can't even defeat me? Or is the real demon monarch dead? You should leave." Provoked, the Essence Emperor's eyes blazed with anger. "How dare you mock me?" Although Leon was boastful, he was also worried. He tried to use the little time he had to analyze the current situation. He had just said he had only recently awakened, which was probably why he couldn't use his full strength. The system screen suddenly appeared. Leon was surprised. "Special ability support, what is this? Why all of a sudden?" The Essence Emperor shouted at this moment, "It's my power, the status window. How do you possess it?" Leon was bewildered, his stats clearly displayed. "What is this status window with a message? What does it have to do with you?" Leon tried to question. The Essence Emperor circled, unwilling to answer. "Of course it's related. That system was created by myself. But do you know why you can use it?" Leon continued to wonder, "What is the system for?" The Essence Emperor shook his head repeatedly. "I have no reason to tell you. Is this also to promote growth?" Leon asked again. "How do you know?" The Essence Emperor stammered after hearing that. Leon found it amusing. He couldn't even control his emotions. No wonder he was wrath. "It's strange, the effect of the Ring of Fire is even stronger than in the previous life, so it's all thanks to the system." Thinking to the point of madness, the Essence Emperor screamed, "Sacrifice your body and return my power to me. Give it back quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a chunk of the Essence Emperor was blown away. He was furious. "What do you think you're doing?" It turned out Leon had just punched him. "It was worth a try, though I didn't use much mana for that punch." "Is he an invisible spirit? Then aura won't do anything to him," Leon mused. The Essence Emperor was still furious. "After all this posturing, no one has appeared. How dare a mere human treat me like this? Perhaps I'm the only one who can see and feel him." Leon waved his hand to dismiss the Essence Emperor. Seizing the opportunity, the Essence Emperor thought of a way and shot towards Leon's arm. Blue flames began to wrap around Leon's wrist, eventually transforming into a tiny bracelet. Leon looked at the bracelet, pondering, "This is a bracelet." The Essence Emperor spoke, "My seal has only just been broken, but my power will return. When the time is right, you won't be able to stop me. I will haunt you until you have no more lingering wrath." Leon broke into a cold sweat and sighed inwardly. "He's so annoying. I really want to kill him." But if I force him away, the system might disappear, and who knows what he'll do to Sylvia and Helen to capture me. It's better to have him by my side for easier monitoring. I'll trust my own progress and hope I can overcome him." While thinking, Leon intently looked at the bracelet. "This is a bit off topic, but why did you choose a floral bracelet? It doesn't suit you at all," Leon taunted. The Essence Emperor replied irritably, "It's my personal preference, don't judge." Leon sighed, all right, whatever." The next morning. From early morning, Sylvia and Helen were waiting at the door. "I know the young master will be all right, but still. We've prepared everything." Both looked up towards the second floor where the voice came from. "I'm coming." Leon slowly descended the stairs, a briefcase slung over his shoulder. He said with a smile, "The training academy is here." Before leaving, his mother and maid lingered with Leon. "Young master, remember to be careful, don't push yourself." "I will." "Helen, are you going back?" Helen turned to look at Sylvia, only to see her eyes red. "Young Miss Sylvia, you're seeing the young master off, but you don't look happy. The young master will feel disheartened." Sylvia sat down, placed her hand on her son's shoulder, and instructed, "Leon, travel safely." The boy smiled to reassure his mother, "Don't worry, as I told you, if it's too difficult, skip it, don't try too hard." And so, Leon began to leave for the training academy to start his courses. Sylvia kept looking after him with lingering concern. "Everything will be all right, won't it?" Helen comforted her. "The young master has improved so much, he'll overcome the training and come back." "Yes, compared to before, he's much better, but this child." Sylvia watched Leon with worried eyes. "Young Miss Sylvia, the teacher this time is renowned for being astute at Sieghart. With Leon's efforts, he'll succeed." Helen continued to reassure her. Sylvia held her son tightly, reluctant to let go. Leon chuckled wryly. "Yes, mother, I promised I wouldn't get hurt. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my word." Sylvia couldn't hold back her tears. "Just trust me." Now that the boy was gone, Sylvia still couldn't bear it. "Leon, come back safe and sound." After all, Sylvia had to accept that her son had grown up. The training location was Sieghart Training Academy No. 5. Now, countless children were appearing outside the gate, with excited chatter everywhere. "Which house are you from? They probably aren't too strict with students, right? My parents told me to get into the top 10. Only Leon stood alone, not talking to anyone. Just as rumored, many people had indeed come. Not only relatives and friends came to Sieghart Training Academy but also those nominated by their families. According to Helen, because there were too many people this year, they even had to set up 6 training academies. Lost in thought, Leon suddenly noticed people pointing at him. "Isn't that him?" Not far away, 2 boys were laughing at Leon. "Look at his withered muscles, they'll probably crumble if you touch them. A sickly person like him will probably give up halfway. Why is he here to show off? And that gaudy floral bracelet, how old is that? So outdated." At this moment, the Essence Emperor, hiding in the bracelet, felt annoyed. "What are you talking about? You wretched scum, you nobles are blind. The Essence Emperor will smash your bones, crush your flesh, and gouge out your eyes." The Essence Emperor circled in front of the 2 boys and cursed them. It seemed the 2 boys couldn't see him. Leon, not one to be bullied, spoke up. "Why are you 2 gossiping? Say it to my face." He cut into the conversation between the 2. Leon scolded directly. "Don't you know that gossiping behind people's backs is wrong?" The 2 boys were startled and flustered. "How dare you? You're clearly a spoiled brat forced to live in the annex. You're from the collateral line, not the direct lineage." Leon asked with a nonchalant expression. "What status do you have to use the word look down when you yourself are merely from a collateral line? Isn't that word only used for opponents of lower status?" The 2 boys were rendered speechless by his words. One of them, unable to restrain himself, grabbed Leon's shirt, intending to attack. "You're truly ungrateful." Leon didn't back down. He glared, his arm tensed, ready to unleash the ring of fire. Just then, someone intervened. "Stop it right there. The training is about to begin. What are you doing? How dare you tarnish the Sieghart clan's reputation in front of outsiders? This boy is a legitimate descendant, named Ben Sieghart." The 2 boys looked embarrassed upon seeing him, clearly showing a mixture of apprehension and respect. "Young Master Ben, we apologize." "And you, know your place," Ben said, facing Leon and scolding him. "You are just a tiny grain of sand that I can brush away if I wish. If you don't want to be kicked out of the annex, then live contentedly." Ben lectured him condescendingly. In fact, this boy already held a grudge against Leon. The foolish-looking boy in front of him had attracted the attention of the clan elder, but it was by leveraging circumstances rather than his own true abilities. An uneducated person who shouldn't even have a chance to train dares to. Ben harbored deep resentment towards Leon at that moment. Back to the present. Ben was still being obnoxious. If you're not going to participate in training, then get out of here right now, otherwise stay out of my sight because you won't be able to pass this training. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Leon let Ben finish speaking before he spoke. A direct descendant, but you don't have any rank. You intend to kick me out of the annex. You think you can do that when you're not even a student yet, Leon said, hitting Ben where it hurt. Oh, I guess you might have a chance to do that if you go and beg your father. Ben clenched his lips in anger. Ben was enraged. How dare a collateral descendant? Suddenly someone kicked open the wooden door nearby. A loud bang drowned out everything else. Wow, you've already started fighting. The person who appeared was Limer. He smiled. I guess it's because you have the spirit of youth. Leon recognized his identity as soon as he saw him. Wasn't that Limer brilliant sword of the Sieghart clan? I heard he retired after his mental energy was damaged. Limer smiled friendly and suggested, perhaps you can continue fighting after the opening ceremony. Leon also didn't expect this person to be here. Seeing the training instructor appear, Ben just clicked his tongue and left. A moment later, everyone gathered. Limer introduced himself. Welcome everyone, I am the head instructor. I will supervise your training. My name is Limer. I look forward to working with you. This elf instructor looked at the students and chuckled. I heard that 160 students came to participate in the training, but there are only 8 instructors. No matter how you look at it, there are too many students, so I will reduce that number by testing. With a cheerful face, Limer announced important, somewhat frightening news to all the students. Exactly only 1/4 will be kept, Limer explained, holding up a finger. Immediately the students were in an uproar. Only that many people will be kept. Impossible. What is this? Teacher is just separating the good from the bad. You know, I just want to choose a few outstanding people, Limer tried to explain. This arrogant bastard. How dare you look down on the Essence Emperor? I'll tear this elf's ears off. The Essence Emperor angrily shouted for being underestimated. Leon had to lightly punch his bracelet. Be quiet. On the podium, Limer leaned back in his wooden chair and smiled. In this training school, I am the law. If you have any complaints, just go to the clan leader. Let's start right away. Humph. What are you doing? Run quickly. Limer squinted and smiled, pointing at the students. Immediately the whole group looked stunned. Endurance and willpower are the foundation of martial arts, Limer exclaimed. Run a few laps in the gym. Stop when I tell you to stop. Run at maximum speed. All the students started running as fast as they could. If you want to run, you have to get ahead. Why are you staying behind? The Essence Emperor came out and blamed Leon, among the students whispering, why did he suddenly start running? Leon said quietly, this is not a competition, there is no need to overtake others. In fact, Leon had researched and knew that what Limer valued was a person's potential and character. He doesn't pay attention to superficial things. Those who can endure will pass this trial. I'm sure I'll last until the end. Among the running students, the 2 frontrunners were praised by the judges. Young Master Ben and young Miss Runan are truly peerless. All of you are doing very well, but those 2 children still stand out the most. This is not their maximum speed yet. At that pace, they can run for hours. At only 12 years old they have reached that level. Thinking about the future of these children, I feel wary. And that little kid, is he the kid from the rumors? At this moment, these people noticed Leon. It's not surprising, the kid can't keep up, he's constantly falling behind. That kid is sick, running at that speed is already impressive. The kid looks tired, he'll probably fall soon. Limer heard all these remarks. He said nothing, just smirked. Interesting. Have I ever met a child like him? It seems that what Deruth sees is different from what others see. I thought there were people whose potential I couldn't see. They are the strongest, because I can't see their depth. I can see the characteristics and colors of those children, knowing what kind of people they will become in the future. But what about Leon? Why? I can't see any color. In Limer's eyes, Leon was just an unclear black and white creature. Limer was even more excited by this. It means the child's potential is beyond my perception, he mumbled. How interesting. On the student's side, the guys who saw Leon running behind sneered. See, he acted arrogant and is now last. He should be grateful to be last. He's going to fail anyway. Looking at his foolish expression, I bet he won't last 10 minutes. As for Leon, he was thinking differently. Impossible. It's just training. Why are they just making us run? In his past life, they released monsters that had been starved for a long time. I had to run for my life to survive. Isn't this just running? Is it too simple? Thinking about the present, Leon smiled unconsciously. Time passed, but it's unclear how long. The students started to get tired. Limer was still carefully observing the young Leon. He looked stunned. Is something wrong with that kid? How can he still keep running? His stamina should have run out long ago. This goes beyond what people call persistence or stubbornness. This kid should have no stamina left to even crawl any further. Such willpower can only exist in warriors who have trained relentlessly and experienced near-death countless times. How can this kid possess such a strong will? Limer put his hand to his chin and muttered, Leon Sieghart, interesting. Down below, only a few students were still running, and Leon was catching up to young Ben by now. Seeing this, Ben became somewhat enraged. Why, how can he still keep running? I was convinced he had no training conditions at all. According to the holy man, Sylvia's son was highly likely to die, so forget about becoming a warrior, and he was even worse the last time I saw him. But how? They are all so damn annoying. Ben gritted his teeth in anger, and finally made a bold decision. Fine, I'll show them. Controlling his aura, Ben activated his power, and immediately his body seemed to be imbued with a surge of energy. His eyes flashed. I will show them that there is a huge difference in skill between us, to the point where you will want to give up everything and surrender. Just like that, Ben immediately surged to the lead, picking up speed as the stamina of all other contestants was depleted. Leon paid no mind, merely showing slight surprise. Running just ahead of him was little Runen. On the contrary, Leon found it laughable. Despite that noble writing style, he was just a kid. Mentally, Runen was more mature than him. We are not competing against each other in this test. This is a battle against ourselves. There is no reason to be affected by him and disrupt my current pace. Time continued to pass for a while longer. Most of the contestants had already given up, gasping for breath. At this point, everyone started to feel strange seeing Leon still running. Damn it, what the hell is this? How can he still keep running? I was sure they said he was sick. Does he even know what fatigue is? As for Leon, his running speed remained the same as before. His entire body was burning hot. Fatigue was clearly unavoidable. He kept reminding himself, stop chattering as if this is easy. I'm about to die from the coldness of my body right now. It felt like my heart and lungs were being squeezed shut, but somehow I could prolong my stamina by optimizing the use of the Ring of Fire. The only thing to be relieved about here is that the Ring of Fire is growing rapidly. I guess I need to give my all for it to be fully effective if I keep this up. While lost in thought, the Essence Emperor suddenly spoke. How pathetic you are. Even though your body will be possessed by the Essence Emperor, you are not only falling behind but look at your despicable state. Give it to me, surrender your body to the Essence Emperor. At this moment, the Essence Emperor turned into a playful spirit flame, circling around to tempt Leon, besides surpassing that green-haired guy. Leon glared at him, muttering, damn it, this is the worst time for this. The Essence Emperor roared and opened his giant mouth, biting towards Leon. I will render them all completely immobile. Leon's entire body seemed to be electrocuted, causing him to freeze for a moment, his face contorted in agony. I must endure. Leon gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. His senses were leaving him due to the rage. But I need to pretend nothing is happening as much as possible. In reality, all of this was happening in Leon's mind. Outwardly, he maintained an indifferent demeanor, focusing on running. He mentally reminded the Essence Emperor, stop your foolish tricks and leave me alone. That won't affect me. The Essence Emperor smirked with amusement. Don't make me laugh. How can you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the wrath of the Essence Emperor. Let's see how long you can hold on. Leon's hand unconsciously clutched his chest, trying to endure the dull ache spreading through him. I need to endure it. If I show weakness now, he'll rush in and tear me apart immediately. Seeing Leon still acting normal, the Essence Emperor lost his composure, becoming even more frantic. Ah, you stubborn brat. Why is the Essence Emperor's wrath not effective on you? Leon panted, not bothering to answer him. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die. I can't even control my own body anymore. My vision is blurring. I can't even breathe properly. Leon's vision darkened. He was about to collapse. His pupils blurred. Leon wondered, is this the furthest I can go? Hey, you can stop now, the examiner announced. The last ones to stop looked like they were rescued. Some couldn't bear it and sat down on the ground, gasping for large breaths with their mouths open. Ben sat down next to Leon, chiding him, you're really stubborn. Leon was too busy breathing to care about the scolding. He had a bigger worry. I almost collapsed and died there. This life certainly won't be easy. Runen turned to look at Leon with a strange expression. As for the Essence Emperor, he flew around Leon in a frenzy. Truly a monster. How can you? Leon replied. That's why I told you it was useless. It has no effect on me. On the contrary, Leon felt differently. Even so, it clearly helped the growth of the Ring of Fire. Furthermore, my body has also developed thanks to the status window. If I continue training like this, I will definitely be able to. Suddenly, to the stunned eyes of the Essence Emperor and Leon, the status screen appeared. Conditions met, extreme movement exceeding physical limits, stats have been enhanced, strength, agility, and stamina have all increased. The Essence Emperor, seeing such a notification, shouted in indignation, "What is happening? You're getting more stats for overcoming the Essence Emperor's attack." Leon was so surprised he couldn't speak. Leon felt the same way as the Essence Emperor's curse. This is ridiculous. Speaking of Instructor Limmer, he stood at the podium and began his speech. "Well done, everyone, we will conclude the test here. As for what I told you all before the run, with the mindset of being prepared to fail," the test takers all hung their heads in sadness upon hearing this. Limmer chuckled gleefully, waving his hand a few times. "I was lying about eliminating everyone and only keeping a quarter of you." Countless protests erupted. "What? I ran my hardest just for that," Limmer continued. "There's no way I'd eliminate so many trainees on the first day. They wouldn't let me teach if I did that. Besides, I never said I'd eliminate you after this test." Saying this, Limmer suddenly put on a serious face. "But if you continue to train like you did today, the majority of you will be eliminated." Everyone swallowed in fear upon hearing this. Limmer paced back and forth and analyzed. "I clearly told you to run at full speed. However, out of all 160 of you, not a single one ran at full speed until the very end, except for one person. And one of you was sly enough to even use aura." Ben's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Limmer stopped in front of the young boy, Leon. He crouched down and squinted, smiling. "In reality, what you all do doesn't matter because you are the ones taking the test, not me. However, you certainly won't fail the test as long as you follow my instructions, so don't worry about that." As Limmer spoke, he formed a circle with his hands and aimed it at Leon. But it's not easy to do that." Finally, Limmer declared, "From this moment on, you will all become provisional recruits. I will remove the word provisional if you can pass the test within the next 6 months. Oh, and by the way, I'm planning to select one outstanding recruit, but I won't be ranking you. You'll be able to experience the top-class accommodations the family has prepared. There's also an indoor training ground on the left side you can check out." At the end of the session, Instructor Limmer simply gave a brief introduction to the training school grounds for the new students. A moment later, in a nearby forest, Limmer was strolling to meet an important person. Seeing the sparkling insignia, Limmer smiled and said, "I have a guest waiting at my napping spot, don't I?" "My lord." The person Limmer met was the clan head, Sieghart Glenn Sieghart. He turned and asked, "How is everything going?" Limmer continued and replied, "Shouldn't you be the one asking me that, my lord? You must have seen everything since you came all the way here. You also know how good I am at evaluating others. As expected, Ben and Runan have the most exceptional talent, and the other children also have the potential to become pillars of the clan in the future." However, Limmer paused for a moment. "I don't see anything from Leon. I don't understand why that kid was able to keep running until the end. His stamina should have run out long ago. This is the first time I've seen something like this since the last time I saw you, my lord. Every day has been so boring since my mental powers dissipated," Limmer said with a bitter smile, "but I have a feeling this will be interesting." Glenn jumped down from the rock and landed next to Jim. "You're the one who insisted on becoming the instructor for those recruits, aren't you? Your job isn't to find joy, but to raise these children into warriors of the Sieghart clan." Glenn said a few words and turned to leave. Limmer replied, "Of course, my lord. Furthermore, I have a feeling I'll be able to entrust my own future to one of these recruits," Limmer said with a hidden meaning. Glenn understood that his words were aimed at his grandson and replied, "It's just a coincidence. That kid is unlikely to become a warrior." They exchanged no words, and Glenn slowly departed. Limmer simply smirked and smiled faintly. "You know that's not true." Returning to the recruits, Leon sighed in relief. "The basic training is over, let's head back to the training school." Essence Emperor noticed the scornful glances directed at Leon and pouted. "After all that brat is too ill-mannered." The other students intently watched Leon's retreating back. They all looked at him with envious eyes. Unreasonable, the sun gradually set, and groans echoed through the air. The 3 students who had gathered earlier were complaining, "Unless he cheated, there's no way he could have lasted that long." "You're right. I've definitely heard about his illness." These 3 belonged to a collateral branch, led by the orange-haired Crane Sieghart. Crane pondered and said, "It must be due to the elixir. I heard that the Saint of Rags bestowed it upon him." The other 2 were surprised. He did that?" The 2 became enraged. "So he ran thanks to the power of the elixir, and yet he pretended to be so talented for lasting till the end, that shameless scoundrel. So, I'm thinking," Crane flashed a cunning smile, "should we teach that arrogant bastard a lesson?" Leon was sent flying into a tree by someone. He looked up at the person in front of him and asked, "Why did you suddenly do that?" Facing Leon was Crane, who smirked and said, "Oh, you don't know." His two subordinates started chiming in, "You're discarded by the main lineage, yet you dare to brag when you only exploited the power of some elixir you were lucky to get. If you hadn't received the elixir bestowed by the Saint of Rags, there's no way you could have run like you did today. How dare you pull such tricks on us, who belong to a collateral branch without special abilities?" Leon was too tired to explain. Children are children indeed, such a ridiculous reason. The other two, seeing Leon's silence as an admission, continued to grin widely, their hands and feet starting to flail. "Don't worry, we just brought you out here to talk." "That's right, we just wanted to chat with you for a bit." "Don't worry, this happens all the time." Crane cracked his knuckles. "You heard the teacher, right? We need to interact and learn from each other." Crane clenched a fist and threw a punch at Leon. Essence Emperor immediately appeared. "What? My master was treated like that and could still endure it, even though it wasn't anything sad." Unexpectedly, Leon retaliated with a subsequent blow, but before that, he punched directly into the guy's mouth, the leader Crane. The two subordinates were completely shocked. Leon, who was so weak, managed to strike Crane first. What was even more shocking was Essence Emperor. Talking. "Huh, yes, you're right," Leon spoke up then. On the other side, Crane had been knocked out. "Let's talk with our fists." Leon cracked his knuckles, a satisfied smile on his face. The other two, emboldened by their numbers, rushed in, but Leon dodged with a few swift movements, evading all their attacks. He threw a kick straight into one guy's stomach. The other, trembling with fear, asked, "What are you doing?" while the other guy, after receiving the kick, could barely breathe. "Ah, how could I lose?" As soon as this guy finished speaking, Leon landed a punch right in his face. Crane, who had just woken up, also couldn't escape getting hit. Only Essence Emperor's eyes widened in admiration. "You just landed that punch. This scene is truly one in 1,000 years. Leon said nothing, still focused on teaching the three collateral brothers a lesson. A moment later, after the beating, the young men collapsed to the ground, retching a few times. The two subordinates clutched their bodies, rolling on the ground begging for mercy. "No, I can't breathe anymore." Crane knelt down and apologized to Leon. "We were wrong, please stop." Leon stomped directly on Crane's hand. He leaned down and sneered, "Before we finish this, I have a question for you." Crane, in pain, didn't dare to groan. "Yes, yes." Leon asked directly, "Who instigated you to do this? Was it Ben?" Crane's eyes widened in alarm upon hearing this name. Crane bowed his head and stammered, "No, we hid it from him. Ben has nothing to do with this." Leon marveled inwardly, surprising. "I thought he didn't like me. He's probably not that malicious." Leon continued to ask, "You won't go back and tell your fellow disciples about today's heart-to-heart, will you?" Crane replied, his face pale with fear, "Of course not." Leon grabbed Crane's head. He leaned in close and threatened, "Fine, if you don't want to have another talk tomorrow, then try to stay away from me tomorrow." Crane, trembling with fear, replied, "We won't bother you anymore. We were wrong. If you understand, then get out." Leon roared. So the whole group scattered in panic, leaving only Leon standing there. He didn't notice that not far away, drill instructor Limer had observed everything. He just smiled and commented, "What a beautiful sight. It feels like witnessing the Lord when he was young. The boy's bloodline is real. He also has martial arts talent." He muttered, "A hidden gem among the most talented. I am looking forward to seeing what you can do, young Leon Sieghart." Late at night, everyone returned to the training camp to rest. Leon was checking the system's new notification that he had met the conditions. "Wrath was very pleased with your reaction. Agility increased by 1 point." Essence Emperor yelled upon seeing this. "What is this? You received points for pleasing Essence Emperor. This system is crazy." Leon said indifferently, "You created it. How can you not know?" Essence Emperor turned to confront him. "Of course, I've never tested this system with anyone else. This is because you stole it from Essence Emperor." "Oh, is that so?" Leon sneered. Essence Emperor angrily scolded, "You ungrateful brat." But then Leon quietly turned and walked away. Essence Emperor calmed down and said, "I have a suggestion for you." "A suggestion?" Leon asked. "You should make a bet with Essence Emperor." He suggested, "If you win, I'll give you stat points, but if you lose, you have to accept my wrath." As soon as he finished speaking, the system also responded, "Wrath proposes a bet with you. The condition is to pass the test for official trainees by ranking first if successful, all stats +2 and receive any attribute. If you fail, create 10 points of anger emotion." Leon read carefully and asked again, "Do you mean to rank first in the competition to become an official trainee that Limer mentioned?" Essence Emperor replied, "That's right. He said there would be a first place, so the result is clear." What about the random attribute? Essence Emperor explained. One of Essence Emperor's attributes will be bestowed upon you. Of course, the level will be lowered to suit an ordinary person like you. Leon wondered, so just one more question. What about creating 10 points of anger emotion if you fail? It means exactly what it says. You will receive the emotion of anger, which Essence Emperor possesses. The feeling of wrath that Essence Emperor transmits to you is nothing. Essence Emperor smiled seductively. But if you hold on to Essence Emperor's wrath, you will lose control of your emotions, no matter how strong your will is. Leon remained silent, so that was his intention. Looking at the way he acted like a trustworthy person, I don't think he's lying. He even answered very honestly. Compared to the reward, the risk of failure is quite small. Perhaps this is a poison apple I have to eat. With my current condition, becoming the top student will be very difficult, but I have been resurrected. Leon thought for a moment and replied, the conditions are not bad. All right, I accept. Essence Emperor exclaimed, excellent. Response system, you've accepted the bet with wrath. Immediately Leon's palm burst into a blue flame like the Essence Emperor's. He was confident that if he utilized his experience from his previous life, he would never lose. The next morning, in the middle of the training ground was a group of panting recruits. Everyone was exhausted. My legs are about to explode. I don't have the strength to stand up anymore. I had to run my lungs out this morning, and now it's like this. A few minutes earlier, Limer was still explaining, what you are doing is a horse stance. Even though it's just a horse stance, don't underestimate it. This is the basic stance in martial arts. Everyone has to practice it. Hold that stance until the teacher says stop. I'm going to sleep. In front of him, the recruits began to maintain their horse stance. Ah, of course, it's not mandatory, so I'll say it again. You guys should rest, not me. Back to the present, a recruit shouted, this is too hard. I can't do it anymore. When will we get to learn sword techniques? Forget it. All we've done so far is run and do the horse stance. Ben, standing beside him, reminded, then stop complaining. The basic training is over. Go and train. Because we are only learning basic exercises, your sword techniques will be worn out. They left. Essence Emperor circled around Leon and said, they are going to practice sword techniques. Aren't you going with them? He asked. Leon shook his head. I don't need to go now. With these pathetic skills, going to practice sword techniques would be a waste of time. What I need now isn't a sword, but foundational strength and physical fitness. Currently, due to the curse of frost, my physical strength is much weaker than others. For growth and training, the foundation is still the most important. Leon was planking at this moment. His body soaked in sweat. He still tried to train diligently. Now I have to focus on strengthening my body more than anything else. Leon was training. Not far from him, another recruit was hiding. It was the girl Runen Slyen of the vassal family. She was intently watching Leon. Is that guy Leon Sieghart? He's progressing so fast. His weights are heavier than yesterday. I'm sure I heard he was sick. The girl observed Leon carefully. But day by day, the weights he can lift are also getting heavier. It's obvious he must be training hard to lift heavier weights. But increasing like this every day is too unreasonable. How can he lift 10 more kilograms of weight in a week? Maybe it's because he's different. Why would a patient be so persistent? Leon Sieghart, lost in thought, she finally went to where Leon was training. There's definitely something about this guy. Runen walked straight up to Leon. As soon as he saw her, Leon recognized her. Runen Slyen, you're here again. She didn't say anything, but just looked directly into Leon's eyes. Leon was surprised to see someone standing in front of him. Runen, Leon asked, why are you here? The two looked at each other without saying a word. Runen thought to herself, what's going on with this child's development? Suddenly, she felt something unusual. She smelled a faint, pleasant scent. Runen Nan found herself unconsciously approaching Leon. She calmly walked past Leon, then sat down with a shy expression. Then she started lifting weights. Leon saw this, stood up, and turned away, which surprised Runen. While both were training, Runen trained while looking at Leon and thought, it really is that scent from before. After that refreshing scent from Leon earlier. After smelling that scent, my body felt lighter. She clenched her fist. Thanks to it, I can now lift heavier weights than before. While Runen was lost in her thoughts, Leon spoke. Hey, do you have something you want to say to me or something? No, Runen quickly replied. After hearing that answer, Leon scratched his head and walked away. Runen's answer seemed to have confused him. Runen must have something to say, but she really couldn't say it. She looked towards the boy, Leon Sieghart. I'll need to follow you a bit longer. In the student training area, a group of young men appeared, led by Ben. The whole group was looking at Leon, or rather, paying attention to the fact that Runen Nan was sticking close to the kid Leon. Whispers began. Why is Runen following that guy? What's so good about hanging out with someone who's been kicked out of the legitimate lineage? Ben said nothing. Ben spoke up. It's useless. Just repeating simple health exercises won't do any good. Basically, Leon lacks strength, so he needs those simple exercises, but no matter how hard he tries, he's no match for us. I don't know what the test content is, but at least as preparation for that day, if it's just to develop my own martial arts, it would be quite alright to continue practicing swordsmanship, Ben said, looking at the wooden sword in his hand. Let's go. No need to pay attention to that collateral, the results will speak for themselves on the day of the test. With that, Ben led everyone away. A leaf fell into a puddle in the silence of the night. While Leon was training to prepare for the upcoming test, a person with moss-green hair appeared and greeted him. Lord Leon. The youngster introduced himself. Hello, I am Dorian, may I train with you? I want to learn the proper stance. That moss-green-haired person is the external helper duty. Leon replied, well, I don't really mind. Thank you. Well, it's not much, Dorian said as he reached into his backpack, intending to take something out, arousing the curiosity of Leon and Runen. But please, eat this, it's delicious. It turned out to be a cake. Leon intently observed the strange shape of this cake. He refused. I'm fine, so take it back. Leon glanced at Runen. Meanwhile, Runen was staring intently at the cake. Seeing this, Leon broke into a cold sweat. Runen's eyes widened even further. It seems the cake has truly captured this young girl's attention. And because of that, Leon became even more flustered. In the end, he gave the cake to Runen to eat, whispering in his heart about his misfortune. Now there's another stranger around. And so, the gym group now had 3 members. April had passed, and May had begun. The gym group also became closer and closer. Ben's side also did not take a single day off. After all, it had been 6 months since they started training. Spending each day with the intention of pushing life to the boundary between living and dying. The backs of the obstacles from his early training days were no longer visible. Exhaling to the very end of his trachea and focusing only on the people in front of him. Only 2 people remained in front, and then time finally passed. And the morning of the test arrived. Thank you for coming, a welcome from the host echoed in the bustling stadium. As guardians of this year's participants, please follow the marked lines and move in order. As instructed, the nobles began to take their positions, each with their own thoughts. Leon Sieghart, do you still remember the bet with Essence Emperor? Essence Emperor was circling around, questioning Leon. In the end, you still couldn't surpass those 2, so be ready to accept Essence Emperor's wrath, he said with a demonic cult smile. Well, the entire test is different, so you never know what might happen. Leon waved his hand dismissively. More importantly, Dorian, what are you doing down there? Leon asked, looking down. Dorian, you are currently bent over on the ground, answering, no, I'm just a bit too nervous because today is the test day. As long as I breathe out, even the weakest me can do it. Leon, what does Dunan want to say? Here, have this cookie. The girl held out the cookie towards Leon, who replied, breaking into a cold sweat, no, I'm fine. Suddenly, he noticed Ben looking at him. Why are people like them near me? Ben sighed inwardly as he looked at the gym members standing right behind him. In the Guardians' seating area in the stands, Sylvia said excitedly, Helen, look over there. Our Leon is standing there confidently. Of course, he has endured rigorous training for 6 months. It seems our Leon has made friends now. With Leon's personality, it's only natural. Sylvia and Helen were overjoyed to see Leon talking with Runen and Dorian. Young Master Leon never once complained because he is young and understanding. Sylvia was happy to see her son like this, making friends and all. I'm so proud of him. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed. The figure of a man in a red cloak entered. With a noble-looking beard. The clan leader is entering. The clan leader himself is coming to watch. The crowd began to stir. The newcomer was none other than Glenn. Wasn't it that he never came to watch in person before? Everyone was surprised by his appearance. Everyone was taken aback by the clan leader's arrival. Brilliant Sword Dio, tearfully, asked, wow, what is the clan leader doing here? It's an event that will shape the future of the clan. You're reacting as if this is a place I shouldn't be. Haha, of course not. Welcome, Lord Limar said, a little awkwardly. Well, since the clan leader is here, we won't beat around the bush. We will immediately begin the official trainee selection test, Limar announced, raising his hand. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, the criteria that everyone in Sieghart has been quite curious about will now be revealed. In an instant, Limar's eyes changed, a green light shone in his eyes. A terrifying wave of pressure headed straight for the rookies, a green pressure like that of dense jungle leaves. It carried the coolness of nature, but was no less grand and terrifying. Even Leon felt a chill run down his spine. "Through my pressure," Limar declared, "that is what we are testing today." Limar began to release pressure, directly suppressing all the rookies present at the scene. He explained, "Pressure is simply something inseparable from a warrior's life. This test will assess the level of this ability." "Wait a moment, I object," an audience member complained. "It hasn't been long since the children learned aura. Why are you testing pressure so early?" This was followed by a wave of boos. "In fact, there are still children who haven't learned aura yet. A simple pressure test is simply too unfair," not to mention what some of the brats said, that all you do in the snow is sleep. "What's with this test?" Limar sighed. "Pressure isn't just about applying mana. True pressure is the level of spirit energy a warrior has built through their achievements. It is proof of a warrior that can demonstrate their skill without needing aura." "You're saying that?" Before the person could say anything more, they were interrupted. "He's not wrong." "My lord," the person was startled because the one who interrupted him was the clan leader. Glenn explained Limar's method. "One can only truly grasp pressure through how they have lived and trained." Limar was pleased that Glenn supported his method. Even someone who doesn't possess aura can possess immense pressure depending on the difficulty and perseverance of their training. As soon as Glenn finished speaking, Limar continued, "Indeed, my lord, you truly understand everything, so that's it. I'm sure no one here has any objections to the test, right? So let's ignore the troublemakers and start the test right away. Runan, please step forward, the rest of you step back." The first contestant to be called is Runan. "Now, Runan, the pressure I am about to release will be at a level that you will be able to overcome if you have exerted your best in training. If you can overcome the pressure and touch me, you will pass," Deruth explained. Then he just smiled. "The test will begin now." A stream of blue light was released from Limar. This blue light grew stronger, clearly showing on Runan's face. The pressure made Runan curl up to brace herself. "You will fail immediately if you use aura to resist this pressure. I want you to pass this test with the willpower you have built through training so far," Limar reminded the girl. The pressure grew even greater, causing Runan to shut her eyes tightly and grit her teeth in endurance. Trying to take step by step towards Limar's position. Runan's hand was nearing the instructor. Finally, Runan successfully passed the test by grabbing Limar's wrist. Instructor Limar placed his hand on Runan's head. Acknowledging her achievement, he praised her for passing with ease. "I can see the fruits of your hard work. I want you to continue to step forward with that willpower." At this moment, Runan was still panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat after the recent test. Next up was Dorian, who had just been called. The boy was shaking like a leaf. Him, what kind of ranking is this?" Dorian seemed unprepared, his face bewildered as he hadn't expected to be next. "I rank them however I like, so get your butt up here." Dorian trembled as he walked onto the platform, sweat dripping down his face. "You saw what Runan did before you, didn't you? I want you to use the willpower you've built through training to overcome the wall of pressure I'm creating." Limar tried to encourage him. Dorian, still trembling, asked again, "Do you really think I can do it? I'm quite notorious for having no willpower at all." "Well, if you don't have it, then I'll simply fail you, it's that simple." Just interrupted Master Limer, radiating the pressure from within his body as he did with Runan. A pained cry from Dorian, the pressure too much for him, causing him to slump. Leon, watching from the side, realized something from Master Limer's test. The amount of pressure he released was adjusted depending on the subject. He was adjusting the pressure based on the kids' levels and how much they had trained, so he was really observing each one individually, wasn't he, Limer? "See, all you needed to do was come here, you passed." Dorian, the kid, was clinging to the teacher's leg, trembling, but still lacked confidence in his own skills. "I advise you to hold your head high and face it from now on." Dorian finished the test and immediately vomited. Limer also broke into a sweat. "Well, I think you've heard enough, all right. Next." The test continued steadily. "Next, Ben Sieghart." "Yes," the kid shouted loudly. "Let's get started right away," Limer Mo said. Limer Mo's stern eyes seemed to see through the nature of the boy Ben. The pressure he created this time was no less strong than with the previous ones. "He wants me to go to him while enduring this." Ben was scared. "It's completely different from what I saw outside. How could Runan overcome this?" The strong pressure also made Ben slump. "I can't take another step." "You definitely have talent that far surpasses others. The number of people who can face you among the 160 students here can be counted on one hand." However, Limer began to explain, "You Along with the other students who followed, you have wasted your time. What's the point of honing sword skills when you lack a goal? What you should have been doing is not practicing your sword skills but strengthening your body and will. You always relied on aura when things got tough. If you use it now, you'll fail immediately. Hearing Master Limer's warning, Ben told himself, I can't fail here. There's no way I can forget that time, when my father refused to let my big brother in. I can't forget his cold eyes. If I can't overcome this, I'll be discarded too. After recalling past images, Ben got up. He strained himself and moved towards Master Limer. Finally successful, Ben grabbed Master Limer's leg. He also announced, you passed. You're still just a 12-year-old kid. I want you to stop acting like an adult and train at a density appropriate for your age. If the only thing you do is look forward, you'll never notice the thorns piercing your feet. After saying these words, Limer felt like he had lifted a burden because he could finally reach the heart of this arrogant student. Now Limer turned to the contestants to continue the test. Finally, Leon Sieghart, yes, being called. Leon slowly stepped forward. Leon seemed very confident and ready when his name was called. The two faced each other. You're the last one, are you ready? Of course, Leon replied confidently. Then let's begin. This time the green light emanating from Master Limer was much stronger. It was like a fierce wave shooting straight towards Leon. Those pressure streams, radiating wider and stronger, also made those around feel it a little. His mother exclaimed worriedly, Leon. What the hell is this pressure? Glenn was also surprised by this level. Is this really your test? Leon stood tall against Master's terrifying pressure as if nothing was happening. I don't know either. The talent I see in you is definitely superior to Runen and Ben. Limer smiled brightly. Try enduring this. Master Limer glared at Leon. Leon also started to sweat. He had to raise his hand to brace himself against it. Quality is not something contained in the body, but in the realm of the soul, and now I not only have Leon Sieghart's quality, but also the level from when I was an assassin. Leon started walking towards Limer. The situation before him made Master Limer's eyes widen in surprise. Can it surpass this much pressure? Even his grandfather was surprised by those sights. How could this be? This is so unreasonable. Right now Master Limer is even stammering. Something that should have surpassed the bounds of impossibility. Leon gently placed his hand on Master Limer's stomach. Everyone in the stands widened their eyes in surprise to see Leon overcome such immense pressure. Perhaps the most surprised were Limer and Glenn themselves. Leon smiled confidently. Has the test ended yet? The other recruits were surprised. Did he just break through that pressure? Impossible. Did he break it? That kid? The entire scene buzzed with discussion. Master Limer himself was now stunned. A cripple with no aura, how could Leon be the same? Waiting for the instructor's judgment. Hey, Master Limer asked, what are you? He frowned. I've been watching you train for the past 6 months. I'm Leon. Master asked this because you did better than everything I taught you in the past 6 months. You created pressure beyond my abilities, you intentionally caused trouble, but I didn't expect you to be able to break through it. DM didn't dare to hide anything and spoke his thoughts directly. Leon shook his head and gestured towards the stands. Master Limer suddenly came to his senses. I know. He returned to his usual smiling demeanor. Ha ha ha. It seems the Grand Master distracted me. Leon Sieghart is the last contestant. The official selection of students has ended. I will announce the top students you are all curious about. Who are the top students of training school number 5? Everyone is anxiously waiting to hear the final results from Master Limer, and it is Leon Sieghart. Oh my, our Leon is ranked first. Young Miss Sylvia, Leon did it. Leon's mother cried with emotion. Unbelievable, Leon Sieghart is the top student. If he could break through that pressure, then surely. But how did he surpass young Master Ben? Everyone still seemed to be discussing the results announced by Master Limer. Suddenly a voice called out. I don't accept it. This is not right. You're lying. Ben disagreed with the result. Seeing this, Master Limer asked, lying about what? In terms of endurance, strength, and talent, Leon is inferior to me. I don't accept someone like him being ranked first, Ben argued. It's obvious he cheated. It's obvious he cheated. That makes sense. The audience also began to show agreement. How could he be ranked first while afflicted with the curse of frost? I heard he doesn't even have an aura, or did he bribe the teachers? The rumors spread further and further. Limer was getting tired of hearing them. If the rumors about Master Limer are true, then it seems so. We are all warriors of the Sieghart clan. Instead of a test like this, I think we should have a duel to decide who passes. Ben pointed at Leon and suggested. Master Limer just chuckled. Do you desire the top recruit position that much? Ben Sieghart, you hit the nail on the head. The kid stammered. No, it's not like that. Unfortunately, the test has ended. Clan head, what do you think we should do? Limer shifted the responsibility to Glenn. He just frowned, not making a decision yet. Finally, he said, Leon Sieghart, others seem to not accept this result. Do you want to duel Ben? Ben stood behind, smiling smugly as he saw the clan head suggest a duel. But the answer he received from Leon was no. The test is over, the results are out, why should I duel him with no benefit? You always talk about legitimacy and honor, Ben. I don't think you would lose so miserably like this, Leon taunted. You damn brat. Leon's sarcasm made Ben's face flush with anger. Then let's do it. Let's duel for the top recruit position. If you win, I'll give you a bronze card. Glenn understood and raised the reward. Leon immediately thought about the reward the clan head had set, a bronze card. The Sieghart clan will award gold, silver, and bronze cards depending on each person's achievements. Each card corresponds to a different reward, even if it's just a bronze card, but a card personally awarded by the clan head. I'm sure I'll get something decent. It seems he's not happy that I ranked first. I understand. Leon accepted the one-on-one duel with Ben for the clan head's reward. Glenn declared, let's begin then. This time we'll decide the most talented student. This is a one-round duel. Anyone using aura or weapons will be disqualified. Only physical combat is allowed. Limer began to explain the duel rules to the two contestants. All right. Teacher Limer cleared his throat. Begin. At Teacher Limer's command, Leon and Ben immediately charged into battle. Ben was the aggressor. He threw a punch straight at Leon's face. Fortunately, Leon managed to dodge it in time. However, after dodging, what awaited him was an additional kick. Leon ultimately had to raise his hand to block this blow. Just that alone made Leon's arm ache. This is the righteous tiger fist that my father personally taught me. There are no rules forbidding the use of martial arts, so this is not against the rules, Ben yelled. His fist began to glow. Leon took this direct blow, with a loud thud. As expected of young Master Ben, that kid Leon couldn't move anymore. The new recruits watched the battle with excitement. Someone weaker than me, and from a branch family, unleashes a barrage of punches. Ben continued to think and resent. You dare to aim for my position as the top student. He began to reminisce. Forget it, Ben. The Sieghart clan doesn't need the weak. That was the memory when his father disowned Ben's big brother. Don't disappoint me, Ben Sieghart, he reminded the boy. Now back to reality. It was a psychological burden for Ben. Father is watching me. I must prove myself. I cannot afford to lose to someone like you here. Ben continuously pressured Leon, but Leon managed to defend against most of it. With every punch thrown, Leon tried his best to dodge as closely as possible to conserve energy. At this moment, Leon was extremely focused. I can see. From his fist to his rhythm, all his attacks were crystal clear before my eyes. Have you surrendered yet, Leon Sieghart? I will finish you with this move, Ben yelled and lunged forward. This time, Leon was in a defensive stance, also preparing to throw a punch. Why should I surrender? He clenched his fist. An extremely powerful punch was unleashed by Leon. The two fists of both sides collided. As a result, Ben was sent flying. Leon's punch continued to strike directly into Ben's chest. What is this? Ben's right fist trembled, while Leon continued to clench his right hand, preparing to throw another punch. It was as if the air was also condensing around this punch. A direct punch sent Ben flying. Ben was hit until he foamed at the mouth. Impossible, the audience panicked. That's the righteous tiger fist. How is that possible? Everyone shouted in unison. Glenn was also surprised by this outcome. How do you know the void-breaking fist? Ben recognized Leon's final familiar move and tried to ask. You showed it to me, Leon replied simply. I just imitated your martial art. He just used the righteous tiger fist. This is absurd. How could he possibly use the righteous tiger fist? The audience gasped at this unexpected ending. Or perhaps it was secretly passed down to him. If not, how could that be? Some people began to speculate. This is truly impossible. No matter what, it's unthinkable for that kid Leon. Ben collapsed before Leon in the presence of Teacher Limer. This kid is truly talented. Even Teacher Limer couldn't have predicted such a scenario. This kid was able to nullify the spiral of the righteous tiger fist by creating a martial art with an opposing spiral. Just being able to read the opponent's martial path is enough for people to call him a genius. But he could also turn that redirected path into his own skill. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the pinnacle of this continent. This is what the Sieghart family is looking for. Leon's image shone brightly in Limer's eyes. He is a divinely talented individual. I believe this match has concluded. As everyone has seen, the result is quite clear. Teacher Limer announced to end the match. The winner is Leon Sieghart, and with that, today's test has come to an end. As soon as they heard the results, Sylvia and Helen ran down from the stands to celebrate. Leon was surprised. Sylvia rushed forward and hugged Leon tightly. At this moment, the young boy was also deeply moved. Helen was also crying with emotion. Only the Essence Emperor was circling around, crying that he was hungry and wanted to go home. In reality, other students were also being picked up by their parents. Runan's parents were also crying and hugging their daughter. Only Ben was being supported by the butler. He looked towards his father with great anxiety. He just stood watching from afar and then turned and left. Seeing this, Ben's forehead was covered in sweat. It was clear that his father was very disappointed with this result. Bright lights shone in the dark night from a room in a magnificent castle. That brightly lit room was Ben's father's study. A sad expression was still evident on Ben's face. In the gloomy, silent atmosphere, a voice broke the silence. Ben, yes, father. Do you remember what I told you? Ben replied. You told me to come back as the top rookie and warned me never to lose to anyone. Yes, that's not too much to ask. I told you to defeat the Slyan family and return as the top student after stepping on that Leon. Ben's father turned his chair. Turning around, you lost to that trash that was cast out of the lineage. The father revealed his clear anger and disappointment with Ben's results today. Are you trying to make a fool of me, or what? Or do you want your fate to be like your two big brothers? This question made Ben panic. He stammered, No, father. You've ruined your first opportunity. They will select the top student after awarding points to the trainees at the end of the graduation ceremony. Make sure you bring that position back for me. Ben's father meticulously instructed once more. Go. After all, his father dismissed him. Ben could only bow his head and accept the order. Yes. If you still want to live under the direct line of the Sieghart family, don't fail this last chance. These words haunted Ben's mind. Damn it, he punched the wall, venting his frustration. It's all that damned bastard's fault. I can't believe all this happened because of that piece of trash. Leon, Ben glared and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how could this have happened? I will definitely train harder so I never lose again. As he spoke, Ben walked hesitantly. While walking and thinking, Ben arrived at the training ground. He peeked his eyes open to look. Then he wondered, why did I come here? Did I come here unconsciously while I was thinking? Ben gently pushed the door open and walked in. The training room was empty. There was no one here because the test had just ended. Ben sat down and picked up a dumbbell, thinking about something. Suddenly, something caught Ben's attention. That attention was drawn to the place where the trainees' training gear was stored. But that wasn't the most striking thing for Ben. What caught his eye the most was Leon's personal locker. Ben approached the student's personal locker area. If I just take a peek, it'll be fine, right? Yes, it will be fine. I'm not stealing anything, I'm just looking. Ben curiously opened the locker. Then his eyes widened. What is this? What's with all these shoes? Leon's personal locker was full of shoes. Even a quick count showed more than 10 pairs. Did he wear all of these out in just 6 months? I've only had to replace my shoes twice. Holding a pair of shoes in his hand, Ben thought, looking at the chair he had just sat on. Ben pictured Leon sitting there practicing. Ben had an epiphany. That's right, come to think of it, he's always practicing. While I was neglecting the basics and swinging my sword to show off to others, or when I was comfortably resting in my own room. Although he exuded the very essence of the Sieghart family, I was doing the exact opposite. Ben, after a moment of thought, suddenly woke up. The space became desolate again. The dumbbells were still in their place, no one was using them. Ben picked up the shoes. Then put them back in their original place. Then closed the cabinet. Ben then walked away. He looked up at the night sky. His face became more solemn. Oh my God, I, Essence Emperor, have lived for hundreds of years and have never encountered anyone like you. At this moment, Leon was sitting alone in his room checking the system. What are you? Essence Emperor wondered. Leon replied indifferently, who knows, you can think whatever you want. First, tell me what this special ability is. Leon pointed to the system interface, which was displaying information that you had won a bet with Wrath. The reward would be given to the winner, all skill points increased by 2, the one possessed by Wrath would receive any special ability, the 1-star Snowflake Intuition special ability has been created, Essence Emperor explained. Snowflake Intuition, you received a special ability that is too good for your mediocrity. This special ability can increase your perception range, it's only 1 star now, and it can increase by about 10% more. Essence Emperor, my perception is 10 times what it was initially, Leon exclaimed. Really, that's great. But why is it called Snowflake Intuition? Leon continued to wonder with Essence Emperor, doesn't it sound good to name it like that? Leon left, not forgetting the tease. No matter how you think about it, you're terrible at naming things. Huh, you can say that. Essence Emperor was furious to hear that. The next morning, Leon was still talking to his mother when he suddenly received a notification from the butler. The Patriarch has summoned you, young master. Sylvia worried. The Patriarch summoned him. Did Leon do something wrong? The butler immediately reassured her. Haha, young miss, don't worry. The butler's attitude suggested the matter wasn't too bad. The Patriarch only wants to personally bestow the bronze token upon a young master. At this moment, Glenn was sitting, waiting for Leon to arrive. Leon knelt and paid his respects. Greetings, Patriarch. Although I don't like it, I will still keep my promise, Glenn said. The butler understood and replied, yes, Patriarch. The butler brought the bronze token to Leon and bestowed it. Leon Sieghart, as promised, you will be granted a bronze token. Later, when you return it, you will receive an item or favor in return. Leon carefully accepted the token. Holding the token in his hand, Leon thought about what to do with it. It didn't take too long for Leon to express his desired request. So, I have a request right now. The butler looked at Leon with curiosity, wondering what Leon's request would be. Sylvia Sieghart, the Patriarch, was surprised by Leon's request. What must I do to regain the position my mother once held? Both of them were confused after hearing Leon's request. The original position, you mean? It must be her place in the direct lineage, Glenn asked again. Yes, seeing Glenn's attitude, Leon was also a bit surprised. It seemed he had suddenly softened. What was going on? Achievements, Glenn replied without hesitation. If you achieve something recognized by the entire family, it's possible, but it's not that simple. Gaining others' recognition is as difficult as picking stars from the sky, almost impossible, especially for a kid like you. Hearing Glenn's words, Leon continued to look at the token in his hand. But you said it's possible, right? He said confidently. Leon returned the token to the reward tray, much to the butler's surprise. That's all, thank you for your answer, Patriarch. Leon, disappointed at not getting what he wanted, turned and walked away. Wait, Glenn called out. Hearing that, Leon politely turned back and replied, yes, I haven't asked about my reward yet, it was just a question. I can give you the answer without the token, Glenn said. Leon was quite surprised to hear what the Patriarch had just said. Huh, I never expected to hear these words from the far-reaching King of Destruction. State your wish, Glenn repeated once more. Then there is something I have thought of, what I need the most, Leon thought, clenching his fist. I want a cultivation technique, Leon said, and Glenn immediately replied, the trainers will teach you that when you start the basic training. I need an aura cultivation technique better than what is taught during basic training. Please grant me a cultivation technique commensurate with the bronze token. Leon placed his hand on his chest and repeated his request. My night aura cultivation technique from my past life was not enough to restore Sylvia's position and behead Deruth. I need a more outstanding and powerful aura. So what you want is a cultivation technique, right? Glenn said slowly. With a snap of the clan chief's fingers, a massive door opened before Leon. It was probably the library, with many books displayed inside. Leon was overwhelmed. He couldn't believe there were so many books stored here. The bookshelves were stacked high, forming so many levels that Leon had to crane his neck to look up to the ceiling. Leon was bewildered. This was one of the bookshelves of the Sieghart family. If you place your hand in the center, the book you need will appear instantly, Glenn explained. Ah, I understand, Leon nodded. After being guided, Leon immediately followed suit to find the book he desired. He just needed something better than the dark aura cultivation technique. He hoped something useful would appear. Leon's hand suddenly lit up. Waves of light flowed through the neatly arranged rows of books on the shelves. Those waves of light brought a book out from the shelf. The book hovered in midair before Leon. Leon wondered in his mind, what is this tattered old book? Everything that was happening caused everyone to look surprised. To the point that Glenn exclaimed, what is going on? How did you get that book? He yelled. The book gradually moved closer to Leon. Then it opened on its own. This book is the Thousand Flames technique. What kind of technique is this? Leon placed his hand on the book. At this moment, the book flared up, then the pages flipped continuously, and then it exploded. Pages scattered everywhere. Leon instantly became the center of a vortex, surrounded by pages. It seemed that at this very moment, Leon was absorbing the knowledge within the book. Glenn just stood there, eyes wide, staring at what was happening before him. He was utterly stunned. Do you think Sylvia was ostracized by the family? Glenn recalled the past. That's not something I need to know. The prosperity of the family is the top priority right now. Go do something else. Sylvia became close with another man and ran away from home. Don't report such trivial matters to me. After days of only thinking about the family and setting aside my feelings, I have built an army that can breach the demon wall. My family is growing stronger and stronger, so, what have I lost? Then, one day, dire news arrived. Sir, we have reports that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. The attackers seem to be the twin demons that the Eden investigation by young Miss Sylvia was about to uncover. Young Miss seems to be unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. Report, due to the attack being too sudden, it was impossible to. Patriarch, the patriarch's eyes grew more furious by the moment. How pathetic, I finally have emotions again, but things can never go back to how they were. So, Leon, even if you and Sylvia hate me, I must protect you this time. Returning to the present, Leon stood with his face tilted towards the sky, arms spread wide to receive the pages. What is this? My body and mind are being carried along by them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Leon Sieghart. Snapping back to reality, Leon was still standing in front of his maternal grandfather, Glenn. He asked, "What were you just doing?" Leon honestly replied, "I don't know, I only remember the cultivation technique vanishing from my hand." What was the name of the book? Leon tried to recall. He looked at his hand and replied. It was the Thousand Flames technique. At this moment, the system interface appeared. Thousand Flames technique, you must face the eternal flame. You have memorized the Thousand Flames technique in its entirety. You're saying you remember the contents? Glenn stood up and asked again. Leon replied, "Yes. I understand," he said reassuringly. "That's fine. You have received your reward for the bronze token. You may leave now." Leon replied, "Yes, sir." Leon left, but still felt worried. Glenn and the butler watched Leon until he was completely gone. Is it the cultivation technique that young Master Leon received that made the butler wonder until now? Glenn nodded in confirmation, yes. He continued to recall the past. It was the first patriarch's cultivation technique. In the history of the Sieghart clan, no one could retrieve or read that cultivation method. I didn't expect the boy to learn the Thousand Flames technique. If this gets out, young Master Leon and young Miss Sylvia could be in danger. The butler worried. Glenn said, "Don't worry, no one knows about the Thousand Flames technique. The cultivation method is gone. What now? It's fine, it has been passed on to someone else." Leon was delighted with this outcome after receiving the cultivation technique. Anyway, no one could learn the Thousand Flames technique. If it wasn't passed to the boy, it would just fade away. Glenn looked up at the library and mused. I have a feeling there will be a new wind in the future. Leon, having returned to his room, was now sitting and contemplating. No matter how I think about it, this is too strange. Why would he give me this? Not to mention the silver token. Even a gold token wouldn't be enough to exchange for this cultivation technique. Leon wondered about his grandfather's actions. This is no less than the Ring of Fire. I must learn it properly. However, in the dark space, Leon was walking towards a flame. Leon curiously reached out to touch it. Soon, the flame was in Leon's hand, and he was sensing it. But unfortunately, Leon did not succeed. He couldn't hold on to the flame and let it disappear. I failed again. Although I tried many times, it was difficult to accumulate aura. I didn't expect to learn this high-level cultivation technique in one go, but... Leon's train of thought was interrupted by Essence Emperor. It seems you're having trouble, aren't you? Give it your all, you must be careful. If someone interferes while you're cultivating, it'll be a big problem. It would be sad to become crippled just by touching the cultivation technique, he reminded. What is this guy plotting? Wrath is right. The Thousand Flames technique absorbs energy from nature and accumulates aura in the mind's energy. If I were to be interrupted at a crucial moment, both the mana veins and the mind's energy field could be severed, and I would become crippled. It's even more dangerous for me because my mana veins contain ice energy. Yes, if you know that, then don't interfere, Leon reminded. Essence Emperor also narrowed his eyes and smiled. I wonder what will happen. Wait, don't tell me. Leon suddenly thought of something. Just once, let Essence Emperor interrupt you exactly once while you're cultivating, Essence Emperor said with a strange smile. You'd be using a crippled body, which wouldn't be much fun, would it? It's fine. I didn't expect Essence Emperor to reply like that. You, as a person, won't be able to overcome it. However, even if your limbs are severed or your mind's energy explodes, Essence Emperor can restore everything. When you are crippled and give up everything, that is Essence Emperor's best opportunity. I understand, you said only once, right? I'm really looking forward to seeing what move you'll make this time, Leon provoked. You're exploding again. Live in fear every day, because you don't know when Essence Emperor will attack. Essence Emperor circled around, leaving a threat for Leon. Through the conversation, Leon realized Essence Emperor's intentions. This guy is truly an enemy. He is a demon from the demon realm, always ready to possess my body whenever he gets the chance. And he is the embodiment of wrath. I thought he had given up on that idea by being so quiet. From now on, I have to be wary of him. Leon sighed. All right, later. I need to deal with something more urgent first. So you're finally going to deal with her? Leon nodded and walked towards the window. Yes, it can't be a coincidence. She comes here every night. Leon and Essence Emperor looked through the window pane. I have to deal with her, he thought to himself. It's been a while since I practiced my old profession. In the dark night, a maid was sitting in an open field by the lake, doing something unknown. I had nothing to report, except when he kept muttering to himself, but this time, I really have something to report. This person is the maid of the auxiliary mansion, Judiel. I didn't expect him to be able to receive such a high-level cultivation technique with just that bronze token. And the flow of mana is extremely violent while he cultivates aura. It's unbelievable. This is indeed important information for the intermediate marital hall. I have to do it because it's an order, but he's just a child. I don't know how long I can keep this from him. After finishing the letter, Judiel directly folded it and let it float down the water, then she sighed. Let's go back now. Suddenly, a dagger was pressed against her neck. If you dare to open your mouth, I will kill you, the newcomer threatened. If you dare to move, you will die too. As he spoke, the person moved closer to Judiel. Lowered her gaze and looked down at the lake. Judiel felt helpless, sweat breaking out on her forehead. Who is he? Who could radiate such a menacing aura? Judiel trembled and followed the instructions. Looking down at the lake, she saw the face of the person with a blade at her throat, Leon Sieghart. How could this brat be following her? She was surprised. Ever since returning to this annex, I've sensed your scrutinizing gaze. Well, did you get any information? Leon interrogated. Impossible, he knows already, Judiel swallowed. I thought I hadn't left any traces, so he just pretended not to see. Why? Open your mouth. Leon pressed the knife closer to Judiel's neck. The threat was ineffective. Leon shoved a pill down Judiel's throat. The pill immediately slid down her throat. Judiel immediately felt something disgusting happening inside her body. She immediately collapsed to the ground, trying to vomit but unable to. Leon then noticed the letter floating in the water. He picked it up. Leon opened the letter and only saw strange characters. He turned and asked. I can't read the contents of this letter. This type of paper requires a special method to read, doesn't it? Water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, sunlight. Judiel listened to Leon read the contents of the letter, frowning in discomfort, clutching her stomach. So it's the moonlight. At this point, Leon startled Judiel. How did you know? Leon didn't bother to answer, continuing to read the contents of the letter. Alice Sieghart. So it's Karun Sieghart's order, Leon concluded. Judiel immediately grew fearful. Impossible, my expression is flawless. I've spent years training to be a skilled spy. Just by reading my expression, he couldn't discern that much. Judiel was terrified by Leon's discovery. Wait, no, the agony racking my body, the fact that he can so easily read my thoughts too, Judiel suddenly realized. There's only one way to explain this. The thing he shoved down my throat, could it be rage-worn? Infiltrate the annex and send me all the information about Gia and Sylvia, Karun had previously ordered Judiel. If you complete this mission well, I will give that person to you. Returning to the present, Judiel made a guess. Did you give me rage-worn? Oh, you even know about rage-worn, Leon was surprised. Your knowledge of rage-worn surprises me. Leon's words suddenly filled Judiel with despair. She stammered a few times, then covered her mouth, then tried to vomit everything out but couldn't, by introducing it into the target's body. The poisoner can sense not only their location but also their thoughts. Rage-worn is one of the most terrifying curses in this world. The poisoner can kill the target whenever they wish with excruciating pain. The expression, no doubt about it, it's exactly rage-worn. The knowledge of rage-worn made Judiel even more terrified. You sent this letter to Karun Sieghart, so you must be a spy sent by Wise Marshal Palace, and this mission must have started 7 months ago. After the judgment ceremony, you investigated thoroughly, didn't you? Leon turned to speak with Judiel. Not just me, but also my mother Helen and all the other maids, Leon said with a strange smile. Judiel never thought Leon knew everything she had done. She thought it was a simple mission. All I had to do was gather information about the disabled child Leon and Sylvia. I thought I could complete the mission easily. But there's a monster living in this annex. In Judiel's eyes, Leon was no longer a sickly boy. I'll change the content. I'll report false information. Judiel screamed in fear. Leon waved it off. Go ahead, even if you change the intelligence, Karun will eventually find out about me anyway. It will only make him realize your incompetence, he said, stepping closer to Judiel. Next, Leon stared deeply into Judiel's eyes with his bloodshot gaze. He said, "From now on, you will be a double-dealing snake. You will report to him any information he is about to discover, hide important information, and not reveal it to anyone. Conversely, you must bring me valuable information from his side." Leon explained the entire mission in one breath. "Fine, I will do as you say." In her current situation, Judiel had no other choice and had to agree to Leon's request. Leon felt satisfied that Judiel accepted his proposal. "Until we meet again," Leon said goodbye and left. "I hope to receive useful information." Judiel just sat there on the ground, too afraid to get up. On the way back, Essence Emperor asked Leon, "Why did you summon Rage Worn?" Leon replied, "I wouldn't use that disgusting thing. I gave her a poison pill that caused her intense temporary pain." "Wait, you mean you read her thoughts just now?" Essence Emperor's eyes widened. Leon replied indifferently, "You can use a few factors to probe others. Others can't see it, but I can." Hearing this, Essence Emperor's face darkened. He began to see the person before him in a new light. This was the real demon. After that, while I was engrossed in training, the day to return to the training academy arrived. During that time, despite my constant efforts, by the day of departure, I still couldn't create aura. On the training grounds, everyone was chatting lively. Leon thought to himself, 42 people passed, leaving only a quarter of the original number. "Limer, you are indeed very strict about results." Leon heard a voice from behind. It turned out to be Runin. As before, the two faced each other, hesitant, and neither spoke first. Runin was thinking about something, recalling her mother's teachings. "So, young Master G, Leon helped our daughter train. A few days ago, at the Slyan family mansion, Runin was relaxing and eating a cake when she heard that question. She replied, "Yes." The silver-haired woman opposite then asked, "Did you greet him and say thank you?" "Yes, when he gave me snacks." "What about when he helped you train?" Runin casually replied, "No." Her mother asked again, "Why?" "Father told me not to initiate conversations with boys." Her mother squinted and smiled. "Aha, I see. When you show gratitude, gender is not important. If you have received help, you must always respect and be grateful to them. That is common courtesy." Runin was stunned by her mother's words. "Remember that, don't forget." Runin listened attentively, memorizing her mother's advice. Recalling her mother's previous advice, Runin finally spoke, "Thank you, huh? Oh, right." Leon was surprised to suddenly receive a thank you from Runin. Why did she suddenly say thank you? Essence Emperor appeared and asked. Leon's face contorted as he mumbled, "I don't know, how would I know?" Runin, having successfully thanked him, acted as if she had achieved something and turned to leave. At that moment, another voice called out not far away, "Young Master Leon." Dorian lamented, "Young Master, how are you? As for me, I thought I was going to die. Even as just a probationary student, I already felt like I was dying. So I can't imagine how much harder it will be now that I've become an official student. I keep having nightmares. Last night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, just afraid I wouldn't be able to do it. And by the way, it's really..." The young man's complaints were like a punch to the ear. Leon's face was blank, and even Essence Emperor felt annoyed. "You talk too much. But I'm very happy that young Master Leon is the top student. If young Master Ben were the top student, I'd be going on and on." From behind Dorian, a familiar young boy appeared. It was Ben. Seeing the face of the person he had just spoken ill of, Dorian panicked. Perhaps what Dorian said didn't bother Ben. He walked straight towards Leon. The two looked at each other, waiting to see who would speak first. Ben bowed slightly. "I apologize. I admit my failure last week. I let everyone see my embarrassing state." This action surprised Leon. "However, I will not give up," Ben asserted. "No matter how much effort it takes, I will stand proudly before you," Ben declared. "I will not retreat, nor will I give up." With that, Ben turned and walked away coldly. Essence Emperor then appeared. Leon muttered after seeing Ben walk away. "I didn't expect a 13-year-old child to admit his mistakes. It's truly different being raised by a great family. He was beaten up and still doesn't know his place. Go and gouge his eyes out." Essence Emperor, still in a furious mood, yelled angrily, "That's good enough. Calm down." Leon had to speak up to stop him. "Who cares about that?" Essence Emperor was still furious. At this moment, a voice interrupted everything. "Sorry for being late." Teacher Limer entered, scratching his head hesitantly. "I overslept because I had a bit of alcohol the other day. Have you all rested well? First, I congratulate you all on becoming official students. We will begin official training starting today. Overall, it will still be the same as before, with a few more training programs added from now on. Our first session will be on the method of aura cultivation." Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed. A long-haired woman entered, attracting the attention of everyone present. Her opening words were a curse. "Damn it, this door just won't open, I almost got into trouble." Dorian saw this person and was anxious. "That must be," Limer smirked. "You're finally here. Pay attention, everyone, I am not responsible for guiding her, but she is the student who failed last time. Since from now on, everyone will train together, so let's send a greeting to everyone." She introduced herself. "I am Martha Sieghart, a direct descendant of the Sieghart lineage, despite appearances." "She's a very kind girl," Limer introduced Martha, but was immediately interrupted. "First of all, who is the top student?" Martha looked around and asked. "I can't let someone of a lower rank stand above me like this. I need to see who that scoundrel is holding that position." Some eyes began to focus on Leon. "Come out here, let's have a match." As for Martha, she looked around with eager eyes and declared her challenge. "Why don't we just fight?" Martha walked around and provoked. "Is there something wrong with the feng shui? Why do I always get involved with people like this?" Leon sighed in annoyance. "I am Leon Sieghart, I am the top student." Leon stepped forward and said. Martha exclaimed with delight. "You don't look like a top student at all." "All right." Martha began to scrutinize Leon. She cracked her knuckles. "No need for words, one match will tell." "Martha Sieghart," Ben reminded, "why are you so rude?" Martha retorted angrily, "This brat is speaking disrespectfully to his senior." She angrily approached Ben, intending to say something. "If you say such foolish things again, you will die immediately. You'd better choose your words carefully next time before speaking." Martha threatened Ben was not to be outdone, retorting that Leon Sieghart was recognized as the top student in front of the Lord and the instructors. Did she mean she doubted their decision? "I thought you also made a fuss about that, didn't you?" Martha deliberately reminded. "That's why I did it. I didn't expect Ben to retort immediately." "I don't want to see my shameful ministry of personnel anymore," he declared. Watching from the sidelines, Leon marveled to himself, Ben has really changed. Suddenly Runan jumped in front of Leon, for no apparent reason. She immediately spread her arms, wanting to protect Leon from Martha. She calmly said, "Stay away." "Oh, that's nice, a beautiful friendship, like two beggars covering each other." Martha looked around and sarcastically said. "If I continue doing this, I'll probably be the one in the wrong." Martha scratched her head and walked away. "Fine then, I'll be the villain. But you know, I really, wait Martha, hate cowards who hide behind others. They are even more pathetic than the arrogant ones." As soon as the words left her mouth, Martha had already passed both Ben and Runan, appearing in front of Leon. Both of them were stunned and turned their heads. Martha swung her right arm, her fist glowing, blocking. Leon remained very calm. A small movement was enough to make Martha miss her punch. Surprise was evident on Martha's face. While Martha was stunned, Leon was preparing to counter with his punch. Martha quickly defended against Leon's counter. However, the punch was so powerful that Martha actively defended, but its force still pushed her back several meters. Ben, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but be surprised and only exclaimed, "Ha!" Limer seemed to have expected it and just smiled without saying anything. Martha, pushed back, was no exception. She was as surprised as the others, not thinking that punch would be so powerful. "Ha!" Martha muttered, "This is ridiculous." A dark aura erupted around Martha's body. "Hey!" Martha began to walk step by step towards Leon, each step leaving a terrifying crack on the ground. "Don't think you can just walk away." Martha stubbornly insisted on settling the score with Leon. But Brilliant Sword Limer promptly grabbed her hand and stopped Martha. "That's enough." "When did he get here?" Martha was surprised. Limer raised an eyebrow and said, "Martha, it seems you underestimate me. Even if you think I'm easygoing, you shouldn't act as if I'm invisible. Ben and Runan have probably learned aura already, but Leon hasn't. Don't you think winning with that advantage isn't something to be happy about?" This remark struck Martha's pride, and she began to tremble. "I'll let you fight Leon freely after he learns his aura," Martha said, blushing and pushing Limer's hand away. "I was about to stop anyway." "Then Mr. Limer asked, "Leon, go back to your seat." "Leon," he replied. "What are you doing? How dare you let that brat attack me? You should tear her limbs apart and imprison her in ice for 1,000 years. The Essence Emperor angrily cursed. "We fought back already," Leon replied. Essence Emperor, still annoyed, grumbled, "How could that be enough? You must have severed her head from her body." "No, not yet," Leon said, his face calm and composed, walking slowly away. "It's better to fight her to get something from her. Luring her with the title of top student is actually part of your own plan. Just wait, next time I'll show you a good show," the Laolan whispered to the Essence Emperor. The Academy's coach under the sun. The students were engrossed in their practice when the instructor's voice rang out, "All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break." The training session seemed very strenuous. Immediately after the break, Ben drank his last drop of water, which was evident in his appearance, drenched in sweat. As I expected, it wasn't easy at all. Since I had already learned the 2-star advanced level of martial arts, it wasn't that difficult for me, but reaching the 3-star level was challenging because it required combining many different advanced techniques. But what about Leon? He looked towards Leon and thought to himself. Even though it's only been a month since he started, he's still diligently practicing even during his break time. Even I took a month to learn the 7 forms of fist. He only learned swordsmanship at the same time as me. But it seemed he wasn't the only one under pressure from the boy's progress. Ben turned his head to look at someone practicing swordsmanship frantically. He asked, "Is she being caught up with too?" "Martha Sieghart, that's the one who's been practicing swordsmanship like crazy." "Damn it, Martina down, Leon Sieghart." Even though this was his first time learning martial arts, how could he have progressed so quickly? While resting, Martha pondered to herself, unable to believe this process. He doesn't look like he's been trained in techniques like Ben or Runin, and his body isn't normal either, as there's still ice inside. How could he train all day with that body? "I can't afford to fall behind like this," she gritted her teeth in anger. "My talent is formidable, that's what everyone says about me. Ever since I was adopted by the Sieghart family, I have always been a hunter. I surpassed all my direct and collateral relatives, those worthless guys who constantly brag about being geniuses and all that. Then mock them when they were in despair. I was the genius, I was the best, that used to be who I was. But now I'm very worried that I won't be able to control it anymore." After the training session, Martha went home and received encouragement from the housekeeper, who said she had performed very well today, calling her young Miss Martha. "I don't mind," Martha replied casually. "Yeah." The housekeeper watched her, speechless. "Don't worry, young miss," he said. "What are you saying?" Martha immediately turned around, looking annoyed. "As I said, because he's shown his good side, people have forgotten about it, but young Master Leon won't stand a chance against you, young miss," the butler said, directly addressing Martha's concerns. "He will never defeat me," she repeated. "On what basis does he say that?" The butler, noticing that he had attracted Martha's attention, pointed out that young Master Leon had a fatal weakness that he couldn't overcome. "It seems Leon is still training and hasn't taken a break yet." He was breathing heavily. "I want to ask you something." A strange student suddenly approached and asked for a favor. He glanced at the student's posture. "I couldn't ask him," he immediately refused. The others looked disappointed, but his swordsmanship was so good, though. Suddenly a girl appeared, clapping her hands loudly. "That's great. I didn't expect you to be able to train with me in such a short time. You're even better than a genius, you learned so fast." No one else knew this girl. She was Martha. She praised him first to get him started, and his expression immediately changed. "But your ability to sense magic is so weak. No matter how much you practice, it's useless. What a pity. Perhaps he could at least become a fencing instructor." The other students stared in amazement. Meanwhile, seated in the training room, Coach Limer maintained a calm demeanor, also watching what was happening. Nobody said anything. Just as I thought, Martha looked around, relieved to see that what she had done was actually effective. No one thought this idiot still hadn't mastered aura after 4 whole months. Recalling the previous night, it was the butler who had pointed out to Martha that young Master Leon had no aura talent at all. Martha was surprised by the information the butler had provided her. She probably doesn't know because this happened after she was adopted, but at the evaluation ceremony, young Master Leon's psychic sensitivity was at its lowest level. The only person who hasn't learned aura in the 5th training hall is young Master Leon. His bronze medal will only give him a slightly better or intermediate level of muscle training, only slightly better than everyone else's beginner aura training method. But he hasn't mastered any method yet, so the evaluation ceremony results are probably correct. He might be the best swordsman and fighter, but without the ability to use aura, he can't become a true martial artist. Martha chuckled smugly. She was still annoyed about losing to that guy. But that guy isn't even worth my trouble. While she was smiling in satisfaction, Martha was suddenly surprised. Runin, with a dark expression, appeared before her without anyone knowing when. "Do you want to say something to me?" Runin's cold reply. "Leave." "Ah, is that all?" "Martha, leave." Runin repeated sternly. Martha didn't bother arguing. "I'm leaving. I still have to attend the main lineages class." Before leaving, she deliberately spoke loudly. Runin looked into the distance. It was dark outside, but the lights were still on in the academy's training room. On a chair, the silhouette of a student who had just finished a long, strenuous training day. It was none other than Leon. Today should be enough, he exhaled heavily. Although sweat was streaming down his face, Leon still smiled with satisfaction. This is fun. On the battlefield, I wasn't taught martial arts, but how to survive and kill. Only my assassination skills improved. I couldn't learn anything else. I didn't expect it to be this fun to learn martial arts to develop myself like this. Are you awake yet? I can't believe you just stood there when you were insulted. Essence Emperor appeared, circling around and yelling. Leon casually asked back, insulted? That black-haired girl, she kept badmouthing you, Essence Emperor explained. Leon still answered as if he hadn't heard. Oh, really? I didn't hear, I was too focused. You should pay more attention. If she said that about me, I would have frozen her solid, Essence Emperor went on and on. In contrast, Leon remained calm. As I said, there's no benefit in fighting her now. Even without the Thousand Flames technique, I could easily defeat her, Leon said as he walked towards the door. As Leon opened the door to leave, he met Runin. Runin was holding a box in his hand. It was late outside, so Leon was quite surprised. Why are you standing here? Runin immediately opened the box to give to Leon. The box in Runin's hand was a box of ice cream. Eat it. Leon took the ice cream, and a refreshing, icy sensation was transmitted from his fingertips. It's so cold. What is this? Eat. Runin simply said one word. Leon was stunned. Oh, okay. As an assassin, I shouldn't eat things others offer, but he probably wouldn't poison me. As soon as the ice cream went down Leon's throat, his eyes widened. What is this? Essence Emperor's eyes and mouth formed an O in delight. I've never tasted anything this sweet in the demon realm. It's cold too. What is this? How is it? Runin asked back. Essence Emperor, like a kitten begging for more, said, more, I want to eat more. Leon hesitated, then replied, delicious, it's so delicious. It's ice cream, Runin said. Then she quickly turned and left, leaving Leon confused. Hey, wait, Essence Emperor was still greedy. Give me another one before you go. She's so strange. Why didn't she give me another one? Essence Emperor tried to follow her with his eyes. Leon himself didn't understand what was happening. Is he worried about me? Runin likes sweets like a child. It seems there were only these 4 scoops. It seems he saved 1 scoop for me. He must have struggled a lot mentally. But it's fine by me, Leon smiled to himself. I should repay him later, Essence Emperor also reminded him, then ask her for another scoop. In the quiet night, voices came from the brightly lit castle. I'm back, Leon, it's been so long. Why did it take so long? You just got back. It's only been a week. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat right away. No, I'm not. Hurry up. This is the report I will send to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Leon was holding a secret letter. He read the contents carefully. What did they say? Leon asked. Judiel lowered her head and replied, nothing much. They ordered me to investigate a little more because your swordsmanship and combat skills have been progressing too quickly, but they don't seem interested anymore because you can't use aura. What about Mother? Leon asked about another matter. Judiel replied cautiously, I think they're also less interested in Lady Sylvia. If it continues like this, they will recall me soon, she speculated. Leon immediately felt something was wrong. No, I still need her for something. The maid stammered, young master. Are you intentionally not learning aura? Leon was surprised by this question. Leon smiled meaningfully, who knows? What do you think? Judiel trembled at his answer. It's nothing, I apologize for asking such an impertinent question. All right, you can leave now, Leon commanded. Judiel nodded and replied, yes. Judiel is gone, the Essence Emperor has appeared, and they actually think you are deliberately not learning. Leon also replied to him, taking advantage of situations and the environment for your own benefit is a very smart thing to do. Why are you having such a hard time practicing aura? I've never been like this. The Essence Emperor truly doesn't grasp the current situation. Leon sighed. I don't know anymore, let's go practice then. The Essence Emperor was startled. Oh no, again. He was anxious. This guy. Go to sleep. Leon pushed open the window and stepped outside. If I have to practice. As soon as he opened the door to go out and train, Leon stood still. In front of Leon, Master Limmer was sitting and playing with some birds, waiting for Leon to appear. Coach Limmer, oh, can't you sleep? Why are you here? Leon asked. Limmer stood up and casually replied, I came to teach you. Master Limmer patted Leon's shoulder. I will let you know your attribute. In the silence of the forest, a footstep appeared. That footstep belonged to Master Limmer. Leon was eagerly looking forward to being instructed by Master Limmer. I thought you would teach me about attributes or something. Why are we just walking around like this? Stop complaining and just wait. I'm a bit lazy, but I'm an excellent teacher, you know, Limmer replied calmly. How are you going to teach me about magic attributes in a place like this? Leon asked impatiently. Master Limmer glanced at him. I still can't forget the first time I saw you practice your technique. It was like a flame as hot as lava. Completely different from normal techniques. He tried to adapt to the coldness of his body along with the flame instead of removing them from his mana circuit. If Leon can truly master this skill. Master Limmer saw Leon suddenly stop and lean against a tree. It seemed Leon was tired. This should be enough. Leon was bewildered by Master Limmer's previous statement. All around the two of them were trees. Perhaps this was a suitable location for them to train together. In the middle of the forest. Why here? Limmer asked curiously. Master Limmer raised his hand, and gusts of blue wind began to appear, growing stronger and spreading everywhere. These winds, with Limmer at the center, swirled like a hurricane. I want to create a wind blade to protect my mister. What you are seeing now, Limmer began to explain, is the wind I chose. As Master Limmer spoke, the wind grew stronger. Leon reached out his hand to feel the wind, feeling a bit nostalgic about the day of the test. You really weakened it for me to get used to it, but I didn't seem to be afraid at all, Master Limmer affirmed. You are not childish at all. Since I was born, I have sensed this wind because I am an elf, but you are a human. Moreover, your mana circuit is filled with cold energy, which will make it more difficult for you. There are many types of wind, warm, cold, or sharp. I wanted a wind blade that could pierce through everything, and I have achieved it. You must find your own. Think about the flame you want to obtain. But this is the north. Unless you set this forest on fire, you won't be able to see a proper flame, Leon replied disappointedly. Master Limmer waved his hand and replied, if that's the case, we'll be beheaded immediately. But then he looked at Leon and smiled strangely. But there is a very suitable place for you. As he said this, the scene shifted to a stone house where someone was sitting by a fire. Hey old man, I'm here. From outside, Limmer led Leon into the house. The man sitting by the fire replied, I didn't even know why the fire was acting up, so it's you. It seems tonight's attempt has failed again. Limmer chuckled wryly. Leon looked around, sweating. Where are we? This is the place with the hottest and brightest flame in the north, Limmer introduced. A charcoal forge. What have you brought this time? The blacksmith asked. Hey, he's the patriarch's grandson, Limmer reminded him of Leon's status. I'm just a retired old man, unless the patriarch comes here himself. Leon stood to the side, listening to them talk, his mind seeming to be drawn to something else. What? Is this really fire? All your concentration is being drawn to the flame in the forge. In my previous life, I saw countless flames. Bonfires I created myself, high-level fire magic created by mages, and so on. Like these flames, their temperature, their appearance, the flames. The image of the flame I want to obtain. Unconsciously, Leon reached out and grabbed the silhouette of the flame in front of him. Suddenly saw the flame dim considerably. He suddenly turned his head and saw the blacksmith smiling wryly. He had reduced the flame. At this moment, he happened to introduce himself. My name is Valkan. This name stunned Leon. If you want to be polite, you can go elsewhere. Valkan didn't turn his head, frankly hinting for Leon to leave. Valkan. At this moment, Leon was still dumbfounded upon hearing his name. The artisan famous throughout the world for his craftsmanship. This is truly Valkan. Who created Glenn Sieghart's True Heaven sword, but he disappeared 30 years ago, yet he is here. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Leon Sieghart. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Did you tell him about me? Valkan turned to Limer and asked. No, Master Limer replied. That old man is an artisan of the Sieghart family. He's retired. Yes, he is a retired artisan, but he has been tending the flame here for 10 years. He tends this flame all year so that children don't get to see a proper flame anywhere else, Limer explained. Can you help me with something? Limer then turned and asked Valkan. He replied irritably, why don't you go to those blacksmiths? There are too many eyes there. I don't want others to see this cultivation technique before he masters it. And puzzled by Limer's request, what do you mean? Since Leon is Sylvia's son, no one pays attention. At this moment, something seemed to change in Valkan's eyes. He quietly turned around to look at Leon once more. At this moment, Leon also placed his hand on his chest to ask permission. I won't bother you, please let me feel this flame. Valkan just watched Leon without saying anything. I'm making charcoal, he said. Gold charcoal creates a much stronger flame than white or black charcoal. I've been doing that here for 10 years. If you don't bother me, you can do whatever you want. This statement was also an implicit agreement. Leon was overjoyed. Thank you. A moment later, Valkan and Limer were standing outside the forge, talking. Limer smiled slyly. You're really kind, though I didn't expect you to accept so easily. If you treat him well, I'll bring you good wine. Limer clapped Valken on the shoulder and promised. It's not because of you, Valken replied unexpectedly. He then told the truth. The flame in the furnace flared up when that child entered, so strong that it broke the charcoal underneath. That child has the ability to control flames, if it were him right now. Valken was hesitating. I think he could make my dream come true. Inside, Leon also began to enter a meditative state, preparing to unlock his own cultivation technique. He thought to himself, in the 7 months I've been coming to the forge, I've been thinking about the image of the flame I want to obtain. Leon sat motionless. Fire, I understand now. A raging fire. People say that fire is the most terrifying and powerful element, but if it can be completely controlled, it's another matter. In Leon Sieghart's mind, facing that raging flame, a tamed flame more powerful than any element. And the cultivation technique of all things has been awakened. The image of Limer Diaz standing beside him and saying, imagine the flame you want to obtain. This sentence made Leon snap back. The image of the flame he needed. The image of DeRuth Robert appeared in his recollection, drifting between his goals, cutting his throat to help Sylvia obtain the title of the main lineage. The path to his goals. It was all darkness, nothing could be seen. The more he thought, the more his goals appeared before his eyes. A torch lighting the way, a flame defeating the mythical beasts. The closer he approached the flame, the more it flared up, a persistent flame. He gazed at it with fascination. The more he looked, the more he seemed to understand. That was the flame he wanted to possess. He was almost completely immersed in it, becoming one with that abundant energy. His entire body in reality was also gradually feeling it clearly. A stronger than usual stream of fire was flowing through his body. The temperature of this forge space was seeping into his skin. I have to focus on catching it, feel it a little more. Inside his mind, Leon was astonished by a new kind of power. Is this a state of complete uncertainty? I can see my own subconscious right before my eyes. If I focus a little more, suddenly, a strange blue energy appeared in his left hand. A sinister laugh and a voice rose. It's my turn now. This thing appeared dangerously as if wanting to take over Leon's subconscious. Didn't I tell you? I will wait until you are at your weakest to freeze you. Leon was trying to resist. He was extremely surprised. I was too complacent. Why did it have to be at this moment? He began to recall that he had forgotten that he had been very quiet lately, but he was not his ally. But he was a demon who wanted to take his life. Facing the monstrous devil before his eyes threatening him once again, he was certain he recognized him as the Demon King. He struggled in his mind. Damn it, it felt like his body was breaking into pieces. He couldn't breathe. He tried to find a way to cope, but if he moved now, he would die. But if he stopped the Thousand Flames technique, he would also die. I have to focus my aura. Leon gritted his teeth with determination. He tried to move, but the situation didn't seem easy as the ice had already reached more than half of his body. To survive, he had to use his brain. He needed to think, but his mind was too hazy. The Demon King smirked provocatively. Your struggle is truly beautiful. Tell me, do you think you can withstand my power like before? It's useless. Your body and soul are mine now. His eyes seemed to surrender to his power and gradually became indifferent. The Demon King continuously spoke words aimed at shattering his hope. Your struggle for life is all in vain. You don't crave that thing working in the furnace at all, he continued. But don't worry, I will surely avenge you. Hearing this, Leon suddenly realized something. The furnace. Suddenly his mind lit up. Thank you for the suggestion. In a last ray of hope, he tried to seize the opportunity for an all-or-nothing gamble. If he did nothing, he would die. Instead of absorbing the naturally occurring mana heated by the furnace, he would directly absorb the mana from the furnace. A much stronger and hotter flame, capable of engulfing everything. Absorb it, he said, determined, and a blazing red flame appeared in his inner world. The Demon King panicked and screamed. What are you doing? He coldly replied, try. Outside, the old man was adding a little more firewood to the furnace. Then he sat down on the chair in front of it. Suddenly he noticed something. Unexpectedly, a flame erupted, forcing him to retreat. He fell to the ground, looking at the strange phenomenon before him. He thought, what is this? Why did the fire suddenly flare up so high? I've never seen such a powerful flame before. He looked around the furnace. What's going on? Looking at the young man meditating in front of the furnace, he wondered if this was caused by him, Leon Sieghart. Seeing him shivering made him uneasy. How could the furnace be cold like this? He began to approach and tried to ask, hey you, are you okay? Receiving no response from the other person, he seemed to feel more worried now. Why are you shaking like that? Say something. Before he could finish speaking, Limera stopped him from approaching. The old man wondered. Limera, the red-haired young man replied, "Leave him alone, don't touch him." The old man couldn't keep his temper anymore. He wondered, "What are you saying? He might die." Limera tried to explain, "He is in a state of complete disarray right now. There's nothing we can do. If we touch him, he will bleed to death." They were both at their wits' end. "Is that the cold you were talking about? Can't we do anything about it?" Limera struggled. "It's not too dangerous." He could only pray, "Leon, please don't die." At this moment, in his mind, he was using all his strength to fight against the deadly cold. The fire energy surrounding his body raged and continuously attacked his spirit. "Stop right now, you can't do anything." Leon Sieghart fought back resolutely. "Bullshit, I have already died a violent death once." His eyes became more determined. "My past life was meaningless. In the end, I still died with my eyes wide open. I will definitely not repeat that." The layers of ice freezing his body could not stop him from resolving to reach for the flame. Outside, the temperature gauge had reached its limit and burst. The old man panicked. "The temperature is too high. If it continues like this, the furnace will not be able to withstand such a sudden jump in temperature." Limera beside him could do nothing more. He looked directly at Leon sitting in front of the furnace. The mana in the furnace was gathering in one place. Leon. He realized something amazing, absorbing mana. Inside, Leon Sieghart was roaring fiercely at this moment, forcing wrath to try his best, yet he could not stop his will. Finally, after so much effort, he managed to grasp the flame. It caused an explosion both within his mind and in the external reality. The overloaded furnace caused the entire house to explode and burn intensely. Limera only cared about his condition. He shouted loudly, "Leon, are you okay? Answer me." The old man also called out his name loudly, "Leon." After looking closer, Lo then saw something astonishing. A beautiful flame surrounded Dayan's body. Limera immediately recognized that power source as golden flames. Leon Sieghart reached out to receive the new power energy. The system announced, "You have learned Thousand Flames technique." And then a series of other notifications appeared. Thousand Flames technique has reached 2 stars due to high temperature. Fire resistance has been created after leveling up. The icy curse melted. The poor durability attribute disappeared. Cold air gathered into an ice aura. A snowflake appeared on his hand at that moment. He raised his hand to receive it into his palm. Aura Dang Hang has reached 2 stars thanks to the frigid wrath. After the critical condition, everything became more stable. He thought to himself, "Things are progressing better than I thought. I can develop right away. I didn't expect to achieve so much." Suddenly, he glanced at the system and was surprised. Reading the system notifications, he shifted to a state of astonishment. Faced with so many achievements, Leon had to exclaim, "Is this a dream? It gave me everything. In just a moment, I have all the things that took me years to achieve." Even wrath, he thought, at that moment, it had become Leon's spirit beast. It yelled, "Damn it." Then it flew around, blaming him with dissatisfaction. "What are you? Your spirit has always been weak. How can you endure this?" Leon was extremely smug. "Did I say you couldn't? Don't misunderstand me." But that didn't mean he wasn't wary of this scoundrel. He said to himself, "Even so, I almost died this time. I must be more careful, that's for sure." After this incident, even if it was a bit closer, it was still an enemy. He was certain that he couldn't let him see his weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, a hesitant voice asked him, "Are you okay?" It turned out to be the old man. He turned and said, I'm fine." The old man, still somewhat disoriented, asked, "You've got an aura now?" Leon was very humble. "Yes, thanks to you." Then he turned to look at the wreckage around him. "I'm sorry, it was my fault that the furnace broke." The old man let out a sigh of relief and said gently, "It's all right, as long as you're okay. I can build another furnace." As he spoke, he looked back at the still glowing furnace and suddenly discovered something. Both of them had to pay attention to it. Leon asked, "What is it?" The old man, not yet sure what it was, approached and said, "That is." He picked up a nearby shovel and put it inside the furnace. Surprisingly, 3 glittering golden lumps of coal emerged. Its beauty made everyone gaze at it. Golden coal. The old man suddenly recalled past gossip. He's probably going to pay for the furnace again. He said he wanted to create golden coal. People didn't stop whispering behind his back. For years, golden coal has only been a legend. I thought he had retired. He must be so bored. He looked at the achievement he had sought his whole life and said to Leon, "It seems you are not the only lucky one." He introduced it while showing the shovel to Leon. "This is golden coal. It burns hotter than white coal and longer than black coal. Thanks to you, I have created what I have tried to create for decades. Thank you." Leon reached out to feel the warmth of the coal. "I didn't do anything." The old blacksmith nodded. Then he explained, every time you train here, the fire burns stronger, and your breathing makes the fire flare up. The heat then spreads throughout this place. I'm just a crude blacksmith who only knows how to work with a hammer, but I know what you've done, it's all thanks to you. He continued, so, I want to ask you one question, Leon, what is your goal? Faced with this question, he hesitated slightly. He clarified the question once more so Leon could easily imagine it. What kind of swordsman do you want to become? At this moment, he gave a definitive answer, I want to become a swordsman who never gives up, no matter how they face their opponent. This answer made the old man look at him with admiration. I didn't expect a child to say something like that, a swordsman who never gives up. In 3 to 5 years, you might have a sword, and when you think you have the right mindset and are strong enough, come find me, I will set them aside for that day. What he was referring to were the glowing golden coals. Leon, not understanding, asked again, do you mean you'll train me in swordsmanship? I heard you retired. The old man quickly interrupted, people often return to their careers after retirement. You should try to live until then, Leon. This meeting must also come to an end, the old blacksmith said, waving his hand and wishing the young man a safe journey. Standing on the high cliff, witnessing their parting, Limera breathed a sigh of relief, still wondering what had happened. It turned out the boy finally had an aura. He seemed somewhat more at ease now, he really knows how to make people worry. He said to the person behind him, wasn't I right? Patriarch, standing behind him was Glenn, Leon's maternal grandfather. Limera, now easing the tension, chuckled and said, you come here every day because you're worried about him, you must be relieved now. Glenn maintained a stern demeanor, I didn't come here out of worry. Limera continued, perhaps it's because the temperature from the furnace led to an extremely high quantity and purity of aura. The boy has stabilized his aura, truly talented. But Glenn replied with a very cryptic remark, not good. It turned its shortcomings into an advantage. Leon continued to step forward, raising its hand to feel its own strength. At the 5th training hall, there was a girl standing on her hands with a box. It was Runin. She had been waiting, thinking to herself, when will Leon return? She recalled the whispers about him. Have you heard anything about Leon's aura? It's been 7 months, perhaps he's not as good as rumored. Young Master Ben or young Miss Martha should take his place, he's probably not that good either. She lowered the box in her hand and thought, I want to help him, Mother told me to repay those who helped me. She was lost in thought when she suddenly looked up towards the gate and noticed something. The gate had opened, and before her eyes was Leon, returned. She didn't hesitate and quickly walked over. Leon teased the system, I told you not to try, this little demon won't give up and retorts, don't get too arrogant, one day. He didn't care what it said next and cut in to shut it up, yeah, you can do it. When he realized, Runin was already beside him, he wondered about her presence, Runin. She just stood there silently, looking at him. Slowly, she opened the box, inside were delicious-looking pastries she had longed to give to Leon. Runin gently encouraged him, you can do it. She suddenly noticed something new about Leon. He picked up a pastry and said, it's the cream from last time, thank you. She discovered that a cold aura emanated from Leon's body, much stronger and more pleasant now. Leon now possessed an aura. He gently took a pastry and admired it for a long time. At this moment, Leon was no longer polite, he said, thank you. Then put it in his mouth and finished the pastry. The system flying beside him also craved it, so delicious. It immediately felt it, it's been a while since I last ate, but it's still as delicious as before, eat the remaining too. Leon couldn't stand its gluttonous nature and had to remind it, you know this is his food, don't be so greedy, get yourself together. Saying so, he closed the box of pastries himself, not forgetting to say, it's delicious, thank you. The girl wondered if he wasn't going to eat anymore. Leon politely refused, one is enough for me, thank you. Runin asked with great concern about his health, are you feeling better? For a moment, he was stunned. And then let out a sigh of relief, yes, I'm feeling better. Hearing this, the girl felt much more relieved. She replied happily with sparkling eyes, okay. Then hugged the box of pastries and shyly left. Standing behind and watching her figure gradually disappear, Leon just smiled to himself and exclaimed, what a peculiar girl. Limar stepped onto the announcement platform within the school grounds. He said clearly to the students, you all train like this all day, it's boring, so this month, I've prepared something more special. You've been training your fundamentals and cultivating for 7 months, it's time you activated your mental energy. The students below wondered, whispering to each other, why is he doing this all of a sudden? I wonder what he's planning. Amidst the flurry of whispers, Limar just chuckled lightly. Then he announced to the whole group, "You will spar with each other for a month." It seemed the happiest person after hearing this was Martha. Limar continued, "The results of these matches will affect your graduation rankings. I advise you to prepare carefully for the upcoming matches." A hand from below interrupted the teacher. "Wait." Martha said with a teasing tone, "What about those who are falling behind and haven't created an aura yet?" Her words caused everyone who heard them to look towards Leon. Limar replied with a gentle smile, "Fortunately, I heard that those students have also created an aura." Martha was shocked to hear this, muttering, When?" Limar then replied perfunctorily, "Perhaps yesterday or today, I'm not sure." Martha haughtily turned back and said to Leon, "Finally, an opportunity. I thought I would die of boredom, it's been too long." Hearing those words, Leon remained coldly silent. Emboldened, Martha stepped forward and continued, "Do you remember what I said? I don't take orders from anyone weaker than me." She continued to issue challenges. "I've tolerated you long enough. I'm sure you've struggled too much for your position, haven't you? I will seize this opportunity and deal with you once and for all." Before she could say the next word, an arm stopped Martha from continuing. The one who stopped Martha even further was Ben. He spoke to Leon, "Martha Sieghart, step back. He hasn't even had his aura for a full day yet. Do you have any knight's honor, being worn like that?" She looked very angry. Martha patted Ben's shoulder, her tone still haughty. "Ah, young master, our young master Ben, you grew up so honorably, you must value honor greatly. Honor is for those who are worthy of it." He quickly stopped her from saying anything more. Martha pointed at the students behind her and said, "Those idiots also learned aura in just 1 month, but our top student took 6 whole months. Even with advanced techniques, it takes about 7 months on average. This means this guy is incredibly incompetent. You two attended the evaluation together, so you must know that." Buren couldn't stand Martha's insults anymore. She continued, "A swordsman who hasn't learned aura can never become famous. No matter how skilled they are with a sword, they are useless if they can't use aura. You came up with this duel precisely because you wanted to change the top student, didn't you?" After saying this, Martha turned her head to look at Limmer. The teacher just shrugged. "Who knows? I don't know." Martha pointed directly at him and said, "Leon Sieghart, you've been the top student for too long. It's time for you to step down. So, as I said, let's duel to decide the top student." Leon flatly refused. "No." Martha's eyes widened in surprise. Leon spoke up then, "How can you gamble without stakes? If you want my position as the top student, you have to offer something of equal value." Martha looked at Leon as if he were crazy and said, "Don't you understand your position? There's no one here to support you." Without waiting for Martha to continue, Leon threw down a challenge, "Are you scared?" Leon, with a nonchalant expression, smiled as he issued the challenge. Martha seemed unable to believe her ears. "What did you just say?" Then she clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious, truly hilarious." She put her hands in her pockets and said, "Ha ha, all right, I'll let it slide. You want me to offer something too? This is the celestial pill, a divine medicine my father gave me. It will strengthen the body and aura." The pearl-like white pill was carefully stored inside an elegant box. Martha held the box out in front of Leon and said, "If you win, I'll give you this. What do you say? Not bad, right?" Leon, as if he had calculated this beforehand, whispered to Wrath, "Do you remember when I said we should wait until we're done with Martha?" Wrath asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? I have something I want for Martha." This is our chance, Leon thought, secretly pleased that he had achieved his goal. Time passed quickly. A month later, Martha was alone in her room. Holding a calendar with the important day circled, she said, "It's been a month. Finally, I have a chance for revenge." She rotated her wrists to warm up. Recalling the time she was defeated by Leon, she thought, "Before coming here, I had never been beaten by someone my age. That was the first time anyone had ever hit me. This is a chance to avenge the humiliation he caused me 8 months ago." The more Martha thought about it, the more agitated she became. She frowned. "That bastard Leon only learned aura a month ago. He can't possibly beat someone who's trained for 3 years like me, but waiting for such an incompetent person would just be a waste of time." Then she recalled her painful past. "I need to become stronger quickly because I need to save someone." Martha's expression was very determined. She confidently declared that this was the end for Leon. Meanwhile, Leon calmly scrolled through the system. "The competition is finally about to begin," Limmer said to the students. "Everyone, pay attention. Observing the matches is just as effective as participating in sparring. You should watch other students' matches closely and think ahead about your own moves. Don't worry, just give it your all." Meanwhile, the students below were sweating profusely. Limmer announced, "The first match is between Buren and Dorian. Buren quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Below, one of the students raised a trembling hand. "Teacher, Limmer replied. What is it?" Dorian, with a pale face and a fearful demeanor, said, "I surrender." Everyone who heard this froze. "We haven't even started yet." Dorian sat clutching his stomach, offering a flimsy excuse. "I don't feel well, I caught a cold yesterday, so I'm still feeling chills and aches all over, plus, I couldn't sleep last night, cough. It's true, teacher." Wrath, standing behind Leon, was angered by the boy's pretense. "If he were my subordinate, I would have beheaded him on the spot." Leon wasn't very surprised. "I could see that coming." Limmer approached and consoled Dorian. "You should try to fight Buren, you'll definitely learn something, even if you lose." Seeing no other option, the young Dorian reluctantly agreed. "Yes, I understand." The match quickly ended, and the victory naturally belonged to Buren. Dorian lay on the ground muttering, "I surrender." Limmer approached and reminded Buren, "You still haven't controlled your emotions. If you had fought properly, you would have defeated him in 5 moves. Buren explained, "I couldn't help but get angry because of his attitude." Limmer turned back to console the boy lying on the ground. "Dorian, why do you keep running away? I told you you could do it. If you had fought back, you would have lasted longer." The chubby boy's face was still pale. "I'm sorry, but it was too scary." Limmer quickly moved on with the competition, saying loudly, "All right, next." The next match was introduced, Runnan vs. Crane. This match seemed to be evenly matched. Let the battle begin. Immediately, Crane closed in and swung his sword. Runnan stood still, not in a hurry to dodge. With swift movements, she drew her sword and, with a single slash, deflected Crane's blade. Her opponent was taken by surprise by this lightning-fast counterattack. Crane's sword was knocked flying backward. Limmer also spoke up, "Stop the fight, that's enough." He came to offer advice. "Crane, you're too tense, you need to relax when you hold your sword." As for Runnan, that was a beautiful counterattack, but Jia still couldn't hold on until the end of the match. Jan simply replied, "Yes." Limmer wasn't one for long speeches. Next came. The students witnessing this match were all extremely focused. The air was filled with the clanging of 2 swords striking each other. This battle was fierce. It was undoubtedly the match everyone had been looking forward to the most. Between 2 names that had been hyping each other up even before the battle began, Martha and Leon. Under Martha's storm-like attacks, he responded no less. Martha attacked with a vertical slash from above. Leon quickly blocked it with ease. The force of their swords colliding caused them to spring apart. To Martha's surprise, it was beyond her control. While she hadn't regained her balance, Leon, being faster, seized the opportunity and struck. Martha was startled by the dangerous attack that could have ended her. But her strength was not to be underestimated. She timely dodged that deadly sword strike. She retreated, creating a situation where both combatants paused their attacks. Martha praised Leon. "I didn't expect you to block all my attacks. I must admit, you have talent. But your talent is limited to swordsmanship alone." She pointed out his weakness directly. "A fire warrior like you, who isn't good at using aura, will never shine." She began to use her power, raising her sword high. Her feet gained momentum, pushing strongly forward. Swift as the wind, she appeared close to her opponent and attacked. With a triumphant attitude, she unhesitatingly slashed downwards. Guillaume hastily raised his sword to block. Martha's aura power made Leon's defense incredibly weak. She pressed her advantage, taunting him, "Oh, you blocked that, but how long can you keep this up? Aura talent is crucial, even more so than swordsmanship. After 7 months, your special ability can only produce an aura as small as a bean. With that, you have no chance of becoming a warrior." Once again, their swords met and were repelled. Martha threatened, "If you don't surrender, my next move will shatter your bones." Before she could finish, Guillaume's sword was right beside her. She quickly used her sword to block this attack. It was then that Leon spoke. "You keep mentioning talent. Doesn't your clan value talent a bit too much?" Martha's tone was scornful. "You must find it bothersome because you have no talent. That's why I want to show you what true talent can do." Faced with those harsh words, Leon simply stated, "In that case, I will show you the opposite. Talent isn't the most important thing." With that, he tightened his grip on his sword, and red flames erupted around him. Martha witnessed this powerful aura emanating from him and was greatly surprised, gasping. He clearly announced his aura technique, Thousand Flames technique. For the first time, she witnessed the astonishing power of Leon, whom she considered useless. What is that flame? It's so dangerous. It's definitely not ordinary fire. There's something hidden behind those flames. Fear was evident in Martha's eyes at this moment. She wondered why it was so chillingly beautiful. Leon was ready for everyone to witness his power. Martha was now a bit shaken, speechless. She was determined, tightening her grip on her sword. I guess I have to get serious too. Her aura was a crystallized ultimate point, with brown wisps of energy surrounding her. Leon, upon seeing it, exclaimed, an ultimate point is when aura is concentrated at a single point. At her age, she can already use it. Truly impressive. I guess she's planning to use her full power for the next move. Martha became serious. I admit you're very strong, but you won't be able to withstand this move. Leon was ready to receive the next attack from his opponent. Once again, she gathered momentum and sprang forward, charging straight towards the target to attack. Leon was just waiting for that moment to strike back. Throwing everything around into chaos, the onlookers were panicked. The ground cracked. What's going on? The clash of the two swords just now created a cloud of dust that covered the surroundings. Everyone standing around watched intently, waiting for the dust to clear. The dust slowly dissipated to reveal a broken sword. The loser lying on the ground was Martha, while Leon remained standing. Everyone was surprised. Leon won. Impossible. Martha lost. What happened to his aura? Leon, sure of his victory, said a few words to his opponent. I see that even unconscious, you still clenched your fists. You possess something far greater than skill or talent, and that is your willpower. On another side, Glenn sat on his throne, having just received the news. So, Leon defeated Martha. Limer continued, that's right, he completely defeated Martha. Even though Martha had trained her aura for 4 years prior, it's truly unbelievable. Glenn exclaimed, the flames I saw that day were truly beautiful, like a flower made of fire. Its power far exceeded its size. He then became worried. I'm sure everyone in the clan knows about this by now. Guide him well, don't let him become arrogant. Limer happily accepted, of course. Glenn also did not forget to ask, but what about Martha? Limer reported her condition. She seems a bit shocked, but her wounds are easily healed. The biggest shock is the psychological one. In her spacious room, Martha sat on her bed with her knees pulled to her chest, her face dark and lifeless, her head always bowed. I hope she can overcome this. In the garden, a hand is carefully tending to the delicate pink blossoms. Leon was trying to plant this flower, while Wrath shouted from behind, can't you be more careful, or I'll freeze you. He found it annoying and retorted, what can you even do? Stop making empty threats. Wrath, feeling insulted, argued back, it's because of your elemental resistance. Leon wasn't in the mood to argue and simply replied, it's a good thing you know that. Leon thought to himself, the evening after I defeated Martha, the magical pill I received significantly boosted my stats. The system clearly displayed, Ring of Fire, the fourth one, has formed. Ring of Fire has reached level 4. Ring of Fire level 4 is strengthening the body and soul. Strength, agility, and endurance have increased. Stamina reduction has disappeared. Mana sensing reduction has disappeared. He continued to think, more precisely, everything I've achieved so far is now effective thanks to this pill. Many things were enhanced, but the most prominent was the level 4 water resistance. Thanks to that, Wrath's attacks didn't bother me at all. Since today is the last day of my vacation, I want to spend a little time in the garden, he thought as he tilled the soil and cared for the flowers. Wrath continued his incessant rambling, you idiot, you need to dig deeper, what are you doing instead of doing that? The boy felt increasingly annoyed. Why did he have to listen to this guy jumping around while he was gardening? Wrath kept talking non-stop, you have to use your hands to avoid breaking the stems. His skill was not bad either, which made Leon exclaim, how does he know so much about gardening? The blue flame continuously boasted, back when I was in the demon realm, I always filled my garden with ice. The demons respected my garden greatly. However, Leon didn't pay any attention, which made him awkward and unsure of what to say. It turned out he saw Martha standing right at the gate. She stood rooted to the spot, seemingly very awkward and speechless. Leon had a bad impression of her before, and every time they met, he said unpleasant things. You're probably not here to cause trouble, are you? What are you doing here? Looking at Martha's naive expression, he thought to himself, what is she thinking? I thought she was very mature, but now she's acting like a child. Well, that doesn't matter now. Martha finally revealed her true intention. I want to fight you again, Leon. He ignored her, not paying attention. Pathetic, you still haven't conceded. Martha shyly made an excuse. I didn't say I wouldn't concede. I just don't understand why, so I came to find out. Leon replied, what do I get out of it? Martha gaped. He kept teasing her, but with a serious demeanor. A loser who comes to challenge the winner should at least bring a gift, shouldn't they? Martha found it confusing. Nonsense, why would you have to pay to fight? Leon casually replied, but I do." She clenched her teeth in anger. "It seems he doesn't want to fight at all. What should I do?" Saying that, she glanced around and her eyes landed on a bush of flowers. To get his attention, she wondered if she should step on this flower patch. She probed, "You must like flowers a lot, huh? That's surprising." Your answers didn't exactly shock Martha. Upon hearing that, Martha exclaimed, "Huh." He coldly uttered heartless words. "I don't like flowers. I don't understand why people like flowers either. I only garden because of my mother." Seeing her initial plan fail, Martha uncomfortably retracted her foot, abandoning the idea of stepping on the flowers. Out of options, she left resentfully. "Oh well, I'm leaving now." Suddenly, behind both of them, a blonde woman spoke. "Leon, there you are." He turned around in surprise, muttering, "Mom, Mom." That was Sylvia, Leon's mother. She continued, "I was wondering where you were." Then she noticed Martha and said joyfully, "But is that your friend, your new friend from training?" Martha recognized her. "Is that Sylvia Sieghart, the woman who left her family for a man and returned to save her child? You acted courageously for your child." Based on her appearance, Sylvia could tell she had lost her golden hair and had black hair. She immediately approached. "I'm sure you're Martha. It's a pleasure to meet you." Leon stopped her. "She's not my friend. Let me handle things here." But his mother insisted. "I just want to talk to your friend." She approached very friendly, took Martha's hand, and began to ask her, "I heard you fought Leon. Are you injured?" Martha was surprised and didn't know how to react. "I'm all right, really. I was so worried." Sylvia continued, "I heard Daniel brought a talented child here." She reached out and gently touched Martha's cheek. "You're also beautiful. You're truly lucky, talented, and beautiful." She already knew what she wanted to say. She asked the reason. "But why did you come here?" Martha stammered. "I just wanted to talk things out with Leon." Then she tried to escape. "I've said what I needed to say, so I'm leaving now." But Sylvia didn't give Martha that chance. She took her hand and led this awkward girl and invited her to stay and eat with them. Couldn't let her friend Leon go home hungry. Martha became even more embarrassed. What? She didn't know how to refuse. She just hesitated. About that." Martha certainly wasn't successful in refusing Sylvia. She had to sit down at the dining table and sighed with an extremely embarrassed attitude. Leon's mother happily carried dishes of delicious food and placed them in front of the two of them. Outwardly Leon appeared cold, but inside he was extremely confused. "What is this? Why is Mom so amiable?" Facing her, she kept talking to Martha about Leon incessantly. Leon loves meat soup very much, so she always cooks this dish, making Martha unable to concentrate on eating. Yes, she sat down and started asking questions. From here their conversation began. "You're a year older than Leon, right?" "Yes, 10 years. Are you having any difficulties with your training?" "Not really. We have a very good chef, but the meat here isn't as good as the meat at home, so it might be a bit different from the meat you usually eat." Martha began to put a piece of food into her mouth. Sylvia gently touched her shoulder. She thoughtfully instructed with kind eyes, "Chew carefully, don't get a stomachache." At that moment, her mind associated with the image of her mother. She had also said that, "Chew carefully, don't get a stomachache, my child." That was when everything hadn't happened to her yet. She happily obeyed her mother and prepared to enjoy the meal. "Yes, Mom." She ate while sobbing emotionally. After finishing the meal, Martha thanked Sylvia and left. "It was delicious, thank you." Sylvia also escorted Martha to the door and said goodbye, not forgetting to instruct, "Please take care of Leon." Leon saw Martha acting so timidly and whispered to Wrath, "What is this? I was sure she came to fight. Did she eat something wrong?" The blue flame, no different from him, only replied, "Perhaps." Martha walked home hesitantly, her mind full of thoughts. "Leon must think I'm crazy. But those eyes were too much like my mother's. I couldn't refuse her." Thinking that, she remembered Sylvia's image. Her face, hair, and voice were all very different, but at that moment, she had a feeling like being with her mother. Martha recalled the feeling of being with her mother. She began to recall what she had to go through. After her mother was kidnapped by those bastards from the White Blood cult and Daniel adopted her, she decided she would never lose until she found her, and she had kept that promise until now. Her mind shattered, but she lost to Leon that day. "Sieghart adopted me for my talent, but if I lose like that, I could be kicked out." Thinking of this, she became more and more worried. Father is a gentle person, but what if it's just a pretense? Then I have no hope of finding my mother. Martha gritted her teeth. I shouldn't have lost. Upon returning home, the butler was there to greet her. "Young Miss Martha, you're back. You're later than I thought." Martha was surprised. "You were waiting for me," the butler continued. "I was waiting to deliver a letter from Master Daniel for you, young miss." Holding the letter in her hand, Martha was still surprised. Father wrote me a letter, the butler replied. Yes, it was written right after the match. The content of the letter is as follows. Martha, congratulations on your first loss. A loss doesn't make you a loser, so don't be too upset, but think about why you lost. That will help you improve. I also wanted to come and comfort you myself, but the mission took longer than I expected. Father apologizes for not being by your side at this moment. The letter dispelled her doubts about the father who adopted her. It continued, I am still looking for your mother. I haven't given up yet, so neither should you. After reading these words, Martha coldly told the butler, tell father that I will remember and I am very grateful. The butler quickly agreed, yes, young miss. Back in her room, she shut the door tightly. Her mind couldn't help but think about how miserably she had lost. It wasn't because I was careless or anything, I just lost. She gently took a small knife. She stood in front of the mirror and pulled up the hair on the back of her neck. Now I need to accept defeat and move forward. If I pretend it never happened, I won't learn anything. I am too ashamed to face my father. Strands of long hair began to fall to the ground. Martha finished cutting her long, jet black hair. Let's start again. I will try my best to move forward. I will leave this foolish and pathetic past behind. A great determination along with a new look helped her regain her spirits. She thought to herself that she would become stronger. The next day, when all the students were training, everyone was surprised by something. A male student couldn't hide his curiosity. What's this? Another male student replied, what's wrong with young Miss Martha? It turned out everyone was surprised by her newly designed hairstyle. She walked over and called out to Leon. I won't make excuses for what I did, but I will keep my promise. Leon asked again, a promise? She turned away and replied coldly, I mean the promise that the loser must obey the winner. I just wanted to say that. I'm leaving now. Leaving Leon sitting there, he thought to himself, truly surprising. Even if she promised, I didn't expect her to accept it so obediently. Martha must have changed in that short period. Although still young, that quality is very precious. But as soon as he thought that, he saw Martha scolding another male student. Why are you standing in front of me? Get out. He scared the boy. I'm sorry. It made Leon understand that she only acted that way with him. After so much time, finally, the new year has arrived. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Martha still kept her word. After the new year passed, now, all of them had grown up, all wearing new outfits. Ben became calmer and more reliable, and Runan's sword became sharper than before, even though her expression remained flat. As for himself, training with his life at risk had become a daily routine. Leon was becoming more and more impressive, showing everyone that his growth was not dull. Causing other male students to admire, impossible, we just learned that technique, and he mastered it in half a day. He must have learned it beforehand. How can he master it so quickly? Limer stood aside observing and happened to overhear everyone talking, but he stood still with his eyes closed for a while. Right, his posture was even more correct than the teacher's. The other male students were utterly amazed by Leon's skill mastery, exclaiming in disbelief. Limer had recounted all of Leon's situation to Glenn, certain that the boy had used his brain to record all those images. He is a monster, a true monster. Limer spoke so much that Glenn started to feel annoyed. Are you his personal butler or something? Every time I see you, you only talk about him. Limer sheepishly explained, Sir, I understand your point, but I know you also want to know about him. Suddenly, observing from high above the castle, he noticed something. And asked Glenn, but the servants in the main building seem very busy. Are they preparing for something? Glenn replied, they're not preparing for anything, we're just expecting guests. Guests. Glenn introduced that the envoys from the kingdom of Orwyn would be arriving in a few days. Briefly introducing this kingdom, the kingdom of Orwyn, one of the 6 kingdoms located in the center of the continent, it's one of the parties that still maintains a friendly relationship with Sieghart and rarely interacts with others. It is a knightly kingdom that highly values swordsmanship and martial arts. Limer wondered, whose kingdom's envoy is it? Glenn answered, they announced it's the 3rd prince, but Duke Tartan is likely the true representative. Limer repeated the name, Tartan. That madman actually became a duke. Wait, the 3rd prince must still be young, right? Probably around Leon and Ben's age. Glenn wasn't sure either. I don't know. I haven't researched him yet. You should also tell your students to behave properly. Limer was surprised it involved his department, the 5th training ground too. Glenn announced that the training knights would escort the 3rd prince, and they also mentioned wanting to observe how the swordsmen and knights train. We can't let them see Sieghart's bad side. Limer was contemplating, the 3rd prince and the training knights from that kingdom, around Leon's age too. Then he chuckled sinisterly, perhaps it will be quite interesting. Glenn immediately noticed, you look like you're plotting something, eh? Male student suddenly exclaimed, we're going to fight the trainee knights from the kingdom of Orwin. It seemed this was something Limer had planned beforehand. He said to the students, yes, you've probably heard that their envoys are visiting, the third prince is also coming, and he said he wants to spar with you all. The trainees were surprised, but why so suddenly? Limer began speaking in a slightly provocative tone to the students, are you scared? I told you, a swordsman must always be ready to swing their sword, even while sleeping. I heard he wanted to visit the 6th training ground instead of ours. Why the sudden change of mind? It seemed Limer was reminiscing about a past event. He lifted the tent flap, entered, and said, Your Highness, I heard you visited the 6th training ground. Judging by your expression, they must have disappointed you. If you have time, please visit the 5th training ground. I will impress you. Limer continued to the students, it's understandable that you're surprised. I'm announcing this too suddenly. Then he glanced back, let's meet them first before drawing conclusions. Inside the tunnel leading to the stage, a group of soldiers emerged. Limer called out to them, you can come in now. A knight with blonde hair and his retinue came out. Introduced by Limer, they are the pride of the kingdom of Orwin, the trainee knights. The blonde-haired young man leading the group began to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Greard Orwin. This person is one of the third princes. Leon looked up at the blonde-haired young man, thinking to himself, so that's the third prince of the kingdom of Orwin. He's very outstanding, even at such a young age. I can see he has the strongest aura among them. Seeing Leon staring for so long, Limer immediately spoke up and asked, Leon, what about you? Are you excited to spar with them? Facing the third prince and the knights of that kingdom, Leon thought that the prince in the middle could be a good opponent to practice the water wave style and star sword technique he had just learned. Then he replied, No, I want to fight him. Before the students could fully process, Limer continued, if the top student is eager, then I'm sure all of you agree. Let's begin the sparring. We need a total of 20 people. Follow Leon and choose the opponents you want to fight. Saying this, he suddenly raised his hand, pondered something, and announced, I forgot something important. Then, in a terrifying tone, he said, I've bet my salary on you all, so you must win. If you lose, I'll kill you. The students, confused and scared, could only exclaim, ha. Finally, they gathered enough 20 people to participate in this sparring match. Leon looked over the assembled team and said, this should be enough. Leon reminded everyone, observe the knights you'll be facing first. And observing their hands, Leon quickly noticed that they were trembling. He told everyone, on the outside, they might seem confident, but they are just like us. They are just trainees around our age and are nervous about the upcoming battle. We are not inferior to other kingdoms in terms of hard work. Your sweat and tears will yield the deserved results. He shouted loudly to encourage the team's spirit. Don't worry and try your best. Show them how good we are. The students, who were just sweating profusely with worry, were now more determined and brave. They shouted in unison, yes. Leon announced, I will decide the order. He began observing the situation and thinking, the first match is very important as it will boost everyone's morale. That's why I will send someone who is sure to win. With that, he gave the order. The person he called, Martha, would enter the first match. Leon asked her before the battle. Martha signaled, understood, I'll finish it quickly. When you're ready, step into the center. That announcement was also when all the students exclaimed in surprise, wait, he's really the same age as us. Why is he so big? Martha's opponent this time was a knight with a large physique, appearing older than his age, looking like a real knight. He began to introduce himself. I am a gladiator from the kingdom of Orwin. Your body is in very good condition. Despite your youth, I believe we will have a good match. The onlookers whispered to each other, the size difference is too great, even for young Miss Martha, it would be very difficult. Suddenly Martha, is this a match? The girl's hair rose. Her expression at this moment was one of utter disdain. She said in an arrogant tone, I will win. Don't talk nonsense anymore, charge. Their match had erupted. Prince Greard, the blonde-haired prince, watched with some astonishment. Looking at Martha's continuous offensive, he exclaimed, she's dominating her opponent. The swordsman from the second training area is truly powerful. They lived up to the name Sieghart, and in terms of skill, they were certainly on par with the knights of this kingdom. However, the sixth training area was truly disappointing. Despite being well trained, they couldn't even match the trainees from the Robert family. But the prince could no longer look down on them. It seems this training area also has very talented trainees. Martha quickly and continuously aimed directly at her opponent to gain an overwhelming advantage. The man approached and said to Limar, yesterday you suddenly appeared and invited me to the fifth training area. Was it for this, Limar? Limar replied, to spar with one of the 6 imperial knights is a rare opportunity. I think this will be a good lesson for them. The man said. It's hard to believe those words coming from someone called a sword art genius. Seeing this, Limar teased, so I'll go back to my usual behavior. Won't you bet a little with me? The man, annoyed, said, you still haven't given up that gambling habit. What do you want to bet? Seeing the bait taken, Limar said, there will be 20 matches in total, and prizes for the winner. Wouldn't it be more fun if I bet something instead of just watching? The man was very confident. They've all been trained properly at Orwin. Do you think your brats can win? Limar didn't back down either. It seems you have a lot of faith in your trainees. But I have my own faith too, Limar replied calmly. On the battlefield before them, the overwhelming advantage still leaned towards Martha. Tars blocked that sword strike, his sword breaking in half, making him exclaim, how can she be so strong? Martha, with the victory secured, charged forward with ease. She thrust the hilt of her sword into his stomach, nearly taking away his chance to attack. He received a blow that made him cry out in pain. He clutched his stomach and fell to his knees. A loud announcement rang out, you win, Martha. Leon saw how fierce Martha's fight was and thought to himself, he took back his words, he thought her sword skills had become gentler after their battle. On the contrary, all her speed and strength had increased. Meanwhile, Martha continued to provoke, you only rely on strength, yet you don't even dare to use your full power on your first move, you idiot. Leon exclaimed, this match is truly interesting. Wrath, on the other hand, looked disgusted, is it interesting to watch two ants fight? I'm so bored. Leon didn't bother with him much and replied, the pot calling the kettle black. He began to boast, I remember when I was still in the demon realm. Even when younger demons fought, it was more interesting. As he was speaking, he suddenly exclaimed, so Leon made him disappear, this is no fun, be quiet for a bit. An announcement rang out, next, prepare for a new match. It's here already, the 18th match, Runan and Idalia. Leon turned and said, Runan, it's your turn. The girl nodded, Facing Runan was a red-haired girl. Idalia spoke first, are you Runan? I really don't like that absent-minded gaze. Then she felt her aura rise, a red aura surrounded her like fire. Runan, with a dazed expression, showed discomfort, I don't like fire. Gripping her sword tightly, Runan also activated her aura, a cold blue air surrounding her. This was truly a battle between ice and fire, both lunged at each other. When their swords clashed, dust flew from the battle, obscuring everyone's vision. Idalia gradually appeared in the dust. From behind the dust cloud, Runan's silhouette appeared. She quickly sensed and discovered it. Turning behind her, she swung her sword and shouted, there. But the blade only cut through the useless dust. She realized her sword had hit nothing and thought, an illusion. While she was thinking, at that very moment, a sword was right at her neck. By the time Idalia realized it, it was too late. Runan was already behind her, sword at her, ending the match. An announcement rang out, match 18, Runan wins. Idalia had lost but still politely struck up a conversation. I lost. The last few matches were great. Runan didn't bat an eyelid, just turned his back and walked straight back to his seat, leaving the redhead stunned. Runan returned to her seat as if showing off her recent victory to Leon. Did you watch the match? The male protagonist complimented her. Your striding art has improved a lot. Very good, Runan replied coldly, plopping down on the ground. Thank you. Limar was clearly happy and even more excited. He said, whether win or lose, they are all beautiful matches. The atmosphere is heating up. Let's continue with the 19th match. Ben and Saran advanced forward. The two knights faced each other, their attitudes and demeanor on par. The guy opposite spoke up first to introduce himself. I am Saran Castle, a trainee knight. The other side also introduced, I am Ben Sieghart, an intern. Leon observed as the match hadn't even begun and judged that this Saran guy was quite strong. Apart from the third prince, he was the strongest among the rest. The announcement sounded, begin. As soon as the words were out, the two opponents started immediately. Their sword paths clashed and then shot out. The battle became more intense as both of them were fighting with stakes on the line. Their techniques were quite similar, so if I let my guard down for even a second, I'd be down, and he must be thinking the same thing. Thinking so, both of them, with determined eyes, charged at each other with all their might. After one slash, the final result was clear. Both of them pointed their swords at each other, but both blades were only half left. The observing students quickly realized that both their swords were broken, so, then, Limer announced the result of the 19th match, a draw, but deep down, neither of them was satisfied. As Ben walked by, Leon also encouraged and praised him. Well done, Ben, that trainee knight is their strongest. Ben couldn't be happy. He gritted his teeth. What does that even mean? If I'm going to fight for the Sieghart's honor, I must win at all costs. Leon placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. I will win this final match. As he said this, he stepped towards the arena. And bring glory back to the Sieghart house. Leon was full of confidence. Facing him was the third prince, Greard. Greard looked at the opponent before him and thought to himself, must I fight this guy? The force I sense from him is too mediocre. Greard asked, are you a direct descendant of Sieghart? Leon replied, no. This made the prince extremely annoyed. TSK, I didn't expect to have such an easy match. Then, looking towards the group of the three strongest, I want to fight one of those three. Then the prince turned and said, Teacher Limer, I have a proposal. Limer wondered, what proposal? He turned and gestured towards Martha and Ronan. I don't think those two are tired yet. Can I fight them after defeating him? Limer happily agreed. Ah, I can do that, but you must win. Greard began to get excited, placing his hand on his sword. Tell them to warm up. This match will be over quickly. Facing Leon, the prince showed no fear. I won't use aura to conserve my strength. The man with brown hair turned back and said, what is that monster like? Limer, I almost didn't notice him because he was too unremarkable. Limer introduced him while teasing, you're not that blind, are you? If you knew, why didn't you warn the third prince? The third prince seemed to be underestimating Leon. The man beside him replied, he will soon be the future of the kingdom of Orwyn, but he has never known defeat. Teaching him a little about defeat here might be a good idea. But the third prince is very strong, even a sword genius wouldn't win easily. Limer seemed a little more reassured, you're right, it won't be easy. Saying this, Limer began to provoke, how about we make a bet? A simple game, 1 pot of wine. The man beside him replied again, ah, you really like to gamble, what's the bet? Limer held out his hand in front of him. And said, Leon will take down the prince in 5 moves. On the battlefield, Leon took the initiative to attack first, quickly charging to finish the opponent as quickly as possible. The third prince, facing such speed, couldn't react in time. The man, who had just heard the bet, was confident and also watching the battle, and was stunned in surprise. Ha! With just one swift move, Leon's sword had already slashed straight into the third prince's waist without him even realizing it. Causing him to scream in pain and fall down shamefully, Leon coldly sheathed his sword. Limer laughed and said in the man's utter surprise, oh my, it wasn't even 5 moves. The prince, in his moment of defeat, realized, I underestimated him. I was guessing why he was ranked last. It was because he was too strong. Leon's image appeared incredibly dangerous and terrifying. The man screamed in astonishment, is that really a cadet? His technique and swordsmanship are completely perfected. Limer replied, that's why I said Leon would win. Limer said, while thinking about his recently won bet, I'll book a place at a luxurious establishment. Suddenly, the third prince got up haughtily and ordered Leon, you stop, I haven't lost yet. Everyone tried to console him, Your Highness, the match is over. The third prince shouted in regret, I haven't shown you my true skills yet. If I had gone all out from the start. Martha interrupted, ah, is that a dog barking, or what? Why can't a prince accept defeat? So annoying. Just like someone I know. Ben felt a tickle, as if he had just been kicked. The third prince was surprised that someone dared to be disrespectful to him. He turned back and stammered, you didn't even give the opponent a chance to finish speaking. Martha cut him off. Hey, prince, I'm being very kind to you right now. In her usual disrespectful tone, she said, get out of here, you lost. Idelius saw Martha speaking so disrespectfully and yelled, shut up, you're talking to His Highness the Prince. Martha also retaliated defiantly, oh, royalty, huh, but I am of the main lineage of this family, why should I be timid? Limer broke the tense atmosphere, enough, let's hear Leon's thoughts for a bit. Leon, you can choose what you want. Leon spoke up at this moment, teacher, you've already bet, the match is over, so there's no reason to continue fighting. The prince had no choice but to say what he didn't want to, I accept defeat. The third prince bowed his head, I misjudged you, I underestimated you even before the match, I am very ashamed of this. But he had one more request, place your hands and your sword on the ground. Please fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Please, Leon Sieghart. Leon was very surprised by the third prince's defiance. He didn't expect him to apologize and lower his sword. He thought he was just an arrogant prince then. Leon was persuaded and agreed, all right, but just once. The prince's attitude became much more relaxed, and he replied, of course. The two of them faced each other, preparing for a new match. Snatched the royal lineage crest from his hand. The third prince told himself, I was careless, which is why I underestimated him and lost. Gripping the crest in his hand, he was more determined than ever, so this time, I will fight with all my might. The third prince began to use his aura. His body was enveloped by lightning bolts. Leon was surprised by that powerful aura. Even those standing outside the arena, like Martha, were surprised by its strength. The man hurriedly said, partly as if wanting to stop the third prince's swordsmanship. The third prince remained firm in his decision. This is not the time to hide my strength. I will fight him with all my strength. The flame wrath appeared next to Leon and said, this guy is really stupid. He doesn't even know you're still hiding your strength. Leon wasn't confident at all that he could win this time. But it seemed Wrath didn't have faith in him this time. He had much more aura than the prince and was even stronger. Leon didn't falter. Do you want to bet? Wrath immediately replied, of course. Leon assumed a ready stance. The system notification appeared. Wrath wants to bet on the condition of defeating the third prince of the kingdom. If he wins, all stats increase by 4. If he loses, rage increases by 10. The third prince ordered, then let's begin. This time he was the one who initiated, jumping much higher than Leon and launching an attack from above. Leon could easily deflect that attack. When their swords clashed, it caused an explosion right on the arena floor, startling all the spectators. The third prince was the one who continuously attacked. But because of that, he realized the difference in power. I used all my strength, but he wasn't pushed back at all. Looking directly at his opponent, his demeanor unwavering, Leon sang, is he a genius? He's a monster, that's for sure. The third prince resolved himself and took a deep breath. All right. I will fight him with all my might. The third prince's aura was stronger than ever. He was trying to unleash everything he had. Leon recognized it at a glance. That must be the Paris sword technique, passed down only to the successor of the kingdom. Seeing the magic converge in this move, he's sure to unleash all his power in the next strike. Leon also didn't stand by and wait to be defeated. He also used his aura and was ready to receive the attack. All right, come on. The third prince warned, all my power, take this move, Leon. Leon suddenly realized, so that's the Paris technique, a swordsmanship only passed down to the heir of the Orwan kingdom. He must have planned to pour all his strength into the next attack. I've memorized all the sword techniques the third prince used. Thousand Flames technique, first flames. He drew his sword, and all the aura wrapped around the blade. The third prince, who was in an attacking state, had to be wary. Golden Flames. He clearly read the name of the technique in his mind and prepared to counter with a move even more terrifying than the third prince's. Greer thought to himself, I can't play this game. The third prince, with no less determination, was still confident that victory would be his. He still had this skill, he exclaimed with surging enthusiasm. Leon also showed his opponent his strength. Both of them charged and rushed straight at each other. The initial swordplay seemed quite evenly matched, as their blades clashed without either of them backing down. The two of them continuously displayed their skills, one attacking, the other defending, neither wanting to lose to the other. Suddenly, Leon's foot slipped. Just as the third prince seemed to get his chance, I managed to push back his sword technique, and I'm currently on the offensive. Leon, because of one missed beat, he now has to face the next attack with great difficulty. A sharp clang from a gleaming blade echoed. Clearly, the attacker had the upper hand, but the third prince's sword shattered to his surprise. Greard was stunned and surprised by his own sword's brilliance. Leon quietly and nimbly delivered his finishing blow. Are you planning to deflect my attack again this time? The third prince received the finishing blow and quickly fell to his knees. An announcement rang out, the winner is Leon Sieghart, with the complete fall and defeat of the third prince, Greard. But this time, it seems he was much more convinced, I'm definitely faster and stronger than him. He didn't need to continue, he had accepted defeat. Did he use his true sword to counter my brilliant sword? After the match, the third prince spoke first. The world is truly vast, isn't it? He extended his hand. Goodwill. Thank you, I learned a lot from this match. I admit I lost. Leon didn't hesitate to extend his hand and shake the third prince's. I learned a lot too. The two began to talk intimately. I apologize for underestimating you earlier. Just consider me as someone who couldn't recognize talent. It's okay. May I ask your age? I'm 14 this year. The third prince's words now held much more tranquility. I lost to someone younger than me in both swordsmanship and character. He then presented something forward. Take this. Leon was surprised. What is it? He placed the Orwan royal family crest into Leon's hand and said, this is proof that third prince Orwan Greard Orwan is willing to accept any favor from you in the future. Leon was even more surprised. Why would you give me something so precious? The third prince explained, I lost, but you truly made me realize. I feel as if I've just had an epiphany. I think I'm truly fortunate to have lost to someone like you." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a farewell. "We will surely meet again someday. I hope you will be even stronger than me on that day. I think the desire to catch up to you in strength is quite interesting." Leon gripped the crest in his hand and watched Greard leave. The third prince descended to the arena floor and said to Limer, as if bidding farewell to the place, "Coach Limer, we lost." "You won," Limer replied with his usual composed demeanor. "Very well." After informing Limer, the third prince ordered the man who followed him, "Duke Tartan, let's go." The man quickly acknowledged, "Yes, Your Highness." Greard announced, "I have something I need to do right now." Leon was still taken aback by the reward he received for his victory. It's quite normal to complete missions without any payment up front. Now to receive such a reward makes me too surprised. He looked at the crest in his hand and exclaimed, "It feels so strange. This life is full of surprises in ways I couldn't have imagined." At the main building of the Sieghart family, Glenn, upon hearing what the third prince recounted about the recent match, responded, "So that was the lesson you learned from that match?" The third prince admitted, "Yes, I thought I was the best, but meeting him helped me reevaluate and learn many things. He is like a seasoned swordsman with much experience. I have fought many battles across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I've seen an intern as strong as Leon. He is younger than me, yet I could learn so much from him." Glenn simply confirmed, "I understand." Third Prince Greard continued, "That's why I plan to return after this meeting. I want to quickly train and learn from what I've learned from him." Glenn bid farewell to the third prince with a reminder, "All right, please convey my thanks for the letter to the king." Orwin agreed and excused himself, "Yes, thank you." The group of interns from one side rode away on horseback as twilight began to appear. Tartan seemed to have something to say. He turned and addressed the third prince, "Your Highness." Greard asked again, "What is it, Duke? Do you want to say something?" The Duke got straight to the point, revealing such strength and using the Perez sword technique in the battle with Leon. "I think that was a bit too much. Keeping your strength hidden is very important." The third prince just smiled and said, "I know, I was a bit excessive." Tartan continued, "Giving him that card was also a bit much." Greard interrupted, "No. Leon showed me goodwill. He could have been very angry because I underestimated him, but in the end, he treated me politely, so I simply reciprocated that goodwill. Furthermore, Leon showed me a secret sword technique." "That's true, but..." "And that card was an investment." Tartan still didn't understand the third prince's meaning and asked, "What do you mean?" Greard explained, "He has the skills, character, and spirit at that age. He will surely become an outstanding person in the future, even if he isn't a direct descendant. If I'm close with someone like that, wouldn't it be very beneficial for me?" The Duke finally understood. "You're thinking very far ahead, aren't you?" The third prince said courteously, "I grew up in the royal family. If I can't think like this, I should just die." Having said that, the third prince's thoughts turned to the image of Leon Sieghart. "I'm very curious to know how strong you will be the next time we meet." On Glenn's side, as he sat on his throne, his butler suddenly spoke, "You must be very happy to see your grandson recognized by a foreign prince, patriarch." Glenn quickly concealed his feelings. "What are you talking about?" But it couldn't escape the butler, who had been closely watching the family for a long time. He said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you smile so warmly." Glenn hastily touched his mouth, embarrassed that he had revealed something. "You smiled when the prince mentioned young Master Leon's name." Glenn vehemently denied it and said to the butler, "Lowen, you're getting old, you must be mistaken." But the butler mentioned something more important. "Patriarch, I'm a little worried about what the Duke of Tartan said. What do you think?" Saying that, he recalled that moment. The Duke of Tartan announced something of utmost importance. "I have something to tell you besides the prince's letter. I have a message from the Emperor of the Kingdom of Orwin and Lekros Albertin de Orwin to convey to you." Glenn was also ready to listen to something that seemed not very pleasant. The 5 shadows began to act again. Their figures revealed under the blood moon carried a sense of death and dread. In the next class, Limmer appraised the students. "You all did very well in the sparring session with the trainees from the Kingdom of Orwin. It seems like you're all ready. Next week I'll prepare you for a special skills training session." The students below were discussing special skills. The blue-haired boy stammered, "What is this special training?" Limmer replied, "Well, calling it special training isn't quite right. It should be a real battle. You should also prepare yourselves for sweat and tears." In the southern part of the Sieghart territory, deep in the mountains, there is a bandit group calling themselves the Snow Tiger Claw. Their accomplices are to the south and north, and they make a living by charging tolls on the roads here, but lately they seem to be acting more brazenly. They are killing and robbing merchants more frequently, the students asked worriedly, so our mission is to eliminate them. Limura replied with uncertainty, well, it used to be like that. The students below excitedly asked, what used to be like that? Has the mission changed? Why don't we ambush? Limura said then, we can't. They ambushed and slaughtered a village to the south. The bodies of innocent villagers lay scattered beside burned houses, and they burned everything. Hearing this, the students were utterly horrified, unable to believe their ears about the brutality of the bandits. Limura announced, that's why the mission has changed to pursuing them and then eliminating them. Although they are just a bandit group, they are all individuals who can use hidden auras. You are not allowed to be careless. We will depart tomorrow night. Be ready. On the other side, a graceful and agile sword strike split a leaf in two. The owner of this skilled swordsmanship was Runin. Her cold face and indifferent sword strokes showed that she had matured a lot. But suddenly her demeanor changed. I want to practice my stance a little longer before departing, but things are not going as I wish. Leon's thrusts were very flexible and smooth. I don't know what my problem is anymore, she thought endlessly. She looked into the distance. Leon is probably training inside right now. Should I go ask him? She stared at the main house and then dismissed her intention, looking at her sword. Maybe I don't want to bother him. She started to continue her work, practicing by herself. The sun had begun to set. The bright light gave way to a gloomy sunset. The puddles of water nearby also rippled with every movement of Runin. It seemed a long day had made her tired and discouraged. She lay on a large rock and thought, I'm weaker than before, but my movements have become smoother. That's enough for today. She suddenly remembered the person she admired. Leon is probably still training. I should go say goodbye to him before going home. Then suddenly she uttered a sound as if she remembered something. I remembered my relative reminded me to come home early this weekend. I bought some ice cream. There was an urgent matter, so she hurried home immediately. Let's go home. I'll ask him tomorrow. When I see him tomorrow, I'll give him some ice cream. On the road, walking home alone. Suddenly, at some point, a figure appeared behind her. That person called out Runin's name, startling her as she turned around. She reflexively asked back, who is it? Recognizing the familiar figure, she was suddenly terrified. The mysterious figure in front of her greeted, long time no see. She fearfully mumbled a name, Syria. He was a person with white hair and purple eyes, exactly like hers. This person was introduced as Sirius Lion. That person approached, began to speak, aren't you happy to see your big brother again? You make me very sad. Runin was terrified, her body unable to move. The man continued, didn't I tell you not to make that face? Hearing this, Runin trembled with even more fear than before. He knelt down without realizing he had terrified his sister to the extreme. He continued, anyway, Limura's training was quite good. You've become stronger than I expected. I'm very proud of you, Runin. His expression began to become extremely terrifying. He warned her, but you won't risk your life to join a battle or any reckless confrontation, will you? That face terrified Runin so much that she backed away and shouted. As he spoke, he reached behind his back as if to retrieve something. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I guess I'll have to jog your memory. The squirrel you used to raise was named Ruby, wasn't it? Runin Nan recalled a painful memory from the past. She fearfully stopped him, big brother. He extended his hand, and in his palm, he held a sleeping squirrel. He laughed triumphantly. Do you remember now, how Ruby died because you didn't listen to me? This insane and cruel statement made her beg endlessly, brother, brother. She rushed towards him to stop him. Wait. But it was too late. The squirrel nestled in his hand was brutally crushed, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. Witnessing a small, innocent creature die before her eyes brought back a dark and terrifying memory of this brother for Runin. She recalled the image of squirrels lying lifeless on the ground. She knelt in despair, facing her big brother with a cold, ruthless expression. A flood of disgusting memories surged, making her lose all reason. She fell to her knees, clutching her head and screaming in anguish. The piercing screams of pain and helplessness echoed through the dark night. Her mind was completely chaotic. She could only clutch her head and scream, unable to escape. Syria didn't let up. He leaned down to the girl's ear and said, Runin, remember, you are mine. Until the day of judgment arrives. Don't do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I protect you. He kept talking, ignoring Runin's already unstable condition. Suddenly something charged between the two of them, causing an explosion that forced Syria to move aside. He remained indifferent amidst the swirling smoke and dust. In front of Runin, she no longer had to face this cruel brother. Leon arrived in time to shield and protect her, and Leon spoke. With hatred and anger, he asked, Who are you? Leon Sieghart questioned, Who are you? The white-haired man simply smiled and said, you should introduce yourself before asking for someone else's identity. You can't just barge in like this and expect to talk. Leon remained stern. You are the one blocking the way in this narrow alley. How can you say that about us? Are you a thief, or a robber? The white-haired man's face suddenly turned grim, his smile gone. He spoke. I understand why you would think that, but I am not a thief. Actually, I am her big brother. Leon Sieghart looked at Runen, who was trembling behind him. She was still extremely panicked, only letting out dazed cries. Leon Sieghart questioned. Runen seems quite scared. Are you really her big brother? The other man reluctantly replied. Perhaps I was a bit too playful. It's been a while since I last saw her. The protagonist continued to question. You consider crushing a squirrel in your hand in front of her a joke? The other man just scratched his head. So you saw that. It wasn't a real squirrel, just a toy. He spread his hand open. See, there's nothing in my hand. I didn't kill a real squirrel, don't overthink it. But the protagonist had already guessed that he had burned all the flesh and blood of the squirrel with his aura. The other continued to play along. I just came to bring her some snacks. He put down a box. I have a rather time-consuming mission to undertake in the near future, which is why I came to see her. Then he said privately, Runen, it seems you have a good friend. You two should be good friends. Then he turned and left. Sorry for playing too rough. Remember to stay healthy. See you again. Leon continued to observe and evaluate. He knew the man. He was a sword genius from the Slian clan and one of the 12 monsters expected to become the next generation's heaven sword of the continent. Azure Swordsman Sirius Lion. Before reincarnation, I had only heard of his name. This was the first time I saw him in person. He was a madman pretending to be a benevolent hero. He also emitted a disgusting stench, similar to when I faced Deruth. Then he extended his hand towards Runen. Runen. Let's go. I'll escort you back. Runen gently agreed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward as they said goodbye. Runen got into the carriage and said coldly, thank you for escorting me back. The protagonist replied, yeah, go to bed early tonight, see you tomorrow. He watched the carriage speed away. Runen, now with her head bowed in the carriage, still held the box Syria had left behind. Home, she locked herself in her room to ponder. The moonlight cast a faint glow into the room, making everything appear hazy. Runen hugged herself uneasily. He was here again, just like before, he hadn't changed at all. She recalled a memory, her hand had a slight scratch then. She was just a child protecting a squirrel from her big brother, Syria. Ruby was just a bit sensitive because she was pregnant. I'm alright. But the carcass of another squirrel lying on the ground spoke of something terrifying. Syria looked at his sister with vacant eyes and said, you are mine, you cannot get hurt, nor can you get hurt in the future, you need to breathe and live well. His words echoed obsessively in Runen's mind. If you tell our parents, I will kill them all. Even if it's your family, I will destroy everything. I will burn everything except you. From then on, a prerequisite formed in Runen's mind. Someone would get hurt if she mentioned them. It was best to remain silent. Everything would be fine as long as I didn't speak. I thought I was the only one lonely. I thought I was the only one enduring pain. But there was someone I could share my pain with. When I met Leon, I knew how good he was, how hard he tried, and how much hardship he endured. Seeing him change others' perceptions through his efforts, I thought I could do the same as him. I tried my best to be by his side to change myself for the better. But it seemed I couldn't do it. At this moment, she returned to her own painful and lonely reality. She told herself, it's okay, as long as I can endure. In the southern reaches of the Sieghart territory, the village of Zartan, Limera was leading his group, instructing, we will rest here tonight. You have done very well traveling through the spatial rift. You must be tired. Rest well tonight, for this will be your last chance to relax before embarking on your mission. A Zartan village representative stepped forward to greet them. Welcome, swordsman from Leon Sieghart. This way, I will lead you to your rooms. Limera, on behalf of the youths, thanked him for his hospitality. The firewood has been burned too. Warming up, Leon was relaxing in the room with the spirit of wrath. Thank you, wrath, curious rage. What did you say? The protagonist replied, if you hadn't suggested it, I wouldn't have noticed yesterday. I didn't know he was hiding his energy. Wrath responded, of course I would, for that ice cream girl, Leon. Saying thoughtfully, he won't be back for a long time as he's on a mission. Runen will remain like this if he's still her big brother. Wrath suggested, lend me your body, you fool, I'll return it to you right after I kill him. Leon exclaimed in surprise, what? Wrath said smugly, the Essence Emperor will repay twice and take revenge 10 times. The girl who introduced me to such delicious ice cream, I will do this for her. Leon dismissed it. Are you kidding me? How can I refuse? I can't do that. Rat still persuaded, the Essence Emperor is serious, but Leon still refused outright, even if you're telling the truth, I won't. He hurt Runen, even if you kill him, it won't change what happened to her, Wrath frowned. The protagonist thought again, Runen, she's the first person who cared about me in both my past and present lives. If anything happens to her, I will kill the one responsible. 2 days after leaving the Sieghart territory, we arrived at a village ravaged by the snow tiger. Everyone was astonished, some vomited, burnt corpses lay beneath the rubble. Everyone exclaimed, what is this, why would they do this? The group cried out at the sight of the piled-up corpses, it's too malicious. Ben Sieghart, though formidable, was intently observing the situation. Leon Sieghart also assessed the surrounding situation, it's too cruel, they decapitated them before burning them. Martha was not disturbed by the sight of the corpses, she had probably seen many in the past or killed people herself. Suddenly he turned back, wait, where's Runen? Runen was standing in front of a house, facing the burnt corpse of a person. She was so horrified she felt nauseous, clutching her stomach and covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Limera Diaz gathered everyone and instructed, the terrible scene you are witnessing here is the result of the White Tiger Bandit Group's actions. Engrave this moment deeply in your minds and never forget it, be highly vigilant if you encounter them. Then he produced a small whistle, this is called the silent whistle, it will not make any sound no matter how hard you blow it. The only ones who can hear this whistle are those trained to hear it, so, if there's any trouble, don't hesitate to use it. The supervisors will react immediately and come to your rescue as quickly as possible. Runen looked at the whistle with concern, clearly still shaken from the scene she had just witnessed. Limera continued his instructions, their swords are ruthless, the consequences of encountering them are unimaginable. However, instead of blowing the whistle immediately, you should do everything you can first, you can try fighting them without our help. Don't hesitate to kill them the moment you get the chance, for their crimes are punishable by death. The group responded in unison, yes, while Juna remained frozen. Limera began to command, now, divide into groups according to the captain's orders. Martha will be in Group A, and Ben will be in Group B. Everyone will move in groups of 3 to 4 people. Runen was once again lost in memories, her brother's voice echoing in her head, remember, Runen, you are mine. Don't do anything dangerous that might hurt you, just keep living until the day I need you. I will kill anything that dares to hurt you. The male lead's call made her escape from the terrifying memories, Runen. He affectionately suggested, would you go with me? Runen hesitated. And finally she accepted, yes. Both of them were now scouting around the assigned area. Leon Sieghart looked up and thought to himself, is that Mount Rudhen? At that high point, we can probably observe the situation below, and it will also be easy to escape from the enemy. If we are at a disadvantage, it would be a perfect place to hide. Then he looked around, but precisely because it was too perfect, the bandits wouldn't hide there because it might attract our attention. There's no way they would choose such an obvious location when they knew many people were chasing them. They must have thought we were hiding there, so they found another safe hiding place. This means that hiding in that hill is their only option. On the outside, it seems like the place can be completely observed because it's exposed, but perhaps there's another hiding place inside. Then he spoke, Runen, let's hurry. We should check that hill first, let the other teams handle the forest. She agreed, yes, all right. Leon looked at her retreating back with some sympathy. Wrath appeared at this moment and said, it's quite obvious that you're worried about her, aren't you going to say anything to her? Leon Sieghart replied, I'm not sure what to say to her either, besides, that's her family matter. Because I can't even understand my current feelings for Sylvia, there's no way I can give her any good advice about her family. But I know what Sia did to Runen in the past, maybe I can solve this problem if I get the chance, but finding an opportunity will be difficult. Furthermore, everything is within my predictions. As they passed the hill, they continued to move down. Leon Sieghart continued to analyze the situation. There's a forest hidden behind the hill that outsiders can't see, it's quite deep and... He paused for a moment and looked around. It seems like all traces of humans have been hidden so that others cannot find them. However, those tricks only fool amateurs. They are useless to me. Then he bent down and picked up some snow to observe. Just killing the target is not enough to become the best assassin. Tracking and gathering information requires being the best in all aspects. Perhaps they fooled an ordinary hunter and 2 others, but they are useless to me. Then he spoke, Runen, I think the White Tiger's base is nearby. Following, I tried to be as quiet as possible, even in my breath. Runen agreed, yes. Both of them cautiously moved forward step by step. Leon noticed the bear traps that were set up. He cautiously scouted but generally predicted that there was nothing special besides the traps at the entrance. Perhaps they thought no one would come this far, as there were many signs of life around. It seems they underestimated us. The bandits were right in front of a cave entrance. They were holding a child. Leon asked curiously, is that kid a hostage? The bandits guarding the entrance are quite large, but I don't feel any strong aura from them. These guys are just low-level warriors. The hulking figure near the hostage, he's strong enough to make a living with his swordsmanship. The bandits must be gathered inside. There's no way they would leave their only hostage outside like this. Then he imagined there were probably dozens of bandits inside. Should I blow the whistle to alert everyone? Here, I can retreat now and attack with the main force when they arrive. He noticed the child. The hostage's condition was dire. At this rate, the kid would freeze to death. He wouldn't survive until the main force arrived here. Then he reached for his sword. They haven't realized my presence yet. The best way now is to rescue the hostage before they find us and deal with them as quickly as possible. Both of them still watched from a distance in the bushes. Runan was extremely uneasy. The male lead spoke to break her anxiety. Runan, look at me. Don't worry too much, we can save the kid, but I need your help. Once I give the signal, use magic to silence them. I'll handle the main task. You watch out for the goons. Can you do it? Runan was a little doubtful, but more about herself. Can I change like him? Then she agreed. Yes, I'll try. The goon with the bandaged head started to whine. I'm so sleepy. How much longer until my shift is over? How much longer? These two were surprised when Runan appeared and cast a spell. The middle-aged man shouted, who are you? But Runan coldly executed her skill, releasing a silencing aura. The goons started to worry. Damn it, our noise can't get out. Did that girl just block the sound with magic? Why would anyone use magic in such a remote place? Leon Sieghart took the opportunity and rushed towards them. This is my chance. Before dealing with the muscular guy behind, I will deal with these two first. Then he swiftly moved behind the two goons. His sword had already cut through. The heads of the two flew off in front of Runan's stunned gaze. She suddenly froze. The scene of the squirrel being killed by her big brother flashed again. Haunted, she crouched down and screamed loudly, startling the brute. Leon Sieghart was annoyed. Damn it, the sound-blocking magic energy barrier is broken already. Is his psychological trauma resurfacing because of this situation? Runan, now more lucid, immediately covered his mouth. The protagonist was worried. If it goes on like this, they'll discover us. The brute immediately lunged at the kneeling Runan with his sword. Leon clenched his teeth anxiously. A sword. But Leon quickly subdued him at his feet and pressed his sword to his neck. He threatened, if you know what's good for you, don't scream. I haven't given you permission to speak, so if you dare, you'll surely die. You will answer my questions. If you disobey, I will skin you alive. The other man trembled in fear and agreed, okay. Then Leon Sieghart glanced at the trembling Runan. She was scared. Thanks to her, I was able to act. Despite being scared, she did a great job. Then he began interrogating the man. You're from the White Tiger Gang, aren't you? He obediently replied, yes. The protagonist continued, how many people are in your gang? Where are they sleeping? The man truthfully answered, there are 39 of us in total. They are in the forest. He continued to interrogate, how many hostages are there? He replied, 1. The protagonist mused, as expected, there's still one more hostage. The boy then approached and said, Swordsman, the hostage inside is my younger sibling, please save them. Runan reassured the boy, don't worry, kid, we'll save them, don't worry. Leon turned back, slightly insistent, Runan, I didn't say that. Runan replied innocently, you'll do it anyway, won't you? The protagonist was helpless. Runan. It's not that I'm afraid of the bandits, but it's better to call for reinforcements to rescue the hostages safely. There are 36 bandits inside, and one is very dangerous. Runan asked for his opinion. Shall I play the flute then? Leon Sieghart agreed, yes, I think that would be better. Runan blew hard into the flute. The protagonist seemed curious. It's so close, yet I still can't hear the flute. That must be why Limer gave me this flute. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the cave. It's a silent flute. Everyone charge. They're hunting us. This startled both Leon and Runan. They were both shocked. What? How does he have such sharp senses? I'm right next to him and I can't even hear it. Leon Sieghart had Runan lead the hostage away while he stayed behind to hold them back and threaten them. The old leader spoke up. You scoundrel, aren't you afraid to come here? You're too reckless, aren't you? Who are you trying to call with that flute? Leon Sieghart replied with a chilling expression. You don't need to know who I'm calling. Let's do a prisoner exchange. The little hostage was trembling like her older brother. The bandit questioned, you want to exchange hostages? The protagonist replied, if you hand over that child to me, I'll give you this man back. The leader laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, whether that scoundrel lives or dies doesn't matter to me, he's not worth letting this kid go. He pressed his sword against the girl, threatening, if you don't want to see this little girl's head fall, put your sword down now. The girl trembled and started to cry. Leon Sieghart calmly replied, fine. He signaled Runen to step back, wait for my signal. He cut the guard's neck with his sword, startling everyone. Then he withdrew his sword and cut again, splattering blood everywhere. The bandits were shocked. Aya, you scoundrel, what did you just do? Before they could react, he thrust his sword forward, aiming at the young man behind them. A sword through the chest. He was also the one who had held the sword to the girl. Leon Sieghart immediately ordered, Runen, create fog to block their vision. Runen immediately channeled his aura into the ground, and a dense fog began to emerge. The bandits recoiled as the extremely strong and dense fog enveloped them. They began to panic. Damn it, the fog is blocking our vision. Leon Sieghart also took advantage of the situation and ran off with the hostage child. When the pile of bones thinned out, the robbers discovered the hostage had been stolen. Enraged, they cursed, damn it, he ran away with the child, that son of a bitch, don't let him get away, if we ever see him, kill him immediately. Now, after putting some distance between them, Sieghart and Runen set the two children down to rest. He spoke, I think the children are too cold and fainted, it will be difficult to run like this, we cannot let these bandits go, if we leave them be, who knows what further atrocities they might commit against the village, although they are numerous, I must eliminate them now. Runen, you stay here and watch the kids, but Runen noticed the wound on his hand and worried, Leon, your hand is bleeding. He reassured him, it's fine, I'll be back as soon as I'm done with the bandits. But as soon as he turned to leave, Runen grabbed his sleeve. She pleaded a little, Leon, don't go, you're injured, fighting is too dangerous. The instructors will be here soon, wait for everyone to come and help you out. Leon looked at his friend and softened a little, Runen. She still looked down, her eyes filled with sadness and worry. Leon reassured her, it's true that every battle is scary, both for experienced warriors and for trainees like us. But do you know what's scariest? It's sitting still and doing nothing. These words seemed to enlighten Runen. Leon continued to explain, the bandits have committed incredibly wicked acts, unforgivable ones. There were those who sacrificed themselves for the village, and there were those who fought to protect their loved ones. We cannot turn a blind eye to their sacrifice. We are swordsmen. So we must fulfill our mission until the last moment. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us to protect those who remain. I don't know how your brother treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more their image will appear and the fear will increasingly consume your mind. If you keep running from your fear, you will be tormented by it for the rest of your life. Runen, only you can protect yourself and the people close to you. Then he reached into his shirt, pulled something out and placed it in her hand. From now on, whatever you do will be decided by your own hands, Runen. Then he slowly advanced towards the enemy camp. You don't need to hide in the shadows anymore. Runen was silent, a tear was forming in the corner of her eye. She had her own secret desires, she wanted to change, she wanted to forget, she didn't want to be bound by the past anymore. She wanted to protect her most precious possession. She would no longer hide in the shadows and look towards the bright future ahead. She had to keep standing up. She tightly grasped the wooden squirrel that the male protagonist had given her. Leon Sieghart delivered a fatal sword strike, cutting across the necks of 3 bandits. The remaining bandits noticed and began to alert each other. Damn it, kill him quickly. Damn it, stop him quickly, he's just a kid. The leader angrily roared, why can't you stop him? Leon Sieghart still looked at him sternly. While he was concentrating, one of them jumped high from behind and swung his sword down, surprising him. He quickly dodged the fatal sword strike from the other man and immediately retreated. From behind, the leader also stealthily intended to swing a saber in a surprise attack towards him. He's definitely dead, that damn rat. A powerful saber strike came down, sending dirt and rocks flying from the ground. The leader was stunned. What? At this moment, his blade met empty air. He was surprised. Where did it go? Leon Sieghart appeared behind him and spoke sternly. How long are you going to wait for an opportunity like a coward? Then with a saber strike, he decapitated the leader before he could even react. The remaining bandits' voices began to tremble with fear. How can a monster of that age be so strong? Is he really just a trainee? He threatened, surrender, your leader is down. But before he could finish, he had to raise his sword and struggle to block an incoming object. There was a barbaric and mocking laugh. Ha ha, how ridiculous. A man who seemed to be a rogue swordsman stepped out from the bandits and mocked. You guys are really going to surrender to that kid? If this is how it is, we'll shame ourselves when we join the North and South Alliance. You look rich, you must be from a well-off family. Well, that's even better. I was worried that I wouldn't get much ransom if I captured you. He jumped up and was about to swing his sword at Leon, still muttering, God has not abandoned me. He shouted, I'll take you hostage. A sword strike he swung down was blocked by Leon's horizontally held sword, but he struggled greatly to block the blow, to the point of being thrown against the wall. Leon Sieghart struggled to resist. This man is the leader of the White Tiger Bandits. He's definitely a novice swordsman. No, he's a formal swordsman. Outside, shouts were heard, causing both of them to pause. We found them, that bitch and the hostage are here. At this moment, outside, Runen was trembling, blocking a bandit's sword strike. Leon became worried. Damn it, Runen isn't ready to fight yet. I have to help her. The other man took the opportunity to swing a sword at him, but fortunately he grudgingly managed to block it. The man excitedly said, How dare you look elsewhere when I'm standing in front of you? Are you worried about your companion? He began to twist. You and I can have a little more fun. Leon, while struggling to block the blows, was also worried. Damn it. The bandit outside was yelling noisily. Damn it, this bitch, she's using too many skills. It seems like you've never killed anyone before. He shouted threateningly, Hand over the hostage, stop beating around the bush. As he charged, Runen stood firm and determined. She had to protect those children at all costs. She gripped her sword tightly with determination, but to do that she had to kill the man before her. Luckily he wasn't a formidable opponent. I have to kill him, I can do it, kill him. Those words repeated in her head like a resolve. Memories resurfaced, but with a deep resolve within. Don't forget what Leon said. But then the memory of her big brother was still something too overwhelming. She froze, as if seeing him again. I have to chase him away, but I can't forget the fear of that day. Can I protect something like Leon did? I can't even swing a sword properly in this situation. I'm afraid I've never protected anything. What? But as soon as the thought finished, Anzahat shouted to awaken her, Runen. Runen instinctively looked at him. He still smiled reassuringly, even in the midst of battle. It's okay, you can do it. Runen looked at him, tears welling up. His reassurances were like an awakening for the insecure child within her. There, he reached out and comforted her. Don't worry. Come here to me. And as the child's hand reached out, she was truly awakened. I have to thank him for giving me courage. She swung her sword, as if towards the image of her big brother. She swiftly charged towards the bandit in front of her. She was determined to thank him for helping her move forward. Then with one sword strike, she pierced the heart of the brutal bandit. Runen remained, filled with gratitude, thanking him for believing in her. The leader of the bandit group complained, My men lost to these brats, useless. But Leon retorted, She's not just a mere child. She's a child who can overcome her own past, and she has a kinder heart than anyone I know. She's a swordswoman who has overcome trials. His body was filled with determination. A burning aura appeared. Skill activated, Thousand Flames technique, first flames. Flower fall. Then he quickly charged forward, slashing at the neck of the brutal leader. At this point, after everything was done, Leon began to sort through the bandit's loot. I plan to check if there are any traps before the masters arrive. Then he picked up a bud, a two-colored flower. This is a rare herb, but they really massacred the entire village just for this. Suddenly, there was a voice from behind. What? It's over already. Ah, that's the two-colored flower Vukan had. The speaker was a young man. He was from the North and South Alliance, the leader of the Eternal Bandit Group. He asked excitedly, Did you two kill them all? Leon said indifferently, So what if I did? The other replied, You're truly brave. Not only that, but you're also good at judging the situation. You're so confident, it must be because you're skilled. Leon immediately asked, You belong to the North and South Alliance? The other replied honestly, Yes, my name is Rictor. The protagonist became wary. So he's Rictor. I've heard this name once before, a genius swordsman who joined the North and South Alliance with just one sword and became the leader of a large bandit group within 10 years. The White Tiger Bandits are nothing compared to him. He's a swordsman with true, immense power. This man began to speculate about Leon's identity, a child from a famous direct lineage of the Sieghart family. Right, your swordsmanship isn't impressive yet, so you must still be a trainee. What should I do now? He threatened with a casual remark, Should I kill you? A wave of killing intent emanated from Rictor, surging like a tidal wave. It enveloped the protagonist. He became wary. His murderous intent was too clear. He immediately placed his hand on the sword at his hip. For someone who had lived a lifetime as an assassin in his previous life, this was no problem. The other party seemed surprised. Oh ho, you can withstand this pressure, you're truly not an ordinary child. The protagonist remained cautious of his words. He secretly calculated, if I attack from behind, I can definitely kill him. If I attack head-on, I can't possibly win against him. But for some reason, he didn't want to back down. He then drew his sword from its sheath. Then he boldly challenged, "Draw your sword and fight me." The other party was also surprised, but his hand instinctively moved towards his sword. "But if you do that, you will die." Leon said nonchalantly, "It's normal for the weak to be defeated by the strong." Richter was also a little surprised and reluctant. "Ah, few kids your age can say that." Then he let go of his killing intent and raised his hand. "After understanding your character, I don't really want to fight you, it would be a waste to kill you." But Leon only said a warrior cannot choose where he dies. Richter was also surprised. "You're truly crazy, are you sure you're not a child? Do you have a collection of life philosophy quotes?" Then he turned away as if not on guard. "TSK, there's another reason, I don't want to kill you. Vicious Wind has been following us for a while." Leon became surprised and curious. Then the other person left, still managing to say, "It would be great if you were part of the North and South Alliance." Before leaving, he stood on the cliff and asked, "So what's your name?" "Leon, my name is Leon. Leon Sieghart." The other calmly replied, "Leon Sieghart, I understand. I hope one day I will hear of your fame." Then he stomped on the ground and disappeared. Leon said gently, "He's gone." Then he turned to Runen. "Runen, let's go," she agreed. "Ah, okay." She called out to Leon. He instinctively turned with curiosity. "What is it?" She shyly asked, "Am I good?" Leon stood still for a moment. Then he smiled. "Well, best." These words made Runen incredibly happy and she smiled radiantly. Finally, everything came to an end. The protagonist concluded with a remark, "And so my short yet very long mission was over." Upon returning with the head of the bandit leader, the Snow Tiger Claw, Ben and Martha were furious at losing to me again. Limer Diaz comforted the other students for not performing well, seemingly giving them advice, and then ended up telling them about how great his first mission was. The vengeful spirit Wrath also did not miss the opportunity to brag about himself. Listening to those two loudmouths talk was enough to make my ears bleed. The children who had lost their parents meant the Slan family decided to adopt them. The children seemed to like it because they liked Runen. After returning, after completing the mission, Runen and I were summoned to the king. We were both awarded medals for our achievements. I was surprised to be praised, but I was even more surprised when His Majesty gave me a violet and told me that since I obtained it, I should keep it. Even though it was an extremely rare medicinal herb, I guess that's fine. At this moment, Leon looked surprised. "What? Dorian is here to visit you," Leon asked. "Why are you here?" Dorian replied, "A young master, you're finally back." Dorian said shyly, "Well, Madam told me to stop by and inform her when the mission was completed." Leon worried, "So did you tell my mother?" Dorian said with tears of happiness, "Of course, I told Madam about your touching story." But when Leon heard this, his eyes widened. What has this idiot done? At this moment, Leon's mother rushed in, worried. "Leon, is that you?" Maid Helen also inquired. "Young master, you're back." Leon became worried. Sylvia would be furious if she knew I had confronted bandits. He justified, "No, it's not what I intended." But then his mother hugged him tightly in a moment of surprise and affection. She stroked his face and praised him. "Well done, Leon." He became surprised and taken aback. Sylvia said, "Why would you think I would be angry with you, Leon? I always tell you to be careful." But then Sylvia said, "The reason the head of our family wields a sword is to protect the weak. I heard that he always reaches out to those in need. The Sieghart family continues to uphold his wish. My dream is to become a swordsman like that. Why would I scold you for rescuing those hostages?" She gently put her arm around his shoulder and said, "I'm proud of you." Maid Helen beside them also chimed in, "We are also very proud to hear about it." Another maid said, "I'm going to the royal palace tomorrow. I'll brag about this everywhere." Meanwhile, Sylvia was still happily hugging Leon. "My son, you've grown up and become a good man." Leon was truly surprised at this moment. I can't understand her, my feelings are so complex. Then he looked behind him and muttered about that idiot Dorian, but he had already fled long ago. Wrath appeared and said, "You only remember him now, that coward ran off a long time ago." Leon clicked his tongue. Tonight wasn't too bad. On Runen's side, she was placing the wooden squirrel that Leon gave her on her bedside table. She happily looked at it, recalling recent memories. She thought to herself, "Next time I'll definitely tell him. I will thank him no matter what." Elsewhere, Limer was lounging on an outdoor folding hammock. He recalled the protagonist's conversation with Rector. At this moment he became smug and happy. He remarked, "It's been a long time since I've seen the Lord's image in someone else. It seems like this is the seed for the next reign." At Robert's family's main villa. Robert was currently writing in his diary. He was still engrossed in writing. Suddenly, he unconsciously noticed. Blood from the wound on his hand had seeped a little onto the page. He unconsciously looked at his hand and thought, the wound still hasn't closed, it's been 17 years. I've tried many high-quality elixirs, I've even invited famous scholars and priests, and I still couldn't heal the wound. A wound that cannot be healed nor worsen, it's as if I was just injured yesterday, perhaps it's reminding me not to forget that day. Is there a dead soul that wants me not to forget him? Honestly, I'm not someone who likes to dwell on the past. He folded the page and stood up, only a short time left before my wish comes true. At this moment, Leon Sieghart was looking at the system screen. The Misfortune Curse had weakened, Thousand Flames Technique had reached 3 stars, Misfortune Aura had reached 3 stars, Grandmaster Senses had reached 3 stars, Fire Resistance had reached 3 stars. You have completed the goal of becoming a Sword Art Master. Aura Control Speed has increased, all stats have increased rapidly, Sword Art Proficiency has increased, Martial Arts Proficiency has increased. Leon pressed the system screen and sighed, finally reaching the expert realm. He happily massaged his body. Even though he was only at the initial level, it was very difficult to reach this point. Wrath behind him sneered, "How ridiculous, even if he's a Sword Art Grandmaster, to me, he's just a mere insect, and you're already proud of a little progress." Leon calmly said, "Not every 15-year-old boy can reach my level. Even if you search the entire continent, you won't find anyone my age who can match me." Wrath said irritably, "What about age? Only fools compare age on the battlefield. Age has nothing to do with it. If you're weak, you're weak." Leon didn't retort, "That's right, once on the battlefield, no one is obligated to give way to you just because you're younger. I completely agree." Wrath said again, "You fool, with your current level, you can't even touch one of my fingers, not even my fingernail." But Leon indifferently said, "Isn't that right?" Wrath pressed, "Then why are you smiling?" Leon happily replied, "Because I'm happy. In my previous life, I never reached this level." Then he turned away. "You admit I've grown more mature." Hearing this, Wrath was quite surprised. Then it became angry. "You think I'll praise humans, especially someone like you?" But Leon calmly said, "Then why are you angry now? I can hear your voice trembling. I guess I'm not wrong. I've been around you long enough to know what you're thinking." Wrath became even more furious. "A human daring to see through me, how detestable." It roared adorably. Leon chuckled, "Your wrath can't do anything to me. If you don't regain your strength soon, I'll eat you." But then Wrath turned to mock him. "Hearing you say such nonsense makes me remember the old days. Remember that day in hell when all the demons came to challenge me?" Leon changed the subject to avoid Wrath's annoyance. "I'm going to stretch." Wrath snapped, "Where are you going? Listen to me." At this moment, inside the compound, Lamore Diaz clapped his hands, asking everyone to gather. "Everyone, stop. Training ends here for today. You've worked hard." Ben from behind wondered, "We have to make up for 20 minutes of training, right?" But Lamore Diaz changed the subject and ran away, making Ben angry. "We can make up for it tomorrow. Training ends here for today." Ben cursed in his mind, "This irresponsible spirit." Leon also spoke up, "Then it's over. Whoever is on cleaning duty today, stay behind." Dorian was stealthily opening a closet door at this moment. He reached into a drawer to take something. As he closed the door, Martha appeared beside him terrifyingly. She angrily grabbed his shoulder, making him scream. Martha said angrily, "Is cleaning with me that scary?" Dorian turned back anxiously and said, "No, it's my honor." Martha turned away angrily, "Training alone keeps me busy enough." She yelled angrily, "What are you people looking at? I have to clean, get out." Leon, standing next to Lamore, was also surprised. "She can really be calm when she's with me," Lamore Diaz said cheerfully. "She hasn't changed at all. I guess she's only calm when she's with you." He turned back in surprise. "Teacher Lamore." "I thought you ran away," Lamore replied. "Oh well. We forgot a few things so we're back." The students were curious. What did the teacher forget? And then he gathered everyone again. "Everyone pay attention. I still have something to announce. It's really important." "What time is it now?" "It's about your second mission." All became silent. Then suddenly he burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, sorry." Both Ben and Dorian below were dumbfounded. Did he forget something so important? Leon, on the other hand, had his own thoughts. "It's been almost half a year since the first mission. It took longer to get to the second mission than I thought. Are there fewer missions for the Sieghart family to handle than in my past life?" Limner began to narrate. Orcs suddenly appeared and invaded the southern territory of Sieghart. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orcs threatening the villagers and protect the people in the village. In other words, your mission is to protect the village and hunt monsters. Everyone seemed excited about hunting orcs. Yeah, this is the kind of mission I've always wanted to do. Finally I can try out my swordsmanship. Limner commented, I guess everyone is excited about the new mission, you newcomers. There will be no teachers accompanying you on this mission. You will have to go to the village on your own and must cooperate with each other to complete the mission. Ben asked, what if we get into a dangerous situation that we can't escape from ourselves? Limner replied, it depends on you. If it's a mission that cannot be completed, you must know when to give up. So the leader must have the ability to accurately assess the situation. It is important for the leader to predict where the worst and best situation for the matter is. Dorian also spoke up, isn't running away from a mission not rated very well? Limner Diaz explained, usually that's the case, but it also depends on the situation. If you can escape alone when you're surrounded by 5 monsters, you should be praised. Dorian was delighted to hear this. Great, then I won't have any trouble running away. Limner Diaz announced further, you will leave the day before yesterday morning, all doubts, only 2 days away. Below, they all started to clamor, why so little time? That's too much, it's already dark, we only have 1 day left. Limner continued to remind them, there are many things you need to prepare for conquering monsters compared to defending or exploring dungeons. You will ruin villages and towns if you don't prepare enough. Remember to be careful. Ben felt underestimated and said loudly, we will prepare better than you say. Behind him, Leon spoke up, that's enough for now. Professor Limner always told us that we wouldn't know when and what the mission would be like. Now is not the time to panic, we should prepare. The more you complain, the less time we have. Everyone also started to feel uneasy. Well, that's true, there's no guarantee that we'll be prepared after the mission starts. Let's move. Limner smiled at this, looking pleased. Then he announced further, in addition, the orcs are more aggressive and stronger than you think compared to your previous battles. They are much more difficult to deal with based on their numbers alone. They are numerous so you don't have a numerical advantage. It will be very difficult to face them one-on-one. It's best for you to dodge their attacks instead of blocking them. Bring less luggage and gather here at dawn 2 days later. That's all. At this moment, within the grounds of Leon's mansion, he had packed his luggage into a small shoulder bag. He appraised the luggage with a light-making spell cast on it. Clearly he didn't intend to help us with our storage. I think he's trying to say that we all have to do everything ourselves, so that's fine. The name Wrath reappeared and said, arrogant fellow. Do you think everything will go as you planned? The unexpected can happen at any time. Leon also agreed that it was true. But that's ironic, just like how you gave me all those stat points. Wrath was angry. I want to sew your mouth shut, Leon teased. When would you ever be able to do that? Suddenly he noticed something behind him. He grabbed the doorknob curiously. Who would visit me at this hour? He opened the door and asked, who is it? Then he suddenly froze and stammered in surprise. Mom, Sylvia was standing sternly in front of him. Sylvia frowned slightly with annoyance. Leon, you should let me know if you have a mission. Leon was confused. How did you know? Did Dorian tell you? Sylvia said, Limner told me. Leon frowned. This elf. Leon's face was stiff and awkward. I'm sorry. Sylvia also softened. She took Leon's hand and reminded him, Leon. Being a class representative is not just about representing other students, you also have the responsibility to guide other students down a better path. You shouldn't try to resolve the mission alone, you should delegate the mission of serving your contract to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. Your friends' lives depend on your decision. At this moment, Leon was surprised. I thought my mother would come to scold me, but she actually gave me advice. Then Sylvia continued to remind him that the mission to punish monsters, while seeming easy, was actually very difficult. Ensure all monsters are eliminated to protect the villagers. You should be aware of that when undertaking missions. You are no longer a student, but a Sieghart swordsman. I want you to prove that you are a knight. You can inherit the will of the Sieghart clan. Finally, Leon spoke up. I thought my mother came here to scold me. Suddenly, she also said loudly, I am very angry. I am both worried and annoyed. However, Sylvia put her arm around Leon. She patted him. This is not the time to scold you. You should prepare to be scolded when you return. I am glad that you shine more when you started training. But I have never stopped worrying about you. The two stood embracing each other in the sunset. The next day, Master Limmer gathered everyone at the agreed location. Finally. Anything can happen, remember to be as careful as possible. Retreat if you think it's too much for you. The whole group responded in unison, yes, Master. When no one gave up, Limmer sat down with peace of mind. Alright, go. It usually takes a month, but because we've cleared the way, it should only take about 2 weeks. Good luck, students. The students responded in unison. Yes, Professor Limmer. At that time, Leon began to lead the class. Now, divide into 4 rows. We will move in the formation we discussed earlier. Limmer, from behind, thought to himself, they'll probably be fine. Leon is not only talented in combat and aura but also excellent in tactical ability. I'm sure you will complete the mission easily in return. He is also only 15 years old. I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs. A teacher next to him asked Limmer, should we go keep an eye on them? With this distance, they won't notice us leaving. But Limmer refused. Not yet, one of them is very sharp. Then he stretched and left. I'm going to take a nap before I leave. The other teachers started discussing, will that be okay? Should we go yet? Limmer seemed pleased. You should worry about the orcs instead. At this moment, in a cave deep within the forest, a mysterious figure was asking a question. Are you sure about that information? Another, seemingly lower-ranking, mysterious figure was kneeling and said, yes, we have confirmed it is that village. The other commanded, all right, let's go. You can kill anyone who stands in your way. Depart. At this moment, in the forest near the village, Leon suddenly stopped. His group encountered Kane Sieghart, the top student of the 6th Training Academy. Leon spoke up. Why are you all here? Kane asked back, and you? Leon calculated, this must be Kane Sieghart. I heard he joined the 6th Training Academy late due to an injury. He seems to have recovered. Looking at his physique, he appears to be a skilled swordsman. Kane spoke again. We are on our way to eliminate orcs. What about your team, Leon Sieghart? Leon replied, we are also on an orc elimination mission. Kane was surprised. The same mission? I've never heard anyone mention it. Leon was also surprised. What? The night before departure, in a nearby bar, someone was heard saying, Limmer, I heard your students did very well on their last mission. That's right. I heard they were very young, yet they defeated the bandits. Limmer laughed proudly. I told you so. I've praised them, but they're truly impressive. How about sending them on an orc raid? They'll probably rush right over. And I will be praised by the Patriarch. Suddenly, he turned around, and someone informed him, perhaps the 6th Training Academy will receive this mission. For a raid mission, teamwork is more important than focusing on individuals. Unlike the 5th Academy, the 6th Academy is more suitable for this mission. Recently, the 6th Training Academy has overcome Hell Week without any obstacles, so we will accept this mission. The person speaking just now was Manhwa, the chief instructor of the 6th Training Academy. Limmer said again, are you jealous that my students are getting attention? Why not send both to go together? Manhwa wondered, you want to send 2 training academies on the same mission? Limmer replied, we have to clear out the orcs anyway, why not send both teams? They'll compete with each other and finish faster. What do you think? Manhwa agreed. Okay, then I will ask the Patriarch for permission. I am really looking forward to the results. At this moment, on Leon's side, Ben spoke up. There must be some mistake. Everyone can go back first. We can handle it ourselves. This surprised Kane. He was annoyed. I can't let what you just said slide, Ben. How long has it been since training at the academy that you've become so arrogant? This mission requires teamwork. Clearly, Team 6 is a better fit than Team 5. Team 5 lacks experience. Any team formation will run into difficulties. Ben also showed his displeasure. Kane Sieghart, I know your skill level, but don't underestimate Team 5. On this side, Leon seemed to have guessed everything. Limmer must have known beforehand, but why didn't he warn us? He closed his eyes and thought. Limmer believes experience is paramount. If so, this mission will be highly practical. However, both teamwork and tactical skills are important, and our team lacks them. Perhaps the instructor wants Team 5 to compete against Team 6 so Team 5 can learn to improve on its own. That makes sense, that cunning elf. Well, let's consider it a good opportunity for the others to learn. Besides, Mom also reminded me before I left. I can't just ignore that. Finally, he spoke up. Calm down, you two. Are you planning to waste time arguing? This way, we won't get anywhere. Let's try to go all out first and see what happens. What do you think? Ben asked. What do you mean by go all out? If we don't understand the current situation, why should we waste energy? Leon reminded him, they don't want to give up the mission, and neither do you. This mission will involve many orcs, also known as ambushes, so, we're definitely going to face a tough opponent. So, let's bet on who will be the commander for this mission. Can we defeat the leader to cause chaos and deal with the rest? If the main force encounters difficulties, it will be an opportunity for the other team. Sounds good, Kane agreed. Okay, Leon continued, alright, then. Let's start from that mountain over there. At this moment, a small group from Ben's side quickly ran off to act. Led by Martha, she was excited. The conditions are simple. Destroy or capture the opposing team's flag to win. It's much simpler than fighting one by one. Leon leaned over the strategy table, then let's make a plan, but Martha rejected it. Why bother, they're all losers anyway. I'll wipe them out, so just wait and see, she said, extremely excited. I see. With losers like these, there's no need for any strategy. She charged forward, swinging her sword at the vanguard. Her divine sense skill activated, her senses heightened to the point where she didn't need to open her eyes to see. Leon quietly observed the battle that had already begun. Runan turned to ask Leon, is it okay for Leon to just charge in without a plan? Leon replied, they're all confident, they wouldn't listen even if I told them. Runan asked further, so, is there a chance of winning? Leon replied, we're guaranteed not to lose. We'll lose miserably. At this moment, both Martha and Ben were experiencing some surprise. They became annoyed and impatient. Why can't we break through? They're all weaklings, but their defense is too strong. A member from the other team shouted, you're not the center of the universe, don't underestimate us. At this moment, Martha suddenly panicked. By the end of the day, the sun had set behind the mountain. Martha and Ben's group returned in disarray. They didn't dare to look at each other, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Leon finally stepped in to remind them, see how easy it was, look who was pushed back. Misjudging is one thing, but the world doesn't wait for us to improve. Do you all look down on them because the Orwan Kingdom doesn't value them? You thought you'd win anyway because of your good performance last time, right? This is the consequence of fighting without strategy, not knowing the enemy or ourselves, just strutting around arrogantly, wasting energy and aura only to reveal all your techniques to the enemy. Very impressive. They're training every day too. Just because you seem better doesn't mean you can underestimate them. Runan asked, so, did we lose? Leon replied, we still have a chance. Martha and Ben were surprised. Really, Martha said, if I can beat those bastards, I'll do anything you want. Leon asked back, at least you still have the spirit to try, right? Alright then. I'll draw the path to victory for our team. Team 6 began to chatter. Training Hall 5 was too easy. Watching them struggle was so satisfying, but someone reminded them, don't lower your guard. Training Hall 5 can defeat the Northern and Southern Alliance with the Snow Tiger Claw. I bet they won't give up. He became vigilant, as expected. We'll end this. Martha stood provocatively in front of them. What idiots. If you badmouth us one more time, you'll regret it. Then she charged, surprising them all. One person ordered an attack on the front of the 4th formation. Focus your auras forward. But as he raised his sword, Martha attacked their exposed side. The commander on the 6th team was surprised. She's attacking the flank. At this time, on the other team, Ben also used a similar tactic. Another commander from the 5th team was leading his small group. That's the ready stance, counterattack as we prepared. But then Ben quickly broke through his first layer. Ben mocked, you fools, then his sword strike took down 2 vanguards. The squad leader of the odd-numbered group from School 6 was surprised. What, he moves so fast. They've changed their fighting style. Both squad leaders from School 6 were surprised. What happened to make them change their fighting style? Meanwhile, Martha was attacking the other side's defense like a storm. She exclaimed excitedly, he's right. Returning to the earlier discussion, Leon said, why do you think we'll lose when we're individually stronger? Ben asked, intelligence and tactics. Leon confirmed, precisely. The 6th training hall knew our personalities and skills. They prepared tactics revolving around them. However, they didn't prepare anything, thinking they'd win anyway, ultimately losing humiliatingly in a match we could have won. Dorian worried, so we'll lose. Martha angrily turned and threatened, shut up. Dorian cried in fear, wah, I'm sorry, Leon. Even if we don't consider it a total loss, we've lost a lot of stamina and aura. It's true we're at a disadvantage. But it wasn't just intelligence and tactics. Ben curiously asked, Leon, do you have something in mind? Leon analyzed, Kane, the top student of the 6th training hall, has sharp eyes and intuition. Thanks to that, he can detect others from afar and send students who can counter you to fight. Martha muttered, damn it, Kane Sieghart. Leon continued his assessment. Martha's strengths are power and durability, but her attacks are too predictable, so he sent swordsmen who can withstand her attacks to drain her aura. Ben is fast but his skills are quite simple, so he sent swordsmen who are good at improvising. So how do we win? The simplest way is to change the order of engagement. But I don't think you want that. Martha spoke up. I don't like that. I have to win, Ben also said. Sorry, I feel the same way. Leon suggested to them, then you have to fight differently. Martha was surprised. Differently. Leon explained, your fighting style is too rigid, but there are still many openings because they aren't good at moving aura around their bodies, so find the openings and attack. Ben, you're at a disadvantage against opponents relying on instinct to fight, but those guys are usually easy to trick. You have to abandon your usual fighting style and trick them. Martha complained, that sounds good, but haven't you been here all along? Ben chimed in, it sounds like you've just been watching us fight. Leon continued without noticing, it's true Cain has sharp senses, better than a regular student, but my senses are sharper. At this moment, Leon was on the side, using his divine sense to observe the situation. They were doing very well, it seemed Runan wouldn't lose. Now, at this very moment, a figure appeared from behind. Shall we begin? Cain Sieghart. Leon assessed that since the situation had changed from before, Cain had no choice but to look for an opportunity. Cain spoke, I was wondering why we lost, so you told them to fight differently. The rumor that you're not recognized by other students is false, but Leon still didn't react to the provocation. Cain declared, this battle will end here. Leon said, I heard your aura is fire attributed. Cain channeled aura around his sword. Leon seemed surprised, you have fire attributed aura too. Cain continued, unfortunately for you, I have the highest fire attributed aura. I also have more aura than most official swordsmen. Theoretically, you can't beat me. Leon finally spoke up, why do you guys overthink so much before a fight? Leon's flames were already burning around him. Let's begin. I'll show you how my flames can overwhelm you. Leon immediately dashed towards Cain, so fast that he left no afterimage. Cain became flustered, so fast, and those flames. I heard he didn't just beat Martha, but also Prince Orwin. The moment the sword was swung, Cain managed to dodge. His aura isn't as strong as mine, but he's definitely powerful. However, Cain began to counterattack. I'm stronger. He strained himself to go head-to-head with Leon. A surge of flames began to erupt between their clash. A sharp wave of aura sliced across Cain's face, drawing blood. Why did he lose his composure? It's absurd. My flames are weaker. Leon immediately broke through his defense and attacked. Cain struggled to block reluctantly. Impossible, he shouted, trying to escape the powerful attack. A shockwave erupted, shaking the entire forest. Cain lay defeated beneath Leon's sword. Leon reiterated, your flames are stronger. That's right. At this moment, the five returned. Everyone was surprised. Dorian spoke up, who is that? What is Cain doing here? The best way to turn the tide of battle is to defeat the enemy leader. Did you know this would happen? Ben continued, it's not just that. You're right, they were easily tricked, even I was. If it weren't for you, I might have failed against the 6th training hall. Martha also chimed in, even though I don't want to admit it, he's right, if your judgment was wrong, perhaps even I would have turned my back on you, but in the end, we won. We now understand your talent and effort, we will listen to you without any further complaints. Leon smiled, it seems they've matured quite a bit after this, that's good. This is the 5th hall I know. Then he gathered everyone, you all did great, perhaps you've all understood the consequences of resting on your laurels and acting without thinking. If this were a real battle, you would all be dead. Don't forget what you've learned today. Cain looked towards Leon with admiration. Leon Sieghart. He's more skilled than I thought, he's good at fighting and also knows how to lead. I thought the 5th training hall was full of arrogant people, but it turns out I was the most arrogant. He approached Leon, I've learned so much from you, Leon Sieghart. You taught me to never let my guard down and to always have a backup plan if the previous one fails. I thought I would definitely win because I believed I understood you well. But I not only lost a team match but also a one-on-one duel with you. What I thought was confidence was arrogance. Now I understand how small I am. Thank you. He then extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill. Leon also smiled. He's more sincere than some of the direct descendants. Then he shook his hand. It's nothing, Cain replied. As I said, we will dedicate ourselves to you. 2 weeks later, everyone seemed to have arrived at the designated location. Leon stood at the head of the group, on a large rocky outcrop. We've arrived, he announced. Below them was a village in need of help. A small, unremarkable village, simply a place where people lived and farmed to get by. This mission wasn't special either. The task was to deal with some monsters that occasionally appeared and caused trouble. However, why do I feel like someone is watching me? No examiner can follow me. Moreover, his aura contains killing intent. It's best to find his location first. Ben, I have something I need to ask of you. Ben, curious, what is it? Leon assigned, you will lead everyone in this mission. Ben looked confused, why is that? Leon explained, in the first mission, only Runan and I can confront the snow leopard claws, so perhaps it would be better for you to command. Didn't you say you wanted to become like me? If so, then prove yourself with what you've learned. Ben hesitated but then agreed. Alright, I'll show you then, he said clearly. I will be a good commander. Leon immediately said, did everyone hear that? From now on, we will follow Ben's orders. Everyone chimed in, understood. Then he turned to Martha. Martha, I'll explain to you later, just act as you normally would. Martha turned and walked away. You don't need to remind me specifically, I will follow your arrangements, I've always been normal. Leon watched her, a little concerned. Then he asked Wrath, Wrath, do you also feel that someone is watching us? Wrath replied, you know already. That's understandable, you inherited my abilities. After all, Leon then asked, how many of them are there? Wrath said with a slight smirk, if I tell you the direction, can you guess? Leon interrupted, just one. Wrath was surprised. Leon explained, because you said he, not they. Thank you for telling me, Wrath. Wrath's face became grumpy, this guy. It started to cry out, but Leon ignored it, still not sure if it was just one person. Even though only one person was following him, there was a high probability that his companions were nearby. I must not let my guard down. After thinking too much, Leon sighed, this mission won't go smoothly. The strange leader from the other day appeared. He was waiting to question his subordinates. Where did they come from? One of his subordinates replied, most of them are from the Sieghart family, sir, the ringleader said, one of the 6 great emperors, nothing to worry about. The subordinate added, I saw they were just rookies, and no instructors were with them, so it's very likely this is their second mission. The leader asked, were you detected? The tracker replied, of course not, I'm sure even if I got close, they wouldn't have been able to detect me. The leader said with satisfaction, I didn't think such ordinary rookies could detect you either. Then the tracker reported again, but we've controlled the orcs, and they've all forgotten why the rookies came here. The leader replied, perhaps the villagers noticed the increase in monsters and requested support, but our search for the stone is too slow because I was too confident. The subordinate continued, we've searched this place top to bottom but haven't found it, it might be inside this village. Should we attack now? But the ringleader objected, no, wait. The subordinate wondered, but now is a good opportunity to take down those rookies. The ringleader said, killing those rookies is easy. But the mana stone will be exposed, that would do more harm than good. Just let them defeat the monsters and return, as if they've completed their mission. After that, the ringleader put on his hat. His entire body became enraged, his muscles grew, and his appearance became as tall as an orc. He said, when they leave, I will attack that village and destroy everything in my way. Night fell at the concentration camp. Everyone was sitting together and enjoying dinner. Leon looked at the person opposite him, who was about to bring a piece of meat to his mouth, and thought to himself, Ben. At first, I was a little worried about him, but he's doing much better than I expected. Recalling the previous events, the young man continued, he didn't use the Sieghart family's reputation to be arrogant, instead, he prioritized reassuring the village chief and the villagers. I can see that he's trying to do better. Picking up a fork and poking at the fried egg on his plate, Leon mused, but I probably shouldn't worry about Ben. Even if I'm not here, Ben and the other trainees can handle the monsters themselves. Looking out the window at the rugged, overlapping mountains in the distance and the snow-covered pine forest, the protagonist felt a bit uncertain. The problem is that someone was watching us while we were on the outskirts of the village. I'm not sure, but I felt them disappear towards the mountains when we entered the village. Is it the Sieghart family testing us, or someone else entirely? Somewhere in the young man's thoughts, an unpleasant feeling lingered. We'll probably find out the answer tomorrow, he told himself. The next morning, everyone was looking down at the ground, where footprints were imprinted on the white snow. Ben and his teammates were there. He looked ahead and thought it seemed like monsters were around here. An old man once said that monsters appear around this time of year, but this year there are 3 times as many as in previous years. We can't handle this many monsters. Exactly, we've observed over 100 monsters so far. That means they could have a total of over 200 lives. Based on his observations and predictions, the old man gave an approximate number. He approached the green-haired young man and added, the problem isn't just their numbers. I'm sure you're unfamiliar with this forest. We'll arrange a guide for you so you don't get lost in the mountains. He's the quickest young man in the village, so I'm sure he'll be helpful. The young man the old man mentioned yesterday was also with the group. His name was Kanbar. Lead the way to Mount Expu, he thought tiredly. The village chief came to see me last night, and I knew something was up, but he's asking me to be a guide for the Sieghart family's trainees. Don't worry, a voice called out. catching the boys' attention. Leon figured we'd ensure we'd all make it home safe and sound. Pay attention everyone, another spoke up. Orcs tend to fight better than most monsters, while goblins and sprites cheat with poison or other things. Buren analyzed the monsters for his teammates. A small wound could possibly be a fatal one, so don't let your guard down. Yes sir, the others replied. Then the blue-haired young man turned to his side and said, Training Hall number 6, please secure the area. Kane agreed. All right, leave it to us. Then let's begin the raid on the monsters threatening this land. Let's see the strength of the Sieghart clan. After the morale-boosting words, everyone started to move. In the distance were the silhouettes of orcs. Seeing this, Buren remained unfazed and was ready to lead the charge. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wrath said to Leon, who was standing still observing those idiots doing something so foolish. They've all been preparing an ambush this whole time, then they suddenly start screaming and revealing their positions. What kind of ambush is that? Leon had his own perspective. They were just screaming to try and not be anxious. Such a mistake could be understandable given this is their first raid mission. The energy cat thought to himself, this guy was supposed to be on his first raid mission too, but instead of being anxious, he's observing the bigger picture. He looks like a seasoned veteran. Its gaze turned towards the main character as it assessed. At this moment, Buren's party was engaging the giant orcs. The three Martha, Buren, and Runan charged forward simultaneously. The black-haired girl seemed to be in a battle frenzy, yelling, I will eliminate all of them. Deal with the goblins and sprites first, then attack the orcs. Buren instructed the people behind him as he swung his sword. Another in the party noticed something was wrong and shouted, They've broken through our formation, 2 orcs are heading in the other direction. Kanbar was utterly panicked as the monsters charged towards him. The orcs are coming, but before they could reach him, they'd have to get past the imposing main character standing there. I shouldn't have come here. Despite the guide screaming in fear, Leon calmly leaped forward. Then with a single slash, the young man took down the first Trant. For the second, he also only needed one more swing. Once again, the young man performed swift slashes and movements to finish off the third one. Leon slowly sheathed his sword. What was suspicious was that the young man wasn't stained with a single drop of blood, yet those giant monsters were eliminated. Kanbar didn't even have time to follow the recent movements. As the orcs fell, he was stunned to realize, when did they die? The main character asked concernedly, Are you injured anywhere? Kanbar, no, I'm alright, I'm glad. Leon asked, I wanted to ask you something. Does this mountain have any urban legends about it? Like a great treasure or monsters? The guide stood up and pondered. Urban legends, there is one. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place between the Goblin Kingdom that descended from the west and the knights here. It is said that the snow buried the Goblin King's ring somewhere around here. This information made Ao feel something. He looked towards the young man. Then looking forward, the young man realized, so I understand now, the eyes I've been feeling on me just now and before are eaten with the symbol of a western dragon. One of the 5 devils. They are notoriously insane. Eden's purpose is to revive the era when monsters ruled the world. They want to return to those times and view monsters as gods, where a demon is revered by people as a deity. But if that were all there was to it, they would have been destroyed long ago. They possess the ability to control and tame monsters. Despite being human, they can also use monster abilities. They are as powerful as the Sieghart clan. Their strange power is a secret that even the renowned clans of the entire continent are unaware of. They are hidden in a locked chest, covered by swords planted as a warning. Leon, with a somewhat serious gaze, stated, But I know what that secret is. Thanks to Deruth Robert, who haunted me in my past life until his death. I recall in a past life mission, we encountered Eden during a mission Deruth ordered us to undertake. Eden killed the entire squadron, leaving only me in that hellish scene. At the time I didn't realize, but it was definitely strange. From the very beginning, Deruth knew Eden used mana stones as one of the 6 emperors. How could he have known that? Why didn't he reveal it to the whole world? Leon remembered that haunting expression and deduced everything. Wrath, from behind, a bit curious, asked, What are you thinking? I can sense a deep, dark wrath within you. Leon immediately touched his left chest. Thinking of Deruth stirred his emotions. Calm down, Eden is what's important now. The young man closed his eyes and calmed himself. I believe Eden's objective is to find the Goblin King's mana stone. Hundreds of years have passed since the Goblin King was defeated here. I'm sure a very powerful mana stone is buried somewhere. So their plan is definitely to make us complete the mission so they can find the mana stone after we leave. If that's the case, then the scene shifts to the battle, where Buren is charging towards the lead Trant. I will end this with a final blow. But suddenly a large explosion occurred, stopping the young man's actions. Buren was slightly surprised by the person who appeared from the smoke. Martha was the one who interrupted the fight and nonchalantly declared, "This is mine." Buren just sighed and quipped, "How undignified." Then he turned back and said to his teammates, "The leader is dead, now we just have to deal with the rest." When the brothers heard this news, they all cheered with joy. "Brother Kanbar, about that Goblin King story, has anyone seen any treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then?" Leon spoke up, "Actually, when I was little, you guides shared." The village chief went up the mountain and returned with a red piece of jewelry he found on the summit. He recounted the time he saw something similar to the mana stone the protagonist was looking for. "So where's that piece of jewelry now?" Most people noticed, but the village chief buried it under his house. It was Leon who was a bit surprised to hear this. The young man then clenched his fists and thought to himself, "The situation is worse than I imagine. If Eden doesn't find the mana stone in the mountain." Kanbar, on the side, still not understanding, asked, Is there a problem? "They will burn this village down." The blonde-haired young man thought of the worst possible scenario. "We don't see any orcs around anymore." "Same here," some of Buren's team reported back. "We've completed the reconnaissance." Towards the end of the afternoon, the village chief, along with some elder members, came to express their gratitude. "Thank you all for doing this much for us. You are as skilled as the Sieghart family said." "Truly, thank you." "Of course, I'm glad I could help you, sir," the young man replied. Leon, from the back, watched his fellow tribesmen being praised. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Is everything going according to your plan?" which startled the protagonist a bit. Martha, in the tree, holding an apple, added, "Although I don't know what you want either." The young man followed the voice and looked towards her. Martha, the girl, continued to bite into her apple carefree. Leon thought, "I'm not sure yet, but I'll tell you when the time is right." Suddenly, the woman jumped down and interrupted, "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will follow your orders until the mission is complete." The girl walked past the young man, leaving a message. At this moment, Runan approached and asked, "Leon, what are you doing here? Are you worried about something? You don't look very happy." The young man simply replied, "I'm fine, no problem. The village chief said he's throwing a party, let's go." Gazing into the distance, the main character thought more deeply about the mysteries only he knew. Eden won't dare to come near until we leave. The next day, on the outskirts of the village, the sky was clear and blue, with trees casting shade below. Buren seemed relieved and thought to himself, "Perfect." Then looking at Kane, he continued, "We've defeated all the monsters on the mountain and ended up with very few casualties. Although it was the first mission, we were able to complete it excellently." His gaze also turned to where Leon was standing, and he assumed that was probably why Leon wasn't insisting on being in the lead anymore. His leadership style made no mistakes. "I don't know why he handed over command to me." The more he looked, the more questions the young man asked himself. But then Buren also placed his hand on his chest, expressing his confidence, "But I hope he will also realize that my leadership abilities can match his." Then the blue-haired young man said to the entire team, "Let's leave here quickly." And so they moved until the tide receded. Leon was still walking silently behind, then suddenly he stopped and said, "Everyone stop." The other team members were surprised and all turned their eyes towards the main character and asked, "What is it? Can't we go any further? It's still too early to run." "This is when the real mission begins," the blonde-haired young man announced. "What do you mean, Leon?" "As I said, the mission is not over yet." "What are you talking about?" Buren asked, a little confused. "We defeated all the orcs and even cleaned up." "So what do you mean by that?" The blue-haired young man thought that was enough for the first mission, but Leon replied, "Our mission is to defeat the monsters and protect the village." "So what's the problem?" Min interrupted and began to explain, "Someone was just following us." "What?" Recalling the time when everyone was moving, Leon saw a shadow hiding behind a tree branch. He recounted, "They were following us for about an hour before they disappeared. You could say it was a guide, but I clearly felt hostility, too much hostility to be considered a guide. I felt those watchful eyes, even before we set foot in the village, and I felt them disappear when we got far enough from the village." "Are you serious?" Buren was a bit surprised to hear this. Martha went up and asked further, "Wait, even before we got here, more precisely, when we set foot on the hill of the village. So the reason you gave command to Buren is..." The girl realized the main character's intention. "I hid my presence to better sense the enemy." Kane, from behind, though equally surprised, remained calm and reasoned to himself, "I bet he also sensed this during the bet, but his tactical senses and other senses are much better than other guides. I couldn't even tell that someone was following us." Buren asked again to be sure, "So, that's why you gave me command?" "You should admit it." "That's right. I thought if you were in command, you could take good care of the new recruits." Recalling the time when the blue-haired young man led the troops to fight the orcs, Leon praised, "You did very well. I'm sure the enemy thought you were the leader of the recruits because of that, and they didn't pay attention to me." Placing his hand on his tribesman's shoulder, Leon said, "You are a true actor. I will recommend you as the second best recruit when we return." Buren could only lower his head at this moment, thinking with some embarrassment, "Damn it, I thought I could stand on par with Leon, but he was actually just gathering more information about the enemy while no one noticed. I didn't even know about it and was happy thinking I was on par with him." From the beginning, monsters are creatures that cannot communicate with other beings, but in this mission, orcs and goblins are working together. This means the enemy used some kind of magic to control the monsters, Leon observed. "Our first mission was to protect the village. That mission is not over yet because there is still a potential danger threatening the village. A pair of crimson eyes are lurking at any moment to snatch the mana stone." Returning to reality, he announced, "We will return to Cebu, but we must be very discreet so that the enemy doesn't realize we are coming back. It would be good to have appropriate equipment for this, but unfortunately, we don't." But then Dorian approached. He took out a pile of equipment and showed it to the whole team. "Is this enough for discreet equipment?" The main character immediately asked, "Where did you get all this?" The moss green-haired young man casually replied, "I brought it just in case." He brought as many as 40 of them just in case. Being well prepared is never a bad thing. "Good, very good." Although it's a bit unbelievable, the main character still praised his optimistic teammate. "So we'll proceed as we train in stealth. Crane, inform a nearby Zieghardt clan branch of our current situation, as you're the fastest in this team." The blonde-haired man was a little startled after receiving the order, but immediately agreed, "Understood." After the other guy left, Leon turned back and said, "Everyone, from now on, obey my orders at all costs. I will not tolerate any defiance." 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary hiding place behind Mount Shu, one of the scouts returned and reported to the leader, "They've finally all left. We had to check the other side to be sure, but there were no issues, so let's begin the plan." Recover, the leader transformed into a giant naga with an iron helmet on its head. Then, he roared extremely loudly. Just like that, he stepped outside. Around him was a group of other orcs under his command, also prepared for the conquest. "Kill them," the leader commanded, and the orcs immediately ran towards the village with the intention of attacking. "Don't let a single one escape," the leader added. At this moment, from a hard-to-detect position, Buren looked down. He saw the orcs moving in hordes and trembled. "There are still orcs." The young man showed urgency and suggested, "We must truly defeat all of them this time." But Ron thought the opposite. "No, it's not time yet. I thought I told you someone was watching us. It doesn't need to be the gaze of a monster, but of a human. We still haven't identified the enemy's identity," Maine analyzed calmly, but Buren couldn't do that. He loudly argued, "But look how many orcs there are, the village won't be able to stop all of them." The blonde-haired young man calmly presented his argument, "But if we intervene now and are defeated, we will all die. We'd better intervene now if we still want to save the village," Buren retorted. "Don't you remember the instructor said that understanding the mission is extremely important?" "It's not time yet," Leon reaffirmed. Then the young man told the other skilled members about important information and that we need to be even more careful because the enemy is from Eden. "Wait, Eden?" Kane and Martha showed clear surprise. The black-haired girl asked for clarification. "You mean Eden is one of the 5 fiends? If so, they could be an emperor or a lord-class monster, so we need to be careful." Buren looked down and began to grasp what Maine had just shared. "I can understand how strong Eden is, and you're right." The blue-haired young man turned back and said to the captain, "But if we don't act now, half the village will be killed, and we have to wait here while the enemy massacres the people. I thought you were someone worthy of the name Zieghardt, but this is wrong. We must act now." The blue-haired one had started to lose patience, his voice tinged with bitterness. Placing a hand on his chest, Buren affirmed that's what a Zieghardt swordsman should do. "I thought you were someone worthy of the name Zieghardt, but this is wrong. We must act now." The blue-haired one had started to lose patience, his voice tinged with bitterness. Placing a hand on his chest, Buren affirmed that's what a Zieghardt swordsman should do. Thus, he left his teammates behind and rushed down the slope alone with the message, "I don't care if you follow me or not. Anyone among you who believes they are a true Zieghardt swordsman, follow me." "That guy, I'm going too." At this moment, Lunnan stepped forward and responded. Then she also jumped down the slope, preparing to join in stopping the horde. A few other members also agreed that Sir Buren was right. As members of the Zieghardt family, it's shameful to be afraid just because the opponent is one of the 5 fiends. That's right, we are rookies in the 6 Emperors Alliance. "We'll go too. We must quickly protect the village and its villagers," like a chain reaction, a group of team members followed Buren and moved forward. Kane was also rallying his teammates. Training Hall 6, spirit pumped up yet? We'll help Training Hall 5 attack Eden's phantoms. Yes, sir. At this moment, only a few people remained with Leon. The young man thought to himself, everything is unfolding just as I predicted. From my observations, Buren and the rookies, with their personalities, won't be able to tolerate injustice and will rush to stop the horde and the monsters. So I sent Runen a message, Aura, follow them first, then together with Buren, Runen, and Kane who are heading there, even Eden wouldn't be able to withstand it if anything unexpected happens. Then he turned back and asked the girl leaning against the tree, Martha, why aren't you going? I thought you'd be the first to run. The girl replied casually, I told you, I will follow your orders to the end. This made Leon a little happy, though he sighed and chuckled lightly. Then the young man said to those who stayed, all right, if that's the case, we'll go to that village like them, but conceal our presence as much as possible while moving. Eden's reinforcements must be hidden somewhere, not on the front lines. Looking towards the mountain ranges, Maine thought to himself, I can strongly sense a powerful killing intent coming from the mountain, not from the village. Training Hall 5 and 6 can handle the remaining enemies, but if they confront that guy directly, they might be in danger. But that would only happen if they confront him directly, Leon deduced. Assassinating him is another matter. Don't directly take the orcs' attacks, fall back and then counterattack, a reminder while killing one. Someone was instructing other team members on how to minimize risks. If fighting them alone is too difficult, form teams. Remember, if we can't stop them here, the village will be in danger. Buren was both directing and participating in the fight, which severely depleted his stamina. These orcs are much more aggressive than the ones we fought yesterday, but if it's just this many, protecting the village won't be a problem. The problem is, as long as Eden, our enemy, is still around, they won't stop here. The young man continued to reason. At this point, he let out a sigh. Damn it, Leon was right after all. The blue-haired one said to his teammates around him, all troops, beware of threats from above and disguised threats from the forest. One of the rookies panicked and thought, impossible. It's Eden's Legion, the green battle phantom. From the trees, a group of people in black appeared as if reinforcements. Buren saw this and knew he had made a grave mistake. With their hoods up, it's definitely them. I guessed they'd come, but I didn't expect so many. A quick glance revealed at least 40 of them. We should play our cards right if we want to fight so many enemies. Then, Buren ordered, Kane, you and the others hold back the orcs. Don't let them enter the village. Runen, use cold air to freeze the orcs and the Green Legion's feet. I'll charge in. Understood. The girl received the command and immediately executed the skill. I will freeze all of them. Gathering power into her sword, she unleashed frigid air around her. White gusts of wind solidified into ice beams. They ran towards the orcs and held them in place. This made the monsters unable to move. Buren took advantage of this moment to showcase his skills. Then with a leap, he soared into the air, heading towards the monsters. The young man spun with his enchanted sword, aiming to quickly eliminate some of the monsters in his flight path. But then he realized that his landing spot was within the sight of one of the 7 colored illusions. He used hidden weapons from his mouth to assassinate Buren, but fortunately, the young man managed to dodge. The other members weren't as quick. They could only raise their hands to shield themselves as a pile of poison hidden weapons, golden poison, rain down from the sky. Use your aura to block them or use striding art to evade them, Buren called out. But then one of the recruits discovered a bag of poison that had been thrown down and immediately reported, Sir Buren, they've thrown down a bag of poisonous gas. Damn it, this poison is stronger than what the monsters use. Everyone cover your mouths. Realizing the urgency, the blue-haired young man immediately ordered everyone to follow suit. But some still couldn't act in time and were poisoned, leaving them exhausted. Yeah, forget the aura. I can't even lift my sword anymore. Buren, helpless, could only grip his trembling sword. In that moment, not only the remaining members but he himself also inhaled the poisonous gas, and his body refused to move at his will. Runen's skin was also deteriorating, but the orcs and the green battle phantoms were completely fine. At this rate, he glanced at his friend and concluded, they're going to wipe us out. Just as he felt most helpless, another large explosion occurred in front of him. The blue-haired one was surprised. This energy, this destructive power. Martha, she had also come down to provide support at this time. Along with other recruits, the girl ordered, let's replace these sentimental fools and clean up Eden's trash. Don't let a single one escape. Reinforcements, Lady Martha and the reinforcements have arrived. The members of the team were overjoyed to see them. If they had arrived even a moment later, we would have fainted from the poison. Get up and fight. Buren was also secretly pleased. I still haven't seen Leon, but with Martha and the reinforcements, we can turn the tide. If things continue like this, we might be able to win. The assassins, after tasting the swords of the Sieghart swordsman, fled, thinking, how can these recruits be so strong? Let's run. If we stay till the end, we'll die. But a large foot blocked their path. Are you trying to flee the battlefield? Humph. At this moment, a terrifying sound echoed, making them all feel an unbearable pressure. A presence far stronger than any they had faced before, the Green Battle Phantom, the elven champion who could speak human language. The group now faced an opponent of completely different caliber. Eden, the Green Battle Phantom. Buren asked, "What is a warrior like you doing here?" The lead orc replied, "I received a report that you returned here. Did you return after realizing our ambush plan and want to stop it? Compared to the recruits, you are quite skilled. From what I've observed of your strength, that black-haired woman seems quite powerful." The leader then turned his attention to Martha. He raised his massive sword and added, "But if you know how difficult it is and want to save your lives, you should leave quietly. The reason you will all die here today is because of this. It's because you don't know your place." A gigantic body, but with incredibly fast attack speed. In just a moment, this guy had swung that cumbersome sword and held it close to Buren's neck. A loud noise echoed across the battlefield. In less than a minute, all three were incapacitated by the monster's attack. The recruits behind were extremely panicked. With just one blow, all three of them, whereas Sir Kane is fighting the orcs next to the wooden barrier. Damn it, what about Sir Leon? There's no way he'll show himself after witnessing that. Humph, you can stand up, the orc exclaimed, impressed that Martha was still struggling to get up after that blow. "It seems you're the worst piece of trash here, which is obvious, of course, because you can sense our presence. But even so, you are nothing more than a newly sprouted seedling that I will crush under my feet. You insignificant vermin, lacking effort, strength, and discipline, your luck is over." The leading orc snarled incessantly. He raised his saber high and declared, "All of you will perish here today." Not so, a word accompanied by fire. Leon suddenly appeared from behind with his fire skill. "You will perish," the young man replied. The young man approached the monster closer and closer. With his sword, he severed one of its arms. Thus, an orc's arm fell to the ground, along with blood gushing from the cleanly severed part. "Heh, that ambush was quite good," the Green Battle Phantom praised. "But it seems you didn't think I had a way to avoid your attack from reaching my neck." The young man turned back with a disappointed expression, thinking, "You damned lunatic, sacrificing an arm for that, but what I really want to do is still behind. Although it was a surprise attack, to cut off my arm, your skill is quite decent, a promising Sieghart, but that's all," the giant orc said to the young man. He continued, "Looking at your current state, it's clear you've expended most of your strength on that attack." Just as he said, he had pushed himself too hard with the intention of ending it with that surprise attack, so now he couldn't even stand steadily, the young man thought to himself, his sword-holding hands trembling violently. Leon spoke, "Are you in charge here? You lunatics never act as expected." The troll thought, "Do you think my superiors will show up for a small village like this? You still have the nerve to talk back." The giant raised his blade, preparing for the next attack. "Let's see how much longer you can brag." He immediately charged towards the main character at high speed. Leon was a bit surprised by this movement technique. He thought to himself that he hadn't fully recovered, but neither had the giant. He then swung his sword, blocking the attack. The orc didn't expect this and said, "You can take that, you're much stronger than I thought. If I can't even handle this, I'd rather give up being a swordsman." The giant's wrath seemed to rise, and he decisively swung his blade once more. "That's a good mindset, the brat." While fighting the giant, he praised Leon's spirit. The two sides continued to clash swords back and forth. Buren on the side couldn't believe his eyes. What was going on? That the Green Battle Phantom defeated us with just one blow, yet he's fighting him on equal terms. Not only that, he's using the same sword techniques as me. The blue-haired one watched and admired. "I thought I had caught up to him." Looking at the battle, a sense of disappointment appeared in Buren's mind. Martha walked over and explained, "That's his true power. What he showed before was just the surface. However, that's not enough. It looks like Leon is on par, but he doesn't even have time to recover his strength and aura. He expended it on that surprise attack." The two leaders of each side continued to fight, while the other two stood still, only analyzing. Martha's face showed some worry. Could he defeat the Green Battle Phantom with the remaining strength? Runan approached from behind, seeming to be still conscious after the orc's attack. The girl thought they had to help Leon. The black-haired woman just sighed. "Don't you see we're conserving our strength? You're even weaker than us, so what can you do? If you rush in there, even a single mistake could cost you your life in one blow." So what? With determined eyes, Lunnan still held her sword and moved forward. I thought she would be scared, but she's calmer than usual. Does that mean she's different from when she was chasing Leon? Martha was a little surprised to see the change in the girl in front of her. Buren also spoke up. I feel ashamed that I even hesitated as Ronan said. We have to help Leon. Did you forget the previous attack? Do you think the three of us charging in will make a difference? Looking back, the green-haired young man thought, even so, I can't turn a blind eye and let my comrades defend themselves. We are the swordsmen of Sieghart. Martha had no other choice. She was convinced by the actions of the two in front of her. Fine, if anything goes wrong, you two are responsible. Let's fight to the death. With that, they moved towards the battlefield. Returning to where the duel was taking place, the orc thought, it's astonishing that a rookie can last this long against me. You're so talented that I want to recruit you to Eden. What's your name? The young man replied, Leon. The monster's eyes sharpened slightly. He asked, wait, are you a descendant of the bamboo lineage from Ha? Looking at your hair and eye color makes me suspicious. It seems the blood of the Northern Destroyer King runs deep in your veins. From the information the orc knew, he remembered Glenn's figure within the young man. The monster tensed his body and continued, I retract my recruitment offer. In this situation, I will stop at nothing, using all possible means. To eliminate you, he roared to the sky. Ha! A dark aura enveloped the leader of the monster horde. His movement speed increased absurdly. In just a moment, he swung his blade again, close to Leon's neck. The young man was completely taken by surprise by this action. This madman. He's faster now. Leon ducked to dodge the blow. Is he using his life force to boost his strength? I barely managed to hold on with the ring of fire, and I haven't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow behind the orc, preparing to ambush the monster. Martha. By not attracting the monster's attention, she easily left a large scar along the monster's body. The lead monster turned back in anger. How dare a shrimp like you? But then, another wave of cold air suddenly surged towards the monster. Runin used ice magic to slow down the orc's movement. Ice aura, winter's breath. As soon as the girl finished her skill, she signaled Buren to move. The young man quickly approached the monster's position, leaped up, and his sword was in a slashing stance. Buren continuously attacked the enemy's body parts. Unfortunately, the young man was still caught by its large hand. The orc thought, you think those little tricks can take me down? It seems you've underestimated me. If you're not at least at the level of that blonde brat, you'll never touch me, the blue-haired youth, despite being injured, said with a confident face. You're right, with the attacks we just used, it's hard to defeat you, but at least it bought us some time. Below, Martha was channeling her power to accumulate more energy. The ground sank under the weight radiating from her entire body. Into a fighting stance, the girl shouted, let's see if you can withstand this attack, a fatal blow with the power of a colossal spirit. The girl gave the orc no chance to defend. This angered the monster leader. He shouted and cursed, calling them brats, then he swung his hand with great force. He threw Buren towards Martha. The two collided and were sent flying back towards a tree. Thus a boy and a girl crashed into a nearby tree. The orc turned its attention to the small fry who ambushed them earlier, thinking that those insignificant insects should know their place. But then Leon, who was behind, had finished preparing his attack. The boy thought it wouldn't be in vain. Thank you everyone, thanks to your efforts I had enough time to recover. A surge of energy is flowing through my body. Looking at his comrades who were unconscious from supporting him, the boy added, I promise I won't let this opportunity you risked your lives for go to waste. Leave it all to me. The orc, sensing the danger, turned back and asked, how can you still have so much power? Who exactly are you? Leon raised his sword high and replied, the green battle phantom of Eden. You should consider it an honor. This is the first time I'm using this skill against an enemy. I thought I couldn't use it yet, but thanks to the enlightenment I received in this battle, I can now. A large column of fire erupted in the direction the sword was pointing. The boy's expression was in stark contrast to the intense heat generated by his skill. The orc leader thought to himself, those flames, they are different from what he showed before. My instincts tell me this is very dangerous. No matter the cost, I must kill him now. Die. With those thoughts in mind, the creature charged towards the boy with all its might once again. But just as he charged, the boy swung his sword down, a straight slash towards the orc's body. It seemed Leon's attack speed was slightly faster than the orc's. What remained on the battlefield was the giant's body, standing tall but motionless. The boy's eyes remained fixed on his enemy. Suddenly, the orc's head fell off, leaving only half. Not only that, his entire body was split in two and fell to the ground. Leon was splattered with the orc's blood all over his clothes, his face showed clear exhaustion and he gasped for breath as he looked down at the corpse at his feet. Runen also couldn't hide his surprise at what his friend had accomplished. Martha and Buren, as soon as they recovered, also approached to express their astonishment. Leon, he really defeated the green battle phantom. Raising the blood-stained sword of the vanquished enemy high, the boy loudly announced to his comrades, "We're not done yet, the green battle phantom legion is still here, for the peace and prosperity of the kingdom, let's kill them all." As if empowered, everyone drew their swords and shouted in unison, "We obey." A while later, the remaining remnants of the green battle phantom legion were found and eliminated. Suddenly Buren walked up to the main character and called out, "Hey, Leon, you were right. If it weren't for you and the reinforcements intervening in time, we would all probably be dead. Moreover, the villagers we were supposed to protect would have died too." The blue-haired teenager's face fell as he added, "Thank you for saving us, and I apologize for not listening to you. It's just that even if you had warned me, I wouldn't have paid attention to the village. Turning a blind eye to injustice due to weakness is not something a knight of the Sieghart family should do." He placed his hand on his chest and declared. "Yes, but contrary to the young man's imposing demeanor, the main character simply turned away and replied with a single word, making the blue-haired guy freeze slightly. What? You fought with everything you had. I was able to defeat the green battle phantom partly thanks to your efforts." These words were not only directed at Buren but also at Vunen and Martha behind him. Holding the sword in his hand, Leon showed no comfort. Even the loss of one person could lead to unforeseen events. "So thank you all, I'm serious." The boy stood between the three and expressed his gratitude. Buren, upon hearing this, became somewhat embarrassed and turned away, stammering, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll become stronger so this never happens again, then I won't need your help anymore." But not paying much attention to the words of the guys, the main character turned to the black-haired girl and said, "You did well too, Martha. I had the chance to recover thanks to you. Thank you for following my orders." The boy walked up and said directly to the girl. Martha gave a slight smile. Then the girl left, thinking that if she couldn't even follow orders, she'd rather die. "I'm going to the village to help them, you do whatever you want." After the girl left, Leon bowed his head, leaning on his knees for balance and thought to himself, is this over? It seemed the previous move had exhausted the boy. He gradually leaned back as he lost consciousness. Damn it, I relaxed too early, I can't feel my legs anymore. But then, Runen lowered himself and caught the boy from behind. "Leon, are you okay, Runen? Have you been here all along? How did you know I was about to fall?" The boy was very surprised to see his friend appear. Runen thought for a moment and replied with a cold expression, It's like in a training camp, it's as if all your strength was drained away." "I felt that too," Leon replied dizzily in his mind. He thought to himself, "It's not just me who cares about them, they care about me too, thank you." The boy said to the girl. But then something appeared that caught his attention. The system notification appeared. "You have showcased your abilities by surpassing your own limits in the recent difficult battle. All stats have increased by 1. You successfully ambushed an opponent stronger than yourself. You received the special skill Unseen Strike. You defeated an opponent of a higher level than yourself. You received the title Unbreaking Spirit." Status window of Leon. Title, Unbreaking Spirit. State, Unfortunate Origin. Special skill, Rage. 4-star Fire Ring. 3-star Thousand Flames Technique. 3-star Unfortunate Aura. 4-star Grandmaster Senses. 1-star Water Resistance. 1-star Unseen Strike. Agility 58. Strength 57. Stamina 59. Energy 42. Perception 64. Reading that pile of information, he thought to himself, killing that the green battle phantom yielded quite a good harvest. All stats increased, and I even got new skills and a title. I'll review it carefully later. I won't let myself rely on others for too long. Leon stood up and said to his friend Runen, "I feel much better now. You go back to the village and help them. I'll go check around here to see if there's any danger." Reaching a secluded spot, the young man sat on a rock ledge and reviewed his own information. "This Unbreaking Spirit title is more useful than I thought." Unbreaking Spirit. This title is awarded to those with unwavering willpower, who remain unshaken when facing powerful opponents. Effect: when fighting an opponent stronger than you, your stats will increase by 3%. Looking at it, the protagonist thought to himself, 3% seems low, but as I get stronger, that percentage will become very significant. From now on, I'll have to fight much stronger opponents, so it will be very useful. Unseen strike, 1 star. When performing certain assassin moves, your presence will decrease and the critical hit chance of that move will increase. Unseen strike seems to be a special skill of the assassin class, doesn't it? If I had gotten it before fighting that guy, I might have killed him on the first ambush, Leon deduced. Rage also appeared at this moment. This guy looked at the young man's stats and couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, only defeating a low-level monster and receiving so many good rewards. This system was created by me, but how is this possible? The protagonist just thanked nonchalantly. Thanks to you, I'm getting stronger quickly. Thank you, Wrath. This was like provoking a cat. It said fiercely, I won't let you die easily. I will skin you and drink your blood, so that you die in agony. If you can do it, then do it. Leon gently waved goodbye and left. Behind him, the energy cat roared loudly. A while later, in the village, the new recruits were helping the villagers repair the structures destroyed by the orcs. Bring the wood over here for a bit. Where are those fragments from earlier? The wooden palisade is already built here. Leon seemed to have woken up from his sleep. The young man sat up, held his head, and said to himself, I just planned to rest for a bit. Who knew I'd end up sleeping through it all? He opened the door and went outside. Seeing everyone working diligently, the young man thought, it seems they've finished repairing the fence while I was sleeping. Suddenly a voice called out to the young man, Leon, you're awake. Runan approached with a bucket of water. How are you feeling? After sleeping for a while, I feel better. Then hurry up and go. Everyone is waiting for you there. Who is waiting for me? The young man seemed to still be unaware of what had happened while he was sleeping. The villagers of Cebu village, a couple at this moment were bowing to express their gratitude. Along with the elder, he and all the villagers stood in the same posture and spoke. On behalf of the villagers, we thank everyone. The Swordsman of Sieghart, thank you for protecting us. You defied danger to protect us. Without you, this village would probably have been destroyed. All of this, everyone felt grateful for having their lives saved by others. We will always remember. Leon was a little surprised to see this. He turned around to see his teammates also present. I can feel you speaking as you look at the friends you've been through life and death with. The respect from teammates and the sincere gratitude from the villagers. This is the first time I've felt this way. In my past life when I was an assassin, doing good deeds was something I never did. Your footsteps were only noticed by darkness. The only things that mattered were life or death. No one knew your name, no one knew your face. It was all because of Deruth Robert. His soulless gaze still haunted the young man. All the dirty things I did, the people I killed just to get his recognition. I have to live a different life. Thinking of the hypocritically saintly expression of that villain in front of the people, he told himself, but have I ever thought like this before? The young man asked himself, standing among the villagers and his teammates. Clenching his fists, Leon continued to think, I can feel ambition surging within me, a desire consuming my inner self. From now on, I will live as a swordsman. I will see this scene many more times. The young man looked towards the gradually illuminating moon and told himself, a light, even if faint, that will never extinguish. That is the ideal of my life. As night fell, everyone was happily enjoying a peaceful evening in the streets. Leon went to the bald old man and asked, Village chief, do you have some time? I have something I want to ask. Leon, all right. He turned around and agreed. A while later, they arrived at a less crowded area. The old man got straight to the point. What do you want to ask about? Do you know who controlled the orcs to attack the village this time? The young man asked. Ah, the blue-haired swordsman told me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons of Eden, he added. I don't understand why they targeted this village. It's just a small, unknown village. The protagonist assumed that during the battle, I heard Kanbar say that you once brought a red gem from the mountain. The elder immediately recognized it. Ah, I found one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village. No way. The old man's tone suddenly changed. That's right, Eden is targeting that gem, Leon confirmed, causing the elder's brows to furrow. So what you're asking is that all this chaos is because of that thing. I almost destroyed the village with my own hands. This time we stopped them, but as long as the gem remains here, Eden will continue to attack. How can this be? The village chief thought that after I buried the gem, the fields became more fertile and the village became warmer, so we considered it a protective deity. I never imagined it would be a cursed stone that attracted the people of Eden. What should we do? Should we dig it up and throw it away now? He asked the young man for advice. No, I will take it with me, Leon replied. Why would you? The young man believed that Eden saw humanity as a sacrifice for their second coming. Even if you discarded the gem, they would still search for it. I will take it back to Sieghart, but then Eden will target Sieghart. We cannot place such a danger on you. The village chief's voice showed some concern for the young man. It's fine. That is the path of Sieghart. Leon placed his hand on his chest and accepted the responsibility. Then the old man fell silent, contemplating. After some consideration, he bowed his head again to express his gratitude. Once again, Sieghart showed us boundless kindness. Again, Leon seemed to not grasp the meaning the person before him was trying to convey. The village chief then recounted, decades ago, when I was a little older than you are now, the current patriarch of the Glen Sieghart clan saved this village once. He recalled the time that man single-handedly confronted the orcs. Patriarch Leon was a little surprised to hear this. Yes, I still remember it vividly. He saved the village from a horde of monsters, just like you. He smiled kindly at us and treated us with respect. As he spoke, the image of the young man from that year appeared in the chief's mind. Leon could only imagine his father's perpetually grumpy and irascible expression, a friendly smile unimaginable with his current attitude. Then the village chief turned away. Good heavens, this old man's pointless story has gone on for too long. Please, follow me. I will take you to the gem. To a patch of ground, the old man bent down and dug a hole. It's buried here. I never expected that the thing we believed was protecting the village was actually cursed. The protagonist asked, what is that cloth wrapped around the stone? Ah, it's a piece of cloth passed down in my family through generations. We used it to wrap the stone to hide its intense red glow and buried it. When the item was handed over to the protagonist, the young man could still see the strong light emanating from the stone despite it being wrapped in a layer of cloth. After witnessing the treasure, Leon thought to himself, this is the mana stone of the Goblin King. If this mana stone falls into Eden's hands, then a new monster with the power of the Goblin King will be born. I should tell the person in front of me. Chief, he said, first, wrap it up. Now it makes sense. A voice rang out from nowhere. A tall man, covered in scars, bald, and incredibly strong, appeared beside both of them without them noticing. He stroked his chin and deduced, that cloth hides the mana stone's aura, which is why they couldn't find it even after searching the entire mountain. Otherwise, this village would have turned to dust long ago. Leon reflexively reached for his sword and assumed a defensive stance. You bastard, who are you? What? He had gotten so close without me even noticing. Me. Who knows? He laughed heartily and snapped his fingers. An orc-shaped mask appeared in his hand. Who do you think I am? That helmet is like an orc's. You are. Mad Blood Demon, the young man guessed. The bald man replied, ho ho, you recognize this helmet. As expected of Sieghart's student, your senses are truly astonishing. This is Eden, Mad Blood Demon. The man narrowed his eyes and reasoned, and with that unpredictable power, you are the swordsman who killed the orc. Leon spoke up, and you must be the superior the green orc mentioned. He said you wouldn't come here. The other man put on the mask, and his body gradually changed color. He stated, I did give that mission to the orc. If he hadn't died, I wouldn't have had to come here. In other words, I'm here because of you. The other man unleashed a terrifying dark aura. Leon felt this and thought the overwhelming killing intent was paralyzing his entire body. It wasn't just him. Even if all the students in Cebu village combined, they couldn't win. Wrath also appeared and stated frankly to Leon, you don't have a single chance to defeat him, and right now, you have two options. You can either die by desperately fighting him, or surrender yourself to me. The energy cat smiled and suggested. The other man had now completed his transformation. He stomped his foot on the ground. You only have those two possible options. Faced with an opponent who was clearly out of his league, the cat presented difficult choices for him to decide. At this time, everyone was still gathered in the village. Buren spoke up, what are you doing here? Martha stood right beside him and replied, I came to see if you guys are fixing the fence properly. It looks like you have more talent for carpentry than swordsmanship. Her taunt annoyed Buren a little. The young man walked up to her and clarified, once you're done checking, shut your mouth and leave. The black-haired girl didn't think so and continued to provoke, hey, you have to ask nicely, don't order your sister like that, only one person can order me around, you know. Both of them then noticed someone with distinctive white hair walking towards them, carrying a basket of fruit. What are you doing? Runan replied, I'm bringing fruit. The villagers have already picked them. Why are you still? Runan immediately stated her intention to Leon. These are fresher than what I could have picked myself. Martha sighed upon seeing this. You overthink things. Anyone would think you two are married. The white-haired girl walked past with a cold expression. I'm leaving. At this moment, from behind them, a large explosion suddenly occurred, shaking the entire village. Runan felt something was wrong and turned back to check. She accidentally exclaimed, Leon. Immediately, she rushed towards the explosion. Ignoring the basket of fruit scattered on the ground, she headed in the direction where Leon and the village chief were. Emergency situation. Grabbed weapons and informed Kane and the 6 officers. They all moved to the village chief's house. It's the chief's house. What's happening? Leon, if you're okay, answer me. But then another explosion erupted in front of everyone. Along with it, Leon, carrying the old village chief, was thrown out. The young man seemed to have held on for quite a while. Both of them were now covered in wounds. The protagonist was now gasping for air, his head bleeding. Leon Sieghart. The young man then threw the village chief to Buren to catch him. The blue-haired swordsman quickly extended his hand to catch the chief. The protagonist then struggled to his feet and ordered, "Everyone, get out of here now." With a serious and somewhat hasty gaze, the young man urged them to take the village chief to safety and leave immediately. Martha felt confused and wanted an explanation. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a powerful tremor occurred beneath their feet. "I can't breathe." Buren collapsed. Lunnan and Martha also couldn't move, feeling like their lungs were being crushed. What is this pressure? A large foot approached, and it thought, "Oh my, so there are still many cute people around here." "That shape, that's the armor of an Orge demon," they all exclaimed in surprise. "He is one of the leaders of the Eden." Eden spoke, "You can't even withstand this level of pressure. It's truly pathetic." For those named Sieghart, Runan and Martha were stunned, humiliated and unable to do anything. Leon shouted, "Do you want to die? Snap out of it." Thanks to the young man's call, the two girls were able to regain their spirits. "Look at your blonde friend and listen. If you keep standing there like idiots, we'll all be annihilated. Focus your aura to overcome the pressure and stand up." Buren, split off and go to the village to evacuate the villagers. The blue-haired young man received the order and replied, "Understood, I'll be back soon." Martha and Runan stayed behind to prepare to create a diversion. The two girls then drew their swords, preparing for battle. "Don't confront him, just observe the situation," Leon commanded. At this moment, the three of them were facing the strongest of Eden. The young man also reminded them, "Remember what Teacher Limer always told us, we must surpass our own limits. Now is the time. We need to overcome our limits both physically and mentally." The Orge smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I like your spirit. I wonder if surpassing one's own limits is enough." A cruel and contemptuous expression appeared on his face. Leon glanced back and thought to himself, "The trainees and residents are behind me. Everything will be over if I take even one step back. I have to find a gap and cut off his head." The young man shifted his stance to the side. "I can't convince myself that I can do it. It feels like I'm facing an endless cliff. My previous life was already difficult, let alone this one." Eden spoke leisurely. "You acted as if you were going to attack immediately, but you just stood there and watched." "Whatever." He bent down, gathered momentum, placed his hands on the ground, and positioned his legs backward. With a super speed leap, his figure disappeared in an instant. "If you don't come to me, I'll come to you." It didn't take long for the Orge to approach and prepare to attack Leon. The young man didn't realize it at all until he was almost there. He was even faster than before. Immediately, Leon used his skill, the Thousand Flames technique, tearing through the sky. A fire attack aimed at the monster. He spoke, "Tenfold fire." Then he swung his fist forward, instantly neutralizing the young man's technique. Maine couldn't believe his technique was extinguished so quickly. Drawing his sword to block the punch, he thought, "At least I like this outcome." However, the force of this attack still pushed the young man back towards the cliff behind him. In the young man's eyes, only shock remained. "He's overpowering the Thousand Flames technique, I have to block it." I barely managed to change the trajectory of his punch. If I hadn't been able to read the flow of his strike with the fire ring, I would have died on the spot. Gathering aura around himself once more, the young man intended to try again. "They must be watching the fight now. I have to let them observe his movements as much as possible. That is necessary for us to have a 10% chance. No, even a 1% chance of survival." Seeing the small fry rushing towards him, Eden laughed loudly. "That's right, that's the spirit." He stomped hard on the ground again, crouched down, and picked up a rock. Once again, he leaped high into the air. If the flames can be extinguished with just one punch, there's no fun in that. In mid-air, he was preparing for his next attack. Utilizing Earth's gravity, he plunged down like a bullet. Leon couldn't execute his skills in this situation. He was completely on the defensive. But he still managed to retreat to avoid the powerful attack of Eden's leader. A huge explosion occurred within the forest. The Orge stood up and said, "Your flames far exceed normal aura." No matter how stupid the blue demon god was, I still felt strange when he was defeated. However, seeing your strength, I understand now. That makes me regret it even more. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why?" Eden stopped attacking and conversed. "Of course I know." Using his sword to support himself so he wouldn't fall, the young man replied, "The helmet you're wearing has the characteristics of an Orge, the king of the forest, and they can destroy a castle with countless fire arrows piercing through their bodies. The Blood Ghost, Iron Frenzy, can utilize that orange characteristic. Eden replied, in that case, you should be well aware of this. No matter how much aura you try to unleash, it will be useless against me. It's a shame. Leon thought, if my flames are meaningless, I just need to use something else. What? The boy then changed his sword style as well as his attributes. A blast of cold air suddenly engulfed the battlefield, around the boy's body. Wait, this cold? After seeing what the boy was demonstrating, the orc thought that first that amazing fire aura was already surprising enough, and now you're using an equivalent water aura. Your advanced attributes and aura control abilities at such a young age. Who are you? A question was posed to Leon. The boy replied. Do you need to know? You're going to die by my hand soon anyway. Hoo, look how arrogant you are, Eden sneered. Let's see how long that will of yours lasts. Just like that, both of them launched attacks towards each other. At this moment, all the other rookies were also moving towards the explosion. Buren approached, unable to believe his eyes. Hey, you're... The blue-haired swordsman was surprised to see Leon still holding on until this point. The aura he's using is ice instead of fire as usual. Can he use two types of aura? Moreover, the pressure around him and the aura blade. When did he become a swordsmanship expert? Buren couldn't help but ask as Leon rapidly gained strength at super speed. Anyone who uses a weapon, including a sword, is classified based on their aura skills. Those who are just learning to use aura are rookies. Those who are familiar with aura and can separate aura from their bodies to imbue it into their weapons are called weapon users. Then there are those who have trained their aura infinitely and can release aura into the surrounding environment. These are those who can use sword energy and are called aura masters. Returning to the battle, while observing Leon and Eden fighting each other, the boy thought it meant Leon had reached the level of a master who could use sword energy, which shouldn't have been possible, yet he was fighting the mad blood demon. Who is known as a master? Buren broke out in a cold sweat at this sight. The blonde boy was now constantly exchanging blows with the giant orc. Every sword strike, every punch that both sides landed left immense aftershocks, but even though he was fighting the mad blood demon, he still couldn't inflict significant damage. Perhaps he's somewhat ignoring the difference in powered event. While analyzing, the blue-haired swordsman suddenly noticed Leon's gaze directed towards him. The young man seemed to have something to convey in his eyes. Buren deduced, Leon looked directly into his eyes. He said he would create an opening and needed them to combine their attacks. Having spent so much time training together at the 5th Training Academy, they could communicate with just a glance. At this moment, he also turned to look at Martha and Ronan. Both girls understood and nodded in confirmation. Gripping his sword tightly, Buren thought, that's right, we are the Sieghart family. We must protect this village. For a moment, all three of them shared a single thought. If we have Leon, we can do it. The main character was now using the accumulated ice energy in his sword to thrust towards the monster. Eden also used his cold steel-like fists to counter. But it seemed the monster felt a bit of the cold air on his arm. Leon realized this and shouted, this is the moment, attack. At his command, the boy's three friends leaped into the air, preparing for the finishing blow. We will win, we can win. Buren's mind was filled with a series of encouraging thoughts. With all their combined strength, they all aimed for the villain's head. But then those narrow golden eyes looked up. Eden spoke, I'm waiting for you, you insects. He then tensed his powerful white body, creating an extremely strong aura. Instantly, those in the air were blown away by him. Buren thought to himself, that fighting spirit, can he release fighting spirit around him like an explosion? What master is this bastard? He's reached the level of a grand master. Turning back to Leon, the orc thought, ha ha ha. I was wondering if I'd have to chase you all down one by one. You're saving me the trouble. Seeing hopeful expressions turn into complete despair always makes me feel so happy. Do you think you can push me back? Raising his magic-infused fist high, Eden prepared to deliver the finishing blow. All of you will die here today. Because he didn't know his place, Leon was completely exhausted. He tried to stand up, but the fist was getting closer and closer. With his last bit of strength, the boy shouted, you're not the only one waiting for this opportunity. All the killing intent he had accumulated in his past life as an assassin allowed the ice energy to blend with the Thousand Flames technique, concentrating it all into one point. The lotus flower in his consciousness bloomed. Leon unleashed a new technique, the Thousand Flames technique Zenith, thrusting his sword towards the enemy. Caught off guard, Eden had no time to react. Columns of fire then wrapped around this orc's body. Along with it, chunks of flesh were torn from its body by that immense force. After the attack, the monster knelt down. Leon was panting from exhaustion. His eyes lost some vitality as he cursed, damn it. Amazing, it seems what happened just now wasn't real. Eden, who was holding the boy's sword with his bare hands, thought you took advantage when my defenses were weak while I was channeling aura into my attacks. didn't you? If I'm wrong, I'm dead. However, he swung his fist diagonally, an extremely powerful blow straight to the gut sent Leon flying into a tree. The young man's sword was broken, and the leader of the Green Battle Phantom assumed, if you want to overcome the skill gap between us, you still have a long way to go. Clasping the wound just inflicted by the monster, the protagonist thought to himself, I thought I could do it if his aura weakened, but I couldn't pierce his muscles. He had strengthened his aura into his muscles to block my sword. So this is a Grandmaster aura. The shadow before the young man was now a truly dangerous threat. He had to admit his strength. The young man gritted his teeth and blamed himself for his ruined plan. Using his remaining strength, he shouted, all Sieghart recruits, I order you as a captain to all run from here. Buren and Runen glared, you're saying. But before he could finish, the young man interrupted him, we can't win against him right now, run from here and evacuate the villagers. There was no more time, they had to evacuate the recruits and villagers to limit and minimize damage to the maximum. With that thought, he signaled Buren, do you think a Sieghart deserves to die a cowardly death here? If you don't think so, then fulfill your duty. Attacked at his psychological weakness, Buren gritted his teeth and pondered. Finally, he made a decision, everyone, retreat, lead the recruits away. The blue-haired guy ordered, focus on escaping the Mad Blood Demon. We have to save at least one more person from the Mad Blood Demon. Runen felt a little reluctant. The girl turned back and reminded him, Leon, no matter what, don't die. The young man smiled gently at his comrade and replied, understood. At this point, the ogre spoke up, do you think those vermin can escape from me? No, more importantly, you. Do you think you can hold out and let the others escape? Rat, I want to make a bet. The shadow of the energy cat gradually appeared. It's finally my turn. The cat thought, although you tried to make a bet, it seems you will die at any moment. What are you planning to bet on? A bet to see who dies, him or you. Do you think you can win against him? Leon replied, it's almost impossible, so, to meet the minimum condition. Restore my aura and body, in return, I will receive your wrath. The young man made the offer. The cat replied, with this situation, you will die and I won't be able to take your body. Well then, I will restore you. Then let me see how you directly endure my wrath. After speaking, a violent pain struck Leon's body, all his muscles tightened. The young man was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Hearing the cry of the human in front, Eden was a little curious, what are you? You don't drink the blood of an ogre or troll. I don't understand how you recover so quickly, it's absurd. I already told you, you don't need to know. Leon pointed his sword at the villain again. With his strength partially recovered, the young man issued a challenge, come here, I will keep you company until dawn. A loud voice echoed, now, I expect everyone to act according to orders. Buren stood before the crowd and said to the recruits, assist those who are injured or having difficulty moving. I know you are all very tired, but we must move quickly, we don't have time, so hurry up and find a safe place. Some members of the team began to whisper in confusion, what is happening? Will we be okay? This is happening just as we arrived. Martha clenched her fists and spoke up after hearing the whispers, Leon is. She recounted how he was facing that monster alone for all of our sakes. The other two turned to young Miss Martha. The girl added, even though his arm and ribs are broken, he is still fighting. And yet, what is your attitude now? Can't you do anything? A sharp voice emanated. Martha unleashed a torrent of words. Are you planning to die stupidly here? Buren, you should also pay attention, Martha. She said, that's right, this is not the time to be discouraged. Buren's voice echoed, his hand clenched. Then he ordered the recruits, everyone, hurry, Crane has gone to a nearby branch to request aid, reinforcements from the family are definitely on their way. We must act quickly before, suddenly, a noise echoed from behind. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone discovered a giant blue shadow appearing. Isn't that a goblin? Why is it here? Buren was confused. Why would a king of the forest goblins seek us out? Another one appeared. Wait a minute, there's another one here too. Gradually, everyone was cornered into a group. We are surrounded by goblins. The goblins are closing in on us. How could this happen? Martha seemed to realize something. It can't be. But that damn Eden can control monsters. The reason this blood demon hasn't ignored Leon and rushed towards us is because he released the goblins. He predicted this would happen. Seeing this, a few members of the team collapsed, dropping their swords and falling to their knees. We're done for. We're going to die without even being able to resist. Don't give up. Buren stepped forward, continuing his role as a leader and motivating them. Leon is still fighting. If we die meaninglessly here, I will never be able to face Leon again, who is fighting the mad blood demon alone. Martha and Runen joined him. This time you're right. We must evacuate everyone and quickly go help Leon. That's right, we can't die here. The protagonist's three friends once again took on the task of clearing the path to fulfill the responsibility the protagonist had given them. It's the least we can do for Leon, who is fighting alone for us. A gust of wind blew, and the three of them charged forward. But before their swords could touch the monster's flesh, that wind did it for them. Buren was extremely surprised. This wind. Returning to the spot where the blood demon was confronting Leon, the giant green creature said, "You are quite tenacious. Don't try anymore," he reminded the young man, who was now battered and bruised, lying motionless beside a rock. With a somewhat dazed look, the young man looked to the side, his broken left arm hindering him. If he cut off his left arm, he could fight for a while longer. But why am I doing this? A thought of self-doubt arose in the young man's mind. Every inch of my skin was screaming in pain. Why must I endure pain that I never even felt in my past life and fight this monster? The surrounding space darkened. The young man lost his sense of space. Only himself remained with his thoughts. If it were my past life, I would have definitely run away, he told himself with a look of lost motivation. But then a familiar head of hair and a warm voice sounded, "Leon." Sylvia rushed to embrace the young man and said, "I want you to become a proud warrior, a swordsman of the ancient Sieghart clan." Yes, Sylvia's words back then. In his delirium, he recalled the past. And the memories with the comrades he had been through were tying him down here. The figures of those three friends appeared again. Among them Runan, who seemed indifferent to others but was kinder than anyone. Runan. He had an unpromising start but is now aiming for a respectable goal. Buren. And the last one, she was rough-looking but with a firm belief, someone I could trust. Martha. The young man gradually regained his strength and stood up to tell the truth, saying that it would be a lie if he said they didn't move him. He wanted to save them, who were gradually becoming Sieghart swordsmen. Wrath, who was beside him, thought, "Did you buy time for your comrades to escape my control, while still enduring my wrath?" The young man replied, "So you've realized it." The energy cat was a bit annoyed. "How arrogant. Leon has limits to underestimating me. Do you really believe you can regain control of your body while I kill this person and chase after your comrades? So even standing is difficult. What do you plan to do?" This cat continued to increase the damage of the penalty, causing another sharp pain to suddenly strike the young man's body. He sank to his knees in exhaustion and listened to the cat babble. "Even when receiving my wrath, you have failed. You can endure the possession, but the moment you lend your body to me, you will never get it back." Eden, seeing Leon's pathetic state, thought, "It seems you've also reached your limit. However, I just had a great idea." He walked past the young man and added, "I'll leave you for last and go kill your comrades first. Now that sounds much more interesting. Imagine that, your expression when I tear off the head of each of your comrades right in front of you." Leon turned his head and screamed in his heart, "No. The rookies can't withstand the attacks of a grand master like the blood demon berserker. While everyone is escaping, I need to hold him back," the young man told himself, looking at the giant silhouette. Suddenly he spoke, "My name is Leon Sieghart." Somehow, the blonde-haired youth could still stand up and speak. "I am a descendant of the northern King Glen, and one day I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until my heart stops beating, you will not be able to leave this place." Mad Demon Eden. Holding the sword that the orc had just broken in his hand, the young man added, "For his age, that is indeed an admirable spirit." His words succeeded in making the ogre turn around. He thought that calling you great was not enough to describe it. "All right, I will have to show the respect worthy of a warrior like you." This one once again put strength into his fist. "I will remember your name." Leon looked at the finishing blow drawing nearer. The young man thought to himself that he no longer had the strength to dodge this attack. As if accepting fate, the young man closed his eyes to prepare for death. But a gentle breeze blew past the young man. He opened his eyes. And a dark red hair along with the characteristic ears of an elf appeared. Limmer used his sword and blocked the attack for the young man. Leon smiled with relief and chided, "You're late, teacher, sorry. I overslept a little," Limmer replied. "Now you can leave this to me, teacher." The teacher took a stance with his sword, ready to end the fight with Eden. "The sword of light of Sieghart, huh, it's been a long time, bald guy," the teacher replied. "What are you doing here?" Eden asked, glaring. Limmer gathered power into his sword. The man gave a slight smile. "I can't stand by and watch a piece of trash like you trample on a young sprout." The ogre also prepared to attack, thinking, "I never expected someone of your level to be sent to supervise the trainees. Sieghart has become weak. So it was difficult for you to push back a crowd of this size. Even your body's balance is completely ruined. Is the rumor that your energy core is broken, making you a cripple, true?" As he threw his punch, the ogre also took the opportunity to provoke the young man's spirit. Limmer blocked the attack lightly and replied, "Everything is wrong, you should change your source of information, whether in the past or present, you are slow in gathering information. How long have I been away from the front lines for such rumors to spread? You are outright lying, your past contained terrifying killing intent, but now your sword is no different from a passing breeze," the villain judged. "You can't possibly cut me down like that." After the probing attack, Eden now poured all his strength to gain the upper hand, a punch so powerful that a large section of the ground was upturned, but Limmer was still agile enough to dodge it. Looking at the scene after the monster's punch, Limmer remarked about this brute. And so, Leon was pulled out of the fight. Watching his teacher fight, he analyzed his trainer Limmer. He was truly graceful in the air, as if he were flying in the wind. Above all, his attacks were interspersed with such perfection that I got goosebumps. If Limmer's exerted his full strength, this battle would have been decided, so why did he prolong it as if to let me watch? Main's eyes widened as he sensed something. Wait, could it be that, just like before, he was intentionally showing me his swordsmanship? Even in such a situation, he was still teaching. You look at your teacher, who is executing incredibly graceful sword techniques, even though the opponent before him is a blood-red warrior. This time, it was the Grandmaster Swordsman's turn to proactively attack. As he moved, he thought, is he insane? After such arrogance, he still couldn't defeat me even though I'm weakened. If it continues like this, your helmet will be snatched away. Eden swung a fist in response, but his body was still as fast as the wind. The red-haired man easily dodged the attack. Die. At this moment, Limers thought to himself, Sword of Light, stop playing around and fight me seriously. Dealing with him casually has reached its limit. Well, the teaching material has gone berserk. I guess it's time for me to end this. Directing his words towards the wounded child behind him, Limers spoke. Look closely, Leon, this is how a Sieghart fights. From the ground, a colossal aura surged around Limers' body. And you must learn it, the teacher said, pointing his sword forward and emphasizing. This technique unleashed a great gust of wind, obscuring an entire section of the forest. Eden looked at the flow of power before him, unable to help but worry. Is that a raging stone with the user at its center? Plus, his aura crushes everything within its range. He's doing this so I can't escape. Then the only way is to crush it head-on. Eden channeled strength into his body, stimulating all the muscle fibers in his body to tense to their utmost, preparing for the final, decisive blow. With his existing rage, he proactively charged towards the elf, shouting, I will crush you, Sword of Light of the Sieghart. The teacher's footsteps also began to move. Thus, both of them unleashed their strongest moves in a final confrontation. Sword versus fist, two opposing streams of power were about to collide. Then, a massive explosion occurred in the forest. The two of them were in different positions than before. Eden got up and spoke. You divided half of the power from our bodies and auras, and stored all the wind in the calm zone of your sword. Of course, a sword field is supposed to be like that, but how can you, who are not a direct descendant of the Sieghart, create a sword field? Limers smiled and replied, actually, it's not a sword field, but something similar that I created by borrowing power from nature. Elves are quite close to nature, aren't they? I see. Even when old and weak, a tiger is still a tiger, the ogre said, looking up at the night sky with a full moon and uttering a philosophical statement. Then, looking at the young man, he added, if there's anything I regret, it's that I couldn't kill that guy. I must kill that brat. This will severely affect our affairs. The elf interrupted, come on, how can we entrust our young king to someone like you? Eden added, he truly possesses the qualities to become a king, but make no mistake, we also have a talent that can match that monster. Today, Eden confided in Leon. It's my failure, Sword of Light Sieghart. After his last words, the orc also collapsed from the wounds inflicted by Limers' sword technique. Walking over to his student, the teacher spoke, you observed very closely, didn't you? That is something you must learn as a member of the Sieghart family, sword field. Unlike mages, you create a spatial field with mana. It is a spatial field created by one's mental development and explosive spirit energy, Limers explained. A sword field is created by all your experiences, achievements, aura, and even your future. You are a direct descendant, so you will be able to use it someday. In the boy's silence, he added, so, until that day, engrave as many experiences onto yourself as possible. After such a lesson, Limers still smiled innocently and asked, you all saw it, didn't you? Leon turned his head and saw Buren, Runen, and Martha had returned. Why are you all here? They all rushed over and called out the young man's name. Leon, you bastard, you're alive. Limers stood to the side, watching the children gather around each other. Leon, I'm glad you're okay. Are your wounds all right? Sigh, it's hard to act normal. The elf's body trembled slightly. There are some conditions that those who are not direct descendants of the Sieghart need to meet to use a sword field. Experience is a given, then there's affinity with the attribute, and above all, stamina is life force. Therefore, they are actually consuming their own lifespan. Adding to that, with my core energy damaged, I'm still using a sword field, so I'm just pretending to be fine. It's already difficult, Limers thought to himself. But looking at the sprouts growing day by day, the man smiled with satisfaction. Well, I have nothing to regret. Since coming to the child's side, he realized that what Leon showed him when he joined the battlefield late was the emergence of a new monarch. A bright silhouette appeared in the child's eyes. At that moment, I formed the resolve that I would serve this child as my new master. With my core energy damaged, I no longer felt like I was alive, but because these children brought meaning to my life, a stream of sad memories from the past came to the man's mind. But looking back, it was the light brought by the new Sieghart recruits. I received a new life. Limers was happy with that. Looking at the children together, he thought that he wouldn't regret it even if his lifespan was shortened. Of course, before my life ends, I want to see him become the king of Sieghart. At the mansion of one of the most powerful forces on the continent, once again, Glenn, sitting on the throne, asked, "You say Leon confronted the mad blood demon from Eden. But I swear that everything I say is the truth, without exception, not only me, but the trainees on this mission, including members of Teams 5 and 6. The children who completed their missions and even the Cebu villagers who witnessed the scene of Leon fighting the mad blood demon himself. The current king of the Sieghart clan believed the mad blood demon's level could even rival a sword grandmaster. If what you say is true, then how many injuries did they sustain?" Limir replied, "Most were minor injuries, but Leon was severely wounded after the battle with the mad blood demon. Yet he still managed to hold on and survive until I arrived. Do you think I can believe this?" Glenn had reason to be skeptical. But Limir did not hesitate to explain, "I know, it sounds very unreasonable, but you will have no other choice but to believe it once you see that Leon has become a sword expert, Mr. Patriarch. He truly survived after encountering the mad blood demon, who possessed power comparable to a great sword master. It was so clear that I could use the Elvring sap without hesitation." Thinking of the treasure Limir was willing to use, Glenn became slightly more trusting. "Elvring sap, you say? That is a priceless treasure made from the sap of the second world tree, something that even 1,000 gold coins cannot buy. He has proven himself worthy." After hearing that statement from his subordinate, the patriarch couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "It seems you are quite biased, aren't you?" "Biased? I am simply," Limir sighed. "Just want to help Leon and the other children mature." "Is that so?" Glenn narrowed his eyes and looked. Then he turned to the butler and ordered, "Lorwyn, summon the lords. We will hold a meeting when the trainees return." "Yes, Mr. Patriarch." "Well done, Limir," an unexpected compliment from Glenn. The elf was overjoyed upon hearing this, and he walked up to the man sitting down with an excited tone. "Wow, how long has it been since I heard your praise?" "It must have been almost 20 years, right?" The patriarch was a little startled by the elf's spontaneous action. "What are you trying to do?" "If you talked less nonsense, you might hear it a few more times. When will the new trainees arrive?" By now they are probably on the street." A group of young swordsmen are walking in a line down the road. "They are almost here. Leon is one of them." The young man, with a dazed look in his eyes, thought to himself, "Due to Eden's appearance, we were later than expected." However, the mission to protect Cebu village was completed excellently. As the village suffered unforeseen damage after the mad blood demon's attack, we also spent some time helping them repair it. As the most injured among the group, I spent most of my time recuperating in the village chief's house. He recalled the time he spent lying around, with Runan occasionally visiting to keep him company. As soon as I woke up, I was able to confirm with the vengeful spirit about the reward from the bet. Of course, Thanos insisted that Limir defeated the mad blood demon, not me, so this bet was considered fraudulent. It's great that I can receive stat points as a reward, but the cat looked at the stat screen and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, why is this happening?" Leon was equally surprised. "What is this?" The system displayed a notification. "You have received the rage trait as a reward for winning the bet. You have received the tenacious will trait. After suffering tremendous physical or mental damage, your mental strength will temporarily increase and pain will decrease." Tenacious will, huh? The young man tapped on the notification to read it again to be sure. "I didn't expect this trait. This way, even if I have to endure the vengeful spirit's wrath, I can resist it like before," Leon thought with a joyous expression. Looking at the other's displeased expression, the energy cat thought, who would have thought this brat would receive tenacious will, creating such a good system is almost like a curse. I created this system so people could receive the qualities they desire most, if not for that trait, I could have taken its body. Despite being furious, the cat reassured itself, no, calm down, I still have plenty of time. Although very slow, my recovery speed is also increasing, and now I have successfully planted the emotion of anger in that idiot. He recalled the moment he performed the act of rage upon the young man in exchange for his recovery. Looking at the patient sitting there fiddling with the stat screen, the cat thought that even as a human, it could develop very quickly, but in the end, I will still win. Just wait, your body and soul will be mine sooner or later. The moment I win, I will seal you in the eternal ice prison forever. Returning to the present, the new recruits were now standing before their commander. This man with a scar over his eye is named Ilian, the border general of Sieghart. He spoke to welcome them back. The group was now extremely exhausted after the long journey. Everyone wearily exclaimed, I want to go home and sleep. Kembian was dying of exhaustion. Buren heard these words and encouraged them, be glad that we made it back. But there was unhappy news from the commander. I know you are all very tired, but you can't rest yet. Leon showed surprise. Go to the Patriarch's Hall, he requested. A while later, the group moved to the audience chamber, where many nobles were already waiting. Before the throne of the Sieghart family, the swordsman knelt and performed the ceremony. Honored to meet you, Mr. Patriarch. Beside them were the usual murmurs, is that Leon over there? He beheaded the blue demon and endured the mad blood demon's attack. Does he seem to be a high-level sword master, or is it just a rumor? Leon seemed to pay little attention to those words. At this moment, he thought that he was initially quite worried when he was summoned here, but it turned out to be an unexpected opportunity. Now, the high-ranking officials of Sieghart were gathered here. In this mission, I realized something. At this level, I will not be able to avoid being overwhelmed in the battles I endure, therefore, I need to become stronger. The image of the giant ogre is still a major obstacle that the young man needs to overcome. Looking around, the young man also discovered that not only elders and lords were gathered here, but also commanders of the main lineage. This meant that the Sieghart clan had paid attention to this incident. With eyes full of caution, Leon made a plan. Not only was Glenn talented in diplomacy, but he was also a very fair rewarder. If so, there is something I need to do here, which is to prove my achievements and learn new sword techniques to become stronger. Glenn then spoke, Leon, I heard you were the key figure in this incident. I want to hear you tell it all right here, he requested. The young man obeyed, yes, sir. Initially, we received a very warm welcome in Cebu village. However, after that, the demon Eden attacked the village. Their target was the magic stone of the Goblin King. Based on what I learned, the main character recounted. Then, when we thought the mission was over, perhaps because the communication line was cut, the mad blood demon unexpectedly attacked the village, and as trainees, the damage would have been immense if we had stubbornly fought him, so I chose to be bait. Hearing this, Karun felt extremely indignant. He loudly criticized, how dare you, who do you think you are to utter such lies? Patriarch, do you truly believe those words are the truth? Contrary to the other's aggressive attitude, the young man remained silent and listened. He's only 15 and he could kill Eden's green monster, even fight the mad blood demon. It's clear he's lying. After realizing what the other party wanted, the young man turned back and asked his friend, Dorian, to bring it out. Ah, I see. A moment later, the moss-green-haired young man laid out a piece of cloth, inside of which was the halved head of the green goblin along with Eden's head. Everyone in the audience immediately recognized the green orc's hat and the mad blood demon's head, so, everything that was said was true. Leon then spoke up, Patriarch, although it may be a bit rude, may I be permitted to draw my sword? You are permitted, the old man above replied. The young man then drew his sword from its sheath, with a surge of magical power flowing around the blade. Just as the sword was half drawn, a fire attribute aura erupted. Everyone else in the audience was greatly surprised. Such strong sword energy and flames, that was 10 years ago during the mana assessment, and his was only average. Is this truly the same person? With such power, he could certainly have defeated the Green Orch. The young man didn't use words but his sword to prove his strength. Is this enough to verify it? Karun saw this scene and his heart was filled with annoyance. Damn it, this brat has reached that level and on top of that, brought back Eden's hat. Then I can't refute anything anymore. Captain Leons and all trainees from squads 5 and 6, listen carefully. You all did very well, Glenn Sieghart personally praised. Receiving praise from Glenn, someone they thought would never say such a thing, caused them to be a bit out of order within the Patriarch's Hall. No matter how difficult the mission was, he would usually just say good job, but for the first time in over a decade, he said very good. Some trainees even secretly wiped away tears. After finishing the report, I gave him the goblin's mana stone and said that we still don't know Eden's objective. In the end, all trainees received a bronze medal, and I received a silver medal. Leaving the king's throne, Leon asked himself, did I expect too much? I thought besides the silver medal, I would receive something else. In the end, I didn't get any new techniques. A hint of disappointment appeared in the young man's eyes. Wrath appeared at this moment and said, I can't believe you only received a medal. That patriarch is truly foolish. The young man ignored the cat and thought to himself, when I received the Thousand Flames technique, I trusted him a little more, but in the end. Suddenly a voice rang out, young Leon, I have something to tell you. Lowen, why all of a sudden? The family butler walked over and suggested, can you come to the annex at 12 tonight? Tonight, why all of a sudden? The patriarch requested I bring you there, the old man informed with a gentle smile. It seems he wishes to give you a second reward. Madam, young master has returned, a voice called out. Sylvia and her maid went out the gate to welcome her son back. Oh, Leon. Like any mother, Sylvia immediately reached for her son's face with a worried expression and asked, I heard you encountered Eden, is that right? Is your arm all right? Leon replied, I'm fine, it's completely healed now. Hugging her child, Sylvia thought, I'm sorry, Leon, it's because I said unnecessary things, and because I said it would be good if you could become a true Sieghart. Her eyes seemed ready to shed tears. The woman felt immensely guilty for pushing her child into danger. Because I said so, Leon now faces Eden's demons alone. Actually, I'm more grateful to you, mother. The young man said something that surprised his mother. With that, tears welled up in her eyes. Maine spoke truthfully. When facing the mad blood demon, I wanted to run because I felt I couldn't win. I even planned to use the other trainees as bait. But at that moment, I remembered what you said, that you would be very happy if I could live as a Sieghart swordsman. Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise as she heard her son recount this. Leon walked up to his parents and added, those words helped me stand firm as a swordsman during that time. The only reason I can stand here so proudly is because of what you told me, therefore, I am very grateful. Leon looked at the woman before him with gentle eyes and expressed his gratitude. Tears fell on Sylvia's cheeks. She raised her head. Then the maid also burst into tears. Young master, you look so grown up. The mother, on the other hand, knelt down and cried like a child. This made the young man a bit confused. What's wrong with you two? Did something happen when I went out on the mission? By evening, the mansion was lit up. Another maid entered Maine's room and announced, I have received orders to return from the intermediate marital hall, and I believe they will eliminate me. Looking at the dejected maid before him, the young man thought to himself that she would surely be punished for failing to obtain the information that he had become a sword master, and partly due to the surprise of what happened in the observation room. I can't abandon Judiel, the double agent whom I struggled to save. With this thought, the blonde teenager called out, Judiel, if you want to live, do exactly as I say. She responded with a start, yes, sir. Don't go back there. Instead, send a letter saying you have become a maid to Sylvia, my mother, who is worried about my condition and has chosen you. Then they won't suspect you and will instead think that you have an easier opportunity to gather information. Leon continued. If you are afraid of suspicion, just say that my healing is almost complete. Currently, only the Patriarch and Master Lemmer know about this matter. She was extremely surprised by this suggestion, but remained silent to listen further. This way, they will think you are still useful. If you agree, hurry and tell them, and if you don't want to be discovered, remember to stay calm. The young man added. The maid then left, stammering, I understand. At this moment, Wrath appeared from behind and said, every action and gesture is pathetic. How long do you intend to use that useless spy? Leon looked forward and spoke his thoughts. She's not useless at all. Judiel can become a trap for Karun Sieghart, and just like myself in the past, the young man thought. I can't stand by and watch her be used and then discarded, he said, thinking about the girl walking in the hallway. Looking out the window, he thought that the only thing left to do today was. A moment later at the Sieghart mansion, the young man arrived at the family's meeting hall and bowed. I have come at your invitation, Patriarch. No need to be so formal, Leon, he replied. I will overlook all this pretense and ask you what main technique you used in this mission. Why is he asking this? A thought suddenly flashed through the young man's mind. He then replied, as a swordsman who lives and dies by the quality of his techniques, I use the river footwork, the basic movement taught to all trainees. Glenn rested his hand to the side and leaned his head, assessing. The river footwork, while it's probably a decent technique even if you were stronger, its movements are too simple, making it quite limited when facing strong enemies. He stood up and added, all right, I have decided on your reward. He walked down, threw his cloak behind him, and offered, I will personally teach you a more worthy movement technique. Leon was incredibly surprised and thought, there's no way Glenn, he's going to teach me directly. Standing before the grand hall, the old man immediately channeled his internal energy and reminded him, watch carefully, you only have one chance. His footsteps suddenly unleashed a series of fire elemental energy threads. Just like that, Glenn showcased his striding art. Leon observed and muttered to himself, the moves of the strongest swordsman on the continent, this is a unique opportunity. Realizing how lucky he was, the young man seized every minute and second to observe. I've never seen such movements that Glenn displayed. Slow then fast, powerful yet as smooth as bird feathers gliding on water. Nowhere on the continent can you find such fastness and freedom, even for a short time. But it displayed perfection, something I couldn't comprehend even with the fire ring. Glenn called this the Supreme Harmony Steps. After analyzing for a moment, a notification appeared from the system. The fire ring has observed the Supreme Harmony Steps almost perfectly. With the first step of the Supreme Harmony Steps, Heaven's reclaim speed has truly increased. The man of the family then asked again, did you see it? I am truly sorry, with my current abilities, I cannot see clearly. I am still having difficulty observing your footwork, Patriarch. Lone replied expressionlessly, is that so? My work is done, you may leave now. And with that, he turned and walked towards the throne, allowing me to depart. That is your reward for uncovering Eden's plot, whether you learn it or not. Thank you very much, I will take my leave now. The young man bowed and prepared to depart. A moment later, no one was left by the door. The butler Lowen burst into laughter and remarked, haha, I didn't expect you to teach him the Supreme Harmony Steps, but it's still quite worrying. Didn't you teach him directly, Patriarch? So I'm worried Leon will find it difficult to learn this technique. The old man continued to voice his opinion, while Glenn simply sat in silence. Then the Patriarch suggested that Lowen, in such a short time, Leon had already learned half of it, the first set of the Supreme Harmony Steps, truly heavenly, remember. Recalling his display of skill, he noticed the young man's eyes and thought the boy learned it instinctively. The Supreme Harmony Steps are formed based on the first step. Even though the boy probably doesn't know how important that is, he will eventually realize that he has incorporated that into the first step. Because I know one day the boy will definitely be able to use the Supreme Harmony Steps. At this moment, outside, Leon and Wrath were on their way back. Several days passed since I learned the Supreme Harmony Steps from Glenn. I've been continuously practicing under the system's influence but haven't been able to fully achieve it. Wrath, on the side, kept reminding me, I told you, this isn't something you can learn. The young man, after a series of attempts, still had doubts. I thought I had grasped it somewhat after a few tries. But Leon, at this moment, a loud call echoed, startling the young man. Sylvia leaped over the garden railing and rushed in with an angry expression. I told you to rest, what are you doing? The young man and the cat observed the scene and wondered, is this really someone whose core energy was corrupted? Her speed alone is comparable to Limer's. She approached them gruffly, you promised me. Before you fully recovered, you promised to rest. Leon hastily explained, I understand, please calm down. My mother is even more terrifying than the demons of the underworld. The young man then reluctantly obeyed and sat listlessly by a swing. Finally, Sylvia forbade me from practicing the Supreme Harmony Steps. Just try to get caught by Mom one more time. And even though I tried to avoid Sylvia to practice, Helen and the other maids also cooperated in monitoring me, so I couldn't practice anything. Young master, you won't be practicing anymore, will you? Maine could only sigh and sit in one spot. They were strangely excited. But he smiled, it's not too bad to get to rest like this. At this moment, a maid suddenly approached, looking flustered, and called out to the young man, Miss, young master, an emergency has arrived. Raiden Sieghart is coming to visit us. The young master, with his hands in his pockets and a butler behind him, swaggered towards this direction. Leon asked the maid back, what reason would he have to visit the annex? We don't know the reason, but... He immediately used violence against the lady and the maids as soon as he arrived. Hearing this, Leon's expression suddenly stiffened. In front of the house, the young master spoke, a guest visits and yet the garden is untidy. Now what? Didn't you say you never received a letter notifying you of my arrival? Sylvia, in elegant attire, replied, we didn't see any notification letter. Hearing this, the other man pressed on, so are you saying my head butler made a mistake, or are you accusing me of lying? The lady could only lower her head and reply, I didn't mean that, I'll go prepare now, please wait a moment. Just like that, even Sylvia had to sit down and pluck the weeds growing out of place according to the garden's design. I don't like this at all. Raiden recalled when he had just achieved a military feat, the entire clan had to pay attention to him, because recently he had destroyed one of the factions of the White Blood cult. It should have been like that, but no one bothered to talk about what I had done. The entire clan was focused on that brat Leon. He was completely ignored as those in power were solely discussing how Sylvia's son had defeated a blood warrior. How dare a mere collateral bloodline dare to overshadow my achievements? With that envious thought, he took his anger out on Leon's mother. How much longer do you intend to make me wait? Then he spat a glob of saliva, which flew directly onto the lady's hand. Helen felt indignant and spoke up, "Young Master Raiden, even if you are of direct lineage, this is too much. Who do you think you're yelling at? This guy doesn't even care about the flowers or the jade." Just like that, he struck and knocked down the maid. He even raised his foot, stomped on her clothes, and said, "Hey, I am the legitimate descendant of this family, so I'm also your master. Even if I kill you right now, I'll only be confined for 2 days at most, but you dare to yell at me." Helen could only tremble in fear at this moment. Sylvia saw this and immediately spoke up, "Don't stop." Judiel, on the side, tried to intervene. "Madam Sylvia, be careful, I can't let Madam Sylvia get hurt, I must stop them quickly." But then Raiden's attention shifted to another target, sighing, "Could you be Leon? You've come at the perfect time, I was also wanting to meet you." The blonde young man then walked out with a sword in hand. The other man saw it and started to taunt, "But what are you holding in your hand? Don't tell me you're going to point that scary thing at me. I am of direct lineage." This man still smiled arrogantly. "Silently put it away before you make a big deal out of it." The red-haired one then introduced himself. "My name is Raiden Sieghart, son of Baldur Sieghart, owner of the True Martial Hall." But before he could finish introducing himself, with a swish, the protagonist's sword was at the other guy's throat. He cut him off with an icy gaze. "So what?" But immediately, his sword was blocked by the butler beside him. "This madman," a curse echoed, making Leon's eyes itch. He then threw a punch straight at the face of the person who dared to block his sword. The red-haired one saw this and shouted loudly, "Do you know who you are attacking?" The young man calmly replied, "I know. You are a thief who broke into my house." The young man once again raised his sword high, preparing for the next strike. Seeing this, Raiden broke out in a cold sweat. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am the rightful owner of this house." "No, you are wrong." The young man then delivered a knee strike straight to the arrogant one's stomach. The other guy collapsed after the attack and groaned, "You bastard, you will pay for this." Leon calmly thought, "You are nothing like our master. Moreover, the annex is not your house. This is my family." The protagonist brought his sword over his head, preparing for a finishing blow, possibly aimed at his life. And so, with blades and swords unintentionally, the sharp weapon swung down. Raiden could not react in time in this situation, only able to scream in despair. But then, a person in a black cloak appeared from nowhere. "Stop, Lord Leon. This uniform, is he from the Heavenly Sword Squad, a swordsman who works directly for the Patriarch? Why is he here?" The young man wondered, looking at the man. Seeing this, Raiden immediately took advantage of his position and snitched to the Heavenly Sword Squad. "The Heavenly Sword Squad, kill this mad dog for me right now. A mere collateral branch member daring to attack me, a direct descendant." The butler also helped Raiden to his feet, while the man from the swordsman unit working for the Patriarch said, "We only take orders from Lord Glenn, you should stop as well." "Young Master Raiden, you are just a lapdog, how dare you?" This one's butler also whispered to stop his master's mouth from going too far. "Come on, young master, let's retreat for now. If you oppose the swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Squad, it will only cause more trouble." The other guy, angry and unable to do anything, could only grind his teeth. He then left, leaving a message, "I will never forget today, Leon, just you wait, for pointing a sword at a direct descendant. I will make you suffer humiliation and pain worse than death." Despite the other guy's grumbling, the young man did not respond. At this moment, Helen also spoke up, "I apologize, madam, it's because I didn't do my duty." "So?" Sylvia worriedly touched the maid's face and replied, "No, you were very brave to stand up and protect me, Helen, you did nothing wrong." Sylvia added, "Don't worry about what happened today, I will handle it," but was immediately interrupted, "No, I will handle it myself." Leon stood before the two of them, thinking that blatant provocation, "I will handle everything, so don't worry, Mom, just trust me." Sometime later, both had to go to the Patriarch's mansion. At this time, Glenn spoke, telling his two grandchildren not to kneel anymore. "Stand up." He began, "I heard that something disrespectful happened yesterday, didn't it?" "Yes, Patriarch." Raiden recounted with an innocent and indignant expression, "I sent a letter saying I would visit Leon, but that mansion not only ignored and did not welcome me, but Leon also attacked me and the butler. If something had happened, I might have died at his hands. The protagonist just stood aside, listening to the other guy embellish the actual story. This guy seems to be better at acting than wielding a sword. What Judiel told me about him is completely different from what I'm seeing. Leon then also had to speak up. Patriarch, what he recounted is all lies. The way he screamed, his face turning red with anger, as well as his use of power, are still vivid in my mind. Hearing this, the other guy lost his temper and grabbed the young man's collar. You scoundrel. Enough, a voice stopped the two of them. Lorwyn, with an oppressive aura, stated, have you two forgotten who else is here? Hearing this, Raiden broke out in a sweat. Glenn closed his eyes, looking annoyed, and expressed his opinion. If you are not lying, then I will summon a witness who saw everything. A snap of his fingers was heard. Immediately, a dark-robed figure appeared and bowed. I, Rakel of the Heavenly Sword Squad, request an audience with the Patriarch. Rakel, tell me what you saw. The young man recounted. Young Master Raiden claimed he sent a letter. However, Leon's mansion did not receive any such letter. While young Miss Sylvia and the maids were gardening as usual, young Master Raiden suddenly barged in. The protagonist stood behind, thinking to himself, this is truly unexpected. I thought this person would support Raiden, the direct descendant, instead of the disliked ones in the mansion, but he is telling the truth. Raiden Sieghart, yes, the other guy nervously replied to the Patriarch. He glared at him and stated, it seems the story is different from what you reported. Are you lying to me? That, Patriarch, the other guy stammered, preparing to explain. What is important is that someone from the collateral branch dares to attack the direct descendant. This is something that can shake the very roots of our family. It is true that something like that happened. It seems this is a fault from both sides. Hearing this, the other guy's expression revealed his indignation. So both of you will receive appropriate punishment. Raiden still tried to gain an advantage. Patriarch, only punishment. You mean, if you let this brat live? Leon also spoke up. Patriarch, I am happy to accept the punishment, but before that, there is something I wish to do. Something that needs to be done, yes. Raiden cursed my mother in front of everyone and used force against the maids. The young man clearly remembered what that guy did, yet I have not received any compensation from him. With a firm gaze, the young man asserted. Glenn's face darkened and he said, I am quite sure I said this was a fault from both sides, didn't I? However, both of you. Raising your voices like that, the old man began to use his aura to intimidate them. Do you remember who you were talking to? Raiden thought to himself at this moment, it feels like the entire hall is about to be crushed under his aura. A great pressure made both young men feel a bit oppressed. But Leon still placed his hand on his chest and voiced his opinion. That matter. Patriarch, you once said this was the land of swordsmen, so as a swordsman, a hostage should prove themselves with their sword. Please allow us to compete. Leon clearly stated his intentions and requested Glenn's approval. The Patriarch, after a grunt, seemed to agree. This sounds interesting. Very well, I permit the two of you to compete. In 1 week, the match will take place in the main training grounds. He announced the time and location. Is that so? So you and that brat will finally have a duel? That's right, father. At this moment, Raiden was in his father's private room, complaining about being beaten and the Patriarch's approval for a match. The redhead recounted. He arrogantly stood before his grandfather and brazenly issued a sword challenge. The conditions we set are, if you win, we will cripple his dantian. If you lose, you and the butler will personally apologize to the residents of the auxiliary wing. Furthermore, the true marital hall will not be allowed near the auxiliary wing from now on. No matter what talent he possesses, in the end, he is merely a child born between Sylvia and some unknown person. Show him why you are the direct lineage. This man is Baldur Sieghart of Raiden. Encouraged by his father, the winning son was full of confidence, saying, Don't worry, father, it's because I was careless and unprepared back then, but this time, I have reached the intermediate level of an aura master. He won't be able to defeat me. His father laughed heartily. Ha, you are indeed my son, but nevertheless, remember not to get too excited and accidentally kill him. Killing someone in a sword duel will cause trouble, so just severing his wrist tendons is enough. Cripple him to completely extinguish his hopes. Truly, a father and son are alike. Both of you are equally despicable. Yes, I understand, father. The other person clenched his fist, showing his determination. In the auxiliary wing, Sylvia and Helen were upstairs, watching the young master intensely training to prepare for the duel. Helen thought, young master is about to duel with Lord Raiden. Are we really just going to stay here and do nothing? Lord Raiden is an intermediate master, but our young master has only reached the beginner level. Perhaps it's not too late to stop him, the maid said worriedly to the young miss. The mother was also tangled in worry for her son. As Helen said, This duel is too dangerous. Leon wouldn't have been in such a predicament with Raiden if the boy hadn't panicked. Although he looks that way on the outside, Baldur cultivates soft sword techniques, a type of swordplay with unpredictable changes, specializing in exploiting the opponent's weaknesses, and Raiden learned from his father, so when he enters battle, he will become a completely different person. Sylvia analyzed the upcoming opponent of her son. However, at Leon's gaze at that moment, she involuntarily recalled the moment the young man told his mother he could handle everything. Then she replied to the maid, "Just trust the boy." "You really intend to let this happen?" the maid asked. "Actually, I am very worried and uneasy, but there must be a reason why Leon confidently asked us to trust him," so, the lady of the manor added. "Trust in Leon," she said, looking towards her son who was diligently training. At this moment, Judiel walked to the young master's training grounds and called out, "Young master, I've brought your meal." The young man was a little surprised. "Judiel?" "Yes, I've prepared some sandwiches for you to eat more easily. You've exercised a lot, so eat slowly to avoid upsetting your stomach." "I know, thank you." The young man took the food from the maid's hand and replied. But then something surprised the young man. What was this in his hand? It was a book. After opening it and skimming a few pages, he realized it contained all the information about the illusionary swordplay Raiden practiced. Furthermore, the content was neatly organized, making it easy to grasp. Could she really gather all this information in just one day and compile it into a book? Looking at the amount of work Judiel had to handle, the young man was a bit surprised. Looking at the girl, he further realized, moreover, she even stood up to protect her mother back then. Now she's actively bringing me information about Raiden without anyone asking. "Thank you, Judiel," the young man said, looking at the orange-haired maid and silently expressing his gratitude. Time passed as both sides spent their time in their own ways, one side diligently training, while the other simply lay in place and enjoyed. The day of the duel finally arrived, attracting the attention of everyone in the mansion. The two young men arrived at the martial hall, where they would have their sword fight. Raiden placed his hand on his sword hilt and thought to himself, "I've waited for this day for so long. Since that day, you can't imagine how much I've longed for the day I could cut off your head." His eyes were fixed on his opponent. Leon spoke words full of killing intent. "Of course, in my heart, I will crush your body, making it so you can never hold a sword again." The referee in the middle signaled, "All right, both sides ready." Seizing that moment, the redhead spoke up for some banter. "I'm really looking forward to seeing your face after the duel. I wonder if you'll be able to witness it," Leon replied. The drum sounded, along with the referee's introduction, then let the sword duel begin. Raiden was the one who attacked first. He charged forward and shouted, "Your boastful words will no longer have any effect." A thrust containing fire spirit energy, but instead of aiming at a person, this guy aimed at the void. But it turned out that Leon had disappeared too quickly, which confused him. He disappeared, whoosh. With a sound, and just a flash, the main character was behind this guy, his sword lightly against his neck. This made Raiden sweat and think to himself, "This bastard, when did he appear? And he's behind me too." Leon also warned, "This is the first time." Putting his sword aside, the young man decided to fight hand-to-hand with this guy. "Today, you will die 8 times. The first punch landed directly on the face of the direct descendant, distorting his features. The force of the punch was so strong that it sent the enemy flying a considerable distance. Spitting blood, he tried to get up and thought to himself, "What just happened? I couldn't see his movements at all." "What did you do?" The young man casually picked up his sword and continued, "Get up, what are you waiting for?" Leon said, "I already told you, today you will die at least 8 times, one is for your lie about delivering the letter." The direct descendant was furious at this point. He roared while swinging his sword, "You arrogant bastard, I will make you regret not finishing me off with the first blow." But without waiting for the other to attack, Leon proactively stepped forward at high speed. This made the redhead a bit overwhelmed. But the sword had already been swung. Once again, his attack aimed at the void, confusing him and making him think. He disappeared again. "I thought I was sure to hit him this time." "I'm on your left," the young man replied, thrusting the hilt of his sword directly into the young master's face. This made Raiden cry out in pain. Rao, standing behind, continued, "This is the price to pay for the mouth that spat on the flower my mother nurtured." Punching again, he added, "This is punishment for trampling on my mother's flower." Another punch aimed directly at the interface, "And this is punishment for hitting Helen." While being punched until his vision blurred, Raiden still wondered why the enemy before him could be so different. This couldn't be right, this shouldn't have happened, he was just using common skills. Moreover, I'm sure he's just a high-level beginner, his realm is lower than mine. The next blow was about to hit his face, but the man still only wondered where the main character's strength came from. So why did I lose to him? By the time he finished asking the question, the punch had kissed the cheek of the fool who dared to touch the main character's family. Helen watched from the side with the young man's mother, unable to hide her surprise. Young Master. Young Master Leon could have ended the match with the first blow, but he intentionally gave his opponent an opening and cornered him. He didn't just do it for the victory, the maid analyzed. Meaning her hands trembled slightly. Covering her mouth with her hand, tears welled up in her eyes. He is avenging the violence directed at us. Even though we are just worthless servants, even though we are not considered human in this house, where blood determines power, he is fighting against someone from the direct lineage for our sake and even destroying him. Sylvia also had some hesitation and called out Leon's name. She recalled memories of the past. Her father only sought power, and the house gradually became cold over time. She always felt lost even though she was from the direct lineage. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and ran away from home. Her footsteps carried her further and further away from the place that could give her everything except love. Looking at Leon, the son who was fighting for his own resentment, she thought that she should have relied on her own strength to overcome the absurd situations of this cruel land. That is exactly what the boy is showing us right now. No matter how weak we are, we must have a strong will. Leon, after parrying Raiden's sword, prepared to throw another punch at the hateful man in front of him and fight until the very last moment, regardless of who the opponent was, so that they wouldn't dare to cross the line again. Sylvia thought that was something she should have done. On the battlefield, Raiden could only gape before receiving another punch to the face. The child is showing us that we need to move forward instead of just running away. At the same time, the red-haired man was officially knocked out. The referee standing on the side spoke up. Raiden was paralyzed. The outcome of the sword duel had been decided. The winner of this match is Leon. Showing no emotion, the young man simply cast his vacant gaze at the defeated opponent lying on the ground. The winner of this sword duel is Leon, the referee announced. Baldur, who was watching from above, couldn't stand the injustice and yelled at his son lying shamefully on the floor. Raiden, what is this mess? Limer was celebrating in another area. Ha ha ha. I told you Leon would win. He ignored the peculiar glances from others. In the rookies area, Dorian, Runan, Martha, and Ben were also celebrating their friend's victory. Yura, that's our young master. I knew he would win. Lowen, next to the patriarch, said, I have served the Sieghart family for a very long time, but this is the first time I've seen everyone cheer for a collateral branch without regard for their status. Old Glenn thought to himself, it was indeed surprising that friends would cheer for the boy regardless of his status, but what surprised him was what happened during the match, although he was still inexperienced. He could already use the Supreme Harmony steps. He recalled the moment the child approached Raiden with the striding art, which he had only demonstrated once in front of him. The Supreme Harmony steps is a footwork I created after going through the dark side of my mind and overcoming temptations. It's not a martial art that an ordinary warrior can learn, even if they dedicate their entire lives. Yet Leon learned it in just 2 weeks. The old man looked at his grandson and marveled, and also the popularity he gained at that age. Right now, the entire stadium was chanting the main character Leon's name. Leon, Leon. Remembering the past, Glenn thought about how he had craved power too much. Power was the measure of value in this family, and he was too naive to be able to change that. Thanks to being born into the direct lineage and realizing the injustice towards collateral branches, one day the boy could completely change this family. The head of the Siegharts stood up from his seat and said to the butler, the match is over, fulfill the boy's conditions. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. He turned back and said to the butler, Lorwyn, cut the funding for the True Marital Hall in half, use any excuse if necessary. The old man could only force a laugh and agree. Ha, understood. The conditions for the sword duel were met shortly thereafter under Glenn's guidance. Raiden confessed his sins in front of everyone, kneeling before his mother and the maids, apologizing to them. And the True Marital Hall was forbidden from touching the annex building, under threat from Glenn. The maids could also breathe a sigh of relief, their stiff faces finally relaxed, and tears of joy fell. The matter finally concluded. And we returned home together, Leon holding his mother's hand, with the maids walking beside them as they left the arena. Outside, Sylvia couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Son, when did you get so strong? I'm so surprised. Leon sheepishly evaded, I'll explain later, so don't cling to me. In another location, a woman with a scar on her cheek looked at the mother and son and thought that at times like these, he looked like a normal young man. His aura was different from before. The woman with silver hair beside her replied, with such skill, Limer must have been telling the truth about him surviving the mad blood demon. The man behind them added, indeed, both his footwork and swordsmanship are nearly perfect. It's not just mere talent, If he joined my unit, he would be incredibly useful, the woman with the scar assessed. The man didn't hide his intentions either. I'll take him to the Dark Leopard unit as soon as he graduates and train him. Before he could finish, he was cut off by the red-haired girl with the scar. Forget it, you have no chance. The silver-haired girl remained indifferent. Well, it's true that the trainees at training school know. 5 are about to graduate. Once they finish their graduation exams, they'll have to choose a path, like becoming swordsmen. Thinking back, while Leon was the most outstanding among them, he wasn't the only excellent one from training school. No, 5. Martha, Buren, and Runen Slyan, all 3 have enough talent and strength to reach the pinnacle. The next selection will be very interesting, she said with excitement in her voice, recounting the main character's 3 friends. Returning home to his private room, Judiel approached and asked, "Young master, did you plan all of this when you requested a sword duel?" "You could say that," the young man replied. "There was no way I wouldn't win." She smiled slightly and expressed her feelings. "You are truly terrifying. But you are also incredibly kind, even more so, truly." Judiel stood at attention and said, "I am truly grateful for you saving me from Mr. Karun back then. Please rest, I'll be taking my leave." With that, the young lady turned and left. Leon was left a bit speechless. He looked out the window and thought to himself, Judiel's expression just now was genuine, judging by her reaction and how she tried to protect Sylvia. It must have been her true feelings. I guess I can tell her now that the whole rage-worn incident before was faked. The next morning, at the main manor building, Limer approached with a pile of brand new gold rings and exclaimed cheerfully, "Greetings, sir." The 2 men before him were speechless at the young man's demeanor. Glenn asked, "Where did you get those trinkets?" Limer replied, "I gambled with that old man, the owner of the True Marital Hall, thanks to Leon. Moreover, I've earned enough for all the trainees at the 5th Training Academy," the young man said with extreme confidence. "You mean you extorted my son?" the old man thought to himself. Taking a sip of water to calm himself, Glenn figured flaunting jewelry wasn't the reason he was here. Get to the point. "Clearly, I'll be direct. I'm here to make a proposal." Limer sat down and began his story. "A proposal? I thought I'd fully entrusted your training to you already." "This isn't about training," the elf stated directly. "Please allow me to change the trainee's graduation exam." "Change the exam? Be more specific." Lone stroked his beard thoughtfully. The instructor mused that the current exam involved receiving the teacher's approval or sparring amongst the trainees. However, these children have already fought the knight trainees of the Orwen Kingdom, and in the second mission, they survived a battle on a colossal mountain. Even as mere trainees, they've overcome countless trials against white-armored warriors and even a giant ogre. Limer relied on that and asserted, "Therefore, the trainees at the 5th Training Academy need a new trial." Meaning yes, I'm thinking about survival, having the trainees survive under specific conditions. If they can survive outside and receive help or benefit from the great Sieghart, they will reach even greater heights, even if they cannot become swordsmen immediately. What do you think? This proposal is quite good, isn't it? The young man jumped up and extended his hand forward, eagerly awaiting agreement. Glenn took a moment to think. Instead of answering, he remarked, "You've changed, haven't you?" The patriarch added, "Your face was always gloomy since the day your energy core shattered and you had to withdraw from the front lines. But you're not like that anymore, ever since you met the children at the 5th Training Academy. Your face is now filled with ambition, just like the trainees." The elf listened silently to the old man's observation. But then he waved his hand bashfully. "Wait, that makes me too embarrassed." Len, standing by, chimed in, "I agree, Mr. Limer's expression has improved quite a bit now." The instructor scratched his head and confessed, "I just think I've realized I'm better at training children than being a swordsman. Moreover, I will be able to train the next king to succeed you with these very hands, soon." "Are you talking about Leon?" "Who knows, it could be Buren, Martha, or even Runen." Instead of acknowledging the patriarch's question, the instructor deliberately kept it vague. This made the old man smile with amusement. "I see." He got up from his chair, walked to the back, and said, "Submit a report on the children's graduation exam within a week. I will consider this conversation as if it never happened if you fail to do so." Suddenly, the red-haired young man pulled out a stack of documents and replied, "Why wouldn't I? I've already prepared everything," Limer said with a radiant expression. Another morning, the trainees had gathered in the training grounds, everyone huddled together and chatting. They said to gather, but the teacher didn't come. It's always like this. But Teacher Limer is never on time. Perhaps yesterday he was indulging himself in the casino or a bar and only returned home in the morning. Just as they finished talking, the teacher, who seemed to be heaven sent, kicked the door open and walked in. greeting them as if his mistake wasn't that important. "Sorry I'm a bit late. I visited an orphanage on the way here." Buren, annoyed, scolded him. "If you're going to lie, at least come up with a more plausible reason." "I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth." Approaching the children, Limer stated, "Anyway, today I have a very important announcement for you all. I've thought about this a lot, but seeing you all today, I've made my decision. In short, your graduation exam is about to begin. You can no longer be trainees." One of the new recruits spoke up. "I heard that graduation exams usually involve gaining the recognition of the instructors or sparring." Limer laughed heartily and said, "Normally, yes, but your exam this time will be a little different." What do you mean?" The red-haired young man recalled and stated, "You have accumulated enough experience, the battles with Orwin, practical combat experience with the North-South Alliance, even though the opponents were just common soldiers. Moreover, in the last mission, you survived the surprise attack by Eden. Therefore, instead of a meaningless battle or seeking recognition from the instructors, you will venture out into the world yourselves to witness firsthand how vast it is." As he said, the instructor gestured towards the clear blue sky. "The theme for this graduation exam is survival. For 1 month, you will have to abandon your status as Sieghart trainees and survive in various places on the continent with only a sword in hand. Of course, I have prepared an alternative exam for those who are afraid." Upon hearing this, some trainees began to show worried expressions. Runan walked up to the main character and asked, "Leon, will you participate?" "Of course, I will participate," the young man replied. "Then I will participate as well." The girl seemed to prefer hearing others' decisions before deciding her own path. Buren also thought that the instructor must have his reasons. "I will go too," Martha added from beside him. "I've been accustomed to survival since birth." Limer heard the words of these genius students and said, "Hey, it's not just Leon. Aren't all of you making this decision too easily? Do you know where I will send you?" Looking at the main character, the teacher made a point, "Especially you, Leon, because you are an excellent student. Your decision might lead others to follow without thinking carefully." The young man replied, "It will certainly be a difficult journey, but I fully understand that my friends are not making this decision lightly." "Sir. Regardless, you never give us challenges that we cannot overcome." Hearing this, the instructor couldn't help but smile lightly. Then, he took a piece of paper in his hand and said, "You are truly commendable, and it won't be easy for me because of that. Now I will tell you where you are going. The Levine Desert for Buren, the Kadam Forest for Ronan, the Cyan Canyon for Martha. And finally, Haven Castle in the east for Leon." Hearing this, the young man pondered, "Haven Castle, huh?" Seeing the young man's expression, Limer decided to provide some information. "It's a battlefield where they have to fight monsters that appear from the North Sea and Mount Sterling every day. It's so harsh that people call it the Hell Battlefield because they don't even have time to sheath their swords. The others are too, but you will suffer greatly," the teacher said, leaning down to speak privately with the young man. "All right, prepare yourselves thoroughly. You have about a month until you set off." Leon immediately went home to prepare for his training. In the distance, Sylvia and Helen were watching. The maid spoke up, "My lady, haven't you noticed that the young master has been overtraining recently? He's been practicing swordsmanship for days, even reducing his sleep time. Honestly, I hope he refuses that test. After all, it's an extremely dangerous place." Helen had her own reasons for feeling worried. Sylvia looked at her son and thought, "That's true, but it's clearly also an opportunity for Leon to mature. Since Haven Castle is his final exam, he's probably trying to be in the best condition. We just need to silently support him from behind so he can focus wholeheartedly on his training." Beads of sweat began to appear on the young man's face. Leon swung his sword and thought to himself, "I feel tired because I've increased the intensity of my training to a higher level for the past week after hearing the details of the exam, but even so, I can't shake the feeling that it's still not enough. The monsters at Haven Castle have thick hides and massive bodies, to the point where a blade might not be able to pierce them. Since Sieghart's swordsmanship is balanced between offense and defense, I will surely be at a disadvantage." He envisioned the wicked enemies he would face and calculated. Holding the sword in his hand, the young man continued, "Although I can use the Thousand Flames technique, these are powerful moves, so the aura consumption is also very high, which makes them dangerous in a prolonged battle. The Ring of Fire has helped compensate for this so far, but I can't rely on the Thousand Flames technique and the Ring of Fire forever." Leon touched his chest, where the Ring of Fire was, and mused. "There are 3 weeks left until we set off. I need more information about Haven Castle and a technique that can supplement the Thousand Flames technique." And so, he continued to swing his sword. Looking into the distance, he wondered, "To get what I need, I will have to invest." After a while, Glenn asked. So, you want to use the silver tokens to exchange for a new sword technique? Yes, sir. Leon had come to the Patriarch's mansion to find something useful, the old man said. It depends on how you use the silver tokens. But didn't you say before that you would use them for something else? That's right. I intended to use those tokens to restore my mother's direct lineage status. Knowing that, you still decided to use the silver tokens, Glenn asked again. Leon said, I realized something from the mission in Cebu village in the previous duel. I heard it. Your performance in that mission was truly impressive considering your current strength, but the reward you received was only silver tokens, not gold tokens. It was then that I remembered what you once said, that it's not easy to achieve. With all humility in my heart, Leon continued, since I need gold tokens to restore my mother's direct lineage status instead of accumulating silver tokens, which don't make a significant difference, it's better for me to use those silver tokens to become stronger and then collect gold tokens. Glenn threw the ledger he was holding and replied, that's right. If you are preparing to go to Haven Castle, this choice is reasonable. The ledger flew towards the young man. You can choose something else if you don't trust me. The text on the ledger read, Frenzied Fawn. Looking at the item he obtained with the silver tokens, the young man thought, at least Glenn has ensured my reward is worthy. Since he chose it, its effectiveness is surely guaranteed. Then he knelt to bow. Please accept this manual, sir, the old man replied. I understand, try to learn it well. Then I'll take my leave, but he was stopped by the Patriarch. Before that, let me ask you a question. Since you came here to get a manual to learn a new sword technique, you must understand what Haven Castle is like. Aren't you afraid knowing that your final exam will take place there? Why didn't you refuse it? Maine answered his question. I realized that after fighting Eden. Realized what? Leon said, the experience of a sudden life or death battle has brought me growth equivalent to a year of training in the field. I realized that to become stronger, I must overcome situations that force me to break my limits. Furthermore, Teacher Limer would never give me a challenge I cannot overcome. I am certain it will be a difficult and painful journey, but I believe it will make me strong enough to be grateful for having gone through it later. I understand. Glenn's eyes were thoughtful. Leon, before you leave, let me tell you one last thing. Swordsmanship isn't just about one way of using it. Broaden your thinking, the old man gave vague advice. But Leon still expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your advice. Limer suddenly appeared from the side and said, this is why I can't help but cherish Leon. He has fully grasped my intentions. As an instructor, there is nothing more satisfying than him understanding my intentions. He's certainly different from the verbose Buren or the sharp-tongued Martha. There was a hint of indignation in the teacher's voice. Glenn commented from behind, what a terrible teacher, bad-mouthing his disciple behind his back like that. The elf said, by the way, I didn't expect you to give him Frenzied Fawn. That's worth at least a gold token. Your love for your grandson is always boundless like this. Hearing this, Glenn felt annoyed. You talk too much, Limer. Actually, I've been talking less recently. But Frenzied Fawn is quite a violent sword technique. I worry if Leon can control it, Glenn said. Since I've given him the book, my job is done. It's up to him whether he can learn it or not. Outside, Wrath and the young man began to open the book and study it. Meanwhile, in the hall, Limer continued to provoke. Even though you say that, you gave him important advice, a grandfather's love for his grandson. Glenn's veins of anger began to show due to the troublesome fellow. He then cast a spell on Limer and said, I can't stand it anymore. After blasting the elf's name with energy, he went down and assumed that since you could still talk so much, you must have fully recovered from the aftermath of the previous battle. Limer spoke up hesitantly, wait, please calm down, sir, I haven't fully recovered yet. Raising his aura-imbued hand high, the patriarch of the Zeidhart family prepared a devastating slap. Since you seem to have recovered somewhat, I will teach you a lesson, sir, please, Limer begged, his face pale. As soon as Leon left, a tragic scream echoed from inside the mansion, startling him. A while later, as evening fell, he sat in his private room wondering, is this swordsmanship truly worth a silver token? As he read, he pondered, but this swordsmanship must be Frenzied Fangs. True to its name, this is an intuitive swordsmanship that reaches the ultimate realm, involving relentless attacks on the opponent, ready to tear their throats like the fangs of a wild beast. However, an intuitive swordsmanship cannot be learned through theory, it can only be grasped through combat experience. That is why Leon asked Buren for training assistance. That's why I continuously sparred with the students to gradually grasp Frenzied Fangs, and I swung my sword relentlessly until the day before graduation exams. More precisely and intensely, I didn't stop until I reached a higher realm. Leon asked his friends to assist him in mastering the new sword technique. Until no more students were capable of sparring, I finally drew closer to grasping the true meaning of frenzied fangs before the departure, and time went by. In the dojo, quite a few people were exhausted by the main character to the point of fear. Until the night before the graduation exams, Judiel, who was tending to the young man's wounds, spoke up. "You're more bruised than usual these days. You've pushed yourself too hard, especially with the graduation exams tomorrow. If the lady knew you were injured, she would worry a lot." Leon thought, I have pushed myself, because I spar every day to learn frenzied fangs. A rag in hand to soak up the wounds on the main character's skin, along with countless pain relief bandages stuck all over his body. Judiel thought, "That's why you had me treat you, right?" And Judiel, "Before I leave, I have something to tell you." "I'm listening, young master." Leon thought, "Back then I lied to you about forcing you to swallow an insect." "I didn't see you," she replied. The young man understood immediately. "So you knew beforehand, didn't you?" "I could tell from your silence." Judiel replied, "I wasn't entirely sure, I just suspected." The maid recalled the time she first met the main character. "Yes, at first I really thought it was an insect. I didn't dare to think it was just a lie. I was scared, and all I could think of was the desire to live. However, gradually I felt more at ease with the warmth of everyone in the annex, and the young master treated me like a human being without asking for anything in return. He even prepared a way for me to avoid the suspicion of the wise martial palace just to save me." The girl recalled the time she lived with Sylvia's small family. "And after a few things happened, I was able to realize the truth, the expression you had towards young Miss Sylvia and the look when you warned me. You were just trying to protect this annex." In her heart, the girl thought of Helen and the young man's mother. "That's why I initially thought you might not have used an insect, but I'm still not sure. It was just a suspicion." "Why are you telling me this?" Judiel curiously asked. "Because you've changed, Judiel. Just as you've always observed me, I've observed you too. You've always acted behind a mask, but your true emotions have begun to show," Leon shared. "And on the day Raiden came to the annex and caused chaos, you were truly ready to rush forward to protect your mother and Helen. Furthermore, there's information about Haven Castle on my bed. You prepared it for me, didn't you?" "Thanks to you, that helped a lot." The young man picked up the book and asked again. "Thank you, Judiel." However, after hearing those words, the maid's expression still seemed to hold some concern. She began, "I have a younger brother. I don't know where he is or what he's doing now because we were separated when we were sold, but because they said I would see him again one day. So I was forced to follow their orders." The girl recalled the time when the two siblings were slaves and were forcibly sold, separating them. "I'm sorry, young master." Saying this, tears began to well up in Judiel's eyes. Suddenly Leon spoke, "I will save the boy," startling the girl in surprise. Putting on a shirt, Leon added, "As long as Karun targets me, we will have to confront him sooner or later, and when everything with Karun is resolved, I will find your brother by all means, as long as the boy is alive." Judiel spoke up, "I want to ask something. Why are you telling me about Rage Worn? What if I report this information to Lord Karun?" Leon smiled confidently and said, "I guess you won't do that, so what are you going to do?" She chuckled bitterly, "Ha, what a ridiculous answer." "I will follow you, master," Judiel declared seriously. "Please instruct me in anything you need." "All right, I entrust this annex to you during my absence." Judiel, the girl received the young man's order and knelt down. "Yes, please rest assured, leave it to me." That night passed like that, and then the morning of the graduation exams arrived. Everyone had prepared their luggage for departure. Standing on the high platform was Limmer. He thought, "It's time to begin your graduation exams. All you need to do is survive on your own for a year and return. If you can overcome this challenge, you will surely reach a higher level. Then it's time for the top student to say a few words." Hearing this, Leon immediately thought, "He always makes me do these things, even though they don't suit me at all. Well, since I'm the class representative anyway." The main character immediately stepped forward, turned to face his classmates, and began to speak. "There's a saying that warriors who survive their first battle don't fall easily, and you've experienced your first battle, even if it was by chance. Everyone survived, and the mission was completed in a situation where you had no other choice but death. That's why you won't die. Just as the saying goes." The young students below listened attentively. "Hone yourselves and return with strength worthy of the academy," Leon declared loudly. "Victory and survival, move forward." After his final words, the students seemed to be filled with even more motivation, and they all cheered in response. Limmer, watching this from behind, smiled with satisfaction. He watched the young students retreating back and thought to himself, "From the very beginning, I knew you were no ordinary person. Your extraordinary qualities are not just your strength. A calm mind far beyond his years, an open heart capable of influencing those around him, a more dedicated mindset than anyone else, not complacent with his innate talent, the elf kept recalling Leon's attitude. Moreover, in the last training match with the teacher, he recalled what you had learned. Frenzied fangs. For a moment the teacher could see the silhouette of a wild beast appearing in the boy's sword strokes. You have once again surprised me. Returning to the present, Limer said to Leon, while showing off the wound on his wrist caused by you, I took the time to be your opponent, just because you defeated the other trainees and this is the result. Instead of being grateful, you injured me. How rude, but it seems that instead of being angry, the teacher was a little pleased to know that among the students there was one who could hurt him. Looking at the boy, the teacher silently wished, survive and come back, Leon. Because I will be full of regret if I don't witness the moment a new king is born. Come on kids, greet the coach. The whole group then bowed their heads and shouted loudly, thank you teacher for everything so far. Yes, I'll wait here, so become much stronger and come back, Limer replied. On one side, Buren said to Leon, this year I will do my best to become stronger, so you must also become stronger, don't disappoint me. Me too, don't die there because I still owe you. If you dare to die I will find you and fight you. Martha also had a few words of advice for the boy. Making Min a bit awkward, don't they know how to say something sincere? At this moment, Runan ran up and called his name, Leon. Take this with you. She handed him a box. This is a cake, are you sure you want to give it to me? Well, it's okay, I have plenty, she replied to the boy's question. Thank you for the precious gift. I'm leaving too, have a safe journey, Leon. With that, Runan waved goodbye to the boy and prepared for her own journey. Well, it seems there's still something unfinished. We should go, Dorian. The guy looked down at his friend who was half dead on the ground with fear. Why do I have to go to Haven Castle with him? Dragging the body of the blue-haired swordsman, Leon added, before that, there's one more place we need to visit. Dorian asked curiously, where are we going? The commercial city of Carmelon. Leon smiled and replied. Let's prepare some good equipment before entering the battle. The sign read Upper City of Camelon, at the central market. Leon and Dorian were walking on a crowded street. The boy looked at the stalls that were actively soliciting and thought to himself, goods everywhere, buyers and sellers bustling, but what I need is nowhere to be found. It seems that real goods can only be found in the black market. The young man with blue-green hair behind called out, young master, what you are looking for is not here, is it? You've been walking non-stop, so are you going down? Leon asked again, down. Do you know about Carmelon's black market? Yes, Dorian replied. This made Min a little curious. Isn't this your first time here? How do you know about the existence of the black market? The young man confidently patted his chest and said, I may not look like it, but I grew up in a merchant guild. I'm very knowledgeable about these things. Remembering when Dorian brought out a pile of cloaks and deodorizing tools during the mission in Mount Cebu, Leon realized, so everything so far has been explained. I've also guessed part of it, so he really comes from a merchant family, no need to beat around the bush with him anymore, since he mentioned it. With that thought, the young man replied, all right, let's go down to the black market now. But Dorian thought that to enter the black market, one had to go through a secret passage. Young master, do you know the way to the black market? This made Min a little startled. About that, I heard it from Master Limer. The young man came up with an excuse to cover it up. If Limer heard this, he would probably be dumbfounded. When did the teacher say that? Dorian, however, believed it wholeheartedly. That's right, that makes sense. I heard there's a casino in the black market. If so, the teacher will surely know the way. Then let's go in. Both of them got 2 black cloaks and entered a shop hidden in the street. And so they conveniently entered. It took a while for the 2 men to reach the entrance of the black market, which was covered by a thick curtain. Carmelon Commercial City, the underground black market. Seeing the scale of this place, Dorian exclaimed, Market, the black market is so big. I can't get used to it. Moreover, this place is cleaner than the market above ground. Did you find what you need? The mushroom-headed boy marveled, asking as he walked. Leon took out a book from his person and replied, I need to check the auction catalog to know. Then, both of them found a temporary resting place and studied. Inside a page with a picture of a butterfly, Leon thought to himself, found it, black butterfly, it's indeed up for auction. The auction will take place tonight. The starting bid is 10 gold coins. Dorian looked at the page and asked, are you going to buy it? This is quite expensive. Leon also thought, indeed, I can buy it by using all my travel funds, but that would be too risky. Maybe I should find a pawn shop or something to gather more money. Let's go, Dorian. Where are we going? Young master, Min replied, to the pawn shop. I need to sell some things to get money before the auction starts. An hour later, the young man seemed to have gathered enough money. Dorian immediately asked, "Are you done selling, young master? But why are you still looking around instead of going to the auction house right away?" "I'm checking if there's anything useful," Min replied. After observing the underground city for a while, the boy thought there was still time before the auction began, and he also had some extra money for the auction. However, there was nothing worth buying. Usually there are underestimated treasures, just waiting for the right buyer to find them. It's a pity. Alright, we should go to the auction house. While analyzing the situation here, the boy suddenly discovered something that made him exclaim, That's the ring of the first patriarch of Zeeghart. I saw it in the memories that flooded my mind as soon as I learned the Thousand Flames technique. I didn't expect to find it here. Entering the shop, the young man asked, "Boss, how much is this?" He replied enthusiastically, "Ah, you have a sharp eye. That ring can enhance strength and sharpen the mind. Just hand over 5 gold coins." And before he could finish his sentence, Dorian rushed forward and yelled at the shop owner, "5 gold coins? Who do you think you are to charge us so much? You clearly bought it for 5 silver coins." Slamming his hand on the table, the mushroom-haired boy declared, "Listen to me. You said this ring enhances strength and sharpens the mind, but if its mind-clarifying effects were truly worth 5 gold coins, it would be sold in a magic item shop, not some dingy stall like this. So, does its strength-enhancing effect truly excel? Certainly not comparable to Orge's gauntlets or Orge's ring. Moreover, this ring isn't even properly engraved, it only has a few simple patterns. The only notable feature is its smooth surface, but it's neither beautiful nor cool. It's also full of cracks, making it hard to tell if it's gold or brass. Honestly, no one would even pick it up if you threw it in that trash can. Yet, you demand 5 gold coins. I propose a different price, 1 gold coin." After a barrage of spitting, Dorian finally settled on a price 5 times lower. The shop owner, now pale and resigned, stammered, "You can have it." The mushroom-haired boy then turned to the main character and gave him a thumbs up, earning praise from Leon. "Well done, Dorian." Wrath eventually regained his senses and mused, It seems this ring does hold some secret, and hey, didn't he just turn into someone else?" Leon replied mentally, "Dorian is excellent at negotiation, but he seems to lack an eye for quality. Regardless, this is a huge haul." Suddenly, a woman with orange hair approached and said, "Wait, have you already paid for that ring?" "Yes, I have." The girl in front of Leon, wearing a mask to conceal her identity, behind her stood a tall man dressed like a butler. The girl then proposed, "Sell it to me, no matter how much you paid. I'll give you 10 times the amount. Judging by your appearance, you must be an adventurer in dire need of money, so that should be enough." Dorian and the shop owner were both dumbfounded at these words. 10 times? I bought it for 50 silver coins. Is it really that valuable? The green-haired boy urged, "Sell it, young master. She wants to buy that cheap trinket for 10 times the price." Leon calmly looked at the girl, assessing her. She knows how valuable this ring is, and from the way she speaks, she's clearly implying it's worth at least 100 gold coins. Leon cautiously touched the box containing the ring. "I'm sorry, but I want to refuse," the main character replied. "Then I'll pay 20 times. No, 30 times that price." The girl offered again. "I'm still not selling. 50 gold coins." I said no. Calmly, the young man turned away and said, "Sorry, but I have a habit of not liking to sell my things. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell." This put the wealthy girl in a bit of a predicament. The butler behind her stepped forward and interjected, "I don't know where you come from, but you'd better behave. Confronting her will only bring you trouble." Leon replied, "Am I supposed to change my mind just because of her status? I don't care about that, so stop bothering me and leave." These words caused the girl to widen her eyes in surprise. Although her face was masked, it was evident that the mysterious woman was somewhat annoyed. "Hey, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Don't oppose me and hand it over while I'm still being polite." The main character merely glanced at her and replied, "How unreasonable. It's just because I don't want to sell that item. Are you going to flaunt your noble lineage before I leave, or can we just stop here?" The woman with orange hair stepped forward. "You don't know how terrifying this world is. Think carefully about why people always bow to others, if you don't want to end up dying miserably on the street one day, forgotten and unknown. If that's all, I bid you farewell." The young man replied gently and left the shop. Her body trembling slightly, the girl said to the butler, "Setter, let's go to the auction house, right now." Those stalls are often frequented by people who just left pawn shops. If he went there, he might participate in the upcoming auction. "I will definitely snatch away whatever he wants to buy, at any cost." With determined eyes, the girl decided to retaliate. A while later, in the auction room, the auctioneer was calling out the bids from willing buyers for an item, Deity's necklace, 70 gold coins. Congratulations to the winner of the auction. Next is the silver mana stone, then the blazing ring. Alright, the next item seems to be highly sought after this time. For each product, there are quite a few people raising their paddles and shouting out their willingness to pay. Leon sat to the side, observing silently and thinking to himself, nothing has caught my interest yet, has the black butterfly not appeared. Now, for this item, a noble black butterfly that lives on mana stones. Hearing this, Leon's demeanor changed. Black butterfly, the man lifted the red curtain. Inside was a cage holding the insect the young man needed. The introduction continued. It's highly popular as a decoration due to its faint shimmering light. Of course, the drawback of this species is its short lifespan and high maintenance cost, feeding only on mana stones. But nothing can compare to the beauty of this butterfly. The auction began. As soon as the call was made, bids started coming in. 2 gold coins, 5 gold coins, 7 gold coins. Leon stood up and shouted his bid of 13 gold coins, causing those below to look up with curiosity. Observing the expressions of the guests below, the young man thought, with such a high price, no one will bid higher. After all, 13 gold coins is too expensive for a decorative butterfly. 50 gold coins, a surprisingly large sum, was suddenly called out. The auctioneer looked up towards Leon and declared, 50 gold coins, we're approaching the highest bid in history. I don't think anyone will bid higher, even I am speechless. Sold. After the auctioneer announced, the masked girl smiled with satisfaction. Setter, let's go, the butler asked. You only bid for the black butterfly? Yes. That person showed no interest in any other items, not to mention he bid unusually high for that butterfly. The black butterfly is definitely what he wants, the girl asserted. I have nothing more to do with that useless fellow. Dorian exclaimed in panic to Min, it's her from earlier, she didn't even bother to hide her malice. What should we do now? It will take a while before another black butterfly is put up for auction. Leon reassured his friend, Dorian, don't worry about it, go find some night traveling attire. Why would you suddenly need night traveling attire? Leon revealed his plan, I'm going to steal the butterfly she bought. What? Every top assassin on the continent has their own unique characteristics. Speed, smoothness, or sharpness are advantages for some. But in my previous life, I was famous as the best infiltrator among them, Leon recalled. At this moment, he was wearing a black outfit that covered his entire body, looking at the butterfly cage placed in the room. The secret is to use the main striding art I used in my previous life, shadowless steps. I thought I wouldn't really need it in this life after learning the supreme harmony steps, but unexpectedly, I have to use it. 10 minutes ago, here's the cloak you requested, young master. Dorian prepared and brought it to the young man. Leon put it on and replied, excellent, you found such a good item in such a short time. Did you find any more information about that masked woman? The mushroom-haired boy scratched his head and replied, actually, what? Why are you hesitating? The protagonist's friend said, young master, I think we should stop. I heard from people around here that she is actually Princess Jaina of the Balker Kingdom. From a young age, she showed extraordinary magical talent, but more than that, she possessed outstanding skill in appraising magic items, which earned her the special favor of King Balker. Unfortunately, this time we should give up this opportunity and wait for the next one, Leon replied. That means she is very likely a VIP customer of the black market. The young man, not only unafraid but also showing an excited expression, thought, they must still be conducting additional appraisals for the auction items, and unlike regular participants, the princess's item surely hasn't been moved to her private room yet because she's a VIP. Now is the safest time to act, while the black market still owns the auction item. I'll be right back, Dorian. With that, the young man used his striding art to leave the place, despite his friend's attempts to hold him back. Wait, young master, wait a moment. Returning to the present, Leon thought to himself while observing the card-dealing staff. As expected, the princess's auction item has not yet been brought to her private room. The staff looked at the butterfly cage and discussed among themselves, spending a mountain of gold just to buy a useless decorative butterfly like this. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand what the rich are planning, the other replied. They must have their reasons, let's forget it and focus on dealing the cards. Maine observed the item he wanted to steal more closely and thought to himself, the black butterfly is over there, there are staff members next to it, but they are busy playing. In this situation, the young man extended his hand forward, an energy thread flowed out of his hand. The butterfly perched in the cage seemed to have caught the scent of aura, assuming that the black butterfly is usually kept in a birdcage because it will die if confined in a closed space. This species tends to cling to magic stones to absorb high-purity magic power. Leon, so as soon as it sensed the Chi Thousand Flames technique, which is even purer than the magic power in the magic stone, it would surely escape from the birdcage. Thus, the butterfly flew over and landed on Main's finger. It was as simple as that. It didn't take too long for Ron to reclaim what he had lost in the auction. At this moment, one of the staff members seemed to notice. "What's wrong? Why are you so distracted? Turn over your card, it's your turn." "Huh, where's the butterfly?" "What?" The butterfly disappeared. Both of them stood up in a panic and asked each other. "Damn it, go find out where it flew off to." Meanwhile, Maine was already making his escape with the butterfly. At this moment in the lobby, Dorian was still restlessly waiting for news from his friend. He bit his finger and thought to himself, if the young master were caught in this situation, it could become a diplomatic issue with the kingdom of Bakr. My heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest. No matter what I think, I should stop him. It seemed like this guy was having an existential crisis when Leon suddenly appeared and asked, "Dorian, what are you doing?" He turned around in surprise and asked, "Young master, when did you get here?" "Just arrived. You look like you've seen a ghost," Leon replied. "Wait a minute. Returning must mean something," Dorian vaguely guessed. "Yeah, I succeeded." Touching the pouch hanging on his hip, Maine delivered the good news. "Really? Then let's go back." But suddenly a familiar voice interrupted. "Oh my, what a surprise encounter." Princess Jaina approached with an arrogant attitude, taunting the two young men. "How does it feel? Uncomfortable, isn't it? You must have realized that in the recent auction, although you couldn't beat me, it's not too late yet. If you hand over the ring, I can give you the black butterfly. Think carefully, because this is the last chance I'm giving you." While still savoring her victory, Leon extinguished it with the words, "Are you deaf? I said I'm not selling." The girl's attitude returned to its haughty demeanor. "It seems you'll never understand when I'm talking nicely. You don't want to leave this black market intact, do you?" Suddenly, a hurried voice echoed, "Young miss." The staff member who was watching the items earlier ran over. Jaina snapped angrily, "What? Don't you see I'm talking to them?" "I'm sorry, actually. The black butterfly is gone. Someone must have stolen it." Leon, behind her, seized the opportunity to mock. "Oh no, it seems you're in trouble." Glancing at Maine, she thought to herself, he must have done it. Looking at Leon's demeanor, the girl analyzed the recent mocking words and the sneering smile. These were gestures she often used to tease others. She didn't know what he had done, but she was sure he had stolen the black butterfly. The girl approached. "I thought you were just arrogant, but it turns out you're a despicable thief. Do you know who I am?" "Do I need to know?" Leon replied nonchalantly, maintaining his indifferent attitude. But then the lady removed her mask and revealed her identity. "I am Princess Jaina of the Kingdom of Bakr." "How dare you show such arrogance towards me?" "Princess Jaina of Bakr, full name Jaina Bakr. I will make it so you can't steal anything else anymore." After that, Setter, her butler, stepped forward with his hands ready to give the young man a beating. "Deal with him." Upon receiving the order, the butler charged towards R.A. Unexpectedly, Maine retorted, "Princess of Bakr, or whatever." "So what? I'm not one to back down either." The young man prepared to throw a punch in response. With just one blow, he knocked out the butler. After taking a punch, the man's eyes rolled back, he coughed up blood, and lay on the ground. Thus, Leon sat on top of the man and repeatedly punched him in the face, rendering his face ID useless. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Jaina exclaimed in a panic, blaming the butler, "What are you doing? How could you not even handle a piece of trash like him?" "Wait a minute," a voice came from the side. "Is that you, Leon?" Jaina suddenly froze upon hearing this familiar sound. As footsteps slowly approached, she thought to herself, that voice. Greard, the blond young man approached and greeted. "Oh, Jaina is here too. Do you two know each other?" The girl turned and asked, "Greard, you know this person?" "Of course, I do. Didn't I tell you before that there's a true sword genius in Sieghart?" "That's him," the handsome young man replied, "Leon Sieghart." The girl showed a stunned expression upon hearing the name. Sieghart is a force under the Northern Tyrant. Now that I think about it, I remember hearing that the Northern Tyrant also has blonde hair and red eyes just like that. Impossible. Does he truly belong to that bloodline? Jaina was a little flustered. "What did you just call me? A despicable thief?" Leon's voice startled the woman in front of him. That. I think I've been patient enough, don't you think so? Can I consider this an accusation from Bakr against Sieghart?" At this moment, Maine adopted a haughty tone of privilege to threaten her. "This is your last chance, apologize now, and I'll overlook this as the mistake of a childish princess." Jaina stammered in response. I I don't know who you are. Leon continued to apply pressure, otherwise, I will send a formal protest to the Kingdom of Balker for treating me like a thief, provoking me, and all your previous disrespectful actions. The orange-haired girl gritted her teeth in anger. But then, for the sake of the bigger picture, she had to bow her head and admit, I am very sorry, please forgive me. Leon then turned to leave, leaving a message, alright, I don't want to make a big deal out of it either, so let's end it here. Behave yourself properly from now on, you wouldn't want to embarrass your kingdom, would you? Hearing these words, Jaina's inner fire flared up. The afternoon sun cast a shadow over the city of Carmelon. Did I come at the wrong time? The other three, Dorian and Ron, were sitting outside on the porch, confiding in each other. Leon replied, not at all, thanks to you, I avoided a false accusation. Hearing that, they were relieved. Greard said politely, if you're worried about Jaina, don't be. I'll give her a gentle reprimand. Yes, thank you for your concern. By the way, why did you come to Carmelon? The handsome guy asked further. Maine replied, I came here on a mission, but Sieghart is quite far from Carmelon, right? We are on our way to take the graduation exam and are just stopping by to buy some equipment. Oh, you are in the graduation exam. What kind of equipment are you looking for? Leon replied. I'm looking for a sword. My current sword isn't bad, but I've been using it for too long. Greard took a sip of tea, then suggested, then I'll recommend a good one to you. In the corner of the West Gate district of Carmelon, there is a blacksmith shop. It's a small shop, but the blacksmith there is extremely skilled. I'd love to introduce you to him myself, but because of the mission, I can't accompany you. Leon replied, just telling me this is more than enough gratitude. So the handsome young man left first. Alright, I'll go ahead. I'll wait for you to visit Orwin. Yes, I'll visit after the graduation exam. Good luck. Dorian sighed after the man disappeared. We're saved. I didn't expect you to act so recklessly, young master. Leon sat down, his expression also relaxed a bit. I told you, I had a plan. Anyway, it's fortunate that Lord Greard helped us. After a while, both of them packed their belongings and moved. Dorian thought, are we going straight to the blacksmith shop? No, we're not going to the blacksmith shop until tomorrow. I have some personal matters to take care of tonight. By evening, the young man sat alone in a room without lights, only the dim moonlight filtering in. Holding the black butterfly in his hand, Leon spoke, Black butterfly, it's time for you to carry out your mission. The black butterfly cannot digest mana even if it absorbs it, while the dual-colored flower never accumulates mana. The two of them must meet to free themselves from the curse. Leon observed both items appearing in his hands and surmised that the dual-colored flower could only become a high-level divine medicine, possessing both fire and water energies, after absorbing the mana accumulated in the black butterfly. Very few people know this truth, even I only know it because I trusted the protagonist's memories. Leon then swallowed the flower into his mouth. The system notification board displayed a piece of text. The frozen curse chain has disappeared. The endurance of your energy core and mana ring has increased. Your energy has risen. Your spiritual power has increased. All your stats have increased. Leon's status window. Undying Soul title. 4 Chain Frost Curse status. 5-star Fury trait. 3-star Fire ring. 3-star Thousand Flames technique. 3-star Fire resistance. 3-star Ice aura. 4-star Water resistance. 1-star Blood draining Thunder origin. 1-star Invisible kitsch. 1-star Unyielding will. Strength 72. Stamina 66. Senses 79. Agility 73. Energy 70. Fury 10. Leon seemed satisfied looking at the stats above. This morning, Sanian had finished preparing his things and said to his friend Dorian, let's go to the blacksmith shop. What's this? The mushroom-headed friend felt something different about the young master. Observing the young man's back, he thought his energy and aura had suddenly increased significantly overnight. What happened last night? Dorian was a little surprised. At first, I was just curious. He was considered the shame of the family and was looked down upon by others in the main lineage as well as everyone else in the family, yet he chose to remain silent, endure, and focus on training. However, after becoming close with him, I realized a few things. Dorian recalled when he first met Leon Sieghart, that he deserved the name Sieghart more than anyone in Team 5, so even when the teams were divided, Team 5 decided to follow Leon. Not only Dorian, but others also followed the young man's footsteps. Returning to the present, he thought that if he could borrow his strength, even his family's problem could be solved, but... Dorian closed his eyes and admitted, that's not why I followed him. Dorian, snap out of it. Dorian, Maine's voice called out. Why are you still standing there? We need to hurry to the smithy to get the sword and set off immediately. Let's go quickly, it's still quite far, Leon reminded. The mushroom-headed young man smiled faintly. I will follow him and become stronger. As long as I'm by his side, it doesn't matter where. After that, he cheerfully ran to his waiting friend. All right, I'm here. Main ad, and I'll check your sword stance on the way to Haven Castle. I think there's a lot that needs fixing. At this moment, Dorian was bleeding and thought to himself, I guess I'll be alright. After a while, both of them appeared at a building billowing with smoke. Excuse me, I'm here on Greard's recommendation. A muscular man, with his back to the two of them, replied. Greard, the third prince of Orwyn. That's right, I came here because I believe that the place he recommended will be more reliable, Leon replied to the man. The old man thought, that kid recommended this place, no way, that's impossible. When he turned to look at the protagonist, the old man was somewhat surprised. Although this kid looks very young, his rank is probably already on par with Greard. It may not be perfect yet, but this energy is like a huge, sharp, and sturdy sword, he observed. Then, the blacksmith said to the two young men, unbelievable, even though you are young, you are no ordinary person, your energy is unlike the third prince's. Are you from Sieghart? Dorian whispered to Maine. How does this blacksmith know while we haven't said anything yet? Wrath appeared at this moment and explained, true artists are like that, they can tell where their clients come from and what their potential is. Maine lamented, you talk too much. The old blacksmith added, I've met many young swordsmen, but I've never met anyone like you. Leon spoke, sorry for the late introduction, my name is Leon Sieghart, and I'm Dorian. The friend next to him quickly introduced himself, I am Kuberud. An old man who cannot die and continues to wield his hammer. Hearing this, Leon recalled, wait a minute, Kuberud. He is the creator of many superior equipment found in Orwyn and Balkan, his fame has spread throughout the continent. I never thought I would find Kuberud working in such a remote workshop, the legendary craftsman asked. Then why did you come to find me? The young man then placed his hand on his chest, showing respect, and replied, I need a good sword to continue my journey. Does that mean you need me to forge a sword for you? Not exactly, I am not yet a swordsman, and I also have someone who promised to forge my first sword. Is that person Valkan? He predicted. That's right, the young man replied. Then Kuberud laughed heartily, just as I thought. No wonder that old man said he wouldn't retire anymore, so he's making a sword for you. I can't snatch the swordsman that Valkan has chosen. Before you become a swordsman, you still need a temporary sword. The items in this workshop are all good quality. Take whatever you like, the old man generously said to the young man. Dorian, standing beside him, was very happy and asked for permission from Kuberud. May I take one? Sure, I'm in a good mood today, you choose one too. Thank you. So the two of them spent the afternoon in the workshop looking around. After a while, in the exhibition room, Leon picked up a sword and began to examine it. He truly lives up to his fame across the continent. Every sword here is exquisite. Even if I randomly picked a sword, I would be satisfied, but suddenly the young man discovered a black aura seeping from inside a bucket. That one, a sword stained with evil aura, stands out above all others. Dorian was constantly praising the old man's creations at this moment. The swords here are truly amazing, each one is so good that I don't know what to choose. Of course, I made them. Kid, you can choose any sword you like. But then the old man was slightly startled when he felt something. Wait a minute, this energy. He turned his head to check. Leon had, at some point, picked up that dark sword to examine it. His eyes seemed to be captivated by that demonic entity. The old man immediately warned, hey, quickly grab a great sword around here. Huh, what are you suddenly saying? Dorian didn't quite understand, but the old man sternly demanded, the sword that kid is holding is the demon sword. You need to get that sword out of his hands before the demonic energy consumes him. I don't think so. Dorian voiced his opinion. What are you talking about? Don't you see how dangerous that energy is? The old man was startled again when he looked back at the young man. What's going on? A terrifying amount of demonic energy is radiating, but none of it is approaching that kid. Observing the situation, Kuberud deduced. Wrath, with a contemptuous tone, declared, you are truly a lowly insect. How dare you approach my vessel? Within the sea of consciousness, the energy cat threatened the energy that dared to infiltrate Leon's body. How dare you be so disrespectful? I will freeze you and shatter you into pieces. The cat continued to intimidate with empty threats. Stop it, a voice interjected. This angered Wrath, who then chided the main character. This thing dared to touch my belongings. Why should I stop? If it weren't for me, you would have been consumed by the demonic energy. The young man looked at the sword in his hand and replied, I don't belong to you, and even without you, I wouldn't be consumed by demonic energy. Kuberud approached and inquired about the situation. Are you okay? The main character replied, I'm fine, and besides, this isn't an ordinary sword. What is it? The old blacksmith replied with a slight somberness in his voice, "A failed sword. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but this is the demon sword." To the south, there was a small village called Siren, the old man recounted. It was a village where the people believed that a type of tree called Othello was born. They lived together in peace. But one day, the white blood cult attacked Siren and annihilated half the village. The remaining villagers were taken captive, as they always did. A bloody tragedy unfolded. In the end, no one was left alive. The blacksmith continued, "After I heard about the tragedy in Siren, I bought a branch of Othello to forge this sword with the intention of trying to appease the souls of those victims. It was a mistake. The moment the sword was completed, the hilt and blade, which were originally white, were dyed red. Instead of appeasing the souls of the Siren villagers, their anger accumulated within the sword. No one could wield it, so I kept it in storage. I truly don't understand how you maintain your sanity." He looked at the young man with curiosity. Leon suddenly closed his eyes and felt Siren's memories flowing into his mind through this sword, the injustice they suffered, their anger, the helplessness and weariness they bore. They were truly killed in a horrific manner by the white blood cult. Leon absorbed their resentments into his body to understand the sword. Then he exclaimed, "I still have many things to achieve. This also means I don't have much time and it will be difficult to avenge everyone, but if I encounter the white blood cult, I will definitely not forgive them. Will you come with me?" the young man asked the sword. Kubera discovered that the demonic energy had returned to the sword. Had it just recognized that kid as its master? Leon reasoned that the sword was made to appease souls. "From now on, you will be the true soul sword while traveling with me. Thank you for bestowing such a fine sword upon me. You not only gave me the true soul sword but also an ordinary sword to use." Kubera replied, "Don't worry about that. It is the highest honor for a blacksmith to have a rising star use their sword." Leon then departed, leaving a message, "If you ever come to Sieghart, I will certainly treat you with great care." "All right, I hope you can pass this trial safely." The two bid farewell. The old man then watched the figures of the two youths gradually disappear into the distance. Then he recalled the moment the young man subdued the ghost sword. "I just thought this kid only had talent, but he could wield that sword and even become its master. The union of man and sword is something more than that," he assessed. "The name Sieghart will shake the world once more," Kubera affirmed. After leaving Carmelon and traveling north for a few days, the surrounding environment became covered in snow. The two then took out warmer clothes to wear. And as we gradually grew accustomed to these recurring sights, it seemed that along the way, Leon and Dorian had encountered quite a few splatters of blood on the road or nearby walls. "Phew, we've finally arrived." Before them stood a magnificent structure. Leon thought to himself, "I have finally arrived at Haven Castle to receive my trial." Dorian then covered his nose with a look of discomfort. "What is this smell?" Meanwhile, Wrath emerged, with an excited expression. "Ha, this smell, the smell of the battlefield brings me back to life." Leon looked at his friend who was on the verge of death and said, "Dorian, we've just arrived. Why are you acting like this? We didn't encounter any difficulties on the way here." "Are you serious?" Dorian exclaimed indignantly. "Because we left Carmelon, the weather got colder, and you said that because it's colder, we need to act more. So from morning to night, except when we were moving, you kept analyzing my swordsmanship, and most importantly, when it was your turn to guard, you kept swinging your sword, which caused me to lose sleep for several nights." The mushroom-headed guy lamented indignantly, "Because of that, I've never been able to sleep soundly, and yet you say I haven't experienced any hardships." Wrath, on the side, also chimed in, "Even the veterans get to rest on time. With training like this, even I can't sleep properly because of you." The main character just sighed and remained silent. At this moment, a footstep approached. "Are you mercenaries? You're later than I thought." The man, dressed in a black military uniform with a long cloak, followed by two guards, introduced himself. "I am Tyrion, the deputy commander of Haven Castle. And I am also responsible for guiding you during your stay here." Leon looked at his friend who had fainted from exhaustion and said to the man, "Yes, please help us." "Is that one all right?" Tyrion asked. "It's just a normal reaction. Please don't pay too much attention to him." "All right, then follow me." Dragging his friend's body along, Leon reminded, "Dorian, get up quickly and walk. Let me go home." The young man weakly pleaded. Inside, the main character inadvertently observed many injured or incapacitated people, including the elderly, women, and children. The young man thought to himself, looking directly, he saw that things were worse than he thought. These walls were proof of collapse and rebuilding, the tired expressions on the villagers' faces and the smell of blood emanating from the walls along with the smell of dead bodies in the air. Looking at the snowy hill next to it, the young man saw a row of graves built in a line. Just as Judiel described, She must have never been here before, but in a short time. Leon recalled the maid and the information she provided. At this moment, a woman carrying a bag of ingredients suddenly noticed two people entering. This woman was from the Misty Branch Inn, named Yua. Thinking she had never seen the faces of those two. Who were they? Mercenaries. The old man next to her turned around and asked, "What are you doing there, Yua? We need to get ready to open." "I'll be right there, sir." She turned and left. At the same time Leon curiously glanced at the voice. The young man was a little confused. A moment later, in a room inside the main building, a voice echoed, "Commander, may I bring in the mercenaries you mentioned?" "No. The students of Sieghart have arrived," and so Leon and Dorian were brought to meet the owner of the castle. The man in front of them was sitting behind a desk, appearing to be elderly, his hair turning silver. He was the commander of Haven Castle, Milan Braden. The man then spoke, "Welcome, students of Sieghart. I am the commander of this castle, Milan Braden." It seems they know we're from Sieghart and that must be Milan Braden, Leon thought to himself. The so-called giant of the north had defended Haven Castle for the past 20 years. Wrath from behind thought, "I haven't seen a true warrior in so long. Of course, it's the look that only a warrior who has defended this place for decades can have." Leon replied, "Do you feel the same way?" Milan Braden added, "Everyone who knows your status in this castle is here, otherwise, it's all kept a secret. And I know why Limmer brought you here. He wants you to gain more experience when you return there." Looking at the two young men, the commander voiced his thoughts. But then he leaned forward, his hands clasped, his gaze stern and his tone lowered. "But there is no such thing as training or guidance here. A priest-teacher, warm meals, and a comfortable place to sleep, we have none of those, only bone-chilling cold winds and endless battles. If you two are expecting comfortable experiences, turn back now," he warned. Dorian was overjoyed to hear this. We really can," but the main character immediately silenced him with a gesture. Then the main character replied, "We are here to become stronger, we can accept any battlefield or situation." Milan's tone returned to normal. "I like your attitude, but let's see how long it lasts. From now on, your status will be equal to that of the warriors, and you will start from the lowest level," he ordered. "Charles, assign these two to Scout Team 3. "I will do it immediately," Milan Braden ordered the old man next to him. "Whether it's reconnaissance or combat, let them experience it all. Now take these two to their accommodations." "We are excused, Commander." Then he led the two young men out of the room. The two followed me. The room then became quiet again. Tyrion said directly, "I don't like them," Milan replied. "What do you mean?" "But you said." Dorian was trembling with fear, while Leon was very relaxed, as if the kid came here for a vacation. "They won't be of any help, they'll only cause trouble. Furthermore, looking at the flower bracelet on Leon's wrist, I cannot consider him a warrior. It would be best to send them back quickly." It didn't take long for the castle's vice-commander to observe every detail on the newcomers and analyze it with Milan Braden. But then he was interrupted by the man. "I understand what you mean, but appearances aren't everything." Looking at the notifications through the letter, he thought they had passed Sieghart's rigorous training. Those two kids were not as naive as they looked. "Let's observe them further before making any judgments." "Let's go observe them first." "All right." Tyrion reluctantly obeyed his superior. The commander added, "Actually, I don't know why they want us to send reports about these two kids every 2 weeks. Was that letter from Mr. Limmer?" He denied it. "No, it was the Patriarch of Sieghart himself who asked me." "From you, Glenn." Tyrion was a little surprised when the name Patriarch of Sieghart was mentioned. "Are you referring to the Northern Tyrant who directly requested it?" "That's right. He asked me to report all their actions. This is the first time I've encountered such a case. He even gave special instructions," Milan Braden recounted. "I really don't know what he wants." At this moment the Northern Tyrant was enjoying tea in the hall. Returning to the two young men, Leon was a little surprised looking at his room. "Dorian, where did you get the time to clean this place, my seaweed-haired friend?" He proudly showed a relatively spacious room and said to Leon, "While you were in the bathroom, I cleaned it." Leon recalled, "Just a moment ago, it was still very dilapidated." Walking to the curtain, the young man felt the fabric and asked worriedly, "Where did you get all this, these yellow curtains?" Dorian replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it's what I had prepared in my bag. You probably don't have enough colors." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pulled out a few other options and proudly showed them. "Of course, I do. They are necessary items, red, yellow, and blue, you name it. Is there anything else you need?" His expression of surprise gradually turned into one of fear. The main character thought to himself, "What exactly is that bag?" At this moment a man entered and urged, "Are the new people done unpacking?" He wore a white military uniform and introduced himself with a confident look. I am Raiden, captain of Scout Team 3. I know you just arrived, but quickly get ready to depart. We've just been asked to go on a reconnaissance mission. Returning to the Sieghart Manor. Glenn spoke. What wind brought you here? Limmer, with his cheerful demeanor, teased. Elder of the clan, I know everything. It's rumored that you secretly wrote letters to check on Leon's current situation. Thinking about it, you're too worried about your grandson. The old man, caught red-handed, looked annoyed. The old man held his head and thought to himself, I heard that Lowen has been hanging out with this gambling addict lately. He must have told him everything. That's why I told them to keep it a special secret. Limmer thought, isn't it funny? He found the bicolor flower during the mission to rob the snow tiger, made it bloom and absorbed it, delivering a direct blow to the pride of the famously arrogant Balker princess. Glenn replied, my disciple becoming a thief and causing the neighboring princess to get angry, and you call that fun? I accept that he is a thief, but the princess's failure is not his fault. Limmer leaned against the pillar and analyzed. She only responded to her provocations, and even when the secret banquet was held, they couldn't find out that they were the ones who stole the black butterfly, so wouldn't it be even more fun later when the news of her robbing was dug up? Unfortunately, there won't be a second time. I've already told everyone to retreat, the patriarch announced. What? That teacher suddenly reacted. Aren't you very curious about her next move? I also heard that she was just given a sword by Kuberud. The northern tyrant closed his eyes and thought that the reason I mobilized them was to prevent any interference in the clan's affairs, so I told everyone to retreat. Oh, instead you choose to receive reports from Haven Castle, do you? Limmer was too worldly wise, making the old man in front of him feel uncomfortable. Then he turned and glared at the butler as if he knew the reason. Lorwyn, the poor old man explained, I haven't said anything this time. The elf thought you suspected the wrong person. Isn't it obvious that you contacted Haven Castle? Instead of abusing your power to do such things, would it kill you to say my grandson is the best? If everything goes smoothly, the misunderstandings with the branch will be resolved. Good for you, your relationship with Sylvia will also improve. This benefits everyone, Limmer commented. But then suddenly Glenn got up from his seat and descended with an unusually large aura. It seems my previous lesson wasn't enough for you. The red-haired boy saw this and knew this wasn't going to be easy, so he tried to excuse himself. I have to go, right? I have to go, goodbye, Mr. Patriarch. But the old man didn't stop, even cracking his knuckles as he walked. I have to make sure this lesson is deeply ingrained in you. And so the mansion inadvertently echoed with a terrible sound. In Haven, Leon could still feel like there was a scream somewhere. The captain led the two to a place, then he introduced, this is Mount Sterling, based on the number of monsters and the thick snow here. According to Haven Castle, this place is like a living hell. Raiden added, well, the scenery is spectacular, at least the view is beautiful. It's truly beautiful, Leon replied. So before we embark on this reconnaissance mission, let's try a test, shall we? We need to see how experienced you are, right? The captain of team number 3 proposed. Looking at the footprints left on the ground, he asked the two, where do you think these prints came from? Dorian thought they were quite large. Could it be an ice troll? Leon had the opposite thought. It wasn't caused by a troll, it wasn't. Bending down to observe more closely, Maine thought that troll footprints were similar in shape to human footprints. Moreover, they were much larger and deeper than this. These footprints seemed to belong to some quadrupedal animal. I guess it's a mountain goat, Raiden thought to himself with some surprise, to be able to guess just by looking. He then said, so can you tell me when these footprints were made? Leon replied, looking at the ground that was stepped on through the footprints. It wasn't very hard, so it must have been from yesterday. If we go west, we might be able to catch them. What about this? The captain continued to test the boy's abilities by pointing to the scratch marks on the tree and asking. The young man easily answered, the tracks of a dire wolf. Touching the scratched part of the tree trunk, Maine continued to analyze that dire wolves often leave their sharp, thick claw marks on trees and rocks to mark their territory, but this one is dead. How did you? Before he finished speaking, Leon explained, dire wolves tend to stay in their marked territories. These claw marks are too old, which means it's dead. Looking at the new recruit, Raiden couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. What the hell is this guy? How does he know all that? Our team has a tradition of bullying new recruits, but for the reconnaissance team of Haven Castle, it's not just about doing errands or a few punches, but also about making new recruits realize that the knowledge they learned in books cannot be applied to reality, to let them know how dangerous this place is. Yet in the end, in this place, that becomes the activation of critical thinking, Raiden recalled. Looking at Maine, this guy thought, how on earth does this guy know all that? Then what's the point of bullying new recruits? Seeing that this piece seemed difficult to fall, Raiden turned his face away and shifted his attention to Dorian. He handed the mushroom-headed young man a small twig and ordered, "You, go quickly and find out the origin of these tracks." "Why me?" The young man was a little surprised. Raiden hugged the young man's head. "You idiot, you don't even know this. Young master saved me." Leon on the side showed no interest and said, "Let's just leave Dorian alone. I'll go around and check the situation myself. Thanks to the use of my legendary senses, I can survey the entire situation around me." While he was thinking, the demon sword hanging at his waist suddenly reacted. Leon picked it up and realized that the true soul sword was also checking its surroundings on its own and reporting the situation to him through spirit energy. The young man recalled that in fact, since arriving here, it had started doing so. It absorbed spirit energy and transmitted it to him through the monsters they had both defeated, thanks to which he had learned a skill related to spirit energy. It tried its best to help me. Thinking about it, it was too good. Wrath then came out of Mane and cursed angrily, "What the hell is that bastard doing? My imperial legendary senses are clearly better, yet how dare you use such trash?" Leon replied, "I cherish it because it tries to help me. Thanks to that, I don't need to use your strength either." Upon hearing this, the energy cat fell completely silent. But then it explained that the legendary senses only accounted for a small part of my power, but it was still much better than that parasitic sword. How would I know if it's good or bad? I, the Emperor, am the greatest and most powerful Emperor in the world. Seeing that the cat was too noisy, Ron left. "Oh, of course." This only made Wrath more annoyed. Cough. "Let this arrogant guy go his own way." More importantly, the young man spoke up. "Because this power comes from you, the one who is always trying to take over my body. I don't know what side effects it will cause." The cat then said there was no need to worry about such things, because the technique I am about to tell you will use the divine power you possess. "Emperor, I will guide you in the true method of using cold energy, unlike any method you know before." Wrath flew high and looked down from above with an imperious gaze. Leon was a little cautious, an unexpected reward. A moment later, the young man entered a meditative state. Next to the energy cat, he explained, "The name of the technique is Glacia. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to learn this technique. You can only learn it when you possess extremely pure cold energy. With your mediocre talent, you will have to try your best for a long time to learn it. Now focus and relax." Looking at Mane, he continued to instruct, "Connect the cold energy in your body with the cold energy of this place. Hold still, look at my cold energy. What does it look like?" Leon replied, "Your cold energy seems to have been mixed with the snow on the ground." The cat explained, "That's just a surface phenomenon, but it's not cold energy with snow, it's cold energy mixing with cold energy. That is also the essence of this method, connecting cold energy with cold energy." So after trying, he thought to himself, "It's too difficult. I never thought of using cold energy like this. It will probably be very difficult for me to learn." The young man then closed his eyes again, determined to try one more time. Instead of trying to connect directly, what needed to be done was to keep the image of the connection in mind. Only then could he visualize things that were far away as if they were right in front of his eyes. In fact, all the cold energy in this place had merged into my sight, hearing, and touch. I relaxed myself. The young man could now feel the surrounding space while meditating. "The world is slowing down," he thought to himself. After a while, the young man opened his eyes and stood up. "No, it's me who is slowing down." My body felt heavy, but as I walked, I felt each of my senses gradually becoming absolutely sharp. I could see Dorian being bullied by Raiden, and the gray wolf that had successfully hunted its prey. Leon could see things far away from himself. He thought that not only could he see who was there, but also their activities. It was crazy. Perhaps it was because it was the first time, so the distance I could see was very short and the duration was not long. But then something in the young man's line of sight startled him. It was something dangerous approaching. Leon immediately turned back to the other two and announced, "Captain Raiden, is something wrong?" Mane recounted that a shark mole was tunneling underground and was about to come down here. Raiden knew about this species and appeared worried. "A shark mole is coming here." The captain thought that this was the territory of the Sterlin Mountain monsters, so a water monster like a shark mole couldn't possibly come here. There wasn't even any characteristic ground vibration caused by this species. But Leon insisted, "I'm serious, it's coming here. How could that be?" As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted behind the captain. "What?" Both Raiden and Dorian stared in disbelief. In front of them, a few monsters had surfaced. There are actual shark moles. The shark moles really came here. Raiden gripped his sword firmly, preparing for battle. He thought to himself, "I must concentrate, it's just me and the rookie here, we have to get out of here to warn the whole team." But in the midst of the tension, it seemed this man accidentally stepped slightly amiss, making a noise, which drew the monster's attention even more. The shark in front roared loudly. Raiden panicked. Damn it, why did my foot slip, at the worst possible moment too? But immediately, Leon used his sword skill, gliding past the monster and leaving countless cuts on its skin, blood splattered everywhere. Turning his head, he said to the captain, I will stop the shark moles, so Captain Raiden, you should go call the other members. He added, I know you can't trust me yet. But at least trust my sword. After hearing those words, he grabbed Dorian and moved, leaving a message, be careful, Leon, evade them and survive until reinforcements arrive. Returning to the battle, Main looked ahead and exclaimed, now let's see. Shall we begin? There are still 2 shark moles ahead, eager to tear him apart. At this moment, the monsters lunged, attacking Leon in unison. But the young man showed no signs of wavering. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a swift attack. Frenzied Fang Sword, using the sword skill Glenn gave him before the test. Leon easily left a large hole in the first shark. Looking at the damage caused by the skill, he thought the effectiveness of Frenzied Fang Sword was better than he imagined. Normally, they were opponents that required aura. While Main was analyzing, another shark attacked from behind. But the young man's footwork was good enough to dodge to the side, he thought, but now I can hold my own with just sword techniques. What allowed me to utilize the sword's capabilities well and predict the shark's movements was that my cold energy had blended with the surrounding environment. Is this the power of Glacia? So the right way to use those sources of power is through actual combat. The young man gained experience while fighting, sharpening his senses through practical experience. As soon as he defeated a few more sharks, Leon thought he was gradually adapting to both Frenzied Fang Sword and Glacia. I feel like I can defeat opponents at this level. I'm learning new things faster than I imagined. It was indeed the right decision to go to Haven Castle, where there are many opportunities for experience. Thus, he sheathed his sword. At the same time, Raiden arrived with reinforcements. He called out, Leon, are you alright? I've brought reinforcements, so retreat. But then the man stared ahead. Observing the piles of dead mythical beasts, he thought to himself, did he defeat the shark moles by himself? They are monsters that can be fatal, even if all the team members charge together. Who is this person? Looking at Main, Raiden couldn't help but question his identity. In the silence, Ron thought to himself, he must be speechless. After all, he didn't trust a newcomer and almost pushed everyone into danger. Even if he wanted to say something, it would be impossible. Although his pride was hurt, he wasn't. Suddenly, a sound came from Raiden's throat, I'm sorry, and thanks to you, we survived. To his surprise, the captain approached and bowed his head, admitting his fault. With his gaze lowered, he admitted, because I didn't believe you, a dangerous situation occurred. I won't use the excuse that I have more experience than you. Thank you, Leon, Main thought to himself. I didn't expect him to apologize so quickly. The young man placed his hand on the captain's shoulder and replied, it's all right, Captain Raiden, I wouldn't trust someone who just joined the team and follow them blindly either. Now I understand who you are, the long-haired man suddenly said, startling Leon a little. What, do you mean he's discovered I'm a Sieghart? Raiden grabbed Main's hand and said cheerfully, you're an angel from heaven to save us all. Main, a little confused, refused. What? No. Without bothering to listen to the rookie's explanation, that old man turned back and announced to the other brothers, to commemorate the rookies in our team's first mission, everyone head back and gather at the tavern. I'll cover everyone nearby. All the members were surprised. What? Our stingy captain is going to do that? We have no reason to refuse free drinks. Let's go. That evening at the tavern, everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Ha, you're exaggerating, sir. No, I'm serious. He slayed all of them and came back telling me to trust in his sword. Raiden tried to recount Leon's feat of the day to the other brothers, but his teammates didn't seem to believe it. Hey, if he's that strong, why did he come to a place like this as a rookie? And if you look at him, he doesn't even look 17 years old. How can that possibly be true? Are you doubting my words and our rookie, you bastard? Raiden glared at the two guys and cursed. Wrath appeared at this moment with curious eyes, savoring the combination of the rich cheese and the tangy pineapple. This is truly the pinnacle of flavor. Leon, on the other side, chewed his pizza and thought to himself, is there any reason we need to eat it this way? Something feels off. Dorian chimed in from the side, young master, your taste buds seem quite unique. Me. The mushroom-haired boy thought, I used to eat pizza with garlic before, but I couldn't stand it. Hearing this, the energetic cat got angry and turned to curse. What, you pig? You know nothing about flavor, how dare you? Suddenly, a girl approached and struck up a conversation. Wow, the rumors were true. The other girls said the new rookie in the reconnaissance team has a face even more striking than his swordsmanship. Yua, the tavern waitress, eagerly spoke up. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yua. We have other items on the menu. Would you like to see? Leon replied indifferently, sure, thanks. At the same time, both the cat and the boy looked at the menu. Wrath exclaimed, whoa, even though this is a remote place, the menu is quite extensive. Wait, this king wants mint chocolate ice cream. Leon found it unappealing and replied, I really don't want that. The waitress proudly guessed, perhaps you're interested in our moon mint chocolate ice cream. Our restaurant has the best version. Leon hastily replied, no, but she didn't stop talking. The mint-grown near Haven Castle is fresher than elsewhere. The energetic cat turned to the boy and growled, ungrateful wretch, this king taught you the secret technique, and this is how you repay me. I understand, calm down. Seeing that the guy next to him was too talkative, Leon had to indulge him. The boy thought to himself, why would a tavern have mint chocolate ice cream? Despite his confusion, he decided to raise his hand in order. I'll have a mint chocolate. Hey, rookie, a voice suddenly called out. You really defeated 6 sharks by yourself. Your energy output isn't that strong. One of the team members turned to strike up a conversation. Another person sitting nearby thought, don't misunderstand us. We're just wondering how you can be so strong at such a young age. Anyway, thank you. We all thank you. Leon replied gently, thank you, but it seems like you're praising me a bit too much. What do you mean? Someone of your caliber would be promoted immediately. I just want to have a casual chat with you before that happens, so don't worry about it. That's right, when else will we have a chance to talk to you like this? Another person added. Dorian also chimed in, that's right, Leon, you've truly achieved something great. The boy felt a little shy, thinking he wasn't used to being praised like this. At the same time, the waitress approached and brought out a heaping cup of ice cream. Here's your mint chocolate ice cream. Wrath immediately urged, oh, eat it quickly. After taking a bite, the cat excitedly shared his feelings. Wow, the refreshing taste spreads immediately, and before it gets too intense, the sweetness of the chocolate hits you, just like this king, cold and sweet. Hey Wrath, I also felt this way when using Glacier on, he expressed. But there's more than one way to use it, right? The cat asked with some interest. Oh ho, you discovered it, you guessed correctly. Just like the training techniques humans use, it's a method to use ice energy with maximum efficiency and power. So, can I use it for both offense and defense? The boy asked further. Of course, it's a fantastic skill. It enhances your senses and supports both offense and defense. The cat added, of course, it's too easy for this king. For a talentless person like you, you can achieve something after a year of diligent practice. A year is too long, Leon sighed. The cat retorted, do you think it's easy, just with this king by your side for 1 year, guiding you? So, do you dare to make a bet with me? He proposed. A bet. Whether I can master Jia in 6 months or not, Leon stated the terms of the bet. The cat pondered, 6 months. Meanwhile, the boy analyzed its expression. It seemed hesitant because it had always lost so far. Alright, then 5 months. Don't you think that's worth a bet? The boy decided to increase the challenge for himself. Hearing this, Wrath seemed to be swayed. Okay, deal. The cat immediately agreed. Wrath had accepted the bet. A system notification appeared. After a period of tedious practice, the two friends decided to leave. Dorian, let's head back to the dorm, okay? They hadn't walked a few steps before they were stopped. Please wait a moment, there's something I want to give you before you go. Yua hesitated and offered a bag of cookies. You seemed to really like the pineapple pizza earlier, so I used the remaining pineapple to make cookies. Would you like to try one? Seeing what was inside the bag, Essence Emperor was thrilled. Well done, you pineapple girl. Seeing their sincerity, Gon also smiled and accepted. Thank you, Yua. Yua was overjoyed. I hope you like it. Before they left, she didn't forget to add, if you want more, just stop by any time. After everything was settled, the two waved goodbye and left. Goodbye, you two. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the forest, a group of people from the castle were running for their lives. One of the runners gritted his teeth and told himself, this is an emergency. I have to quickly return and report to Commander Milland. It turned out that behind them, ice trolls had gathered and were chasing them. All the ice trolls were converging in one place. That evening in the command center, Raiden awkwardly announced something. We've been ordered to go and exterminate the ice trolls. Upon receiving this order, Dorian felt he had no regrets in life. So soon? We just finished our first mission yesterday. Witnessing his reaction, Raiden could only be helpless. He knew that taking on another mission right after finishing the previous one was exhausting, but it was a decision from the superiors, and he couldn't do anything else. Hearing this news, Dorian fell into an unconcealable state of despair. Why? Before this order, they had to turn back. Scout Squad 2 found a herd of ice trolls near underground tunnel number 4. Hearing this report, Milan couldn't help but ponder. Not only that, the other person added, there were about 30 of them, and more were likely to appear. I think it's better if we take care of them first. With this opinion, Milan did not object. Tunnel number 4 was not far from number 5. That's right. Tyrion saw that. He also agreed and suggested, so we're planning to deal with the trolls before going to investigate. Why are land sharks near dungeon number 5? Hearing this, Milan pondered for a moment and then requested, I have a bad feeling about this. You go with them, Vice Commander. Tyrion did not hesitate to comply. Yes, sir. Seeing that he had agreed, he pointed to the map and presented a specific strategy: lead the assault team and the wolf mercenaries, finish off all the trolls, and investigate the area around the northern sea before leaving. As for the scout squad, Milan hadn't finished speaking when Tyrion immediately suggested, I'll lead Scout Squad 3. This idea made him extremely curious. Why? He slowly explained, we received news that Leon single-handedly dealt with the land sharks in his first mission. Not only that, Tyrion dropped another bombshell. Raiden, standing behind, did not expect this move at all, and I heard that he resolved it very quickly and was unharmed. If that's the case, I think he should take this mission, and I also want to witness that extraordinary skill. Although a little surprised, he had to admit the truth. Alright, that kid said he could fight anywhere, so just take him along. Returning to the present, Raiden finished his announcement, gave a few instructions, and left. Hurry up and prepare, and go to bed early. He then slammed the door shut, leaving the two boys bewildered and confused. After a moment of silence, Dorian covered his face and cried out in despair, we're doomed. We just survived the first mission. I didn't expect to have to go on the next mission without any rest at all. Leon, standing beside him, looked at the scene and was too bored to speak. After crying and complaining for a while, he asked Leon tearfully and trembling, young master, do you think it's true that swords are ineffective against ice trolls? To this question, he honestly replied, it is true. Speaking of this matter, Leon recalled some information he knew about that creature. Ice trolls have thick and tough skin because they live in cold climates. It is said that without swords imbued with magic, it is impossible to cut through them, and above all, ice trolls have a very strong regeneration ability, like other trolls. Receiving that confirmation, Dorian trembled in fear and hid under the covers. We're doomed. I'm definitely going to die on this mission. Maybe I should write a will. Unable to watch this reaction any longer, Gon sat on the adjacent bed and offered some perfunctory comfort. Don't be afraid, Dorian. If you use your speed, you can defeat the trolls. These words obviously didn't help Dorian at all. Even if you say that, I'm still very scared. At this point, Leon pondered for a moment and then spoke up, there's another way. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Dorian immediately inquired, what? Noticing that he was no longer crying, Gon picked up the sword beside him and suggested, that's right. There's another way to not be afraid when facing ice trolls. If you fight me, the ice trolls will look like any other monster. Slung the sword over his shoulder, he seriously requested, let's go train now. Faced with these words, Dorian froze. He didn't dare to cry anymore. Thinking back now, ice trolls really are super weak. Good night. This quick change of heart, faster than flipping a pancake, made Essence Emperor a bit confused. What a strange name. And so, on the second day, in front of the main gate of Haven Castle, Tyrion held a list and read aloud, now, we will begin the roll call. From behind, he inquired of his haggard roommate, are you okay, Dorian? Now I think anything is better than sparring with you. You're fine. As the two were chatting happily, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, hello, you're Leon, aren't you? While the two were still bewildered, the other person took the initiative to introduce himself, I am Beto, captain of the Wolf Mercenaries. After the introduction, he smiled brightly and said ingratiatingly, it's a pleasure to meet you. My teammates are always talking about how much they want to fight you. It seemed like that was all, but Beto looked at Leon and praised him in a model-like manner. I didn't expect you to be a member of the scout squad. Even though he extended his hand, Leon didn't bother to reciprocate. It's also a pleasure to meet you, sir. But after thinking about it again, he extended his hand in return. I'm also very happy to be working with you today. Me too. After shaking hands and finishing the introductions, Beto didn't linger and turned around. Now, please excuse me, I need to check on my teammates. I just stopped by to say hello. As soon as he disappeared, Essence Emperor appeared from nowhere and commented unhappily, I don't like that guy. Gouge his eyes out. This attitude made Leon a bit puzzled. What? It didn't stop there but advised, don't trust guys with snake eyes like that. Lest you don't believe it, Essence Emperor began to analyze. In my experience, guys like him are always backstabbers. 8 out of 10 are like that. Hearing this, Gon quickly retorted, so there's still a 20% chance, right? Nevertheless, he took these words to heart and once again assessed Beto, but I'll keep this in mind. I also have a very strange feeling when I look into his eyes. After thinking it over, he came to a conclusion. It's best to keep an eye on that guy while we're here. Just then, another person approached. Knights. Yua appeared from nowhere, holding a mysterious box. Sorry for being late, I've prepared all the food you requested. Seeing who had arrived, the soldiers rejoiced. Ah, Yua. The other two then approached, talking intimately and stroking her head. How is it that every time I see you, you look cuter than before? And on top of that, you're a great cook. You are the pride of our Haven Castle. Being praised like that, Yua also enjoyed it. Leon, observing Yua talking and laughing from behind, commented, Yua, she is loved by all the knights. I guess she's like the mascot of this place. While he was silent, Yua spoke up. Ah, young Master Leon. She took out a mysterious bag and carefully handed it to him. This is jerky that Grandpa and I made together. It's very delicious, so please accept it. Suddenly receiving a gift, Leon couldn't help but be confused. Why are you giving me this? When asked like this, he honestly replied, because this is your first expedition. Next time, you'll have to buy it. Hearing this, he smiled gently and stroked her head. Thank you. I also think it will be very delicious. The girl also smiled brightly and promised, if you like it, remember to support us next time. After the roll call, Tyrion announced, everyone is ready, so hurry up and line up. We'll have a quick summary before we go. After gathering everyone, he summarized the upcoming situation. We currently have 2 objectives. First, to eliminate the ice trolls, and second, to patrol the area between Mount Sterling and the Northern Sea. Our goal is to ensure no one gets hurt. To those words, Essence Emperor pursed his lips and thought seriously about something. Witnessing this reaction, Leon was confused. What is it? You look very serious now. It didn't answer, just silently looked towards the distant White Mountain range. The energy emanating from that mountain, though not strong, I can feel it. After observing for a while, Essence Emperor speculated, could it be him? He suspected it in his heart, but outwardly he still avoided it. It's nothing. After the announcement, Tyrion declared their departure, and the group began to move. They hadn't gone far when Leon's group encountered their first ordeal. Those scouts took the bags before departure. After tossing a bunch of bags around, the group turned and left arrogantly. If you lose even one, be prepared. Yes, consider it like your lover. Ah, maybe you don't have a lover yet, so you don't know that feeling. This arrogant attitude made Leon both annoyed and curious. Captain Raiden, why would the assault team ask the reconnaissance team to carry their bags? Faced with this question, Raiden was a bit taken aback. Ah, this is your first mission with them, isn't it? After a moment of thought, Raiden looked at the group talking enthusiastically and tried to explain. Those people said they needed to conserve energy to fight because they were the key combatants. Ever since those guys said that, they've always pulled this stunt. Looking at them and then at the pile of luggage in front of him, he sighed. Although it's annoying, we have no other choice. As scouts, we have neither the power nor the authority, so we just have to keep quiet and do as they say. This submissive attitude left Leon speechless. Putting this issue aside, Raiden let out a sigh of relief as he watched the Dorians laughing cheerfully, but this time, it was better than the last. Last time, after the battle ended, those people told us to carry all their belongings. Oh, how did that bag fit everything? Just give me all your stuff. They even threw the entire crime scene cleanup to us. After a pause, Raiden advised Leon beside him, even though it's unfair, try not to resist at all. It will be easier for you to survive that way. Here, strength and rank are absolute. Leon heard him but showed no outward reaction, though inwardly he felt a good deal of disdain. It was truly ridiculous. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembered what the reconnaissance team had to do, which made him feel even more wronged. During the preparations for battle, we were the ones risking our lives to patrol. Patrolling meant we would be the first to encounter traps or enemies, yet we were treated so poorly. It wasn't just a thought anymore, Gon voiced it. I thought there would be close camaraderie on the front lines, but it seems not. Hearing these harsh truths, Raiden could only feel helpless, at least not with the assault team. No matter how helpless he felt, Raiden still offered a seemingly reasonable guess. It seems it's all because of their captain, Ediquil. That guy seems to think this kind of situation is normal. Hearing the name, Gon also looked around. That must be Ediquil, and all these toxic traditions stem from him. Knowing the source of the problem, Leon made a swift decision. If that's the case, I just need to crush that guy. The group then continued their journey. But what happened next left Tyrion stunned in place. What was going on? Looking at the empty cave in front of him, Tyrion couldn't hide his annoyance. Compared to the intelligence, there shouldn't be any ice trolls here. Raiden was completely taken by surprise in this situation. This can't be right. After observing for a bit longer, he turned and asked for confirmation. Raiden, are you sure about what you saw? Raiden, though a little flustered, confirmed, yes, I'm sure, I saw 13 ice trolls gathered at the edge of the forest. While the two were still talking, Edequil from behind showed his displeasure. That's why I said not to let the reconnaissance team go alone, at least have a swordsman accompany them on every scouting mission. Raiden, cornered, still tried to argue, but I definitely saw them. To prevent the atmosphere from becoming more tense, Tyrion suggested, let's discuss this later. Everyone, spread out and look for clues about the trolls. Expand your senses to the limit and scout this area. Following orders, the group then split up and searched everywhere. Watching his teammates still trying to search, Leon was confused. It had been a few hours, but not a single trace had been found. They were also people with enough experience and expertise. After observing for a while, Gon looked into the forest and began to speculate. Even if ice trolls leave fewer tracks than usual, they shouldn't leave absolutely no trace. Could someone be behind this? This is not good. Thinking this, he stepped forward and asked Tyrion for his opinion. Deputy Commander, can I take a look? Seeing Tyrion's skeptical gaze, Gon directly stated his purpose. Yes, I want to confirm a few things. Before Tyrion could say anything, Edequil appeared from nowhere and harshly criticized. Hey, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Go help set up camp or something. The sun is about to set. Do you want to embarrass yourself like the others? Unable to let him continue, Tyrion intervened. Enough, Edequil, let the kid try, just this once. This compromising attitude did not please Edequil at all. Deputy Commander, do you really believe this clueless brat? He's wasting everyone's time. Despite this, Leon ignored him and immediately got to work. Reaching out to touch his face, he closed his eyes to feel more clearly. After a while, Gon also opened his eyes. This strange behavior was obviously irritating to Edequil. What are you staring at? If you can't do it, don't waste time, get up and go. Ignoring those words, Leon calmly announced he had found them. Hearing this, Edequil was surprised. What? Seeing Edequil's questioning attitude, he clarified, they are near the Frost Valley, located northeast of Mount Sterling. As soon as these words were spoken, he inexplicably flew into a rage. You brat, do you consider this mission a joke? Can you actually pinpoint their exact location? Facing those reprimands, he calmly affirmed, yes, I'm sure. Is there a problem? This confident demeanor left Edequil speechless. After a moment of silence, he again yelled at him furiously, in this situation, do you think joking around like this is fun? Can you take responsibility for your words? Leon remained as calm as ever. I'm not foolish enough to joke around when the situation is this critical. Tyrion beside him tried to de-escalate. Edequil, calm down, you're getting too emotional. He then asked Leon more gently, Leon, how exactly did you find the trolls? He explained slowly, this is a technique I learned from someone who crosses forests and mountains as if they were their backyard, by expanding the range of energy sensing. Just at this moment, Edequil, the chatterbox, chimed in again, energy sensing. Do you know how far the Frost Valley is from here? And just with that, you're sure, Tyrion, did you hear that? Do you really believe what this brat is saying? Hearing those words, Tyrion was also a bit swayed. He has a point. With that distance, the explanation based on energy sensing wasn't convincing enough, especially for a rookie with less than a year of practical combat experience. He thought so, but as he observed the person opposite him, he hesitated. But those red eyes, they seemed to pierce through everything. Just looking at them was enough to make anyone believe. With his words, Tyrion remembered someone. After all, in Sieghart, there was only one person who crossed forests and mountains as if they were their backyard, brilliant sword Limer Diaz. If he learned from that person, then perhaps he was trustworthy. As the atmosphere became awkward, Beto approached from behind. The more I hear, the more interested I become. He then inquired, Leon, how long does it take to get there from here? Leon honestly replied, about 30 minutes to reach the target location, and another 10 minutes to find a suitable position. This answer made Beto a bit taken aback, so, he had already envisioned a place to ambush them. After calming down, he chuckled and said, to Leon, Deputy Commander, there are still 2 hours until sunset. It seems there's enough time. Shall we go and check? This unexpected support was unbearable for Edequil. Unable to contain his anger, he yelled, Beto, not you too. Did this rookie bribe you or something? Regardless of Edequil's reluctance, Tyrion loudly ordered the entire group, everyone, prepare to move out. We will cross Mount Sterling. At this point, he couldn't say anything more. Deputy Commander. Knowing Edequil still disagreed, he presented a crucial reason: if it gets dark, monsters might attack, which would be much more dangerous. If Leon is right, this is an opportunity to prevent this threat. Seeing him refuse to concede, he proactively stepped forward, still not convincing enough. Let's not beat around the bush, how about this? Let's make a bet, whatever the outcome, we won't regret it. Hearing this, Edequil became interested. A bet? What do you want to bet? Just at this moment, he smiled confidently and stated his condition: if I find the trolls, then from now on, the assault team must speak politely to the reconnaissance team, and you guys will not only carry the stuff thrown at us but also our belongings and help us with our work. Witnessing that confident expression, Edequil calmly asked back, what if you're wrong? A gambler never fears the rain, Leon declared bluntly. I'll do anything you want. Obviously, Edequil was very satisfied with this answer and accepted it right away. All right, I accept the bet. You should prepare yourself to lose. After this, you won't be so boastful anymore. Seeing that he finally agreed, Tyrion loudly commanded, all right, let's move to the Frost Valley. The group continued to walk without realizing they were being followed. The man in black looked at the people continuing to walk with a bit of annoyance. Why are they still climbing? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. This is not part of the plan. Looking at the soldiers walking at the end of the line, the man in black analyzed. These scoundrels are going around to find an easy place to ambush the trolls. They clearly know the exact location of the trolls. Thinking of this, he remembered what he had prepared. He gritted his teeth. But I erased all the traces. How do they still know the trolls are hidden in the valley? In this situation, even an experienced scout couldn't find them. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black remembered the monsters he had hidden. If it's like this, they will encounter the ice trolls sooner than expected. This will be a big problem. Then he remembered Haven Castle again. I need to delay it a little longer for the plan to be completed. The more he thought, the more confused he became. But it was too late to move the trolls now. What should I do? But at that very moment, an idea flashed in the man in black's mind. Wait. Actually, this is even better. By this time, the group had arrived, and the scene before them stunned Edequil. How can this be? It turned out there was a group of monsters gathered below. There really is a place here. Looking at the ice trolls wandering everywhere, he couldn't accept the truth. Impossible. How could that brat have detected the trolls at that distance? While Edequil was still silent, Onan approached and reminded him of the bet. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? This startled him. Before Edequil could even respond, he stated frankly, after this battle, the attack team will do all the chores. You are the captain, so I hope you won't go back on your word. His arrogant words annoyed him. Brat. Not wanting things to escalate, Tyrion stepped in to stop them. Enough. Suddenly being stopped, Edequil, though unwilling, had to grit his teeth and endure. He then added, it's unbelievable, but thanks to Leon's senses, we found the trolls. Now, there's still work to be done. Not wanting the two to continue quarreling, Tyrion commanded, all teams, prepare for battle, aim and load. Once ready, he swung his sword down, declared, and fired. A rain of arrows poured down, taking the life of one ice troll after another. Just as they were still stunned, Tyrion led the group to charge and strike. Their movements are already restricted. Don't give them a chance to recover. Beto rushed forward, slashed an ice troll, and then provided information to the others. If you give them time to rest, the trolls will recover. Aim for their necks and hearts. Edequil paid no attention to what had just happened and fought fiercely, determined not to let any of them survive. While fighting, the group defended the left flank, maintaining their formation, standing above and observing everything. Leon exclaimed, looking at how they move as one, they are truly professionals. Their formation is very effective in suppressing the ice trolls. After observing for a while, all of his attention was unintentionally drawn to Beto, who was fighting fiercely on one side. But that Beto is truly different when fighting. Just now, he was very calm, but now his eyes are glowing. This strange feeling I'm having, could it be his killing intent radiating? Just as he was still dazed, Dorian approached from nowhere and asked loudly, Leon, why are you still standing there? He looked at Leon standing still and felt a bit of existential doubt. Usually, you would jump right in, but why are you so calm today? Faced with his roommate's confusion, he slowly explained, our mission is to protect the scouts. We should stand here, and... Pausing for a moment, Leon uttered an ambiguous statement. I have my own opponent. These words left Dorian beside him utterly confused. What? The group then continued to eliminate the trolls, not forgetting to instruct the scouts. Don't get too close, just provide support from a distance. Although he said support, Raiden also charged into battle. Those with swords, stand in front and block the trolls, and those with crossbows, distract their attention. Seeing the number of monsters decreasing, he couldn't hide his joy. The battle is going more smoothly than usual. Witnessing each troll fall, Raiden analyzed, we were able to overwhelm them from the start thanks to the ambush, and the trolls hadn't recovered yet and were still confused. After enjoying the scene, he remembered the one who started everything. It's all thanks to that rookie Leon. Thinking of these things, Raiden suddenly came to his senses. After returning, I should buy something for him. However, immediately after, a fearful sensation made him whip his head around to the back. This feeling. It turned out 2 more trolls had appeared behind Raiden. Looking at their equipment, he was shocked and scared, an ice troll warrior and an ice troll mage. Seeing Raiden not making any move, they charged down. Why are they? While he was still stunned, they attacked, and Raiden could only stand still, unable to dodge. I can't dodge. However, luckily, just as they were about to attack, Beto charged in and slashed once, and Tyrion pulled Raiden back. After doing so, he patted Raiden's shoulder. Focus, or you'll lose your life. It was at this moment that Raiden snapped back to reality, gripping his sword tighter. Yes, I understand. Although Beto blocked the attacking troll, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, it seems this warrior is truly different. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion occurred in front of the 3 of them. Fortunately, the 3 of them dodged it simultaneously. Looking at the perpetrator of the attack, Tyrion gritted his teeth uncomfortably. This mage is standing in a high position to provide magic support. If I have to be distracted to deal with him while fighting, it will be difficult. Realizing this, he shouted loudly to warn everyone, all teams, do not lower your guard. Not only that, Tyrion continued to command, Ediquil and the attack force, deal with the warrior Beto is fighting, the reconnaissance team, distract the mage, understood. Raiden, seeing the situation like this, also ordered his team members, reconnaissance team, do you hear me, reload the bolt's end. Before the formation could even get into position, it was disrupted by ice arrows. Right after those words, countless ice arrows appeared from the air, aimed directly at Raiden's group. Before they could even react, Leon lunged from behind and slashed through those ice arrows. After slashing, he looked at the person in black with annoyance. You finally show up. Leon's strange attitude confused Raiden. Leon, what just happened? Ignoring everyone's confusion, the man in the black cloak, seeing himself blocked, chuckled and slowly advanced. A mere brat can block my magic. He walked over to the 2 trolls and sincerely praised them, plus a deputy commander who understood the situation and devised a good strategy. You 2 are both excellent. Seeing the appearance of a third party, Tyrion immediately entered a state of alert. I was wondering why the trolls' actions were so strange. So it was you scoundrels. Looking at the person in front of him, he irritably spoke a name, Eden. So the person in front of him was Blue Spirit Eden. His identity revealed, he was not flustered at all and summoned an ice magic circle cursed with demonic spirits. Don't be so angry. Immediately, the entire group felt something unusual and fearfully witnessed that expression. Eden chuckled sinisterly, I won't let any of you live. Beneath the group's feet, a black mist appeared from who knows when, causing even the most elite to collapse. I suddenly felt a chill so intense that my body couldn't move. The soldiers' struggles delighted Eden, due to our noble resurrection plan. Hearing these words, Tyrion looked at him with eyes full of hatred. Looked at like that, Eden wasn't angry but confidently declared, today I will take your lives. As he said, he exploded with power, die. However, Leon once again lunged and dealt Eden a fatal blow. His plan ruined once again. Eden couldn't accept the truth. What? How can you move under my curse? Faced with that confusion, Leon explained casually, you don't know, my entire life, I have endured a curse far stronger and colder than this. As soon as he finished speaking, he nimbly unleashed a flurry of attacks, creating large and small wounds on him. Eden took the full force of that attack and collapsed, while Leon landed coolly, relying on those curses. After speaking, he stood up and sheathed his sword. Looking at Eden, he stated bluntly, it will greatly weaken your close combat abilities. As soon as he collapsed, everyone immediately returned to normal. The curse is broken, kid. How could you break a curse that even the deputy commander succumbed to and defeat the Blue Spirit? Before the answer could be given, Tyrion interrupted, everyone, we are still in battle, deal with the remaining trolls before they resurrect. The group now focused on the current situation, as you command. After finishing, Tyrion began to question Eden, you must be very disappointed, after all, you couldn't even finish off one person. After the taunting, he got straight to the point, now tell me, why did you ambush us, and I'll mercifully end your life as painlessly as possible. These words made Eden laugh hysterically, mercifully. Despite being in a dangerous situation, he was not afraid at all. I don't need that, actually, you should just finish me off quickly. Eden's indifference made everyone unable to keep up. What? He then revealed his plan. My goal from the beginning was to divide the forces of Haven Castle. At that very moment, a soldier shouted in alarm, "There, Haven Castle," as everyone was slowly turning towards where the soldier pointed. Eden in black finished, "Since you've come here, let me give you a gift. Thanks to your pathetic mercy, Haven Castle will fail in this battle." Right after those words, a loud explosion sounded, surprising Tyrion. Finally subduing the instigator, Tyrion began to interrogate. "Why did you say we should have finished you off?" Asked like that, the man chuckled contemptuously and confidently declared, "Thanks to your foolish pity, Haven Castle will fall in this battle." Afraid he wouldn't believe, he chuckled and said meaningfully, "Even if you don't want to, you'll see soon." Tyrion was puzzled by this confidence. What? While he was still stunned, Edequil, standing beside him, cried out in alarm, "Lord Tyrion, look behind you." Tyrion obeyed and quickly turned his head. It turned out that in the distance, just as the man had said, a large fire had erupted, and smoke was rising from Haven Castle. Witnessing that scene, Tyrion couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? Not just him, but Raiden had a similar reaction. But Haven Castle is an impregnable fortress. Satisfied with their panicked reactions, the man seized the opportunity to laugh maniacally. "The original plan was to use you to lure Milland out here, but things didn't go as planned, so with a backup plan, before you arrived here." Without further ado, the man delivered a fatal piece of information. "I used a spell to unleash the troll army into Haven Castle." After saying that, he proudly laughed as if he had never laughed before. "I'm sure they will tear through the inside of Haven Castle." Unable to bear it any longer, Tyrion gritted his teeth, swung his hand, and struck the man with all his might. Having successfully silenced him, he grabbed him by the collar, berated him relentlessly, and confidently declared, "Stop talking nonsense. The Blue Spirit Castle of Haven won't fall. Only a few trolls managed to get in." With these words, Gon behind him was also confident. Tyrion is not wrong. Even the elite army of Haven Castle is here. Commander Milland is still inside the castle. You cannot destroy Haven Castle with ordinary ice trolls. Hearing something, the man laughed heartily and said meaningfully, "As if there were only ice trolls there." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake, making the soldiers wary. Not only the regular soldiers but also the captains immediately went into combat mode. The ground suddenly shook. Wasn't this an earthquake? Leon was confident at first, but after feeling the ground shake, he started to panic a little. This wasn't a normal earthquake, it couldn't be. Seeing the crowd in such a disarray, the other person smirked triumphantly and continued to threaten, "Do you really think Eden prepared so carelessly? You're just dancing in the palm of my hand. The only thing you can do now is watch the fall of Haven Castle from afar." These words seemed to add fuel to the fire of Tyrion's already ignited rage. Seeing his speechless expression, the masked man was extremely satisfied. "Arrogant bastards, you will fall into despair." It was at that moment that Tyrion, bursting with anger, sent him straight to hell with a single strike. Seeing the commander lost in thought, the captains beneath him let out a soft groan. "Deputy Commander Tyrion, it's time you gave the order to inform the units." At this point, Tyrion couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and sternly ordered the group to return to Haven Castle immediately. At the same time, at the castle, the flames were growing more and more intense. In that situation, panicked voices echoed everywhere. "Prioritize evacuating the civilians first." The owner of that voice, Milland, was shouting with all his might, ordering those around him. The first team should extinguish the fires, and the second team should block the ice trolls. In the midst of the crisis, Tyrion led his group back to the location. "Commander, the exploration units have returned." Seeing his arrival, Milland was pleased. "Very good, Tyrion." After the praise, he quickly returned to a serious tone, inquiring for some information. "We are currently being ambushed by a horde of ice trolls. Did you find anything unusual during your exploration?" When asked, Tyrion calmly replied, "Indeed, we have something to report, which is why we had to return immediately." Without further ado, he stated directly what he knew. This ambush was caused by Eden. For this piece of information that fell from the sky, Milland didn't seem too surprised. As expected, something was wrong. "I understand, so it was caused by Eden." Seeing his calmness, Tyrion pondered for a while longer before voicing his speculation. "We eliminated the Blue Spirit, the one who summoned the ice trolls. But after hearing him speak in this earthquake, it seems their plan wasn't just about the ice trolls, but something is strange." With these words, Milland mused for a moment before bluntly remarking, "They gain nothing by targeting Haven Castle like this." Tyrion agreed with this opinion, but there was one thing that caught his attention. "Excuse me, we still haven't found their purpose, however. Because of their intervention, the Beast Tide will occur sooner than expected." These words successfully made Milan's eyes widen in astonishment. Of course, it didn't stop there. He added a few more things. Traces of ice trolls and monsters were collected by them, and the recent earthquake was likely them creating a beast tide targeting this place. This information caused the soldiers present to fall into panic. After a moment of silence, everyone began to fall into despair. Inside the castle, chaos had erupted due to the ice trolls. And now there's the beast tide too. We're doomed. We're all going to die. Leon was the one who maintained his reason, silently observing and assessing. As the situation worsened and the warriors lost their composure, the battle would be very difficult if it continued like this. Just as things were getting worse, Milan shouted, "Everyone, calm down." Successfully silencing everyone, he scolded them furiously, "How dare you be so quick to fear?" After speaking, Milan tried to calm himself and patiently explained to his subordinates, "Have we ever lost to a beast tide? This is Heaven Castle, the iron castle that defends the continent from afar. If we fall, what will happen?" Saying this, he tried to suppress the explosion in his heart and spoke calmly, "The people of the continent, our families and friends, who will protect them?" After a brief pause, Milan gripped his sword tightly and confidently declared, "We can do it. We have always done it before, and it is the same now. Regain your composure and pick up your swords. Fight not for yourselves, but for those you love." At this moment, the soldier's determination ignited. "We will follow your orders, Commander." Witnessing the dizzying change in those around him, Leon couldn't help but look at Milan in amazement. Amazing, he completely boosted the morale of the warriors with just a few words. Thinking this, he observed the other person more carefully. Is this the combat experience of the master of Heaven Castle? Having successfully boosted the soldiers' morale, he then left with Tyrion to discuss other matters. Apart from the teams ordered to protect the civilians and clear the scene, the remaining teams will follow me and head to the city walls. Dorian, support the teams behind. Receiving this order, Tyrion was very confused. "Commander, why bring both of them to the walls?" This suggestion surprised Milan a little. "Tyrion, are you serious?" Fearing he wouldn't understand his analysis, he continued, "The vanguard will have to face the beast tide, no matter how talented those youngsters are. If they make a mistake, they will lose their lives." Knowing the worry in his heart, Tyrion slowly dropped a shocking piece of information. "I understand your worries, Commander. However, Leon defeated the Blue Spirit in one blow." This information was clearly unexpected for Milan. It seemed like things would stop there, but he added a few other strange things he had sensed, and Dorian returned from this expedition unharmed. Although the two of them left a bad impression at first, there's no reason to underestimate their skills, so, trust me this time. After a period of discussion, Milan was completely convinced. "I will issue an order for both of you." Suddenly being called by name, he was a little stunned. Without keeping him waiting, he stated directly, "Head to the city walls and defend Hound with us." Although everything happened quite suddenly, Leon said, "Understood, I will accept your command." After gathering their forces, Milan quickly led the group to the city walls to inquire about the situation. "What's the enemy's movement like? Did you see anything new?" When asked like this, the other person fearfully turned around and reported, "Commander, the scale is enormous, a beast tide." Faced with this fearful appearance, he quickly stepped forward to assess the situation. "What made you answer like that?" The moment he saw the scene before his eyes, Milan was immediately terrified. "This is..." The two captains behind also questioned their existence with what they saw. "Ediquil, have you ever seen a beast tide like this?" "No, this is also my first time seeing one." Leon also went to the side to eavesdrop and immediately remembered what his teacher had said. "And gone, you will go to the north of Heaven Castle. An endless battlefield where you will have to fight monsters from the northern sea and Stirland Mountain every day. They say it's a hellish battlefield because you will never have a chance to put your sword down." Looking at the scene before him, he recalled the words he had deeply ingrained. "Others will also face difficulties, but you will face a bit more." Milan asked, "What is the scale of this monster wave?" Someone replied, "Currently, we've only identified about 1,000, but looking at the approaching numbers, there are probably around 10,000. This is also the first time I've seen so many monsters." Leon thought with a tense expression, "That's right, I can't even sense them with my senses. These monsters are targeting Heaven Castle." Milan then turned to ask him, "Leon, do you know about monster waves?" He replied, "Yes, I know a little. During the process of stopping this monster wave, there will always be countless casualties. The reason for so many reconnaissance and preparation missions is precisely to prepare for these monster waves. And to reduce casualties a little. If the castle walls are destroyed, they can be rebuilt, and so can the castle gates, but the dead cannot return. He sternly advised, so please protect as many soldiers as possible, this is your mission. Leon's expression was determined, I understand. The roars grew closer, Milland exclaimed, it seems we have no more time to talk. Then he turned to his subordinates and said, everyone, draw your swords, I understand everyone is afraid of the scale of this wave. His voice was full of heroism, but this is a challenge that anyone trained at Heaven Castle can overcome, we will endure and conquer it as always. And when it's over, we will raise our glasses and celebrate together. Warriors with shields and spears, come to the front of the walls, archers, position yourselves above. Milan shouted the order, fire. Huge, pitch-black monsters charged forward with a roar. At this moment, a rain of arrows poured down from the sky. The arrows pierced their flesh, causing blood to spurt out terrifyingly, their bodies fell, piling on top of each other, accompanied by roars of pain. Someone observing the situation through binoculars exclaimed, wait, look over there. Elite orcs are rushing here, the elite orcs, looking stronger than the previous ones, are pouring in. Sounds of panic erupted, damn it, they're targeting the gates, quickly, block them, arrows are ineffective. Suddenly, a lightning-like surge of power emanated from the sky. That surge of power struck the elite orcs, it was an attack from Milland, he exclaimed, do not be afraid, maintain your formation, I will protect the castle gate. Someone quickly turned back, shouting to boost morale, everyone, focus, General Milland is with us. They are climbing the walls, stop them, absolutely do not let them climb over. As soon as they reach the top, use your aura to knock them down. But at this moment, an elite orc climbed over the wall, someone fell to the ground in fear and screamed, oh, the orcs are here, help, help. Leon quickly appeared and slashed at the orc's belly, causing a large wound that bled gruesomely. It quickly fell to the ground. Leon asked the person, are you injured? The other person, bewildered, replied, no, thank you. Leon looked at the situation worriedly, this is truly hell, although I feel like I've killed hundreds. I feel like I've only taken out a fraction of their numbers. Below the castle walls, there's a swarm of black orcs, as numerous as ants. Another scream rang out, all units, prepare for shockwaves, skull bombs are falling from the right side of the castle. Leon frowned. Seconds later, a massive explosion erupted. Leon didn't have time to think and had to press himself down to avoid the shockwave. Cough, they even have suicide bomber units, are the soldiers okay? Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling him. The soldiers were lying on the ground, groaning in pain, my leg, my arm, where's my arm? Were they swept up by the explosion and fell from the walls? Leon panicked and quickly spoke to reassure them, please hold on, I will. Suddenly a reminder sounded, don't go, making him freeze, is this a message through aura? It's General Milland. Milland continued to transmit, protect the walls that haven't fallen yet, if you focus on small matters, the big picture will crumble, you must endure. Leon looked down at the unfortunate soldiers below, bewildered, that's the correct decision. If we abandon the walls to save the injured, the defensive focus of this place will surely collapse. However, the heartbreaking image hit his eyes, they were trying to endure the pain and crawl on the ground. He gritted his teeth, finding it hard to decide, he wasn't a soldier, his hand tightened its grip on the sword hilt. His mission is to save the soldiers of Heaven Castle from death. With that thought, he decided to jump off the castle wall. Leon landed heavily on the ground. Essence Emperor appeared, frowning and asked, you're truly mad, before you jumped down, did you think it through? Do you think you can both defend and protect the warriors below? Leon stared straight ahead, it will be difficult, but I will push myself to the extreme and try. Essence Emperor looked at him with a look of foolish exasperation, I didn't expect you to make such an impulsive decision, now the only thing in front of you is death. Leon reached out and firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, an impulsive decision, that's right, although the right thing to do right now is to flee. But in this life, I've resolved not to live as an assassin but as a swordsman. With that, he began to unleash his power. Leon's eyes were firm as he spoke, before I fail, no monster will step over my corpse, I will definitely endure and survive in this hell. Then Leon leaped from the ground, charging to attack the elite orc, its colossal body was also grinding its teeth and charging forward. The battle continued without a moment's rest, I cut, and cut again, and it was just a continuous swing of the sword like that. The skin on my hands was torn and soaked in blood, I had wrung out my aura to the last drop. The only sensation my hands felt was the sensation of the sword cutting through flesh. The only thing left in my vision at that moment was the deep crimson color of blood. After a while, Leon's fierce face was smeared with blood. A small figure broke through to the giant elite orcs and was surrounded. And as time passed, on the blood-soaked night, the moon, which had just risen, began to wane. Just as the dawn light began to appear. The battle ended. Leon, covered in blood, stood amidst the corpses of a group of elite orcs. He exhaled a tired breath. There were no more monsters in front of me. At this moment, a dark orb appeared showing an image of Leon. A hand with sharp claws was placed on the orb. Leon Sieghart. The person wore a mask covering the upper half of their face, and smiled sinisterly. My initial goal was to destroy Haven City and seize the godhood. But in the end, I obtained an unexpected gift. Those two sharp hands were manipulating the orb with Leon's image. Cutting to another location. Gon was sleeping when he suddenly woke up. He looked around in confusion. What happened? I remember the city wall collapsing and I held on until the cave entrance opened. At this moment, a voice called out, startling him as he turned back. Leon. Leon exclaimed at the other person's appearance. You. Yua saw him sit up. Her eyes welled up with tears and she sobbed. You're finally awake. A while later, Dorian, sitting beside Leon's bed, recounted, we were really worried because you wouldn't wake up. You didn't react at all for 3 days. No matter what we did, we thought you wouldn't make it. Leon gave a weak smile. I'm sorry for worrying everyone and thank you for taking care of me, Dorian. Dorian immediately denied it. The person you should thank isn't me, but Yua. He was extremely surprised. Yes. Dorian continued, Yua stayed by your side, taking care of you every day until the wave ended. She was really worried about you. Even though she still had to work at the bar, she must have been very busy. Just then, Yua came in with food. Leon, I've made porridge for you. You're still recovering, so I made all the ingredients soft and easy to eat. Eat slowly because it's still hot. Leon looked down at the appetizing bowl of porridge steaming hot. After a moment of thought, he called out, Yua. Yua responded, yes. Leon smiled gently. Thank you for coming to take care of me every day, she said happily. Oh dear, taking care of regular customers after a fight is just basic business courtesy. When you're fully recovered, remember to visit the bar and help me increase revenue. Leon threw off the covers and got out of bed. Just the suggestion reminded him, let's eat at the Frost Branch tonight. I've eaten bland food for too long, now I just want something really greasy. Dorian agreed and then reminded him, oh but first we have to let everyone know that you're safe, which confused him. Show them. Who are they? Dorian's eyes crinkled as he opened the door. Who else but the people waiting for you to wake up? Leon's face was speechless. Why are you acting like it's not a big deal? Then a loud cheer erupted. The hero of Haven City has awakened, causing Leon to widen his eyes in confusion. Ha! Soldiers surrounding Leon joyfully expressed their concern. You're finally awake, Leon. Thanks to you, Haven City is safe. I was so worried when I heard you might never wake up. Leon, thank you for saving my comrades. When you charged like that, I thought you were crazy, but you were amazing. I'm buying you a drink tonight. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. Leon was momentarily bewildered by the enthusiastic gratitude. Milland also stepped forward at this moment, smiling kindly. I'm glad you're safe, Leon, he exclaimed again in shock. Commander Milland. This wave was unlike any before. It happened earlier than expected and on a much larger scale. Normally we would have suffered heavy losses. But you didn't hesitate to jump off the city wall without thinking of yourself. Thanks to your determination and courage, not a single person was sacrificed in this wave. All thanks to you for standing on the front line and protecting everyone. Milland placed a hand over his heart to him with respect. You came here as a mercenary. But we are all deeply indebted to you. On behalf of the city of Haven, I express our deepest gratitude. Terry and Beardon also spoke, and Ediquil had something to say to you that confused him. Ediquil wanted to say something to me. Ediquil suddenly said, Leon, I've been wrong about you all this time. I thought you were just a new recruit. Even after seeing your strength, I still looked down on you. His face showed that he realized his mistake, but seeing how you stood on the wall to protect your comrades, that is the image of a true swordsman, the noble and resilient ideal that all of us swordsmen aspire to. Then Ediquil bowed deeply to Leon. I sincerely apologize for what I did before. Song Milland spoke. Everyone has worked hard to hold back the waves to celebrate this unprecedented achievement. We will hold a festival. There will be food and wine at the Frost Branch, and for 3 days you can eat, drink, and have fun to your heart's content. The soldiers cheered upon hearing this. Commander, did you prepare all this? Haha, this is the first time I've seen something like this happen since coming to Haven. Come everyone, let's go to the Frost Branch for the next 3 days and live as if you've been reborn. With that, they all excitedly ran off. Wait for me, who are you planning to leave behind? Leon smiled and watched them go. Milland turned back and told him, Gon, you should go too. I'll catch up after the meeting with the officers. Deputy Commander and the captains, follow me. Dorian turned back and called out to young master, "What are you still standing there for? We have to go get seats and start eating. The sky today is incredibly clear." At this moment, Milan crossed his arms and asked with a serious expression, "You're not just going to praise Leon and then ignore this, are you?" Tyrion Beardum replied with a smile, "Of course not. We must give him the most worthy gift and a commensurate reward. Leon has saved countless lives." Milan suddenly exclaimed, "I think I'll give him something more valuable than gold," which made everyone a little confused. What is more valuable than gold? He continued, "I plan to give him the white soul armor of the City of Heaven." Which astonished everyone. "Are you planning to give him the Snowhorn sword, the city's symbol? Are you planning to make Leon the next Lord of Heaven Castle?" Which made him speechless. "Don't talk nonsense. That sword is a symbol, not a relic. Leon will receive something else." Raiden chuckled awkwardly, "Aha. What I want to give him is this." Milan presented a chest, making everyone bewildered. "This is..." He opened the lid of the chest. "That's right, armor forged from the magic stones of the Orc Kingdom. It is called the White Soul Armor. The sacred artifact of heaven, the White Soul Armor, a type of inner armor that can be worn under clothing. It is said to be more precious than the Snowhorn sword, the city's symbol, but considering what Leon has done, this is the least we can do in return. He risked his life to save people. I can only rest assured if I can at least protect him with this." Raiden exclaimed, "I agree. This will be the perfect gift." Tyrion added, "Considering the number of lives Leon has saved, nothing is enough." Ediquil suddenly chimed in, "Commander, I have a question," Milan said. "Go ahead, Ediquil." He asked directly, "Leon is not just a normal mercenary, is he? The swordsmanship he uses is not ordinary. No matter how talented, a mercenary cannot reach that level. I also realized long ago that he is not an ordinary person, but I think it's time for you to tell the truth." Milan refused to answer. "I'm sorry, but there are reasons why I cannot reveal everything, but I promise you. That child has always been sincere with everyone here. One day, when the time comes, he will reveal his identity himself. He is not someone tainted by darkness, so don't worry. Now, let's enjoy the festival together. Let's celebrate the birth of a hero." Very quickly, time flew by to the snowy season. Snow accumulated on the rooftops, branches, and the ground was covered in white. Leon sat in a deserted place, gazing into the distance. 10 months had passed since he first set foot in Heaven Fortress. A period of time that was both long and short. Many things had happened during those 10 months, and many achievements had been made. I learned how to control aura thanks to the true Heaven Sword I received from Kubarud. I survived a wave of monsters right at Heaven Fortress, a place many called the Hellish Battlefield. In the half-year after the wave, I also learned a new way to use Glacia. Thanks to all of that, the people of Heaven Fortress have become my trusted comrades. Perhaps because I succeeded in stopping a wave of monsters, people started calling me by a new nickname. Unbeknownst to him, stories of heroic battles had spread across the continent. Transitioning to the northwest of the continent of the Levine Desert, Ben, after hearing some information, exclaimed in surprise. "The hero of Heaven Fortress." Wearing glasses and leaning against a wall, he recounted, "That's right. I heard he fought until dawn to protect the injured. People call him the hero of Heaven Fortress or the Ghost Sword. I heard he's a blonde swordsman around your age. To have such a title at that age is truly impressive." Upon hearing this, Buren gritted his teeth, showing excitement. That name, Leon, he's getting stronger and stronger. Wearing glasses, seeing that expression, he smiled. He sat down next to Ben and asked, "Ben, is he the one you want to surpass?" Ben replied, "Yes, that's right." Wearing glasses, he wondered, "Then why do you look so happy? Shouldn't you be angry or sad that the person you want to catch up to is even stronger?" Ben calmly explained, "No, I'm happy. It will be much more worthwhile to catch up to that guy when he's this strong. The stronger he is, the stronger I can become." Your expression was full of excitement and joy. Wearing glasses, he smirked upon hearing that. "You too. I'm so jealous. I'm jealous, haha." Ben quickly denied it. "No way, he's just a rival." The scene shifts to the northwest of the Levine Desert continent. Martha, upon hearing that, exclaimed in shock, "What? A swordsman with blonde hair is being called the hero of Heaven Fortress?" The dark-skinned man standing next to her affirmed, "That's right. I heard they blocked a wave of monsters thanks to him. I thought you'd want to know since you're always curious about what's happening there." Martha's face was dejected. "I thought he would get stronger, but how much stronger, that bastard?" The dark-skinned man tried to comfort her. "Rumors are always exaggerated. I don't know who he is, but I'm sure you're stronger than him now. The monsters behind us are proof." They were sitting amidst a pile of monster corpses. Martha immediately denied it. No, he's a true genius, even that's not enough. This made the dark-skinned man ponder. Martha clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I can feel him getting stronger right now. He chuckled. I'm curious too. Who is he that makes you so agitated? Her gaze drifted into the distance. He's the one who saved my life, and at the same time, a rival I must defeat. The scene shifts to Kadam Forest within the base. People were also discussing Leon's feat. I know there were reinforcements on the wall back then, but how could one person rush down to the battlefield and protect all the wounded? The short-haired one looked incredulous. I'm sure it's just a rumor. How could a kid do all that? The one with the high ponytail asked Runan doubtfully. Didn't you say he's your friend? What do you think? Runan smiled and affirmed. I'm sure the rumors are true. He's completely capable of doing those things. The short-haired one asked curiously. Hey Runan, how strong is he? I feel like he should be weaker than you. Runan replied. No, he's stronger than me, both physically and mentally. This made the people around them exclaim. What? Are you kidding? They couldn't believe it. No one can be stronger than you. That's right, you crossed this forest in just 6 hours, and even seasoned hunters take 8 hours. At this moment, a girl sitting on a tree branch spoke up. You seem to turn into someone else whenever you mention him. Is he some kind of rival to you? Did you come here to become stronger than him? Runan immediately denied it. I didn't come here to become stronger than him, the girl chuckled. Oh, really? Runan continued. I want to become strong enough to stand by his side, so I won't be a burden, so I can help him. The scene shifts back to Leon. He was still sitting, watching the snow. It's been 10 months since I first came to Haven Fortress. Alright, the more I use it, the sharper my glacia senses become. What a ridiculous skill. I can now see further even with my eyes closed. No wonder RA was so furious when I received this skill. The Essence Emperor appeared with a pained and complaining expression. How is this possible? Leon glanced up at the Essence Emperor, but lately, he had been quiet. He's always looking towards Mount Stlin. I need to get him to make a bet with me to get something out of him. Suddenly, a voice called out, Leon Sieghart. Leon startled and replied, The Essence Emperor glanced over. It hasn't been that long, has it? He wondered. You've been silent for too long. What's the bet? It confirmed. It's simple. That pointy-eared guy's test is to survive here for a year, right? He confirmed again. Yes, I have less than 2 months left now. The Essence Emperor continued. Alright, then let's bet on that. You won't survive the remaining 2 months. Leon frowned suspiciously. Are you serious? It bared its teeth in annoyance. Of course. Why are you looking at me with such suspicious eyes? He then explained. You've survived up to now several times. The Essence Emperor pouted and looked down at him. Is this guy stupid? There are 2 months left until graduation. That will also be over. There will also be less risk when Eden attacks. After the death of the Blue Spirit, Orwin's forces have been deployed here. If Eden makes any move, they won't dare to attack again. All I have to do now is train and return to Sieghart, Leon calculated. There's no reason not to accept this bet. Then he agreed. Alright, a bet it is. The Essence Emperor, hearing this, grinned mischievously and said, That's the wise decision. A month has passed since I accepted the bet with the Vengeful Spirit, and now there's only 1 month left until the test ends. Despite the Vengeful Spirit's strange warning, the peace in Haven Castle remained the same. The Vengeful Spirit still occasionally shouted towards Mount Stirlin, calling him a lazy bum or something. Things seemed quite different from what it had expected. Leon mused with boredom. That's beneficial for me then. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew before his eyes. Seeing the pitch-black crows before his eyes, Leon was confused. A flock of crows? Why so many? Had monsters appeared somewhere? Suddenly, he lowered his head and wondered, what else? Out of curiosity, Reincarnated quickly approached to investigate. Looking at the small carcass at his feet, he became even more confused. A frog. Leon's eyes were filled with worry. Why are there frogs here? This region is too cold for frogs to survive before summer arrives. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to another direction. There, the last drops of water were dripping. It seemed something was approaching, causing the ground to shake. People around screamed in fear. An earthquake, what's happening? One pupil saw it all clearly. The monster wave has arrived. As soon as the voice finished, Leon and Milan Breden's faces turned pale. Tyrion, Beardon and Raiden were no exception when they heard the announcement. The monsters have arrived. Several soldiers discussed worriedly, what's going on? This isn't the season for monster waves. Everyone, quickly prepare and get on the city walls. Raiden turned to him and said, Leon, get ready, we have to go together. He quickly replied, yes, sir, let's go. Leon sped up while listening to Raiden's reminder. We'll take the opportunity to inform others along the way. There's no time to wait. They left quickly, but no one noticed the frog carcass playing nearby. The soldiers were immersed in the bloody stench of the monsters, and they continuously cried out, "There are more over here. I need more support here. Damn it, the scale is exactly the same as the last one. They've broken through the encirclement. I need help." Looking at the chaotic situation, Tyrion Beardun was extremely worried. "General, is Eden also behind this? Otherwise, this makes no sense at all." After hearing him speak, Leon silently denied it. "No, this is different from before. I don't feel any killing intent or madness from these monsters, but rather like they are trying to escape from something dangerous that can kill them." Suddenly, Maine was startled by a voice. "There are some over here too. I told you to leave this place." Essence Emperor said proudly, "This is your fate for not listening to my warning." Leon looked confused. "What do you mean? Tell me." Essence Emperor circled around him indifferently. "It's too late. You still had a chance when it wasn't awakened, but it has already noticed everyone here. It won't stop until it erases this castle from the face of the earth and kills every single one of you." Then, it pointed out a solution. "But if you offer a suitable sacrifice, things might change." Leon was quite bewildered. "A sacrifice? What exactly is coming here?" Essence Emperor burrowed into his embrace. "Look with your own eyes. I'm not obligated to tell you these things." Leon approached Milan Bruin and called out, "General Milan." Leon, he was somewhat confused. "What do you need, kid, in such a critical situation?" Then, Milan Breadun paused when he heard the question. "If our enemy cannot be defeated, what plan do you have?" Leon was also very surprised. "This question of yours doesn't sound like a question." He then answered slowly, "Of course, we will fight. If we cannot defend this castle, countless innocent lives will pay the price. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, I must buy enough time for the people to evacuate." His hand gripped the sword tightly. "That is why Haven Castle exists." At this moment, a monster was rushing towards him from behind, but Leon was unaware. "That's right. I still don't know what I'm facing, so I can't tell everyone to retreat yet." Suddenly, the sword in his hand was swung. He thought, "Now I need to focus on stopping the monster wave." As the moonlight rose higher, the atmosphere became more eerie. Suddenly, a man shouted, "These monsters are different. While they are stunned, push them back. Shoot down the flying monsters with bows and crossbows." Something made Leon's combat movement stop. Seeing the wild deer fleeing in fear, he became even more worried. "Even the animals are running, just like the flock of crows earlier. I remember this didn't happen in the previous wave." Sensing something was wrong, Milan Breadun hastily gave an order. "Tyrion, send a small team to evacuate the citizens." He was stunned. "What?" He didn't answer but urged, including the people outside the castle, "Hurry up, there's no time." Although confused, Tyrion Baridun decided to obey. "Understood." His voice sounded next to Leon. "Do you hear me? If anything dangerous happens, you need to run." His face was blank. "The general's aura message." He immediately asked back, "General, you mean?" He hastily explained, "I understand what you meant earlier. You see things much further than I do. Your future can go much further. Stay alive for that future of yours." Leon gritted his teeth as he listened to his instructions. "Your efforts at Haven Castle will not be forgotten." He recalled the happy times at Haven Castle, and was unwilling to run away and let these people die. Leon swung his sword, his eyes filled with determination. "No, that won't happen. I won't run away alone." Now, the space around him suddenly changed. Darkness began to engulf everything. Leon realized something strange. Wait. In front of him, a crow stood with blood-red eyes. As Leon still didn't understand what was about to happen, he suddenly realized, more than 12 hours have passed. Why hasn't the sun risen yet? The castle scene was shrouded in darkness and strange monsters. At this moment, a monstrous figure cried out, "I'm cold, I'm bored, I'm sick of this." His footsteps moved forward, but I had woken up, so there was no choice left. I had to eliminate everything. As his voice faded, the ground began to shake, only that body remained standing. Seeing this scene, Leon's face grew even paler. The Essence Emperor reappeared, and said to him disdainfully, "You finally feel it, don't you, you utter fool?" In front of that person, the monsters had almost surrendered. The Essence Emperor continued, "It's too late now. Let me tell you, the name of that lazy one is the Lazy One, the Receiver." He revealed further, "He is a Demon King, at the same level as me." The Demon King's red eyes flashed, also known as Lazy Lord. In front of them, a large, horned creature stood in the darkness. That lazy thing was none other than Lord Lazy. Milan's sword-holding hand trembled with fear. "What is that?" He frowned, staring intently at him, sweat pouring out in astonishment. How could such a creature exist? The person beside him looked on in confusion. His body was covered in blood, lost in thought. Even for Milland, if you've reached the Grand Master level, does the presence of a demon king still cause him to panic? No, perhaps because he has reached such a high level, he can feel the difference between himself and his opponent more clearly. The Essence Emperor beside him smiled and flew over to remind Leon, although not as much as in the demon realm, it seems he has gathered quite a lot of energy. For a lazy person who only knows how to sleep, this isn't bad. You also frowned and whispered confusedly to it, why is he here? You turned to the blue glow. Aren't you the only demon king appearing in the human realm? The Essence Emperor shrugged, looking down with closed eyes. Even if I told you, it wouldn't be of any use. At your level, you won't understand for a long time. You stare at the lazy one walking in the darkness. Then why is he here? He mumbled. The reason is quite simple. Then recalled the battles that had occurred over the past few years, from minor skirmishes to the attack by those masked men, plus the reconnaissance missions after the monster waves ended. Countless disturbances and interventions had spread to every road, all the way to the mountaintop. Fierce orcs ran with weapons in hand. Because of this, the lazy one, who was sleeping soundly on the mountaintop, was awakened. His eyes were filled with anger. Before that, he only slept half awake, but this time he was fully awake. The Essence Emperor said to him, you also widen your eyes in surprise. This is the perfect opportunity for me to tell you an interesting story. Then he thought about the gloomy demon abyss below. The demon realm is a land filled with endless violence and lust. One who dares to sleep openly in that world is asking for others to kill him. But somehow, if the lazy one keeps sleeping like that, how do you think he became a demon king? The Essence Emperor recalled the lazy one's battle with those who bothered him. With piles of corpses in front, he was still holding a demon by the neck. It is because he indiscriminately slaughtered anything that bothered him. The bull's head quickly struck wildly if you said anything to him or attacked him. But the lazy one was unharmed. Where he passed, he left behind corpses and streams of bright red blood. He would kill anyone who dared to wake him for thousands of years. The lazy one's eyes were filled with drowsy confusion, his body still emitted angry demonic energy, and finally, he became a demon king in the demon realm. Now Leon received the information and his eyes widened in doubt as he looked at the Essence Emperor. Wait, so that means he also confirmed, that's right. Then the Essence Emperor laughed sinisterly and excitedly. That guy came here to eliminate those who dared to disturb his sleep. At this point, Leon couldn't help but cover his face and curse. Damn it, is there no way to stop him? He assures you there is no way. Then the Essence Emperor thought of his own being with the ability of snow and white flowers to attract butterflies. If someone like me or your grandfather were here, perhaps he would avoid conflict, but there is no one here. You also looked on with suspicion. I thought he would kill anyone who woke him up. The image of Leon's majestic grandfather appeared in his mind. He added that the outcome is either victory or defeat, but if the battle lasts too long, it means he won't be able to sleep, and he hates that even more. Leon frowned in annoyance. That guy is truly a madman. Sleep is the sole driver of all his actions. The Essence Emperor's ears still rang with urgency. You now have only two choices. Either give your body to me, and I can stop him, or continue to endure and die. You look at the soldiers lying in pain on the ground. Besides those two options, there is no way for you and the humans here to survive. Hearing this, Leon froze in hesitation. I need to make a decision. If I do nothing, he will start slaughtering everyone here, but if Wrath forcibly takes my body before I die, humanity will experience the worst-case scenario with two demon kings appearing. Finally, you frowned, looked up at the Essence Emperor and made a decision. In that case, I should give my body to Wrath on the condition that he defeats the lazy one, then urge Wrath to take the body. Milan beside you looked towards you. Leon Sieghart. You also looked at him confusedly. Commander, his face remained calm, then he slowly said, I am truly grateful to you. Leon looked at him with widened eyes in confusion. What? Why are you suddenly saying? He looked at you. The space became quieter. Leon looked at him, listening. After you came here, everything in heaven has changed for the better. Your back, which I saw during the last expedition, still makes me feel trustworthy. This time it's time for me to become a role model for others. Milan then raised his hand high, and a surge of power quickly erupted. Seeing this, Leon, standing beside him, urgently shouted, Commander, you should be exhausted by now. Your aura is. But Milan stubbornly continued to release his energy, saying, I've lived long enough to achieve what I need. Then he looked back at you, causing you to look in bewilderment. But you are different. You are someone who can achieve greater things in the future. Your era has not yet arrived. You also had your own thoughts about his actions. Even in this desperate situation, he still hasn't given up. Is he planning to use his death to Immediately after, you also gripped your sword and raised it. Energy surged out of your body. I am truly ashamed to even think of giving up. Your eyes were filled with determination to stand beside Milland. You cannot bear this alone, Commander, I will fight with you. The two stood in front, blocking with powerful energy. Then you turned to instruct those behind. Everyone evacuate the castle quickly. This is an order from the commander. They looked at you with some doubt. Leon. Tyrion planted his sword down respectfully. We cannot leave the two of you behind. We will fight with you until death. Seeing this, Milland glared at them and reminded them while energy continued to flow. Tyrion, do you think you can fight when you can't even stand? At least try to save one more life. He emphasized further, isn't that our purpose? Your face darkened, gritting your teeth, unable to refute. Finally Tyrion turned and said to the engineers, all teams, withdraw from the walls and open the southern gate. The more we waste time here, the more of a burden those two will become. His face was covered in sweat, his eyes widened, shouting urgently, seize every moment Leon and the commander gained to save one more person. The crowd quickly ran after Tyrion. He still looked back lingeringly. Commander, Leon, you two must be safe, please survive. Above his head, Essence Emperor watched and sighed. The sight of the weak struggling meaninglessly to survive truly brings tears to my eyes. But it's over, and he gripped his sword, watching them. Essence Emperor announced, he has arrived. They looked down at the gate. Laziness was standing there, surrounded by killing intent, staring at the gate. His face darkened, he muttered incoherently with wrathful killing intent, I'm so tired and cold, because of all of you. He gritted his teeth full of wrath, and I had to come all the way here. A wave of killing intent struck directly at Leon, who was struggling to hold on above. He gritted his teeth, trying to grip his sword and resist. A hint of panic flashed through his mind. What is this energy? He's not even using his full strength yet and he's already overwhelming me. Essence Emperor's voice was still whispering temptations in his ear. He closed his eyes stubbornly. I told you, you only have two choices. If you want to stop that guy, give me your body quickly. Next, he tried to open one eye with difficulty and fell into thought. No, I can't trust Wrath yet. Although it's desperate, everything isn't completely over. If I gather all the information I know so far, I can find a solution. The image of laziness appeared in his mind. Leon turned his head to look up at Essence Emperor. Cold, sleepy, equivalent strength, simple, troublesome time. Leon pursed his lips, strength was still surging. Above, Essence Emperor was still grinning smugly at him. You finally decided. Now give me your body. Interrupting him, Wrath, let's make another bet. It startled and lunged in front of him, questioning, while he was still directing his power towards the person below the wall. What, you're saying bet again? He looked at him and proposed, I will accept your wrath, so give me the strength to confront him. Above it flew around him, a useless suggestion. Fighting him won't change anything, and this bet brings me no benefit. He furrowed his brow and threatened. What if I refuse to give you my body, even if I die? Hearing that, it gritted its teeth, somewhat afraid. Next, his body emitted energy, trying to resist and supplement. Have you been watching me all this time and still don't understand? Just like you don't lie. I don't utter platitudes either. If you refuse, we will both die here. And if my method doesn't work, I promise to give you my body immediately. Emperor Qinghua could only grit his teeth in anger. Then he looked towards Milland, who was lying unconscious on the ground from exhaustion. Finally he shouted with determination, answer me, yes or no. It also gritted its teeth, full of fear. Finally unable to bear it any longer, it quickly entered his body, still shouting discontentedly, answer me, yes or no. Below, Laziness also raised his head in doubt, this energy. Above, his body stood on the high wall, looking down at him. Essence Emperor cursed within his body, how dare a piece of trash like you cause trouble in heaven. Leon's body was imbued with its energy, this is the domain of the Wrath King. He added, causing it to widen its eyes, somewhat panicked, and I am his vessel. Essence Emperor roared at him from behind with dissatisfaction, what vessel? How did you become Wrath's vessel? What are you playing at now? Leon's eyes flickered with hesitation, what do you think? Consider this a punishment for daring to play with me. Below, Laziness also looked up at Leon with doubt, he stared down at him, and I will stun that guy over there as well. Next to him, Essence Emperor lost his composure and shouted again, what the hell, why are you my vessel? It approached and touched his head with dissatisfaction, and why do you say this pathetic castle is my domain? Leon's lips transmitted to it, I'm not done yet, so please be quiet. Below, Laziness also looked towards him with some doubt, are you Wrath's vessel? He stared at him, confirming, yes, and right now, Wrath is expressing his wrath, for daring to enter his territory. It roared, somewhat panicked, while he remained there calmly, don't spout nonsense, why are you suddenly saying things you've never said? Then Leon pursed his lips, his brows furrowed in thought. That's right, go mad, wrath, after all, your wrath is useless. Below, his power spread towards laziness, making him clench his fist in doubt. What he will feel is the wrath you transferred to me through the bet, he shouted in his heart. That wrath is radiating from this very body. Laziness's eyes became calmer. Wrath. Above the castle, his expression was still solemn as he announced, while Essence Emperor looked down fearfully. As a vessel, I will convey his words most truthfully, engrave them in your heart. Saying so, he raised his head and took a deep breath. Next, he grabbed his sword, shouting angrily in its astonishment, how dare you step into my territory, seeking death? If you don't retreat now, I will ensure you never sleep again, you lazy bum. Hearing this, Essence Emperor also shouted in dissatisfaction, are you crazy? When have I ever said things like that? Laziness raised a hand to his chin, somewhat hesitant. I can't sleep again. Seeing that he remained silent, lost in thought, while he calmly assessed, I bet, but it seems to be effective, so then. Suddenly he trembled and shouted, Lord Wrath, please don't. Sloth also looked up in doubt. He reached out into the air and pretended to act. Please restrain yourself, you cannot act right now, you cannot descend right now. Beside the Essence Emperor saw his action, he couldn't help but get angry. You bastard, what are you doing? What trick are you playing? Standing on the high city wall, he continued to talk to himself. That power is not meant to be used for a sloth like him. You must use it to conquer this entire continent. It was pessimistic and doubtful. What now? Below, Sloth stared with a hint of panic. Wait. He looked at the lily bracelet of the wreath. It was definitely Wrath's. Immediately after, he also looked at the bracelet and tried to persuade. Do you want revenge because he dared to touch your subordinate, even if it means following him for life to keep him from sleeping? No, even if it's you. The space became silent. The Essence Emperor and Sloth both looked at him with doubt. Then he was stunned and looked at him repeating, Wrath will watch me and not let me sleep, and while not letting me sleep, will force me to fight. Sloth thought of its true form and sank into thought. If I continue to fight with Wrath, I won't be able to sleep anymore. A mere human has the aura of Wrath, has a wreath, and knows my biggest hatred. Sloth gritted its teeth and muttered, he is truly Wrath's vessel. Above, the Essence Emperor drifted helplessly in the void. Its eyes were white, while he was still nervously looking down at him. I have set up a troublesome scenario based on what Wrath told me, and I have also shown him the wreath. Now everything is going according to my plan. Seeing the space become silent, he still held his head high and looked down at him, reminding him, I will introduce myself again. I am Wrath's vessel, who will soon become his physical body to descend. He added, and I also know well why you are here. Your sleep must have been disturbed by the waves. Sloth looked at him, unable to say anything. The high city walls were cracked, behind him were piles of corpses, killing intent and blood mingled around. Leon announced, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong enemy. The one behind this is Organization E. They used monsters as pawns. We are only defending the castle from the waves caused by Eden. Moreover, we don't know where those damned Eden are. He still held his head up calmly and slowly. So you say you are not involved. If that is true, I have no reason to fight with Wrath. Then Sloth turned to leave. I'm leaving. I need to go back to sleep. He also watched us retreating back. Seizing the opportunity, his aura weakened slightly. Now is the time. Above, he still tried to shout in helplessness and worry, persuading, Lord Wrath, you need to restrain yourself, you cannot appear right now. Sloth also glanced back with some doubt. Above, the Essence Emperor yelled helplessly in his ear, how much more do you want to force, you crazy person? The ring on Leon's hand flashed. He ignored it and shouted at the ring, do you want to say something? All right, I will relay it immediately, please wait a moment. Then he quickly let go, stood on the city wall and shouted at Sloth, how can you just leave after touching my subordinate? Below, Sloth was also tricked and looked up. Wrath, I didn't know you were here, he still shouted, interrupting him. Shut up, if you're just going to make excuses. If I hadn't arrived in time, does that mean you would have killed my subordinate? Leon's voice declared sternly, as a demon, you must understand, life for life. Below, Sloth slowly justified, no, I haven't yet, but he interrupted him, don't argue with me. Next, he still looked down at him and questioned, because the monsters ran away from you, my subordinate had to die, and yet you blame the innocent who woke you up. He looked up at him, unable to refute. He added, causing the Essence Emperor beside him to look in doubt, but taking your life to compensate is still not enough, so as a noble king of the demon world, I will give you an opportunity, make a choice. Leon placed his hand on his chest, glaring at Sloth threateningly, making the Essence Emperor widen its eyes in alarm. Give up the sleep you love most, or hand over your power to this vessel. Beside it, it glared at him, shouting with wrath, "You bastard, so from the beginning you were aiming for this, you devil in human disguise." Seeing this, Sloth calmly pointed a finger at him and muttered, "Asking me to choose between sleep and power, simple." Essence Emperor screamed in despair, "No, kill him, Sloth." His fingers gradually drew a formation. It still tried to shout and stop him, "You are worse than a human, tricked by both humans and demons, you can kill him with a flick of your wrist, please stop now." He saw this and looked in panic. Essence Emperor screamed in dissatisfaction, while his body received a dark energy. No! It began to go deep into the body, making Leon look in astonishment. Above the system frame displayed a notification. He also reached out to feel the energy that just entered his body. "A part of Sloth's power has been injected into your soul and body. Skills will be activated after adaptation is complete. Is this Sloth's aura?" Beside it, Essence Emperor fell straight to the ground, crying silently, trembling in helplessness. "So this is where I will die. I think I will die of stress." Immediately after, Sloth turned to leave again. "So I will leave here now. I'm too sleepy. I want to go to bed." Suddenly he called back to him, "Sloth, wait." His face darkened. His eyes filled with impatient killing intent. He growled, "What else is there?" Then Leon also felt this wrath and was a little startled, astonishing killing intent. He put his hand inside his shirt, trying to brace himself. "If I provoke him any further, even if I am wrath, he will kill me." His mouth calmly made an offer, "I have something to give you." He threw a bundle towards him. Sloth also reached out to catch it. "Take it, this is something you will need." Then he opened the bundle. Inside was a bright red mana stone. "This is the mana stone of the Goblin Demon King." He also felt the stone's energy. "It's really warm. With it, I can sleep forever." Then he made an offer, while Sloth stood there holding the stone, dazed. "I will give you this, so no matter what happens here in the future, don't go down, and if any waves erupt, make sure to control them well and prevent them." Then he looked up hesitantly. "That's not difficult, but is this also Wrath's will?" Leon also looked down at him and explained with some guilt, "No, this is a proposal I proactively made to you, so that you never set foot here again." Saying that, he pointed at him again, his face calm and assessing, "Compared to the value of this mana stone, that price is still too cheap." So then, suddenly, a dark energy appeared on Leon's hand. He looked at it in bewilderment. What is that?" Black smoke gathered into a bracelet with a dark red flower. "Don't worry, this is just a complimentary gift." Sloth calmly said, "Take the stone, one day it will help you." Leon looked doubtfully. "Why is it a wreath?" He explained, "It was made to suit your master's taste." Saying that, Sloth turned and left. "So I will leave before your master bothers me again." On top of a wall, he pursed his lips and watched his retreating back. His eyes filled with exhaustion as if about to collapse, but his mind still told himself, "You must not fall." Before him, the shadow of laziness gradually faded, not to fall until laziness completely disappeared and the sun rose again, absolutely not to fall now. Then he turned his head to look back, thinking carefully. It was indeed dangerous. The Essence Emperor lay flat on the ground, helplessly cursing, "You damn Leon." Then he looked around at the knights who had left the battlefield. "If I didn't have information about laziness, or if Wrath hadn't accepted that bet, or if anyone in the castle was still awake, I wouldn't have been able to carry out this plan." A dark night full of despair seemed like it would never end. The sun also gradually rose over the top of the mansion. Leon still stood there watching the sunlight shine towards him. As the shadow of the Demon King disappeared into the darkness, the indomitable darkness gradually dissipated and the sun began to rise, and the nightmare of tonight ended like that. Then Milland also held his face and gradually woke up. He rubbed his face and looked around. Other knights also vaguely stood up. Above the sun was shining the dawn. "It seems I'm alive." He looked down at his hand that had loosened its sword and sank into thought. "I still clearly remember the terrifying wave of energy that could destroy everything." The memory of laziness's wrath rushed back, the energy of a superhuman, one who had reached the unparalleled realm. Milland gritted his teeth and assessed with a little fear, "Enough to make me remember the Northern Destruction King. How could I survive?" Beside him, Tyrion approached and shouted, "Commander, are you all right?" He also stood up at the same time. "Tyrion, how are the others?" You look over there and report with a little surprise. "Yes, everyone is still." He saw his expression and also wondered, "What are you so surprised about?" Milland's gaze turned towards Tyrion and he was also startled. Leon stood before them, his hand still gripping his sword, pointing towards the sky. A broken voice called out Leon. His face full of exhaustion, he smiled and turned to look at them. "I kept my promise." Tyrion's eyes widened in shock, remembering Milland and having tried to resist when attacked. Did he really stop that monster? Even the commander was knocked unconscious. How could he hold on until the end? His body swayed, his mouth still mumbling. It's fortunate everyone as Milan ran to Tyrion's side, who was still recovering. He closed his eyes and fainted. He hugged him and comforted him. The battle is over, let's praise this hero. Then the town was gradually repaired. Milan crossed his arms, worried. Has Leon not woken up yet, facing his subordinate who reported on his comatose state? No, he is still sleeping. He looks healthy, but 3 days have passed since the battle. He looked at Tyrion and the patrol captain and assessed. His body must be exhausted. It will take more time to recover. At this moment, Tyrion looked at him and wondered, who is he after all? The moment I felt that energy, everything after that became blank. Milan said softly, but it made both of them look in astonishment. He is a demon. That dark and brutal aura was undoubtedly demonic energy, such strong energy waves. It's very likely he is the Demon King. No one can defeat the Demon King, unless it's someone like the Northern Destruction King. They all cast their eyes on the sword on his stand, wondering, then how could Leon do it? We had no casualties. This is really... The patrol captain looked down and expressed doubt. Do you think he negotiated with the Demon King? Tyrion looked over in surprise. Negotiated. They thought of Leon shaking hands with the Demon King. Even if Leon was a genius, he could never defeat the Demon King, so the possibility of negotiation seemed reasonable. This is just my opinion, but I guess he chose to sell his soul and body to save everyone. On this side, Milan also raised his hand to his chin and mumbled, I remember hearing him say the word negotiation when I was unconscious. Tyrion asked doubtfully, so did he really sacrifice himself to save us? Then the patrol captain also made a suggestion, please tell us more about Leon. I know he's not an ordinary mercenary, but I don't think you can hide his identity for much longer. Hearing this, he also decided, that's right, it's reasonable for me to tell you now. He remembered him in formal attire. Leon is of the Sieghart bloodline. Beside him, the patrol captain also agreed, that's right, such a talented 16-year-old boy from the 6 kings and 5 demons makes sense, Tyrion said with a little concern. I know he's not ordinary, but if he's from Sieghart, then this makes sense. Then Milan looked out the window again. He has sacrificed many times to save us. We owe him a lot, so we need to compensate for what he has lost. Finally, he crossed his arms and made a decision. From now on, let us support him. On the other side, Leon, lying in bed, also opened his eyes and woke up. He tilted his head and looked around, recognizing the familiar scene. Am I in the infirmary of Haven Castle? Then he sat up. If I can wake up, then everything is probably fine. Suddenly he saw a red-haired person sleeping soundly beside him. Yua was slumped over the table, with a towel and a basin of water next to her. He widened his eyes in confusion. What is Yua doing here? Then he noticed the basin of water and towel on the table. Did she take care of me while I was sleeping? Still sleeping there, even though she didn't know when I would wake up, she still went to such lengths. Next, he looked at his palm and assessed, anyway, my body condition is not at all as I expected. I thought I would be ruined by laziness. Leon clenched his fist, but he felt unusually refreshed. It felt like his senses were sharper than before. What's going on? Suddenly a voice sounded, making him widen his eyes in astonishment. What, is your body so light that you find it strange? The Essence Emperor flew over beside him and questioned angrily, the problem is your head, not your body, you cunning and despicable wretch. He looked up at it, raised his hand in a greeting, and smiled, thank you, vengeful spirit, you saved me, while it looked at him full of wrath. Are you teasing me now? Do you want to die? Next, the Essence Emperor flew around him complaining, while he watched its retreating figure, tricking 2 demon lords like this, you are truly the first, and laziness is certainly the most foolish demon lord that has ever existed. Finally, it shouted in confusion, how can your soul level increase just by holding on for a few minutes against a brat like that? He looked at it with doubt, my soul level. The system frame displayed a continuous notification, your soul level has increased thanks to the battle with a superhuman entity. Thousand Flames technique has reached 4 stars, Cold Energy and Glacia have reached 4 stars, you have endured Wrath's interference, all stats plus B, Water element resistance increased, Stamina plus 2. Perception plus Ha, Agility plus Ha, you have bet with Wrath for the 6th time, all stats plus 5, Strength plus Ha, Energy plus Ha, Stamina plus 2, you have obtained a new title, King Charmer. A title awarded to those who make a king fall for them, not with strength but with other means. Effect, increases the opponent's trust and favor when interacting with someone stronger or of higher status. His skin brushed over the system frame, he smiled and understood, due to being unconscious, I still can't check it. But I didn't expect the rewards to be so many. His eyes widened when he saw a stat. Wait, this is... The system frame displayed. The lazy trait has been created. Stats will increase while sleeping. Stamina and aura recovery speed will be greatly increased during sleep. The Essence Emperor approached, shouting in confusion. What? Stats increase just by sleeping? He also stared at the system frame in surprise. Then Leon understood with joy. That's why I felt so refreshed. This is no different than practicing for 24 hours. He exclaimed excitedly. Haha, even better than I thought. The Essence Emperor quickly flew away in dissatisfaction. You lazy fool, you should have just killed him. Suddenly, it looked at him in confusion. How much have your stats increased? He calmly looked over and replied, probably around 11 more. Upon hearing that, it looked at him in astonishment. Next, the Essence Emperor shouted impatiently, are you teasing me? He looked at the system frame. Because you were angry, it increased again. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked out. Leon. Raiden approached worriedly. You're finally awake. Yua also awkwardly stood up and moved towards the bed. Brother Leon, are you okay? Leon smiled at them. You all worry too much about me. Suddenly he smiled. Oh right, I almost forgot. He heard that and was confused. What? Then Raiden announced, leaving him stunned. The general wants to see you when you wake up. At the mansion, he respectfully requested an audience with the general. He also replied, all right, it seems you have fully recovered. Milan sat in the main chair with his arms crossed, looking at him. Tyrion and the patrol captain stood beside him. I have met many geniuses before, but I have never seen anyone progress as quickly as you. You will soon surpass me. He looked at them humbly. No, I was just lucky. His eyes widened. He looked at him calmly. There's no need to be humble. I'm truly sorry for summoning you here right after you woke up. Suddenly he questioned, but how did you deal with that monster? Hearing that, he was a bit confused. Here it comes. Next, he silently looked at them and fell into thought. These people don't know much about demon lords. If they think I'm connected to a demon lord, they'll surely drive me away. I need to think of a way. Seeing his silence, Milan also spoke, but you don't have to answer. He also stared with a little surprise. What? Then he closed his eyes, folded his arms, and understood. We know that demon lord is very strong, so you must have made some agreement to make him leave, and as for the condition for him to leave, we believe you have pledged your body and soul as collateral to save everyone. Leon stood silently without refuting. The patrol captain also understood. It seems we were right. Tyrion beside him criticized him. Making a deal with a demon lord to save us. You are truly in shock. Why isn't everything as I thought? Beside him, the Essence Emperor shouted in dissatisfaction. These idiots, he's the one who gave up his soul, not Leon. He muttered inwardly. Too loud. It continued to wail. Demon lord, what do we do with your souls and bodies? Immediately after, Milan also put his hands on the table and stood up. Since you sacrificed yourself to save us, we must do something for you. Suddenly they all stood up, looked towards him, placed their hands on their hearts and smiled. We express our respect for what you have done for us, for all the sacrifices you have made. Finally, he announced, leaving Leon astonished. Haven Castle will stand by you, Leon Sieghart. He just smiled at their words. If you need anything, just tell us. Immediately after, he spoke. Then I have something to ask. Milan also smiled at him. Feel free. He smiled, placing his hand on his heart. Please spar with me before I return home. Time continued to pass until a week before graduation at the mansion. The sunlight still shone down. The gate was guarded. He stood before the entrance. Thanks to the lazy effect, he had gradually become accustomed to his body becoming stronger and had gained a deep understanding of new techniques. And today, as I leave Haven Castle, my eyes are filled with determination. In front of him, Milan was standing on the arena. He assessed his physical condition to be at its peak. Above, the crowd watched his retreating figure as he stepped onto the arena, cheering him on. You can do it. Leon must defeat the commander before leaving here. We believe in you. Facing him, he smiled at him. Are you ready? He also replied with a smile. Yes, I was ready while you were waiting. Immediately after, he took off his jacket, sword in hand, full of excitement. Then we don't need to waste any more time, at least this won't be boring. Saying that, he quickly stomped his foot on the ground and sprang up, his sword pointed at the ground. Energy quickly radiated all around. Milan smiled excitedly at him. Let's begin. On this side, he also gritted his teeth, looking at the murderous aura rushing towards him with excitement. So this is the master of Haven Castle. This amount of aura is truly terrifying, he muttered. Then, immediately after, he shouted and swung his sword. I'm starting. Milan also quickly raised his sword to block his slash. He looked at him and smiled. Below, the two quickly attacked each other. In the stands, people watched in amazement. Even standing this far away, I could feel this tremor. Above, the patrol captain was sweating profusely. Tyrion frowned and looked down. This is crazy. Even though he's a genius, he's only an expert, yet he can still fight the general like this. His speed and achievements are unlike anyone else's. Beside him looked towards the one who was seriously preparing for the battle. I agree, at that level, he's just one small step away from becoming a grandmaster. When he first arrived here, he was weaker than me. It's ridiculous. Below, Milan attacked him while reminding him, your strength and speed are good but not sharp enough. It's not good enough yet. Even though this is just a spar, you really don't think you can defeat me like this, do you? He also smiled and swung his sword to block his attacks. Of course not, I'm just getting started. Next, he swung his sword. Streams of sword energy flew through the air towards Milan with the fanged sword technique. With a single sword strike, he lightly retreated and dodged. He looked at his side, his eyes widened, he shouted inwardly, an opening. Then he frowned and raised his fist. Next, he gritted his teeth and punched down. But immediately after, his body stopped in shock. Milan's hand blocked his punch, which confused him. Is it possible that he blocked it? Then he swung his hand, sending his body flying backward. He braced himself on the ground, leaning on his hand and looking up in doubt. I thought attacking fiercely at the opening would give me hope, but he blocked it and even counterattacked me. Although I knew he was stronger, he didn't seem to be struggling at all. Milan also looked at his expression and spoke, making him even more surprised. You look very surprised, don't you? He knelt on one knee in front of him and confirmed, yes, it feels like you can predict all my moves. On top of that, you're constantly using sword aura and sword energy, but you don't look tired at all. Hearing this, he also smiled confidently and placed his hand on his core energy. The difference lies in my intermediate core energy. The intermediate core energy opens when you reach the Grandmaster level, allowing you to use a powerful energy source with only a small amount of aura. Everyone carries the core energy flame in their lower abdomen. You are at the highest expert level but haven't reached the Grandmaster level yet. He finally concluded, you can't defeat me. He looked at Milan with some shock. I had heard about it before, but I had never seen it with my own eyes. I didn't expect it to give such a big advantage. In front of him, Milan still held his sword seriously, ready to fight. This is the power of a grandmaster. Suddenly he smiled. Seeing this, Milan looked at him doubtfully. Why are you smiling? He quickly grabbed his sword, his hand gathering sword energy. He looked at him calmly. Because I can see the path ahead, so I'm very happy that I still have a lot to achieve. Seeing this, Milan also frowned. Looking at him, he realized that you still want to move forward, even though you've hit a wall. Immediately after, he gripped his sword tightly. Energy quickly enveloped the sword. Then let me show you what you haven't achieved yet. He stared at him resolutely. All my strength. Immediately after, a wave of sword energy quickly struck towards. On this side, he also widened his eyes in shock as he took the sword energy attack. The technique I prepared to show you is called Ice Dragon Bane, which once defeated an ice dragon along with the ice horn sword. Milan calmly approached. I haven't used my full strength yet, but this is the first time I've used it on a student. A large amount of energy appeared in front of him. It was gathered on his sword. Try not to die. On this side, Leon saw his power and assessed that this aura could cut through anything. Confronting this directly is a foolish decision. It's best to dodge and counterattack. Then he closed his eyes, but he thought about dodging the attack as he had done before. His eyes filled with determination, he held his sword horizontally and looked up. If I keep dodging, my being here will be in vain. This is the perfect opportunity to test my strength. On the other side, Milan smiled at him with a hint of doubt. Is that all you have? What is the name of that skill? Meanwhile, Jian was lost in thought. The result of his training at Haven Castle, combined with the memory of the 100 Flames cultivation technique after the battle with laziness, he looked at him and explained, this is the strongest skill I can show you now, Commander. This is the 10th Flame style, 1000 Flames technique, Dragon's Breath. Their two energy streams faced each other, he informed Milan. I call it Dragon's Breath. Immediately after, he stomped his foot on the ground. Very well, let's see, will your dragon or my sword win? He also widened his stance. Finally they charged at each other with their swords. An explosion occurred, sending smoke everywhere. The crowd in the stands could hardly see anything. Tyrion covered his face with some difficulty. Why is there such a terrible tremor? Is he directly confronting the commander? His face was filled with doubt as he mumbled, trying to see down. Who won? The smoke on the arena floor quickly subsided. Milan and Leon zipped past each other. He let out a sigh. Then he turned around and stood respectfully in front of him, bowing his head. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn. I have lost, Commander. The crowd in the stands also cheered. The commander won. Well done, Leon, you almost defeated him. How can this be? It's amazing, Leon. Milan still smiled at him with confusion. He also smiled at him. Above, the cheers continued unabated. Giant, Leon, you are the best. Finally, he could only look at him, smile and sigh. What a strange young man. I thought I could subdue him just by using aura. He closed his eyes and recalled the final moves of both of them. We even had to use protective energy, my decision to support his journey. He saw Leon waving at everyone, confirming, perhaps it was the best decision I ever made. The next day at the city gate, Raiden's group stood before him with regret. It's time for you to leave. I've gotten used to you being here, what a shame. Next to him, the long-haired man also praised him for doing a great job, while he and Dorian stood by. He smiled at Commander Milland. Thank you for everything. He also smiled back. Of course, take care of yourself. Beside him, Tyrion looked at him affectionately. Come back anytime you miss us. You are always welcome here. The long-haired man smiled. I hope we meet again. Suddenly Leon looked towards the patrol captain behind him. Immediately after, he smiled and joked, you won't bully the patrol team anymore just because I'm gone, right? He waved his hand a bit awkwardly. Of course not, that will never happen again. Suddenly he reached out his hand. Then he calmly reached out to him with a smile. I was just joking. I know you won't do that. It's an honor to have fought with you. I hope next time we meet, both of us will be stronger. He also shook hands in return, to everyone's surprise. Yes, I will be stronger to be able to support you better. Immediately after, Leon and Dorian left. He still turned back to wave goodbye to those lingering at the gate. Don't forget that we are always behind you. Take care. See you again. Thank you for everything. The two walked out of the city gate. The snow was still thick underfoot. Dorian took out a map, looking at it and muttering, let's go now. We just need to go straight ahead from here. He added, if we keep going without stopping, we'll probably arrive before graduation. Suddenly a call from behind made both of them look over. Wait. He smiled at her. Yua. I was sad you weren't there to see me off, but I'm glad I met you before leaving. While she bent over, panting, holding a bag in her hand. This. She held it out to him. I was late because I was preparing this for your trip. Dorian also recognized it. Oh, the pineapple girl. Beside him, Essence Emperor's eyes lit up with anticipation. Pineapple pizza. You have pineapple pizza too. He also took it and smiled happily. Thank you. I like it very much. Suddenly her face turned red, clasping her hands. She looked at him shyly and, I have something to ask, can I? He smiled tenderly. Seeing that, she was also stunned and looked at him. Then she lost her courage again. Never mind. I can't say it right now. Leon looked at her confusedly. Why? She smiled in his surprise, explaining, I'll tell you later. Seeing that, he was also a little suspicious. Then he smiled tenderly and agreed. Okay, don't forget. Finally, the two turned and left under Yua's gaze. Dorian turned his head and waved. Take care, Yua. See you again. She stood there quietly watching the two. Yua's face was flushed as she muttered to herself. I'll tell you someday. On the other side, the two were still happy. She whispered to herself, one day I will ask to walk with you on the path you are choosing in life. A year has passed since the graduation exam began at Training Hall No. 5, inside a garden somewhere. The crowd flocked towards a general. The students had accumulated more experience and achievements. Training Hall No. 5, which was previously deserted, the students talking to each other in the noisy campus, was now becoming crowded again with changed students. A fellow student asked doubtfully, don't you feel like we've gotten much stronger in the past year? The person next to them replied, yeah, at this rate, I can reach expert level soon. They didn't notice a red-haired person watching them from afar. Another female student approached doubtfully, I wonder how strong the others are now. They noticed him and called out, Instructor Limera. The curious students surrounded him, wondering, is young Master Leon here? Tomorrow is graduation. I'm worried something happened to him. Limera could only stand up and scratch his head worriedly. Aren't you guys already familiar with Leon? He comforted them. Do you think he's the type of person who gets easily kidnapped? Stop worrying unnecessarily. Prepare for graduation. He'll be fine. The crowd also smiled and agreed. That's right. Then Limera sat down on a chair and urged, yes, now go. The students also turned to leave. Thank you, sir. Excuse us. He remained, a forced smile still on his face. Next, Limera cried like rain and gloomily lamented, help me, Lorwyn. Seeing that, Lorwyn was also flustered, not knowing what to do. Oh my, I can't do anything either. His eyes looked down at Limera kneeling on the ground, hugging his legs and screaming mournfully, but Dorian haven't returned. Tomorrow is graduation. Leon should have returned a month ago. That evening, the two stood on a cliff. Lorwyn calmly looked back. why didn't you secretly send a letter like usual? But Limera still cried out mournfully and raised his hands to the sky. I wanted to, but I couldn't. He recalled the guards who stopped him, because the Heavenly Sword Squad was guarding the Shadow Squad and the path I could sneak into was completely blocked. They even set traps on the ceiling. In front of Lowen, he was also helplessly empty-handed. I really want to tell you anything I know, but because of you, I haven't received any information about the young master. Limera looked up with some doubt. Still the same. He sighed helplessly. That's right, the clan leader said information about the young master is top secret. Lowen added about Glenn. He hasn't even said anything to me lately. Hearing that, he became more agitated and shouted, is it that bad? If he cares about his grandson so much, why doesn't he express his feelings directly? Isn't that like a devil? Finally, Limera jumped off the cliff in frustration. This is so annoying. Lowen behind him looked on in shock. Wait, where are you going? While he resolutely rushed away, I'll go ask the clan leader directly. On the mountain trail, he kept running, still waving back at Lowen. He wouldn't kill me for this. I'll report what he said. Behind him, all they could do was sigh helplessly. Lowen's gaze was fixed on the mansion. A powerful energy emanated from it, leaving him no choice but to hold his head in despair. Darkness by the mansion window, the central dojo of Sieghart. Karun sat with his arms crossed, staring with suspicion. Leon might already be dead. Opposite him, the butler stood with his hands clasped respectfully, reporting further. He was supposed to return a month ago, so we sent a team to look for him, but an unexpected wave prevented them from reaching Haven Castle. The wave was blocked, but since we couldn't contact Leon and his group, we assumed he was either seriously injured or dead, the other person added. Instructor Limmer was so worried that he personally went to see the clan leader about this matter. Hearing this, Karun also crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Excellent, he's always been a thorn in my side. I'm glad he's gone without me having to lift a finger. The butler reported further, but I heard he defended Haven Castle against the Blue Spirit, so I'm wondering if Eden attacked him. He smiled and confirmed, that's also possible. He's certainly a thorn in their side too. On the table was a file. Karun concluded, however, he's not necessarily dead. If he returns tonight, it won't matter even if he survived. Unlike regular exams, Limmer's graduation exams assess the student's annual progress and use it to decide if they can officially be promoted to swordsman. All students receive this progress evaluation paper, which can last from a few days to over a week. Thinking of this, he also determined that tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, so even if he returned tonight, he wouldn't qualify. The butler finally understood. I see. On the chair, Karun, still with his arms crossed smugly, ordered, in any case, it will be interesting to see his disappointed face when he realizes he failed. Report to me immediately if there's any new information. The other person turned and left. Yes, sir. The room returned to silence. He leaned back in his chair, beaming with joy, arms crossed, chuckling with amusement. I was wondering how to deal with him, but it seems this is his limit. He looked up as if expecting something interesting. You're not bad as a source of entertainment, Leon. In the blue sky, shining sunlight appeared. At the 5th training hall, the graduation ceremony was taking place. Students in uniform were laughing and talking amongst themselves. Sylvia looked worried. Where is Leon? Today is his graduation. If they proceed without him, it means the maid beside her reassured. My lady, they will not proceed with the graduation ceremony without the representative, so please do not worry. The students cheered joyfully. Finally, our graduation day has arrived. It's finally here. When I was sent on a mission, I thought I would die here. Now I feel like even an ogre monster isn't a match. Suddenly, Ben appeared, calling to 2 students. Hey you two. It's almost time for graduation. Why are you still standing here chatting? A friend exclaimed. Ben sternly reminded, stop goofing around, get back to your positions. The 2 of them quickly turned away. All right. He watched them both, sighing. I really don't know when they'll mature. Someone else approached, mockingly. I thought you might have changed a little, but it seems you're still as rigid as before. This made Ben frown. Look at yourself, your harsh tongue doesn't seem any better. Martha approached confidently at this moment. Who cares if it's harsh or not, it doesn't matter. Ben felt speechless. That attitude might be acceptable during training, but after graduation, it won't be so lenient anymore, especially when going out. You always want to pick a fight, Martha said indifferently. Each time, as long as I beat them down. Who would dare talk back? Right, Ben. Let's see how long that confidence lasts, anyway. He looked towards the gate with anticipation. I wonder why Leon isn't here yet. The graduation is about to start. Could he really have been ambushed by Eden? Runan appeared behind the 2 again and affirmed, he will definitely return. There's no way Leon would lose to those guys. Martha showed her displeasure. Humph, how do you know? It's better to not return, that would be better, this way, I will be the representative. Runen heard this and his brow furrowed, becoming louder. It's not a certainty that he won't return. Don't speak so irresponsibly. Martha also turned and yelled, it's too late. If he were to return, he would have been here long ago. Ben held his forehead in helplessness. Ah, snap out of it, you too. As the atmosphere grew tense, a loud announcement rang out. The graduation ceremony is about to begin. All graduating students, return to your positions immediately. A person descended the stairs, accompanied by an introduction, the eternal son of Sieghart, the master of the North. The person took his seat at the highest position. Clan leader Glenn Sieghart entered. Welcome, clan leader. Limmer chuckled awkwardly at this moment. Clan leader, there are still 2 students who haven't returned. Could you wait a little longer? But the clan leader immediately refused. No, although we didn't set a specific return date, they were informed that the graduation ceremony takes place in February, so if they haven't returned by now, it means they are not qualified to graduate. You're certainly not suggesting we postpone the graduation ceremony just because they haven't returned, are you? Head instructor Limmer could only remain silent, unable to respond. Then he turned back and addressed the students. So, let's proceed with the graduation ceremony. The ceremony will be presided over by the clan leader and all the elders of the clan. Now, we will conduct the final roll call before the ceremony begins. A total of 43 students, 41 present and 2 absent. The students worried about Leon. Is Leon really not coming back? Are we really going to start like this? Immediately after, the announcement continued. Roll call completed. We will commence the graduation ceremony. Close the gates. The gates then began to close. Runen watched the closing gates with a worried and regretful expression. Martha and Ben looked forward tensely. The gates were slowly closing as suddenly some force acted to stop them. The students began to look at each other in confusion. Wait, why did the gates stop? Isn't this the first time the gates have stopped while closing? Is something wrong? At this moment, a person with distinct golden hair walked in. It was none other than Leon. He spoke. I didn't intend to attract so much attention. Limir exhaled with a relieved expression. If you're going to be late, don't be too late. Anyway, he's the best at making people worry. Leon cheerfully introduced. Leon Sieghart is present. I have returned. But he was surprised by everyone's excitement. Leon Sieghart, Leon explained. Sorry, I'm a little later than expected, Runen exclaimed. I've been waiting for you, Leon. Ben wondered. Why? Martha added. You almost failed, you idiot. Aren't you the representative? Why are you so late? Everyone wondered. Dorian looked at them from behind, thinking with a smile. Hey, I'm here too. Limir had to speak up now. Anyway, I'm glad you're back. Leon, sorry, head coach, he reminded. Go to your position, everyone is waiting for you. Since you are the representative, step forward. As they were happily chatting, a shout suddenly rang out. Stop. Leon heard the shout and saw Karun looking down with a grim expression. He turned towards the chieftain. Chieftain, the other students have returned and proven their records from a month ago, but Leon has just returned. Since we haven't confirmed if he has completed mission 2 yet, I don't think he should graduate right now. Others agreed with this opinion. That's right, but the decision of whether he will pass the graduation ceremony will be based on what he has shown throughout the past year. However, Leon Sieghart, who has just returned, has not yet proven anything. Karun turned back down with a smug look. I'm sure he doesn't intend to make everyone here wait until he proves himself. Right, get out. Limir looked down at Leon and asked with a smile. Chieftain, master of the arena, I can prove Leon's strength right here, can't I? Before Leon could even respond, both sides immediately clashed. Leon at this moment easily blocked Limir's attack. Martha exclaimed in shock. What? Impossible, isn't Leon's ability only at an expert level? Limir fought and laughed heartily. Swordsmen talk to each other with swords. Leon unleashed his power to counter. Limir confidently replied, well done. The 2 streams of power clashed, sending them flying into the air. Those streams of power in the air began to explode brilliantly like incredibly beautiful fireworks. Sylvia and her servants' expressions brightened at this sight. Karun Sieghart gritted his teeth and thought, even if Limir's body were injured, this is not a blow that a student can block. What on earth happened during this past time? He was so malicious, while the others were intently watching the brilliant fireworks display between the 2 in the sky. In the face of Karun's discomfort and unwillingness, Leon spoke. This is surely enough as proof, isn't it, master of the arena? His expression was incredibly confident, making the opponent feel as if they were being teased. He could only grudgingly return to his original seat. Lemire then smiled brightly and said, "Sir, I think that's sufficient qualification, so can we start the graduation ceremony now?" The chieftain chided affectionately, "Truly shameless, look at the arena you've made a mess of. I'll ask about Leon after the graduation ceremony is over." Then he instructed head coach Lemire to proceed with the graduation ceremony of the 5th Training Hall. Now Representative Leon Sieghart steps forward. The 5th Training Hall, a total of 43 students, all 43 are present, not one is absent. We will begin the graduation ceremony of the hall.